Chapter 21-26. Everyone was getting anxious. If they could really gather 600 Chaos Source Stones, they would grit their teeth and do it. After all, they had to look at the bigger picture. There were 20 clans. If they split it among each clan, they would only get 30 Chaos Source Stones. If they really couldn't, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. After all, they were here on a mission from their clans. If they couldn't even enter Flat Demon City, they would be sinners. However, the problem was that this time, no one had made any preparations for this. "Sir, we really can't gather that much," a young man couldn't help complaining. However, before he could finish his sentence, the guard's expression changed and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Indeed, with a ferocious glint in his eyes, the city gate guard did not hesitate. He raised the whip in his hand and ferociously swung it at the young man. Such a scene had truly frightened the youth to the point that he was stunned on the spot. He had even forgotten to dodge. His mind was completely blank as he waited for the punishment to descend. The others were anxious, terrified, and a little angry too. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Lin Xian couldn't help but clench her fists. She had the urge to block the whip several times, but in the end, she gave up. If he really made a move, the situation would become even worse. Perhaps there would be no room for reconciliation. Therefore, he could only bear with it. The people lining up at the back either looked at them sympathetically or gloatingly. Whoosh! Just as the black lightning whip was about to land on the youth's body, the youth seemed to wake up from a nightmare. He was so scared that his fists immediately shrank into a ball. Before the whip landed on his body, he could already feel the pain. His soul trembled, and this was an inexplicable sense of fear. However, the world soon quieted down. There was no more whistling of the wind or the crackling of the black lightning on the whip. There wasn't even the sound of the wind. It was as if the entire sky had been frozen in time, falling into a state of silence. What was going on? He didn't feel the whip landing on his body. He didn't feel any pain. He didn't feel anything. The young man hesitated for a moment before he slowly let go of his hands and looked over. What appeared in front of him was a hand that didn't look strong, grabbing the whip tightly. It was as if a strong hand was grabbing an electric snake. The whip couldn't move in his hand. Such a scene made the young man feel both grateful and astonished. Who would dare to save him at this time? Offending the city gate guards was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Even if they dared to, who had the strength to grab the whip? Was it Brother Lin Xian? When the young man saw the face, he was shocked again. The person who saved him wasn't Lin Xian but Qin Shao. At this moment, everyone was staring at Qin Shao, dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open. It was Qin Shao again. However, this time, other than being shocked, they were also more worried. At first, everyone was holding back their anger and didn't dare to voice it out. They were afraid that they would offend the city guards. If they couldn't enter Flat Demon City in the end, they would have nowhere to cry. However, Qin Shao had made his move. He had forced the situation into a hopeless situation that could not be salvaged. Although this move indeed made everyone feel great, there was a price to pay for it. Crash! As soon as Qin Shao made a move, it naturally angered those city gate guards. Immediately, a large group of city gate guards rushed forward. There were more than 100 guards at the city gate, and all of them were armed to the teeth. Naturally, they looked even more powerful and inviolable. A powerful aura surged over, and Lin Xian and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. The flood horses were also trembling in fear and kept retreating. Many people who were taking pleasure in the misfortune of others were delighted to see a good show. In the face of such a fierce situation, Qin Shao was still calm and composed. His face was as calm as water as he glanced at the city guards. These city gate guards were only first-step heavenly venerables. Even if they were first-step heavenly venerables and were equipped with full armor and immortal artifacts, their strength should still be considered relatively strong. Moreover, The most important thing was that they had the advantage in numbers. There were more than 100 of them. Who would dare to act rashly when they were guarding here? Even a third step Heavenly Venerate would have to think about it carefully, right? The guard at the city gate who attacked was obviously shocked by this sudden turn of events. After being stunned for a long while, he finally reacted. His expression suddenly became ferocious and distorted. He looked at Qin Shao fiercely and said, "How dare you resist, boy? I think you're courting death, aren't you? Humph, you don't know what's good for you. This is not a place where a young boy like you can behave atrociously." After saying that, the city guard tried to pull his whip back, but to his embarrassment, he found that it did not move at all. He used all his strength, but there was no way to move it at all. Therefore, he knew that this inconspicuous young boy in front of him was a second-step celestial venerable human immortal. He was quite strong. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, so what? This was the Flat Demon City, after all. They were the guards of the city gates, lords who wielded the power of life and death. Therefore, how could he tolerate such a situation? Clang, clang, clang. When the other guards saw this, they also brandished their spears in unison. The spearheads were all aimed at Qin Shao, flashing with a strange sharpness. All the rays of light converged on Qin Shao, as if they were going to pierce through Qin Zhao's body. It was just that this kind of deterrence clearly had no effect on Qin Shao. "Brat, why aren't you letting go? Don't you want to live any more?" The city gate guard was even more enraged. Although he was only a small city guard and did not have a high status in the Flat Demon City, he was still the superior. However, the current official was not as good as the one in charge. He guarded the city gate and exercised his authority. At this moment, he held the power to kill. This bone-chilling voice was filled with a strong warning. It was like a final warning. If Qin Shao still dared to not let go, they would not be polite. Lin Xian opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He really wanted to advise Qin Shao not to be so rash. If he was not careful, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he was also very cautious about such matters and did not dare to act rashly. However, Qin Shao was not from High Mountain Town and had saved them before. Therefore, he did not know what to say. "Humph!" Qin Shao laughed coldly. He swept his gaze across the ferocious guards and shouted, "As guards of the city gate, you should be dignified and honorable. Because you guard the city gates, you represent the image of the Flat Demon City. Everyone who enters or leaves the city has to pass by you. The image you create will directly affect the impression others have of the Flat Demon City. You are wearing the utmost glory. Logically speaking, you should work hard to maintain this dignified image. But you are neglecting your duties and abusing your power for your own personal gain. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Flat Demon City Lord if he finds out about your audacity? You are destroying the image of the Flat Demon City by acting so recklessly. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you're willing to sacrifice the glorious image of the entire Flat Demon City. How dare you do that? Are you really not afraid of being punished by your superiors for doing this?" Qin Zhao's voice was not loud, but his words were like thunder and knives. They struck the hearts of the city guards hard, causing them to turn pale. Inexplicably, a sense of fear welled up in their hearts. If the Flat Demon City Lord found out about this, they would not be able to escape death. But who would dare to let the Demon Flattening City Lord know about this? As long as everyone behaved themselves, there wouldn't be any problems at all. Besides, there was still that person behind them. So what was there to be afraid of? Humph! At this moment, an angry snort sounded like thunder. A figure walked out of the crowd and walked to the front. His eyes were as wide as a bull's as he glared at Qin Shao with intense hatred. Just by looking at this person's attire, one could tell that he was different from the other gate guards. His status was obviously higher. From his aura, it was obvious that he was a second-step, heavenly venerable human immortal. Obviously, he was the captain of the city guards and was in charge of this side of the city gate. He could be considered the current official here. However, it was clear that the person who had arrived was very unfriendly. He was extremely furious at Qin Shao for ruining his plans and publicly saying such words. There were some things that everyone knew in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, the nature of the situation would be completely different. If everyone held back and did not say it out loud, they would treat it as an unspoken rule and let it pass. However, these things could not be exposed to the public. It was not that they would die if they saw the light, but they would naturally become much more dangerous if they saw the light. They were actually worried about such things. If they really made a big mess and it really reached the ears of the Flat Demon City Lord, they would really have to bear the consequences. Therefore, they were both afraid and furious at Qin Zhao's words. At this moment, they naturally wanted to kill Qin Shao, this scourge, and seal his sharp mouth forever. Kid, who sent you here to spread rumors and mislead the public? We allowed you to collect entrance fees here. How dare you say that we are abusing our power for personal gain? How dare you slander us like this? You are simply looking down on our Flat Demon City and humiliating us. How can I allow such an audacious person to behave so atrociously here? I think you are deliberately here to cause trouble. You are so young and yet you have learned to run amok. Humph, do you really think that no one can control you just because you are a second step, heavenly venerable and a genius? Do you think you can make a fuss here just because you can? Today, I will make you understand that our Flat Demon City is not a place where you can behave atrociously. After saying that, a sinister look flashed across the captain's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked aggressively. The other guards at the city gate were also prepared to take action. Retreat quickly. As soon as the battle started, Lin Xian immediately shouted at the crowd and protected them as they retreated quickly, giving way to the battlefield. The people queuing behind them also retreated one after another, distancing themselves from this troublesome place so that they would not be implicated. Humph, looks like I have exposed your ugly face and shameless scheme. Are you angry out of humiliation? This is a sign of a guilty conscience. Is that why you want to kill me to silence me? You want to seal my mouth? Does no one dare to say it? The truth is the truth. Just because others don't say it doesn't mean that they are fools. All of you are playing with fire. Chapter 21-27. Humph. Who is this kid? Why do I feel like he's a hothead? Why is he so reckless? Is he trying to get the whole group killed? Isn't that right? Why is he trying to compete with the city guards here? How can an arm be more powerful than a leg? Isn't he just making things difficult for himself? He's young and frivolous. He thinks he has some talent and strength, so he thinks he's above everyone else. There are plenty of people like him. People shouldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, they'll die quickly. This kid is definitely going to die here today. This group can forget about entering Flat Demon City. Let's just wait and watch the show. I hope this kid doesn't get us killed. It'll be bad if the city guards are in a bad mood and raise the price for us. That's right. That kid should die soon. It'll save us a lot of trouble if he dies. Qin Shao could not be bothered to listen to the heated discussions around him. All of them were cursing him. Humph. How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? You're just spouting nonsense. You deserve to die. The captain of the city guards snorted coldly and charged forward with all his might. He was also a second step, heavenly venerate who had cultivated a mediocre celestial technique. When he attacked with all his might, his power was not weak. His aura surged, and it felt as though dark clouds were covering the sky and the wind and clouds were surging. Such a ruthless method also shocked the others. Obviously, The captain of the city guards wanted to kill Qin Shao to silence him. Secondly, he wanted to establish his power and intimidate the others so that they would not dare to say anything. Moreover, this battle could not be dragged on for too long. It had to be ended quickly. Therefore, the moment he made his move, he naturally unleashed his strongest ultimate move, not giving Qin Shao a chance to resist. He knew that Qin Shao was a second step heavenly venerate, but he was confident that he could defeat him. Why would he care about an ordinary second step heavenly venerate? It's just a small trick. However, in Qin Zhao's opinion, his move was just a weak little trick. It felt like a strong adult facing the fist of a 3-year-old child. It did not have much strength and posed no threat to Qin Shao. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Qin Shao naturally did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful immortal pressure surged out. With the power of the law, it directly destroyed all the attacks of the captain, causing them to fall apart. The captain's expression changed when his attack was destroyed. He was so shocked that he was forced to retreat. Their gazes towards Qin Shao changed, filled with shock and disbelief. They were both second-step heavenly venerables. Moreover, the brat in front of him was obviously very old. He had attacked with all his strength. How could he be directly pushed back? What kind of strength was that? Was he a third-step heavenly venerate? However, he could clearly feel that Qin Shao was only a second-step heavenly venerate. He should be a second-step heavenly venerate. How could he be so strong? This kind of strength was so strong that it instantly shattered his self-confidence, leaving not a trace behind. This kind of strength made him understand very clearly that he was far from being a match for Qin Shao. If he continued to look for him, he would be the one to suffer. As the captain of the guards who guarded the city gate and a general who ruled over a region, he could be considered to be a person with some power. How could he accept that he had suffered such a big loss? Was this not a challenge to his dignity? However, he did have a guilty conscience about this matter, so he did not have much confidence to make a big deal out of it. If he did not have the confidence to suppress Qin Shao, he would only provoke the people above him if he went out again and expanded the war. Once the people above him asked about it, he was afraid that this matter would be exposed. The consequences would be even more unimaginable. Therefore, at this time, the captain was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He was hesitating, thinking about what to do. Such a scene shocked everyone around. They were all dumbfounded. Many people looked at Qin Shao in a completely different way. Especially those who had mocked Qin Shao just now. At this time, the expressions on their faces became very interesting. They all thought that Qin Shao would definitely die in the hands of the captain of the guards. There was no suspense at all. Such a person's death was not worth pitying. However, to their surprise, Qin Shao was still standing there calmly. The captain of the guards was actually beaten back by Qin Shao. Lin Xian and the others also looked at each other. They knew that Qin Shao was very strong, but they definitely did not expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so strong. This was the captain of the guards, a second-step heavenly venerate. How could he be beaten back by Qin Shao? Brother Qin, where did you come from? Could your strength really be comparable to a third-step heavenly venerate? Lin Xian secretly clicked her tongue in her heart. She was even more curious about Qin Shao, and even more impressed and worshipped him. In High Mountain Town, he was fully deserving of the title of the #1 youth genius. He was a true outstanding talent and a responsible youth. No matter what happened in town, his figure would always be involved. He was also the one who led the team for many important matters. Therefore, deep down, Lin Xian was actually somewhat arrogant. He also felt that he was a genius and was full of beautiful longing for his own future. He had always believed that he would definitely be able to break through to the fourth step, heavenly venerate level. This was the goal he had worked hard for all his life. It was the motivation for his perseverance and his strongest belief. However, compared to Qin Shao, he now realized that he was still far from being a genius. Qin Shao could be considered a true genius. This made him redefine the concept of a genius in his heart. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. This is indeed the case. I might not have understood this saying in the past, but now I have a deep understanding of it. Perhaps I have been a little too confident all these years and have become a little complacent. I can't be considered a genius, so I have to work even harder in my cultivation. Otherwise, I won't even be able to reach the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate level. I'm afraid that the third step, Heavenly Venerate level, is a height that I will never be able to reach in my entire life. This was a new understanding and a new motivation. The guards at the city gate stiffened as they looked at their captain and waited for his order. Should they fight or not? If they fought, then they would definitely attack together and suppress Qin Shao. The captain of the city gate guards was like a 1,000-year-old viper. His eyes flickered viciously as he glared at Qin Shao. He was angry, he hated, and he wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, he didn't dare make a move rashly. Qin Shao glared coldly at the captain of the city gate guards as he said, "What? Do you still want to continue fighting me? You are no match for me. If you want to fight, then all of you can come at me together. I will accompany you. Otherwise, you can call for reinforcements. You can tell them that someone is causing trouble at the city gate and offending the immortal might of Demon Suppression City. I will just wait here. As a person, I think it's best not to go overboard and be too black-hearted. If you had agreed to pay the 500 Chaos Source Stones and not hurt anyone, then I wouldn't have cared. If some things cross the line, then don't blame us for retaliating. If this matter blows up, it won't end well for you. Therefore, I would like to advise you to stop before you go too far. If you talk nicely now, then this matter can be settled. If you try to bully me, Qin Shao, and take my life, then I'm afraid you will be the ones to die in the end." Arrogant. Domineering. Qin Zhao's words were incomparably arrogant to the city gate guards. But to Lin Xian and the others, they were incomparably domineering. He dared to take on the city gate guards with his own strength. It felt as if he was challenging the immortal might of Demon Suppression City. As the ruler of this territory, Demon Suppression City held the power of life and death in its hands. Who would dare challenge the immortal might of Demon Suppression City alone? The city gate was the face of a city, where the immortal might of the city resided. Causing trouble at the city gate was an affront to the immortal might of Demon Suppression City. But Qin Shao dared to do so. How domineering was that? The worst thing was that the city gate guards didn't have the courage to fight Qin Shao to the death. If it were any other day, anyone who dared to cause trouble at the city gate would definitely be punished for offending the immortal might. But today was clearly an exception. The captain of the city gate guards gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to concede defeat and compromise. "Fine, we will give you 500 Chaos Source Stones and let you enter the city." The captain gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, the tense Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If they pooled together 500 Chaos Source Stones, they would barely be able to scrape together the required amount. Of course, after that, they would be so poor that they wouldn't even be able to afford wine after entering the city. But there was nothing they could do about it. It was already a blessing that they could resolve the matter this way. Lin Wan was just about to ask everyone to take out the Chaos Source Rocks when Qin Shao grunted softly and said, "I think you've got it all wrong. Did I not make myself clear enough? Or do you think that your selfishness is sacred and inviolable? After talking for so long, you're so benevolent and generous that you're willing to deduct 100 Chaos Source Stones with a wave of your hand? If that's the case, then let's not waste our time talking nonsense. Or you can fight me right now. Or you call for reinforcements. Or I'll enter the city directly. You choose." How could Qin Shao agree to such a thing? If he didn't make a move earlier on, the 500 Chaos Source Stones would just be 500 Chaos Source Stones. After suffering such a huge loss, Qin Shao didn't want to cause any more trouble. Furthermore, the Chaos Source Stones were provided by Lin Xian and the others. He could just return his share to Lin Xian later on. Qin Shao could ignore this matter as long as it didn't go overboard. Since he was going to interfere, how could he let them leave with 500 Chaos Source Stones? The captain was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth. He looked at Qin Shao with an even colder and angrier gaze. However, he didn't dare to really flare up. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he said, "I'll give you a 50% discount. How about 250 Chaos Source Stones?" "No, not even one." Qin Shao shook his head and said firmly. The captain of the city gate guards endured for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "All right." With that, he waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to let them pass. He actually let them pass without even taking a single Chaos Source Stone. Qin Zhao's actions left many people flabbergasted, and their blood boiled with excitement. Especially Lin Xian and the others. They were so impressed by Qin Shao that they wanted to prostrate themselves before him. From 600 Chaos Source Stones to entering the city without taking a single Chaos Source Stone, Qin Shao was amazing. "Let's go, let's enter the city." After the surprise, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and immediately waved her hand and said to everyone. Chapter 21-28. Seeing Qin Shao and the others swagger into the city, the guard captain gnashed his teeth in anger. His eyes were filled with viciousness. You've ruined His Highness the Eighth Prince's plans. Don't even think about getting away with it. His Highness the Eighth Prince will definitely let you know how to write the word regret. Enraged, the guard captain said to the man in charge of guarding the city, "Those behind you who want to enter the city will have to pay 50% more. Originally, the entrance fee was already very expensive. Now that the city gate guard captain had opened his mouth and asked for an additional 50%, the people who were queuing up to enter the city naturally couldn't accept it. Why should they enter the city for free while we have to pay 50% more? Is there still any law? That's right. It's one thing for you to abuse your power for personal gain. Everyone knows this. Don't you think this is too much? I think it's better if you give us a 50% discount. Perhaps we can cooperate and pay. If you want to charge more, don't even think about it. At most, we'll band together and refuse to pay a single cent. Let's see what you can do. If you want to make a scene, let's make it big. Let the entire Demon Suppression City know about it." "That's right. Let's band together. This is too much. This is too much. As long as we don't pay, let's see if he dares to stop us from entering the city." "That's right. The Demon Suppression City's Grand Bazaar is a grand event. I don't believe you have the guts to stop us from entering the city. If anything happens and the Demon Suppression City Lord blames us, you'll have to bear the consequences." "That's right. We don't want to pay a single cent. Why should we pay the city entrance fee? There's no precedent for this. If you want to abuse your power for personal gain, don't be too unsightly. If each of you symbolically accept a few Chaos Source rocks, no one will say anything. Who can tolerate you if you play like this? Let's band together. Let's see if he dares to suppress us. I don't care if you pay or not. I'm not paying. If you want to make a scene, let's make it big. How dare you, how dare you? You're all rebelling?" The city gate guard captain was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His tiger-like body was trembling violently. He was unable to restrain his anger and even had the intention to kill. And this endless anger would naturally be blamed on Qin Shao. If Qin Shao had not come out to stir up this mess, nothing would have happened at all. He could safely and comfortably keep the Chaos Source Rock. When he returned, he would be able to complete his task and receive a generous reward. This was a great opportunity for him to make a fortune, but now it was ruined by Qin Shao. How could he not be angry? However, he did not dare to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, the city lord's mansion. The guard captain hurriedly found His Highness the Eighth Prince and explained the situation at the city gate in detail. Humph! After hearing the guard captain's explanation, His Highness the Eighth Prince snorted angrily. His cold eyes were filled with intense anger as he swept a glance at the guard captain. The guard captain was scared out of his wits. He knelt down with a pale face and hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. I did not do my job well and ruined Your Highness's plan. I know my mistake and I deserve to die." His Highness Eighth Prince's handsome face was also filled with coldness. His eyes were like sharp blades as he fiercely glared at the guard captain. "Then," he said, "this Highness truly wants to kill you so that I can feel a bit better. You can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of keeping you alive? But now I have something for you to do. I'll spare your life." Hearing that His Highness the Eighth Prince did not kill him, the guard captain hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for sparing my life, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. I'll definitely do my best to serve Your Highness the Eighth Prince. But this matter has already caused an uproar. The barbarians outside the city are making a big fuss. Your Highness the Eighth Prince, please instruct me on what to do. If I don't act now, I'm afraid something will happen." A cold glint flashed across His Highness the Eighth Prince's eyes. He fell silent for a moment before he said, "What else can we do now? If this continues and the matter spreads, I'm afraid it will alarm the governor. So, we can only do this now. You can handle it well." That brat caused me to suffer such heavy losses this time. How can I let him off so easily? Quickly send someone to investigate the whereabouts of those barbarians and report back to me at any time. If you don't handle this matter well, don't come back to see me." The guard captain immediately nodded and replied, "As you command, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. I understand. I'll handle it properly." After saying that, the guard captain quickly retreated and left the place. Once they entered Flat Demon City, the bustling streets were presented before everyone's eyes. The sides of the wide streets were filled with shops of various colors. They were filled with a dazzling array of goods that dazzled one's eyes. On the streets, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. It was a bustling cauldron of voices. It was a scene of prosperity. For many people, this was their first time seeing such a scene. Naturally, they were very excited. Lin Wan was still all right, but for the others, this was their first time in Flat Demon City. Furthermore, it was the busiest time in Flat Demon City. Therefore, they were all looking left and right, looking here and there. Curiosity was written all over their faces. The matter just now was also thrown to the back of everyone's minds. "Brother Qin, I feel that this is not something that the captain of the city gate guards would dare to do. I'm afraid the truth behind this matter is not as simple as it seems," Lin Wan suddenly said. He was a smart person. He had already seen through some things, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. Qin Shao understood Lin Wan's worries and said, "Yes, you're right. The truth behind this matter is not as simple as it seems. A guard captain alone would not dare to do such a thing even if he was given 100 guts. I'm afraid there's someone with a very high status behind all of this. Those city gate guards are just following orders from others. The person who dares to do such a thing must not be simple." In fact, Qin Shao did not say anything. He already had some guesses about this matter. According to his speculation, the person behind this was most likely a descendant of the Flat Demon City Lord. This matter would definitely not end here. There would definitely be some trouble in the future. Qin Shao also knew this. However, Qin Shao did not care about this. If the person behind this was really so blind, it was not impossible to teach him a lesson. The Flat Demon City Lord, Qin Shao, was not afraid of anything. Lin Wan became even more worried after hearing Qin Zhao's words. He said, "Brother Qin, if that's the case, we may still have trouble in the future. We should be more careful." Qin Shao patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry too much. There will definitely be some trouble. But I think the person behind this won't dare act recklessly. After all, the Great Fair is a grand event in Flat Demon City. The Flat Demon City Lord is very concerned about it. Even if the person behind this wants to cause trouble for us, his first target will be me. As for you, maybe you will be implicated, but he won't do anything too obvious. Otherwise, if something really happens, the person behind this will not be able to clean up the mess. Since he let us into the city, it means that he won't dare cause trouble." Lin Feng nodded. He thought about it and agreed. During the Great Fair, the rules of Flat Demon City were very strict. Nobody dared cause trouble at that time. Even the people of the city didn't dare cause trouble. Otherwise, the Flat Demon City Lord would punish them. It was a grand event. It represented the prestige of the Flat Demon City Lord. Who would dare cause trouble? Besides, it had already happened. Thinking too much about it was useless. Lin Feng had to think on the bright side. "Little boy, you broke my celestial treasure. Hurry up and pay for it." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, attracting the attention of Qin Shao and Lin Xian. This was because the voice belonged to a young man from High Mountain Town. After being yelled at, the young man's face turned pale with fright. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "It's not me, it's not me. I didn't break it. I just touched it. I didn't break it." The shop owner was furious and said, "If it wasn't you, who else could it be? You saw it a moment ago. The celestial treasure was fine. Then why did it shatter when you touched it? Now you're telling me it wasn't you? Do you think I'll believe you? Who else could it be apart from you? A lot of people saw it just now. Do you still want to deny it? If you don't admit it, I'll drag you to the court. Let's see if you still dare to deny it then. If you admit it now, you'll just have to pay for it. If you go to the court, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as paying for it." The young man was so anxious that he was about to cry. He was helpless and didn't know what to do. He wanted to explain, but he felt that he couldn't. The others around him were also stunned. They didn't know what to say. Qin Shao didn't notice what was going on. Now he understood. This shop had placed a very exquisite immortal treasure for sale, and then the youth went to touch it, but strangely, the moment the youth touched it, the immortal treasure shattered. So the shop owner said that the young man had broken the celestial treasure and wanted him to pay for it. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. He was chatting with Qin Shao and didn't notice what was going on. The young man hurriedly explained to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin Xian, it really wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I didn't break the celestial treasure. I saw that the celestial treasure was very beautiful, exquisite, and mysterious. So I looked at it for a while and couldn't help but touch it. But after I touched it, the celestial treasure broke into pieces. I don't know what's going on." Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Then before you touched it, was the immortal treasure in perfect condition?" The young man wanted to say something, but he thought for a while and said, "I think it was fine. But I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. But I'm very sure that I didn't break the celestial treasure. I really didn't." Lin Xian looked at the others. Most of them shook their heads. They didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to say anything. "That's right, brother Lin Xian. It shouldn't be Ah Shao who broke it. I only saw Ah Shao touch it and the celestial treasure broke into pieces. It's too strange. I think there's something wrong with this." Lin Xian naturally believed Ah Shao. They were on the same side, so he definitely trusted Ah Shao. So Lin Xian didn't believe that Ah Shao broke the celestial treasure. If it was true, Ah Shao would definitely admit it. Chapter 21-29. Blackmail. Qin Shao and Lin Xian both thought of the same thing. This situation was clearly a premeditated blackmail. The human heart was not what it used to be, and it was hard to fathom. Without experience, it was easy to lose out. Lin Xian guessed what was going on, but it was hard to explain. Plus, this was Flat Demon City. Anyone who could open a shop in Flat Demon City was a capable person, and definitely had a powerful faction backing him. Lin Xian didn't dare offend such a person. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said, "Shop owner, my brother is an honest man. He won't lie. If he really did damage it, he will admit it. There must be some misunderstanding here." I think, however, the shop owner didn't give Lin Xian a chance to finish. He waved his hand at Lin Xian and said angrily, "Of course you're lying for him. An honest man? You are just a bunch of barbarians who came from the mountains. None of you have seen much of the world. You're the most dishonest of all. I've seen too many people like you who pretend to be honest. You just don't want to pay up. You guys look decent, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You dare to do it, but you don't dare admit it. I feel ashamed for you." Being wronged by the shop owner, a Shao panicked and hurriedly explained, I really didn't. I swear I didn't." "Swear? How much is that thing worth?" The shop owner blocked A Zhao's words with one sentence. Everyone was anxious and angry. They'd run into an unreasonable shop owner. They were clearly trying to bully them. But now that they had entered the Flat Demon City, they were in other people's territory. "So what?" Lin Xian said, "Shop owner, you can't say that. If you did it, you did it. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. If you don't believe me, I can have a Shao swear to the heavens with his soul. There's no problem at all." "Cut the crap. I don't believe a word you say. We've always valued integrity when doing business. Our reputation is our foundation. My shop has been here for several universe epochs, and I've never done any dishonest business. You guys broke it, so you guys broke it. You can't deny it even if you want to. In short, if you know what's good for you, pay up quickly. If you pay up, I'll let you leave. I've seen too many little sluts like you. Don't play this old-fashioned game with me. I'm not buying it." The shopkeeper waved his hand and ignored Lin Xian's words. This made Lin Xian even more certain that this was a trap set up by the shopkeeper in advance to blackmail them. She could only blame Ah Zhao's bad luck for falling into the shop owner's trap. Now, she really couldn't defend herself. Moreover, the shop owner was obviously trying to intimidate them. More than a dozen shop assistants also walked up aggressively. The shopkeeper was also a second step, heavenly venerable realm human immortal, and there were more than 10 waiters. Although they didn't have an advantage in terms of numbers compared to Qin Zhao's group, these people were from Flat Demon City. They were in their territory, so they naturally had an invisible support. Moreover, it was obvious that the shopkeeper only needed to call for help, and there would definitely be many helpers coming over. This was bullying the customers. Such a scene pressured the people of High Mountain Town until they didn't know what to do. They definitely couldn't fight head-on. They would suffer a great loss. A Shao looked like he hated himself to death. If he hadn't touched it, this wouldn't have happened. However, it was too late to say all this now. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and Qin Shao. What should they do now? Lin Xian gritted her teeth and said helplessly, "All right, we'll compensate you. However, let me make it clear first. I'm only compensating you because I can't explain things clearly to you. I'm not certain that we broke it. We'll take it as our purchase." The shopkeeper sneered. "Hee hee, you young people like to play with empty words. I'm running a business. I don't want to make things too awkward. As long as you're willing to compensate, you can say whatever you want. I don't care about anything else. This 7 treasures glazed jade carving is the work of a top sculptor. It's an extremely precious work of art that has existed for tens of thousands of epochs. It's extremely rare for it to be preserved in such perfect condition. This item is extremely precious. It's the treasure of my shop. I'm only willing to take it out because it's for this big market. I wouldn't be willing to take it out otherwise." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Lin Xian's expression immediately turned cold and gloomy. Obviously, this was a huge trap. Lin Xian had originally thought that if the shopkeeper's demands weren't too harsh, just a few hundred chaos source rocks, she would grit her teeth and bear with it. But looking at the situation did not look good. Lin Xian couldn't suppress her anger any longer. She said coldly, "Just tell us how much you want us to compensate. You don't have to be so fancy. You're the one who says everything. We don't know." The shopkeeper's foxtail finally showed itself. He extended a finger toward Lin Xian and smiled meaningfully. 1,000? Lin Xian asked with a frown. However, her instincts told her that it wouldn't be that simple. If it was that number, it would be too much. It was just that bad things often happened. After Lin Wan asked, the shop owner shook his head with a cold smile and said, 10,000 chaos source stones. Look at how poor you guys are. I'll be merciful and give you a 9% discount. Consider it my bad luck. You guys can pay 9,900 chaos source stones. This price is already very generous. This is the treasure of my shop. In the past, I couldn't bear to sell it even if someone offered me 10,000 chaos source rocks. 9,900 chaos source rocks? What was the difference between that and 10,000 chaos source rocks? How could he act so benevolent? Could he be any more shameless? Hearing this astronomical figure, the people of High Mountain Town were dumbfounded. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Some of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What kind of joke was this? 10,000 chaos source rocks? How was this extortion? How was this robbery? It was simply a death sentence. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to kill him. He didn't care about the life and death of others. 10,000 chaos source stones were enough to purchase a mid-grade immortal artifact. No matter how one looked at it, the so-called 7 treasures glazed jade carving looked like an ordinary carving. No matter how good the quality of the carving was, it would not be worth so many chaos source stones. 10,000 chaos source rocks was a sky-high price. Many third-step heavenly venerates couldn't even fork out 10,000 chaos source rock. Lin Xian, who had been enduring silently, couldn't take it anymore. She was furious. 100 chaos source rocks is a price higher than that. We can't afford it. Thank you for thinking so highly of us. Do you really think that we can fork out 10,000 chaos source rocks? I'll say it again. If we didn't break the item, we didn't break it. If you want to bully us, I can admit defeat. However, it has to be within my means. If it's beyond my means, I'd rather die than submit. I won't tolerate it. You're a smart man, but we're not fools. I think we know very well what's going on. You're strong and your shop is big. I admit that you're bullying us outsiders. However, if you want to kill us, I'm sorry. We can only fight with our lives. I've already made it very clear. If it's more than 100 chaos source rocks, we won't pay. Shop owner, if you have any requests, just come at us. We're prepared to fight to the death. Lin Xian had no other choice. She was really at her wits' end. Under such circumstances, she could only retaliate in such a way. She could only fight with her life on the line. They couldn't even fork out 600 chaos source rocks, let alone 10,000 chaos source rock. Perhaps because of the previous experience, everyone was very united this time. They were also very determined and resolute. They were going to risk their lives to defend the dignity that they should have. No matter how weak they were, they should still have dignity. Humph! The shop owner sneered in disdain. A sinister smile appeared on his face, as though his scheme had succeeded. You people won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Alright. Since you're still so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. No one dares to cause trouble in my shop. Lin Xian's resistance seemed to have fallen into the shop owner's trap. At this moment, Qin Shao suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of the shop owner. She stared coldly at him. Her gaze was as cold as the Grim Reaper's, causing the shop owner's heart to go numb. He had never seen such a terrifying gaze before. It was so sharp that he didn't dare to look directly at it. After a few glances, a sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. Why did he have such a feeling? The young man in front of him looked like a second-step heavenly venerate, and he was so young. He was also a second-step heavenly venerate human immortal, and had been a second-step heavenly venerate for several epochs. He could be considered an experienced senior. Although he had been stuck at second-step heavenly venerate all this while, his accumulation over the years had given him a lot of confidence. With such strength, how could he be frightened by a young man's gaze? The shop owner felt humiliated. "Brother Qin, don't," Lin Xian wanted to persuade Qin Shao. He felt that this was their high mountain town's matter, and they shouldn't drag Qin Shao into it. However, Qin Shao didn't wait for him to finish. Instead, he said, "Leave this matter to me." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard Qin Shao's words. From his tone, he could tell that Qin Shao was very confident. Did Qin Shao have a way to resolve this matter? Just as everyone was nervous, Qin Shao suddenly smiled at the shop owner. "Shop owner, don't be so nervous. I'm not with them. I just met them halfway and happened to be walking together. As for me, I actually want to ask you to take a look at something. I see that your shop doesn't just sell immortal treasures. You also buy immortal treasures, right?" This didn't seem right. Wasn't this a little too fast? Lin Xian and the others didn't know how to react to such a big turn. They all looked at Qin Shao in confusion. They didn't know what Qin Shao was up to. The shop owner, who was ready to attack, was also stunned. What was going on? Didn't this guy come out to spar with me? After a moment, the shop owner said, "Yes, of course I buy immortal treasures. Why, do you have something to sell?" Chapter 2130. What Qin Shao handed over was also a jade carving. It was surrounded by immortal qi and looked like a work of God. At first glance, one could tell that it was a very delicate work of art. And it was not as simple as a work of art. With such a strong immortal qi lingering around it, it also exuded a strong immortal power. It already had some spirituality. This was definitely a very good immortal treasure. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was valuable. The shop owner had been in business for so many years, so naturally, he had developed a kind of occupational disease. When he saw something good, he could not help but want to take it over and take a good look at it. He wanted to take all the good things. The thing he took out just now was actually a relatively ordinary thing. But at this time, the thing in Qin Zhao's hand was a real rare treasure. It was the pinnacle of art. This jade is Agar Industry White Jade. It's actually the rare Agar Industry White Jade. With such a big pile of it, it's really extravagant to use it to carve a work of art. The shop owner immediately discovered the material of the jade carving in Qin Zhao's hand. He was so shocked that his eyes could not help but light up. Seeing such a rare piece of art, the shop owner was naturally very excited. However, this shop owner was obviously a wily old fox. Although he was very excited, his expression was like an ancient well. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. The shop owner's hand was just about to move, but he immediately stopped. He looked at Qin Shao with a meaningful smile and said, "Young man, do you want to play this game with me?" "Heh, I won't fall for your tricks. Do you think I don't know those little tricks in your heart? Well, I'll just take a look at it. Don't give it to me. You can put it away." Qin Shao said with a look of pity, "It turns out that when you open the door to do business, you will also refuse customers. I thought you would not refuse customers. Although I don't know how to do business, I have never heard of such a thing. Since you don't want to accept this immortal treasure of mine, then forget it. I'll go to another shop and ask." I originally wanted to take advantage of this big market, to sell it at a good price. It seems that you don't know the value of the goods. Or rather, you're too timid to accept it. Forget it then. I think there will be someone who will be pleasing to the eye. I was thinking of selling this thing to compensate you for your loss, shopkeeper. From the looks of it, we can only think of another way. Lin Xian looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Was he going to admit defeat? It didn't make sense. This didn't seem like Qin Zhao's style. How could he willingly jump into such a huge pit? That thing was obviously not broken by a Shao. Even if it was broken by a Shao, it wasn't worth much. It was just a little fancy. But at most, it would only be worth 100 Chaos Source Stones. The first thing he said was 10,000. It was obvious that he was trying to kill him. How could he take such a huge loss? 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Even if they sold off all of their resources, they wouldn't be able to gather so many Chaos Source Stones. Along the way, the impression that Qin Shao gave everyone was that he was strong, not afraid of power, daring to fight and kill. He was kind, but also abhorred evil. When he encountered injustice, he dared to settle it. This was Qin Shao. He was a genius and a hero worthy of respect. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't understand Qin Zhao's current actions. This didn't seem like Qin Zhao's style at all. Perhaps there was a trick to it? After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "Wait, young man. Are you sure you want to sell it?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, what else can I do? Look at us. Do we look like we can afford to pay for that immortal treasure? So, I have no choice but to sell something. Shopkeeper, if you don't want to take it, it's fine. I'll just go to another shop and ask. Flat Demon City is so big. I think there should be people who want to buy it. We're all honest people. We don't want to get into any trouble. But shopkeeper, don't bully outsiders like us. There are gods watching over us." "Humph, humph, there's a god watching from above?" The shopkeeper sneered in his heart. He had already categorized Qin Shao as someone easy to bully. He had 10,000 ways to deal with this kind of person. The shopkeeper also looked a little troubled. He said, "Actually, I really don't want to take this kind of thing. After all, our shop doesn't lack good immortal treasures. However, from the looks of it, you're in a difficult situation. I'll make an exception and take it. Although the craftsmanship of this thing is not bad, and the overall quality is not bad. However, it's not worth much. How about this? I'm unlucky today. I'll give you 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. No one in the entire Flat Demon City would be able to afford such a price." 5,000? Qin Shao immediately laughed and said, "Shopkeeper, do you think that everyone except you is a fool?" When he heard Qin Zhao's words, the shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. He frowned and looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao put the thing away. His expression darkened. He said, "Maybe we're not as smart as you. We're outsiders without much strength. But that doesn't mean we're stupid and willing to be bullied. There should be a limit to everything, right? Shopkeeper, do you really want to force us into a dead end? 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. I can't believe you can make such a price. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll find someone else." This time, the shopkeeper didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled obsequiously and pulled Qin Shao back. He said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Bargaining is all about doing business. Can't you just quote a higher price? Business is a business between two parties. It has to be consensual. If you're unwilling, it can't be done, right? How about this? You make a price and I'll see if I can accept it. If I can accept it, we'll have a deal." Qin Shao smiled faintly. The fish had taken the bait. He said, "Although I'm not too sure about the exact value of this treasure, it should be at least 10,000 Chaos Source Stones." When he heard Qin Zhao's words, the shopkeeper sneered in his heart and called him a fool. How could this be worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? His eyes were really bad. But then again, it was normal. How could a person from a small town have so much knowledge? This time, he was going to take advantage of the situation. 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? Who told you that? A piece of art is worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. That's extremely rare, the shopkeeper said immediately. Qin Shao pointed at the broken immortal treasure and said, "Didn't you say that your immortal treasure was only worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? This looks very ordinary to me. If it's worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones, why can't mine be worth the same?" "Shopkeeper, you're still not willing to make a price. I don't think there's anything else to talk about." Qin Zhao's words made the shopkeeper's mouth twitch. His item was only worth 10 Chaos Source Stones. How could it be worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? How could he have an immortal treasure worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones in his shop? Not to mention his shop, he couldn't even find one on this street. However, the immortal treasure in Qin Zhao's hands was indeed worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. The shopkeeper hesitated for a while, and looked like he was in a difficult position. He said, "All right, I'll take the loss this time. Let's make it 10,000 Chaos Source Stones." "That's great. It's even with the one you broke. Give me that immortal treasure and we'll be even." "Hee goodbye." Qin Shao chuckled meaningfully and didn't say much. She directly bade farewell to the shop owner. The shopkeeper was stunned. He had thought that Qin Shao would be easy to deal with. It seemed like he should be easy to deal with. However, the situation didn't seem right. Why did he feel like it was a little difficult to deal with this young man? Seeing that Qin Shao was really about to leave, the shopkeeper pulled on Qin Shao again and said with a flattering smile, All right. I'll give you a final price. 12,000 Chaos Source Stones. That's definitely my bottom line. I can't ask for more. I don't think there's a second person on this street who dares to offer such a price. You can try. If you can't accept this price, then please leave. However, you'll have to compensate me for this immortal treasure first." With that, the shopkeeper gestured for Qin Shao to go ahead. He was obviously retreating in order to advance. How could Qin Shao not know this trick? If he was really selling an immortal treasure, Qin Shao wouldn't have done this. However, he had a plan now. 12,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao pretended to be considering carefully, as if he couldn't accept this price. Seeing this, the shopkeeper began to feel happy in his heart. Based on his experience, generally, people who showed serious consideration would nod and agree. This time, he had made a big profit. It was good to meet such a person who hadn't seen much of the world. This opening was enough for him to eat for several epochs. The shopkeeper didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Seeing that Qin Shao was still hesitating, he seized the opportunity and said, "Why don't you go to another shop and ask for the price before you come back? I'm not in a hurry. This price is already the best I can offer. I completely believe that no one on this street can offer a higher price than me. If it weren't for the fact that you're honest and can't afford to compensate for my immortal treasure, I wouldn't have offered 12,000 Chaos Source Stones." The shopkeeper's words were full of confidence, as if he had suffered a great loss. In this way, it would give other people a hint. Qin Shao also pretended to be shocked by the shopkeeper's words. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, 12,000 Chaos Source Stones it is. It's fine as long as I can go back and explain." Seeing that Qin Shao nodded and agreed, the shopkeeper was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he really made a big profit. This feeling was too good. He had been running this shop for so many years, but this was the first time he had made such a big profit. Today, he had indeed run into good luck. "Then give it to me." The shopkeeper reached out to Qin Shao and motioned for him to give the immortal treasure to him. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately threw the immortal treasure to the shopkeeper. Seeing that Qin Shao really sold the immortal treasure to the shopkeeper for 12,000 Chaos Source Stones, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he restrained himself. On the one hand, he felt that Qin Shao wouldn't do such a big loss. On the other hand, he felt that perhaps Qin Shao had other intentions. Let's wait and see first. If he spoke rashly, he might ruin Qin Zhao's plan. After receiving the immortal treasure, the shopkeeper immediately put it away, as if he was afraid that it would fly away. He was wild with joy, but his face remained calm. This was not something that ordinary people could have. The shopkeeper threw a space ring to Qin Shao and said, "Check it. There are 2,000 Chaos Source Stones inside." Qin Shao took the space ring and checked it. There were indeed 2,000 Chaos Source Stones inside. Chapter 21:31. Ha ha ha! When he saw Qin Shao and the others walking away, the shopkeeper laughed heartily. He was in an extremely good mood. "This bunch of inexperienced little fellows want to play with me? I used a small item worth only 10 Chaos Source Stones to swindle a rare treasure worth at least 30,000 Chaos Source Stones. I was just following orders to make things difficult for these people. I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. I've really made a killing today." As he spoke, the shopkeeper took out the immortal treasure and prepared to admire it. But immediately, his expression became very interesting and unsightly. Where's the immortal treasure? I clearly placed it here just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? That's impossible. I clearly took it and placed it here personally. There can't be any problems. How did it disappear? Just now. No, that young man left immediately after giving me the immortal treasure. I made sure to keep it properly. How did it disappear? Was I fooled? In the blink of an eye, a perfectly fine immortal treasure had disappeared without a trace. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched violently at such a huge loss. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. How could this be? What exactly was going on? The shopkeeper tried his best to recall every detail. The more he thought, the paler his face became. The more ferocious his expression became, and the more the anger in his eyes burned. I understand now. You brat, I actually fell for your trick. You brat, you've been pretending to be weak and foolish. In fact, you've been secretly plotting against me. I really fell for your trick. I originally thought that you were a young chick who was easy to manipulate. I didn't expect you to be such a shrewd fellow. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that the scheming and astute me would fall for your trick. Was that physiognomy just now? Damn it. How dare you play with me? You made me give you 2,000 Chaos Source Stones for nothing. This grudge is formed. Don't think that you'll have an easy time. Qin Shao and the others continued to move forward, but because of what had just happened, they were obviously unhappy. Everyone was in a bad mood. Especially as Shao, he had been blaming himself. After all, it was all because of him that Qin Shao suffered such a big loss and was ruthlessly ripped off by that store owner. The world was sinister and complicated. Although they had heard a lot from the old people in town, they had never experienced it themselves, so it was hard for them to understand. Brother Qin, why did you do that just now? I don't think it's your style to do something like this when you know you're at a disadvantage. Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. He had been wanting to say something earlier, but he had been holding it in. Moreover, he had always felt that Qin Shao should not do something that would cause him to suffer such a great loss. However, it seemed that things were not as he had imagined. This matter still ended in such a way. The matter was over, but the way it was resolved clearly made everyone feel very unhappy. They were all very sullen. 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. They had been cheated out of 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. This was wealth that High Mountain Town could not accumulate over tens of millions of years. Although it was Qin Shao who had stepped forward to resolve the matter, they still felt that they owed Qin Shao and felt very apologetic. Qin Shao smiled lightly and said, "How is it not my style? Then what style do you think I should use to solve this problem?" Lin Xian was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said, I don't think you would submit to that store owner and suffer such an obvious loss. If that's not the case, then what do you think I should do? Do you have a better solution? Qin Shao asked again. Lin Xian was stunned again. Did he have a better solution? Obviously not. If he did, he would have stepped forward to resolve the matter long ago. It was precisely because he didn't know how to bring it up. Was he really going to use force? What had happened just now was indeed difficult to explain. Even if Ah Shao jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. After all, Ah Shao had indeed touched that immortal treasure. Although he didn't know what method the store owner had used to break Ah Zhao's immortal treasure the moment he touched it, the store owner had blamed Ah Shao for it. But the shopkeeper insisted on framing Ah Shao with this, which was also unreasonable. If this matter continued, they would only end up fighting force with force. Otherwise, they would report this matter to the City Lord Manor, and let the City Lord Manor decide. However, the store owner was from Flat Demon City. There were probably people in the City Lord Manor who knew him. When that happened, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, he still felt that there was no solution. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xian had wanted to spend money to avoid this disaster. He thought that if they only had to compensate him with 100 or even 200 Chaos Source Stones, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and pay for it. He would just treat it as spending money to buy safety and a lesson. What else could he do? Qin Zhao's solution was indeed out of desperation. However, how could he not feel heartache when he thought about losing 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? Qin Shao smiled and said, Lin Xian, you're right about one thing. I definitely won't do something that will cause me to lose out, much less something that will cause me to suffer such a huge loss. What did he mean? Lin Xian looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Everyone else also looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Wouldn't do something that would cause him to lose out? But he had clearly suffered a huge loss just now. Could it be that the immortal treasure wasn't worth 12,000 Chaos Source Stones? But that couldn't be right. The store owner was a sly old fox. How could he have misjudged something so valuable? Besides, they had also seen it. Although they didn't have that kind of eyesight, they could clearly see that the immortal treasure was extraordinary. It was definitely a rare and precious treasure. Therefore, everyone did not understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao flipped his palm, and the immortal treasure that he had just sold to the store owner appeared in his hand again. Seeing this, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. They were dumbfounded and looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. What was going on? Just now, they saw with their own eyes that Qin Shao had clearly given this immortal treasure to the store owner. How could it appear in Qin Zhao's hands again? It didn't make sense. That immortal treasure had already been kept by the store owner. How could Qin Shao have the ability to take it back silently? Moreover, he had left immediately after giving it to the store owner. No one had seen him do anything at all. But soon, everyone saw that the immortal treasure in Qin Zhao's hand turned into countless starlight and slowly dissipated into the void. Soon, it turned into nothingness. Gone? Disappeared into nothingness? This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Brother Qin, could it be that you used the art of physiognomy just now? Lin Xian, who had seen a little of the world, immediately thought of a possibility after thinking about it. Qin Shao nodded at Lin Xian and said, Yes, you're right. It was the art of physiognomy. Actually, what I gave the store owner just now was just an illusion created by the art of physiognomy. It wasn't real. Therefore, I also earned 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao rarely used the art of physiognomy. Today, it came in handy. Usually, Qin Shao wouldn't use the art of physiognomy in a battle. After all, the only people who were worthy of his attention were those who were at the fourth step of the celestial venerable realm. Qin Zhao's physiognomy couldn't do anything to those in this realm. But against a second step celestial venerable, the art of physiognomy was still very useful. Therefore, Qin Zhao used the art of physiognomy this time and directly played the store owner ruthlessly. I'm really impressed. I really admire Brother Qin. I didn't expect you to cultivate the extremely rare art of physiognomy. Moreover, you've cultivated it to such a high level. Both the store owner and I couldn't see any flaws just now. That's a great move. Lin Xian was full of admiration. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and smiled. The art of physiognomy has already lost its effect. The store owner must be hopping mad now. I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine. He tricked us first and then I tricked him back. I even earned an extra 2,000 Chaos Source Stones from him. I guess I've won this round. When dealing with people like him, you should use more ruthless methods. Qin Zhao's method indeed felt like he was killing people without leaving a trace. Not only did he settle the matter perfectly, but he also earned quite a bit of money. It was killing two birds with one stone. Everyone was finally relieved. Everything was clear now. They admired Qin Zhao even more now. But Brother Qin, you cheated the store owner of 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. I don't think the store owner will let it go so easily, right? Lin Xian thought about it and said worriedly. Qin Zhao smiled faintly and said, Yes, the store owner will definitely not let it go so easily. But it doesn't matter. If he can make a move, I can also make a move. It's impossible for him to take advantage of me. This matter is considered over. The store owner is also in the wrong, so he won't easily make trouble for us. If he wasn't in the wrong, he would probably have come after us by now. Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. Firstly, the store owner was in the wrong. Secondly, the store owner thought that he had gotten a great deal and bought it willingly. Qin Zhao looked at Xiao and said, This matter is over. You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. This was a well-designed trap in the first place. You were just unlucky to have fallen into it. However, you do have to be more careful next time. Consider it a lesson for yourself. But generally speaking, legitimate stores won't cheat customers like this, so don't take it to heart. Honesty is the most important thing when doing business. Most stores are not bad. Feel free to look around. Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded. He looked at Qin Zhao gratefully and said, Okay. Thank you, big brother Qin Zhao. I understand. I will be more careful in the future. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. The group continued on their way after this matter was resolved. Along the way, Lin Xian looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself several times. When he saw this, Qin Zhao sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Lin Xian glanced at Qin Zhao. He knew that he couldn't hide his thoughts. Since Qin Zhao had taken the initiative to ask, he might as well say it. Brother Qin, I don't think this matter is as simple as it seems. What do you want to say? Qin Zhao asked again. I think that the shop owner must have been instructed to do so. If it was an ordinary scammer, he wouldn't ask for such a sky-high price. It would be more reasonable to ask for 100 or 200. If he asked for 10,000, his purpose was obviously not to get money, but to make things difficult for us. Lin Xian said. Qin Zhao smiled. The situation behind this was certainly not as simple as it seemed. He had long seen that the store owner was instructed by someone. However, he didn't say it out loud for fear that others would be affected. Chapter 2132. The liveliness and prosperity of Flat Demon City did not attract Qin Zhao. In terms of liveliness and prosperity, Flat Demon City was only about the same as Linfu City during its normal days. Most of the people on the streets were first step heavenly venerables. Second step heavenly venerables were rare. Third step heavenly venerables were almost non-existent. The strength of a city could be judged from the number of people on the street. If most of the people on the streets were first step and second step heavenly venerables, and third step heavenly venerables were also common, then this city must be very powerful. Soon, the group arrived at a black market. The so-called black market here was not illegal, but because there were many stalls here that sold antique. There was a lot of turnover, so it was called the black market. Lin Xian introduced it to everyone. This is one of the more famous places in Flat Demon City. People are used to calling it the black market. It's also known as Treasure Street. Because street stalls are allowed here, many people can bring whatever they want to sell here to set up street stalls. If we want to sell, we can also set up street stalls here. Moreover, the things here are more messy. Many antiques are found from unknown places. Some of them are very ancient and no one can recognize what they are. Some of them are even buried with powerhouses. They were dug up and sold here. It's precisely because there are many things of unknown origin here that the black market is called. A lot of things that are stolen, robbed, or dug up will flow into this place. There's also an unwritten rule for people who come here to buy and sell things, and that is to leave without asking where the things came from. If you've taken a fancy to it, you can complete a transaction after negotiating a price. This place is also under the protection of Flat Demon City's city lord. Everything that enters the black market can be sold, and no one dares to cause trouble here. Although the things in this black market are more messy, there are still some good things that come out from time to time. Some people have even bought fragments of holy relics in the black market. Therefore, the black market is also called Treasure Street by many people. Indeed, many people have found treasures in the black market. Qin Shao had seen a few similar black markets before, so he did not find it novel at all. On the other hand, the people from High Mountain Town were curious. After entering the black market, it was indeed bustling with activity. Huge squares were connected by streets, forming a huge market. In those huge plazas there were many street stalls. As far as the eye could see, there were street stalls everywhere. Aside from the sidewalk, the other places were basically filled with street stalls. All kinds of people were strolling around the black market. Quite a few shouts could be heard, and quite a few people stopped in front of the stalls to bargain with the stall owner, so this place was obviously very lively and noisy. Hey handsome guys, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come and take a look. I have some freshly baked goods here. Hee, this time I've brought out some of my most precious goods. It doesn't matter if you buy it or not. Come and have a look, chat, and make friends. Yo, this brother, I see that this divine soaring wings is especially suitable for you. With this divine soaring wings, your speed will increase by at least 10 times, and your strength will definitely increase greatly. I usually sell this divine wings of soaring heaven for 6,800. Today is a great discount, so it's only 998. As long as 998, you can take this eye-catching immortal treasure away. 998, you won't lose out or be cheated. You'll get real benefits. Opportunity knocks but once, it won't come again. Hey big brother, don't go. We can still discuss the price. 660, what do you think? Hey, 258, let's discuss again. Last 30,000 years, because my wife ran away with her lover, dump the last of your stock, earn some money to buy some good immortal treasures, and settle the score with them. Drop price, really drop price. If you buy something expensive, you'll lose 10 times. If you don't come and snatch it now, you won't have the chance. Listening to the stall owners shouting and saying some funny things, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Those guys in High Mountain Town who hadn't seen the world were all full of curiosity, looking here and there. There were a few times when they were almost fooled and wanted to buy something, but in the end they were all pulled back by Lin Xian. You guys, don't speak lightly of those stall owners. All of them are eloquent and can say all kinds of good things. If you believe them, then you've been fooled. Most of the things in the black market are of lower quality. Don't listen to them, they're all flashy and worthless things. They're not worth much at all, and their effects are far from what they're boasting. This is the specialty of the black market. If you want to sell something, you have to rely on your mouth. However, it can only fool those who don't have much experience. Especially this time's big market. Many people are coming to Flat Demon Town for the first time, so they're easily fooled by those extravagant words. Lin Xian explained to the crowd. Although some of the items were only sold for a few dozen Chaos Source Stones, which wasn't too expensive, those items themselves were probably worth a few Chaos Source Stones. The dazzling array of items would indeed dazzle one's eyes. Moreover, after the stall owner's boasting, it seemed that those things were really powerful. Therefore, many people were hot-headed and bought it directly. This was also one of the major characteristics of the black market. It was indeed quite interesting to look at. The stall owners in the black market were all shouting with all their might, trying their best to boast about their items. Even if it was a very ordinary item, they could boast about it to the point that the value of their items increased by many times. However, there was an exception that Qin Shao noticed. Qin Shao saw a small stall in an inconspicuous corner. It was very quiet there. Interestingly, the other stall owners were all shouting with all their might, and their business was booming. Only that stall owner was half lying on a rattan chair and drinking wine leisurely. He didn't even look at the stall, as if the stall didn't belong to him at all. It was also as if he wasn't there to sell his items, but to drink wine. Such a maverick behavior could be considered a very strange scene. But he didn't shout, and there weren't many items on his stall. There were only a dozen or so items, which formed a sharp contrast with the dazzling array of goods in other stalls. Therefore, not many people went to his stall at all. Some people only glanced at it out of curiosity before walking away. Very few people were willing to stop and watch. It was a strange sight to set up a stall like this. Qin Shao noticed the stall owner. He was dressed in very simple clothes and looked like an old man over 60 years old. A strong sense of vicissitudes could be seen from him. The traces of time were very heavy. At a glance, one could tell that he was an old man who had lived for a very long time. In terms of aura, he felt that he was only a second step celestial venerable. But what made Qin Shao feel a little strange was that this aura didn't seem to be real. Qin Shao carefully sized up the old man for a while. For some reason, he felt that this old man wasn't simple and wasn't like what he appeared to be on the surface. He felt that he couldn't see through this old man. He shouldn't be an ordinary second-step celestial venerable like he appeared to be. If he wasn't a second-step celestial venerable, how powerful would he be to be able to hide his aura to the extent that Qin Shao couldn't see through him? In addition to this feeling, the old man's maverick behavior also made Qin Shao feel that he couldn't see through him. He didn't seem to be here to set up a stall. It was more like he was here to travel the world or to wait for a fated person. Jiang Taigong was fishing, and those who were willing to take the bait were hooked. Qin Shao secretly observed for a while. There weren't many people passing by, and they all left after taking a few glances. No one stopped. Even if someone went over to take a look, the old man still minded his own business and drank his wine. He didn't even look at them, as if no one was looking at his stall at all. Such an attitude naturally made those people leave. There were so many stalls and so many items in the black market. What couldn't one buy? Brother Qin, that old man is very strange. How can there be someone who sets up a stall like this? He's the only one in the black market. Lin Xian couldn't help but comment when she saw Qin Shao sizing up the old man. In fact, he had already seen him and sized him up, but he didn't look at him for too long. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, it's really strange. There must be something fishy going on. I keep feeling that there's something fishy going on here." Something fishy? Lin Xian frowned. She didn't feel that way. There would always be someone who stood out from the crowd. There was never a lack of weirdos. Brother Qin, don't tell me you want to go over and take a look? Lin Xian asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, yes. After saying that, Qin Shao walked over. Although Lin Xian and the others didn't understand Qin Zhao's intention, they still followed him. It was fine to take a look. Anyway, they came in to look and couldn't afford to buy anything. Soon, Qin Shao arrived in front of the stall and took a closer look at the old man. The old man turned a deaf ear to Qin Shao and the others. He still didn't look at them. He was still drinking his wine leisurely and immersed in his own world. Everything else to him was like floating clouds. Qin Shao squatted down and looked at the dozens of scattered items on the stall. Each of them looked very ordinary and dull. They seemed to be low-quality goods that weren't worth much at all. There was nothing eye-catching about the items they sold, and they wouldn't shout for their wares. That was why the other stalls were crowded with people, but this place was deserted. There was a reason for that. Qin Shao picked up a bronze ball that was a little bigger than an egg. It was glowing with a green color, and it seemed to be an antique that had been around for a long time. However, other than the fact that it was old, the others were dull and dull. He couldn't see any value in it. Qin Shao looked at the bronze ball carefully. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was very ordinary and small. However, Qin Shao penetrated the bronze ball with his consciousness. Although he didn't feel anything, he vaguely felt that there was something hidden in it. He needed to check it carefully to be sure if there was anything hidden in it. Qin Shao wasn't very sure about this. Just as Qin Shao was about to continue to check it, the old man finally said, "Hey boy, you've been looking at it for so long. Haven't you seen enough? You've seen everything clearly. How can I sell this thing? Buy it if you want. If you don't want to buy it, leave quickly. Don't disturb me from drinking." This stall owner's temper was not small. Chapter 2133. Qin Shao glanced at the old man and chuckled, thinking that this old man had quite a temper. There was no one else who could do business to this extent. He didn't look like he was here to do business at all. Instead, he looked like he was here to drink. If it were any other time, Qin Shao would naturally ignore him. However, this time, Qin Shao casually asked, "How many Chaos Source Stones is this copper ball in my hand?" The old man glanced sideways and said domineeringly, "Not for sale." Not for sale? Upon hearing this, many people wanted to vomit blood and curse. How could he not sell his goods when he was setting up a stall here? The things that were displayed should be something that could be sold. Otherwise, why would they be displayed? Wasn't he toying with people? This old man was not just a little eccentric. Cough, Qin Shao choked a little. Why did he not want to sell it when everything was fine? Of all the things on this stall, only this copper ball caught Qin Zhao's eye. Moreover, he had a feeling that this copper ball wasn't as simple as it seemed. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to study it carefully. Perhaps he could really pick up a treasure. However, this old man clearly didn't want to give Qin Shao a chance. He directly refused to sell it. Everything should have a price, right? Senior, it doesn't seem right for you to put it here and not sell it, right? Qin Shao said helplessly with a smile. The old man glanced sideways at Qin Shao and said, "I can sell it, but I'm afraid you can't afford it." "Whether I can afford it or not depends on how big your appetite is," Qin Shao said. He had 6 million Chaos Source Stones on him now. Perhaps there was nothing here that he couldn't afford, right? No matter how big the old man's appetite was, he couldn't possibly ask for such a price, right? The old man looked a little impatient as he casually stretched out a finger. 100 Chaos Source Stones? Isn't that too expensive? I think 1 Chaos Source Stone is too expensive for this lousy copper ball. Are all the people who do business in Flat Demon City such scammers? Why do I feel like everything can be sold at a sky-high price? Isn't that so? Even children in our town don't play with such copper balls, right? 1 Chaos Source Rock was already very expensive. How could he ask for 100? Do you really think we're pigs to be slaughtered? A Xiao and the others said one after another. Everyone had a shadow in their hearts from being cheated. It was just an ordinary-looking copper ball. He couldn't see anything special about it. How could something like this be worth 100 Chaos Source Rocks? 100? Are you blind? Do you really think this old man is a beggar? The old man took a sip of wine and slanted his nose as he replied snappily. What? Not 100? Could it be 1,000? Was it really that scary? How could a broken toy be sold as a rare treasure? Who are you trying to fool? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. It can't be 1,000 Chaos Source Rocks, right? The old man who set up the stall was still unmoved. He only glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, as if he was looking at an idiot. Not even 1,000? Was he crazy? Lin Xian frowned deeply. She looked at the old man with mild anger and said, You can't be thinking of selling it for 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks, right? 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks can buy a better middle-grade immortal weapon, right? Senior, it's my fault. I really can't tell what's so valuable about this item. Immortal treasures that can be sold for 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks are all rare treasures. Everyone thought that the old man must have gone crazy over Chaos Source Stones. How could he sell a random copper ball for 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? Where did he get his courage from? Could it be that they all treated others as fools? At this price, he had to be able to sell it. Was this another scam? 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks for a broken copper ball? Did water get into his head? Senior, you should be more pragmatic when setting up a stall, right? Who would even look at such a price? That's right. Look at the other stalls. They're all shouting and offering low prices. Who would offer such a sky-high price like you? It's no wonder no one is stopping by your stall. You don't have any unique features. You don't have any immortal treasures. You don't have any customers. It's not easy for someone to ask you for a price and be scared half to death. The old man waved his hand impatiently at the crowd and said, If you want to look, then get lost. Don't disturb this old man from drinking. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. This old man has no intention of selling it. Things should be sold to the fated ones. If the fated ones don't want to look, then so be it. What's there to care about? If you say 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks, then it means you're not the fated one. 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks meant he wasn't the fated one. That meant he was offering more than 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks. Then if they went higher, wouldn't that be 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Oh my God! Lin Xian and the others' jaws dropped when they thought of this possibility. This was beyond shocking. This price was completely insane. Hey, old man, you've gone overboard. You want to sell this broken copper ball for 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Do you really think everyone in Flat Demon City is rich? Who else can take out so many Chaos Source Rocks? Unless it's the Flat Demon City Lord, right? That's right. Old man, why are you like this? Why don't you just go to the City Lord Manor and ask him if he wants it? Brother Lin Xian, let's go. We must have met a lunatic. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Don't scare me to death. Lin Xian nodded. They had indeed met a lunatic. He didn't want to stay any longer and prepared to leave. If he stayed any longer, he might turn into a lunatic himself. Lin Xian looked at Qin Shao but realized that Qin Shao had no intention of leaving. He didn't put down the copper ball in his hand either. Instead, he stood there looking at the copper ball with a deep look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. If the old man had only offered 100 or 1,000 Chaos Source Rocks for this item, Qin Shao wouldn't have looked at it any longer and would have put it back. However, it was precisely because the old man had offered 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks that Qin Shao started to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his intuition was right. It seemed like this copper ball was not simple at all. But no matter how extraordinary it was, Could it be worth 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks? 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks. That was enough to buy an excellent upper-grade immortal weapon. Could this seemingly inconspicuous copper ball really be comparable to the value of an excellent high-grade celestial artifact? This sounded like a fantasy story. If anyone else were to say this, wouldn't they find it impossible? In fact, even Qin Shao felt that 1,000,000 Chaos Source rock was a little too crazy. It was indeed a little hard for him to accept it. Therefore, Qin Shao was also pondering carefully in his heart. Why did the old man dare to quote such a price? Qin Shao was also secretly sizing up the old man. From his words and actions, Qin Shao could sense that the old man wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. Waiting for the fated person? Willing people to take the bait? Was this a trap, or was there really some other purpose behind it? Qin Shao was also pondering this question. It was a rare struggle for him. There were indeed some mysteries that he couldn't see through. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks was a very high price even for a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Brother Qin. Lin Xian couldn't help but tug at Qin Shao. 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks? Was he seriously considering it? Was he really that crazy? Lin Xian was also wondering if Qin Shao could really take out 1,000,000 Chaos Source rock. It couldn't be, right? Even a fourth-step heavenly venerate might not be able to easily take out 1,000,000 Chaos Source rock. Qin Shao was only a second-step heavenly venerate. How could he possibly take out 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks? Moreover, even if he could, he wouldn't be so crazy as to spend 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks on an ordinary, dull bronze ball, right? However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Shao actually said to the old man, "All right, I'll buy it for 1,000,000 Chaos Source rock." This sentence was like a bolt of lightning exploding in everyone's minds. Everyone was so shocked that they looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. It was as if they were frozen in time and couldn't utter a single word. This can't be real, right? Did they hear it wrongly? Everyone was wondering if they were hallucinating. However, they couldn't have heard it wrongly. This was the truth. Qin Shao really agreed to this absurd and ridiculous price. This made people feel that the old man who set up the stall was a lunatic, and Qin Shao looked like a fool. A lousy copper ball could actually be sold at a sky-high price. This was too crazy. When he heard Qin Shao agree to buy it, the old man finally sat up straight. He looked at Qin Shao seriously with his deep and profound eyes. After a long while, the old man stretched out his hand in front of Qin Shao and said, "All right, 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks. Come, you can have it. It seems like you're really a fated person. You have good judgment, strength, and immortal fate. Not bad, not bad." Logically speaking, Qin Shao shouldn't have bought it at such a price. He felt as if water had entered his brain and he had been taken advantage of. But if he didn't buy it, Qin Shao felt a little unwilling. Furthermore, he had a very strong intuition that told him that whether it was the old man who set up the stall or the copper ball in his hand, they should be extremely extraordinary. Therefore, he wanted to get to the bottom of this. Although the price was indeed a little high, Qin Shao still decided to give it a try after thinking about it for a while. There was nothing wrong with following his instincts. Even if he made a mistake, he could afford to lose 1,000,000 Chaos Source rock. Qin Shao didn't care much about money. Since he wanted to do this, he might as well be willful for once. It wasn't a big deal. At worst, he would just lose 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks. It wasn't a big deal. With this thought in mind, Qin Shao made up his mind to come. Qin Shao took out 1,000,000 Chaos Source stones without hesitation and handed them to the old man who had set up the stall. The old man took it and counted it. After confirming that it was 1,000,000 Chaos Source rocks, he put it away and said to Qin Shao, "All right, the bronze ball is now yours. Let's go." This old man is going to continue drinking. With that, the old man lay back on the chair and drank his wine leisurely. He had just sold a broken copper ball for a sky-high price of 1,000,000 Chaos Source stones. However, The old man didn't seem to be excited at all. He seemed calm and composed. It was as if this transaction didn't exist. It was as if he didn't feel anything after receiving 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. That was impossible. It was 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. Qin Shao put away the bronze ball and prepared to leave. Young man, you have to study that thing carefully and grasp it well, the old man added before Qin Shao left. Chapter 2134. Even after a long while, Lin Xian and the others still hadn't recovered from their shock. The shock that this brought to them had reached a point where it could not be any greater. In fact, Qin Shao also felt that he had done something crazy this time. How could one not be crazy when they were young? It was fine to be crazy once in a while. However, Qin Shao trusted his intuition. Perhaps he would reap a huge reward by paying 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. One should always think positively. Furthermore, Qin Shao felt that there was a high possibility that this was a good outcome. Brother Qin, did you really give the old man 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, Of course I gave him 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. Otherwise, why would he let me take this copper ball? Not physiognomy? Lin Xian asked again. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would use physiognomy to cheat others? Since it's a fair trade, how could it be so low as to use physiognomy? Previously, I used physiognomy on the shop owner to give him a taste of his own medicine. That was a very reasonable method. This is a trade that I'm willing to accept. How could I use physiognomy? Naturally, I gave him 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones for real. Lin Xian's jaw dropped. He also felt that it was unlikely that Qin Shao would use physiognomy this time. However, after all, the amount involved this time was a terrifying 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. Just this amount alone was enough to crush someone to death. Who exactly was Qin Shao? He was unbelievably strong and didn't seem like a second step heavenly venerate. His wealth was even more terrifying. He could casually take out 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. Some things can't be judged purely by appearances. What the eyes can see is often the most confusing. Some things aren't as simple as you think. If you can't understand, it can only mean that your eyesight isn't good enough. Qin Shao knew that Lin Xian was puzzled, so he patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully. He didn't explain much. Lin Xian was also a smart person. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, she naturally understood a little. Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. The group continued to stroll around the black market. Suddenly, Qin Shao was pulled by a hand. The person who pulled Qin Shao was a stall owner. The stall owner looked at Qin Shao with an obsequious smile. His mouth seemed to have been opened, and he immediately said, Young master, you are handsome, elegant, and impressive. At first glance, I can tell that you are an extraordinary genius with a bright future. Young master, take a look at my side. I have quite a few good toys. Perhaps there's something suitable for you. Young master, please take a look at this sword first. The stall owner was also very eloquent. He pulled Qin Shao and flattered him for a while. If someone with weak willpower was to listen to him, they would probably be brainwashed by his words. However, Qin Shao was naturally immune to all poisons when it came to such matters. It was rare to see someone as bold as this stall owner who directly pulled Qin Shao and refused to let him go. Fortunately, Qin Shao didn't get angry. Instead, he listened to the stall owner patiently. Lin Xian and the others couldn't bear to listen any longer. The stall owners here all had sharp tongues and were all very eloquent. However, the reason why Qin Shao didn't push the stall owner away and leave was that there was something that attracted his attention. It was a jade statue of the god of war. The carving was very good. It was lifelike and the details were very well done. Moreover, this jade was very beautiful. It was layered with several colors. In fact, Qin Shao wasn't interested in jade carvings at all. It was just that when he glanced at it from the corner of his eye just now, he caught a glimpse of a transparent image in the jade statue. But when he looked carefully again, he found that he couldn't see it. Later, Qin Shao thought that it might be the problem of the angle, so he kept changing the angle. Finally, he saw the transparent image again. This made Qin Shao think that there might be something hidden in this jade statue. From the transparent image, Qin Shao couldn't see clearly what was hidden in this jade statue. However, Qin Shao thought that to be able to hide something in this intact jade statue, this method was also very unusual. It could be seen that this jade statue didn't have a crack or a trace of being damaged. It was a complete piece. There were also many things to pay attention to when it came to art. If there was a big flaw like a crack, it would be a waste. At least Qin Shao couldn't see any crack. But there was something hidden in it. How did this happen? Qin Shao felt that he couldn't do this. Therefore, this made Qin Shao a little curious. What was hidden in it? Why would there be something hidden in an ordinary jade statue? Was this hidden item precious or not? Come to think of it, there should be some precious items. If it was an ordinary item, there was no need to hide it in this jade statue. Thinking of this, Qin Shao also became interested in the jade statue. The stall owner kept promoting things to Qin Shao, but Qin Shao didn't respond at all. The stall owner wasn't discouraged. He suddenly saw Qin Shao glancing at the jade statue. He immediately took the jade statue with a smile and bragged to Qin Shao again. "Sir, I was wondering why you were indifferent when I introduced so many good things to you. Turns out that you took a fancy to something good. That's why I say you have a good eye. Among so many treasures, you can choose this jade statue at a glance. I can't help but be impressed." "Young master, you probably don't know who this jade statue is, right?" "It's okay if you don't know. I'll tell you about it. There is a very deep Taoism and knowledge in it. This jade statue, The stall owner started talking non-stop, connecting a legendary figure in history together. According to the stall owner, the original shape of this jade statue turned out to be a Buddhist cultivator who had become a Buddha. He was an ancient legendary figure. Buddha? Qin Shao couldn't help looking at it carefully again. Judging from the shape of this jade statue, it didn't look like a Buddha. In Qin Shao's impression, the real Buddha was wearing a golden red cassock, with a bald head and a solemn appearance. Although the jade statue in front of him was bald, it didn't wear a cassock or hold a wand. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't associate it with a Buddha at first. The stall owner said that this jade statue was a statue of a Buddha. Qin Shao couldn't help but have some doubts. Qin Shao urged his Buddhist power to penetrate into the jade statue. However, as soon as Qin Shao's Buddhist power touched it, he felt a thunderous sound like a flood in his mind. It shocked Qin Shao so much that he instantly withdrew his Buddhist power. He was suddenly shocked. What a powerful thunderous sound! What a terrifying thunderous sound! This was the sound of Buddhism. To think that there was such a powerful Buddha's aura hidden within this jade statue. It was not simple. It was indeed not simple. Qin Shao was more certain that there must be something precious and important hidden in this jade statue. It seemed that his luck today was really very good. Just now, he bought a copper ball from the strange old man that he hadn't figured out yet. Now, he encountered a jade statue that hid the Buddhist power. These surprises were coming one after another. "Boss, stop bragging. If you keep bragging, we will be embarrassed. I think you should just tell us how much it is." "That's right. Even if you are not tired of bragging, we are tired of listening to you. No matter how much you boast, it's better to give us a real price." This stall owner was really good at bragging. Lin Xian and the others finally couldn't listen to him anymore. Two of them said one after another. The stall owner stopped and smiled at the two of them. "Haha, isn't there a saying that even good wine is afraid of being in a deep alley? My things are good. Naturally, I have to introduce them more. If I don't introduce them in detail, how will you know what's good about my things and why they are worth so much money? Isn't fairness and transparency the most important thing in doing business? Everything has to be transparent, right? As for the price, it's fine. I feel like I hit it off with this young master today. We had a good chat. That's why I'll give you a low price. 100 Chaos Source Stones and you'll take it. One of the men who spoke earlier couldn't help but say, "Why don't you just rob a bank? What kind of treasure is this? Why are you asking for 100 Chaos Source Stones? Is 100 Chaos Source Stones so worthless in Flat Demon City? Boss, you're too much. Even if you want to rip off a customer, you shouldn't go that far, right?" Another person immediately chimed in. The stall owner said with a wronged expression, "Io, my two little brothers, how can you say that I'm ripping off a customer? I've never done anything like that." Qin Shao waved his hand and interrupted him. "All right, boss, stop with the nonsense. We're all smart people. Just give us a real price. If you give us a fake price of 100 Chaos Source Stones, I don't think you'll ever sell this thing. It's just a piece of art. No matter how exquisite it is, it won't sell for a high price. It's not like it's an immortal artifact. There's no need to raise the price like that. Well, this kind of thing is not essential to us. If the price is right, we can buy one. If the price isn't right, we'll just take it as a look." 100 Chaos Source Stones were nothing to Qin Shao. One had to know that he had just thrown out 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. In comparison, 100 Chaos Source Stones were nothing. However, this wasn't the case. Just because it wasn't much, he could just throw it away. Qin Shao usually wouldn't do something that would cause him to lose out. This thing was indeed far from being worth 100 Chaos Source Stones. Why would Qin Shao be stupid enough to do it when he knew that he would be ripped off? If he felt that it was worth that much, he would naturally give that much. Whether it was 100 Chaos Source Stones or 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, there was no problem. The prerequisite was that Qin Shao felt that it was worth it. The stall owner thought to himself. It seemed like he had met a veteran today. He didn't want to rip him off. All right. He had to do business. If he couldn't rip him off, he would just earn less. The stall owner was also a shrewd person. He immediately changed his words. "All right, since this young master has said so, it would be rude of me to not give you a real price. I'll just treat it as making friends with you today. I won't take a cut from you. Just give me 20 Chaos Source Stones and I'll take it. What do you think?" He had just offered 100 Chaos Source Stones. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had offered 20 Chaos Source Stones. The drop was really huge. Even if it was 20 Chaos Source Stones, he could still make a profit. It was just that the profit wouldn't be much. Qin Shao could accept this price. Chapter 2135. 20 Chaos Source Rocks was a huge profit for the stall owner. With double the profit, it was considered a good deal. These stall owners were all as cunning as ghosts. They would never speak the truth. Although they complained, they still wanted to earn a sum of money. As soon as the jade statue entered Qin Zhao's hand, something strange happened. The jade statue slowly melted in Qin Zhao's hand. The jade on the surface faded away and rays of golden light bloomed. The stall owner, who was feeling smug a moment ago, widened his eyes when he saw this scene. He stared at the jade statue in Qin Zhao's hand. The jade of the jade statue slowly turned into ashes. The golden light became brighter and brighter. This was no ordinary golden light. It was Buddha's light. The Buddha's light surged into the sky. It was accompanied by the arrival of Buddha's Dharma and Buddha's might. Instantly, most of the people in the black market looked over in astonishment. Buddha's light and Buddha's might. Could this be Buddha's Sarira? Qin Shao was also shocked. Through the golden light, he could see that there was a golden bead hidden in the jade statue. This bead was not big. It was only the size of an egg. It was golden in color and emitted Buddha's light and Buddha's might. Buddha's Dharma lingered in it. Qin Shao thought of the primordial thunder he had just heard. Therefore, Qin Shao guessed that this golden bead could be the legendary Buddha's Sarira. Buddha's Sarira was the essence of a Buddha's Dharma. It could only be condensed at the moment of becoming a Buddha. Generally speaking, Buddha's Sarira existed in the essence of a Buddha. Naturally, it would not be taken out. Only after a Buddha died would Buddha's Sarira be revealed. It was eternal and indestructible. Buddha's Sarira could also be seen as a continuation of a Buddha's life after his death. It was the inheritance of Dharma. However, Buddhas were ancient saints. Moreover, Buddhist cultivators stood aloof from worldly affairs. They had no desires or desires. They would enter nirvana and not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, it was extremely rare for Buddhas to die. Because of this, Buddha relics were extremely rare and hard to find since ancient times. If it were truly a Buddha Sarira, it would be a priceless treasure. Even tens of millions of chaos source stones wouldn't be able to purchase it. Qin Shao only knew about the existence of Buddha Sarira, but she had never seen it before, so she wasn't very sure at this time. But from the looks of it, it should be close to the mark. To Qin Shao, obtaining a Buddha Sarira was simply a great fortune and a great opportunity. Naturally, he was very happy. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this was not a place for research. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He clenched his hand and put the item into his inner world. He would study it later. As soon as Qin Shao put away the thing, the Buddha's aura and Buddha's might immediately dissipated. Qin Shao wasn't prepared at all just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to expose herself. Although it only lasted for a short time, it attracted the attention of countless people. Even if others couldn't guess that it was a Buddha Sarira, they could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary item. It must be a valuable treasure. Lin Xian and the others were all dumbfounded and speechless. They thought that it was a waste for Qin Shao to spend 20 Chaos Source stones on such a small thing. But they didn't expect that they would actually buy a treasure. They couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's eyesight. They believed that Qin Shao didn't buy it carelessly. That inconspicuous copper ball cost 1,000,000 Chaos Source stones. Could it be that the copper ball was also very extraordinary? Although the item was put away, Qin Shao had obviously become the focus of everyone's attention. Brother, don't be in such a hurry to put it away. If you find something good, let us take a look. That's right, that's right. Don't be so stingy. We didn't even have time to take a closer look. I only felt a Buddhist aura. Could it be a Buddhist item? A Buddhist item is a hot potato. Brother, you have to think twice about it. If you want to take a look, why don't you show it to me and I'll give you a better price? Brother, show it to us. I'll buy it at a high price. How about this? I'll buy it from you for 1,000 Chaos Source stones. Do you like it? Only 1,000? You have the nerve to say that? I'll add another 10 Chaos Source stones. Tisk, can you be any more thick-skinned? Just add another 10. I'll add another 100. Don't fight with me. I'll offer 2,000. Who dares to fight with me? You want to compete with me in terms of wealth? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Many people surrounded Qin Shao. They treated Qin Shao as a delicious cake and wanted to snatch it away. Each and every one of them wanted Qin Shao to take it out and sell it. Qin Shao laughed bitterly. He didn't expect to attract so much attention. This wasn't a good thing. How could he possibly sell a Buddhist relic? Qin Shao wouldn't sell it even if someone offered him 10 million Chaos Source stones, let alone the ridiculous price that these people were offering. However, judging by the situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave this place if he didn't take it out. At this moment, the stall owner felt like beating himself to death. How could he be so blind? He had actually sold a rare treasure like trash for only 20 Chaos Source stones. He hadn't even taken it out yet, but someone had already offered 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. Furthermore, he had every reason to believe that the price would only go higher. The loss of this deal was enough to make him vomit blood. He couldn't accept it. Therefore, the stall owner held Qin Shao back and said with a pained expression, "Brother, I'm not selling this item. I'm really sorry. I took the wrong item. It's my fault. I'll return these 20 Chaos Source Stones to you. I'll compensate you for my mistake. Just a little bit. How about this? I'll pay you 10 times the price. I'll pay you 200 Chaos Source Stones. Return that item to me." Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He looked at the shameless stall owner and scoffed. "Bully? How can I take back something that I've already sold? We exchanged the money and the goods just now. The transaction is complete. You've already taken the money, so the item is naturally mine. Now that it's mine, how can you take it back without selling it? How can someone like you do business when you don't keep your word? Do you think that's possible? Don't you think you're dreaming?" Lin Xian was also a little angry. "That's right, boss. You're too much. How can you bully someone like that? Although we're not from Flat Demon City, we still have to follow the rules, right? How can you take back something that you've already sold? You can't follow the rules no matter where you go, right? I'm really impressed that you're able to do business like this. What's the matter? Are you going to snatch it back in front of so many people today?" The stall owner's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian and Qin Shao angrily. He decided to be unreasonable and said, "The item is mine. I have the right to decide whether to sell it or not. It's true that we exchanged the money and the goods. However, the goods have been mixed up. Can't I take it back? How can that rare treasure be sold for only 20 Chaos Source Stones? I took the wrong item just now. It was my mistake. I've already agreed to compensate you 10 times the price. What else do you want? Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, you'd better return the item obediently. I'll give you something else that you've taken a fancy to. If you don't know what's good for you, I won't be afraid of you even if you make a scene at the city lord's residence. There's a reason for doing business. It's only right that I took the wrong item and gave you something back. It's perfectly reasonable. What's the problem?" Since the soft approach didn't work, the stall owner decided to use the hard approach. He was shameless. He was simply twisting the facts. There was clearly no problem with the transaction, but now he was saying that he had taken the wrong item. Such an action was simply shameless to the extreme. He was really willing to do anything for the sake of interest. It was really detestable. "Little brother, he took the wrong item. It's only right for him to return it. Who hasn't made mistakes before? Furthermore, the stall owner has already agreed to compensate you 10 times the price. He's being very courteous. That's right. This stall owner is a very honest person. He's also very sincere. You should know when to stop. 10 times the price. You've earned 200 Chaos Source Stones in one go. The human heart is often insatiable. If you really think you're a big shot, don't end up losing out. Young man, enough is enough. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't get anything out of it. Little brother, why don't you sell it to me directly? I'll give you 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. Just ignore those people." A series of sarcastic voices rang out. Many of the people who were speaking up for the stall owner were other stall owners. These people were clearly united against a common enemy. For them to be able to set up their stalls and sell their items, they were obviously very familiar with one another. In fact, they might even have formed an alliance or something. Whenever something happened, they would jump on the bandwagon and use their strength to bully others. If it were any other person, they would definitely be frightened by such a scene. Most of the time, they would have to swallow their pride and suffer a loss. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others were pretty scared out of their wits. There were so many people surrounding them, and all of them were looking ferocious. They were suppressing Qin Shao with their auras, trying to get Qin Shao to submit obediently. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Even if this matter were to reach the City Lord Manor, it would still be beneficial for the stall owner. Since he dared to do this, he must have some confidence in it. If I don't take it out today, I won't be able to walk out of here in one piece, right? Qin Zhao's eyes scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the stall owner as he spoke in a cold voice. These words were directed at the stall owner, as well as everyone else present. At this moment, there were many people who were eyeing Qin Zhao's treasure. Many covetous gazes were hidden in the surroundings. Some of them were staring directly at it without hiding anything, while others were hiding in the dark, waiting for the right time to strike. The stall owner was still holding Qin Shao tightly. He sneered and didn't try to hide anything. Instead, he said bluntly, "Little brother, you're right. In terms of logic, you're unreasonable. In terms of strength, you're nothing. That's why, young man, I advise you to be honest and not be too competitive. The weak will never win against the strong. If you know what's good for you now, then what I said just now will still be effective. Compensating you with 200 Chaos Source Stones is already a big deal for you. Don't be greedy. If you're still not satisfied, then you won't be able to get a single stone. Not only will you not get a single stone, but I'm afraid you and your friends won't be able to leave here in one piece. So, why bother?" Chapter 2136. The stall owner's words were full of threats. It was a blatant threat, and he did not hide anything at all. Many fierce-looking stall owners in the surroundings also used their auras to calm them down, forming a strong oppressive force. It was as if they would not let Qin Shao leave this place in one piece if he dared not obediently submit to them. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely submit obediently. Even Lin Xian had never seen such a situation before. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The others were even trembling in fear. This feeling was like a lamb entering a wolf's den. The stall owner looked at Qin Shao with a sinister and playful smile. He looked as if he had Qin Shao under his control. It seemed that he had done such things many times. Lin Xian only knew about the black market, but he did not know that there was such a dark side to it. It seemed that the black market's name had many meanings. "Brother Qin, I think we should forget about it. Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. If we compete with this group of scoundrels, I'm afraid we will be the ones at a disadvantage in the end." Lin Xian knew that the situation was very bad and a battle was about to break out. If they really fought, needless to say, they would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, he also tried to persuade Qin Shao. However, the decision was in Qin Zhao's hands, and he could not make the decision for Qin Shao. However, their fates were unknowingly tied to Qin Zhao's. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will solve it." Qin Shao replied to Lin Xian and gave him a reassuring look. This made Lin Xian feel quite surprised. Qin Shao could solve it? How could he solve it? Most of these stall owners were second-step celestial venerables. At this time, there were no less than 20 or 30 of them. With so many second-step celestial venerables added together, it was a very powerful force. Perhaps even a third-step celestial venerable would have to retreat, right? Was he going to admit defeat? However, from Qin Zhao's extremely confident tone, he felt that Qin Shao did not seem like someone who would admit defeat. Many people looked at Qin Shao with amusement, pity, and a trace of sympathy. But this didn't weaken their pressure on Qin Shao. For some people, manipulating others was a kind of pleasure. "All of you want it? Then, who should I give it to?" Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. She glanced around at the crowd and said lightly. The stall owner pulled Qin Zhao's arm hard and said fiercely, "Boy, you'd better not play any tricks. Hand over the things honestly, or I'm afraid you'll regret it very much." Qin Shao sneered. She looked at the stall owner and said, So, I've decided not to give it to anyone. Why should I return the things that I found with my own abilities? Not giving? The stall owner was furious. He grabbed Qin Zhao's hand and was about to exert force. But at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded, like a clap of thunder exploding in the stall owner's mind. Let go! An invisible force, like thousands of sharp arrows, rained down on the stall owner's soul will like a storm. The stall owner was only a second step celestial venerate. How powerful was Qin Zhao's heart force? If it was fully exerted, it would be enough to deter a fourth step celestial venerate. Therefore, it was a piece of cake for her to deal with a second step celestial venerate. It was effortless. The stall owner was shocked by Qin Zhao's heart force. He immediately withdrew his hand in horror and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. It wasn't just the stall owner. The people who had pressured Qin Zhao just now were also shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Originally, they had formed a small circle around this place, but at this moment it had expanded quite a bit. Just now, Qin Zhao's heart force had attacked everyone around him. It was an extremely sharp blow to those who had ill intentions towards him. The effect of Qin Zhao's attack was very obvious. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The way everyone looked at Qin Zhao suddenly changed. There was no longer the playful and arrogant attitude from before. At this moment, they looked at Qin Zhao with some fear in their eyes. Although the heart force attack just now had only lasted for a brief moment, it was clear that Qin Zhao was giving them a stern warning. If they still didn't know what was good for them and wanted to make a move, then there would be a real show. It's heart force. What a powerful heart force. What a terrifying heart force. Just now I actually felt like I was facing death. If he had really used his full strength, I'm afraid I would really have died. What is this young man's background? How can he be so strong? Isn't he just a second step celestial venerate? Forget it, forget it. It's better not to provoke this kind of person. Thinking of that terrifying heart force attack just now, the stall owner still had a lingering fear. Naturally, he immediately retreated. How would he dare to continue bullying Qin Zhao? Qin Zhao looked at Qin Zhao with a calm face and said indifferently, "So, can I leave now?" The stall owner's expression turned ugly, but at this time, how could he dare to say no? Qin Zhao said to the stunned Lin Xian and the others, "Let's go." He patted Lin Xian, and the latter suddenly came back to her senses. Lin Xian and the others were shocked, and they all looked at Qin Zhao with incomparable admiration. They were very nervous just now, afraid that they would cause a disaster. But they didn't expect that such a situation would be resolved by Qin Zhao's shout. God, he was really too godly. After Qin Zhao and the others left, the others consciously made way for them. Who would dare to stop them? Many people looked at Qin Zhao with strange eyes, or they were thinking in their hearts, "Who is this young man? He was able to suppress so many stall owners with his own strength. It was really too amazing." Lin Xian and the others still hadn't completely recovered until they left the black market. Qin Zhao's image in their hearts had risen to a very high level, just like a god in the hearts of mortals. "Big brother Qin, how did you suppress those people just now?" Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. Previously, she had been calling Qin Zhao Brother Qin. Now, she didn't dare to call him Brother Qin anymore. Instead, she called him Big Brother Qin. Big Brother Qin? Qin Zhao frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. In fact, in terms of age, Lin Xian was much older than him. It was a little strange that she called him Big Brother. However, in this world, strength was still the most important thing. Only with strength could one have a status. Qin Zhao didn't deliberately dwell on this title. He smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. It's just a little trick. You don't have to ask so much. Do you want to continue shopping? If not, let's find an inn to settle down and have a rest. Along the way they had caused a lot of trouble. Lin Xian and the others were no longer in the mood to continue shopping. Therefore Lin Xian said, "No, big brother Qin. We'll find an inn to settle down first. I also want to have a good drink with you." Soon, Lin Xian found an ordinary inn to settle down in and asked for a small courtyard. It was indeed a little crowded with more than 20 people staying in it. "I'm sorry, big brother Qin. It's been hard on you," Lin Xian said apologetically. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I was born poor and have suffered all kinds of hardship. This is nothing. As a cultivator, it's fine even if we have to sleep on the street. It's fine to be casual. There's no need to deliberately pursue it." Qin Zhao's simplicity and generosity made Lin Xian admire him even more. He always felt that Qin Zhao's background was not small. However, his way of doing things was similar to his, very simple and honest. After drinking with Lin Xian and the others for a while, Qin Shao returned to his room. He had gained quite a lot from this trip to the black market. Those 2 treasures were worth his time to study. The jade stone of the jade statue that was absorbed into his inner world had completely dissipated. Only an egg-sized golden bead was left. It emitted Buddhist light and Buddhist power, illuminating Qin Zhao's inner world. Qin Zhao's consciousness seeped into the golden bead. As soon as his consciousness entered, the thunder of the great Tao resounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Boundless Buddhist Dharma poured out. Then, he heard the Buddha chanting and passing on the boundless Buddhist power. At this time, Qin Zhao's consciousness was completely shrouded in this boundless Buddhist light. It was also filled with the sound of Buddha's chanting. He was completely immersed in a mysterious Buddhist world. He was listening to the mercy of Buddha and comprehending the supreme Buddhist way. Above such Buddhist power, there was a voice from the depths of Qin Zhao's soul guiding him to put down all his sins, be devout to the Buddha, cultivate the supreme Buddhist power, and step into the Buddhist way. This voice seemed to have a powerful magic power, attracting Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's heart was also moved by it and was about to be converted. This feeling was really wonderful. Qin Shao had the fate of Buddha and a very transcendental Buddhist nature. If he really devoted himself to the Buddhist way, he would definitely achieve something. The more this was the case, the stronger the attraction for Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao was also very sure that this was indeed a Buddha's Sarira. The attraction of the Buddha's Sarira was too strong. The boundless Buddhist power seemed to be able to convert all living things. At this time, Qin Shao felt that he was about to be converted, and was about to step into the Buddhist way and enter the Buddhist way. But in the depths of his heart there was a voice, "No, no, Qin Shao, you can't enter the Buddhist way. Absolutely not. You can comprehend the Buddhist power, but you can't be confused by the Buddhist way. You can't enter the Buddhist way. You can't have no desires. You can't cut off your feelings and thoughts. No, no, absolutely not. You still have a lot of things to do. You have many unfulfilled wishes. Many people are still waiting for you. If you have no desires, see through the mortal world, and cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, then what about Lingyue? What about Yao Xuelian? What about Brother Pure? What about Master's Revenge? Wake up, wake up, wake up! The incomparably strong power of faith supported Qin Shao and reminded Qin Shao at the critical moment. Under the power of this power, Qin Shao finally retreated from the Buddhist way world. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This time it was a close call, a close call. He almost entered the Buddhism Tao. Fortunately, the power of his faith was still incomparably strong. He was still able to maintain a clear mind. Otherwise, once he completely entered the Buddhist way, there would be no turning back. Just thinking about it was enough to make people feel scared. I don't know if it's good or bad to get this Buddha's Sarira. Qin Shao frowned and couldn't help but ask in his heart. Logically speaking, this was a great opportunity, an unparalleled fortune. Chapter 2137. A Buddha Saraira was naturally a priceless utmost treasure. The utmost treasure of the Buddhist sect was far more valuable than a Buddhist weapon or an upper-grade immortal weapon. Although the Buddha Saraira was not a sacred object, its value was probably not much lower than a sacred object. Of course, its value was only for Buddhist cultivators. For other cultivators, although it was a priceless treasure, its status in their hearts was naturally far from being comparable to a sacred object. It was a good thing that he had exchanged 20 Chaos Source Stones for such a priceless Buddha Saraira. However, if he really tried to comprehend the Buddha Saraira, he was afraid that he would be in danger of entering Buddhism. This made Qin Shao feel a little conflicted. Should he comprehend the Buddha's Saraira or not? If he did, the risk was too great. If he did not comprehend it, wouldn't he have gotten such a legendary Buddhist treasure for nothing? As long as the Buddha Saraira was on him, it would always make him feel a little itchy, and he could not help but want to comprehend it. However, Qin Shao was also very worried. If he simply comprehended it, he might not be able to gain much. If he tried to comprehend it wholeheartedly, the deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be for him to enter Buddhism. Towards Buddhism, Qin Shao himself was against it. Therefore, this was a difficult problem for Qin Shao. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it later. Qin Shao shook his head and did not think about it for the time being. Even if he did not enter Buddhism, he could find an opportunity to sell the Buddha Saraira in the future. After all, it was a priceless treasure that was terrifying enough to make a half-step sage excited. Fortunately, he put it away in time. No one should be able to guess that it was the Buddha's Saraira. At most, they would guess that it was a Buddhist object. After all, the Buddha's Saraira was a legendary object and was extremely rare. Qin Shao put the Buddha's Saraira aside first. Qin Shao took out the copper ball, which he had spent 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones to buy. Qin Shao carefully studied the copper ball. It looked very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed ordinary, and there was no special aura at all. However, Qin Shao firmly believed that the copper ball was not that simple. Qin Zhao's consciousness seeped into the copper ball again. She wanted to see if there was anything hidden inside the copper ball. However, the copper ball was also completely empty. There was no mystery hidden within it. What's going on? Impossible. This copper ball shouldn't be so simple. My judgment shouldn't be wrong. I must have overlooked something. That old man is definitely not simple. There must be a problem somewhere. Let me study this copper ball again. I need to change my way of thinking. Qin Shao continued to study the copper ball. If the normal way of thinking didn't work, then he would switch to another way of thinking. He tried all sorts of ideas, but even so, after trying over 1,000 methods, he still didn't gain anything. However, Qin Shao still didn't give up. He still felt that his judgment couldn't be wrong. This copper ball was definitely not that simple. His 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones had definitely not been wasted. Qin Shao continued to study with great confidence. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. An idea popped into his head. There are a few strange patterns on the surface of the copper ball. They don't seem to be connected, but I feel that there is an internal connection. Could it be that there is some kind of mechanism? When he thought of this, Qin Shao continued to extend his train of thought. Sure enough, after trying a few times with this train of thought, he finally triggered a mechanism. The copper ball also started to change strangely. After a series of complicated changes, the copper ball turned into a map. It was a real map. There was a line of words on the map: Cloud Mist Region, Cloud Asgard. There were only 6 simple words. There was a red dot on the map. That was where the Cloud Asgard was located. Qin Shao compared it with the map of the Immortal Protectorate and discovered that the Cloud Mist region was located at the border between the Hu region and the Tian region. Furthermore, it wasn't far from the White Mist region. Qin Shao had originally planned to go to the White Mist region to look for Meng Dali. The map is hidden in such an inconspicuous small copper ball. Furthermore, it is concealed by such a complicated mechanism. Even if someone obtains this copper ball, they might not be able to discover the map in the copper ball. The cloud Asgard must not be simple if it is hidden so deeply and is named after the cloud Asgard. Could it be an immortal palace left behind by an ancient sage? Or could it be an immortal palace left behind by an extremely experienced fourth-step, heavenly venerate? Qin Shao pondered over this question. From the looks of it, it should be a land of treasures. However, there was another question that Qin Shao pondered. Since the old man had sold it for 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, he must have known the secret of the copper ball. If the old man knew, what did it mean for him to sell it? Did it mean that the old man had already gone to the cloud Asgard? If that was the case, even if there were any gains, the old man would have already pocketed them, right? If there were no gains, it was obvious that the old man wanted to make a profit by selling it again. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if he had been tricked this time. However, Qin Shao immediately shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. I have a feeling that the old man is not simple. He said that he was waiting for a fated person to take the bait. It seems like he is waiting for someone to buy this copper ball and bestow an opportunity upon them. Regardless of the situation, since I have already bought it and I trust my intuition, I should go and take a look. Who knows, it might really be an immortal opportunity. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao made a decision. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It was better to follow the original plan and travel around first. When he found Meng Dali in the White Mist region, he would make other plans. On this day, Lin Xian came to find him. Big brother Qin, there will be a grand auction soon. Do you want to go and take a look? It wasn't easy for me to buy 2 admission tickets, Lin Xian said. Auction? In fact, Qin Shao wasn't very interested in it, but since he had nothing to do now, he might as well go and take a look. After getting Qin Zhao's consent, Lin Xian and Qin Shao left the inn and rushed to the auction house. The auction house wasn't far from the inn. Along the way, Lin Xian introduced the auction house to Qin Shao. This auction house was opened by the city lord's mansion, so it had a very high reputation. It was also a major feature of the Flat Demon City. Before every big or small market, a grand auction would be held. It could be regarded as a way to promote the big and small market. The auction held before each big or small market would be very grand, and there would be a lot of good treasures on display. It was precisely because of this that it attracted a lot of people. The turnover of each auction would always be a very high number. In fact, immortals from other places would come to the Flat Demon City to participate in the auction. But to Qin Shao, such an auction wasn't very attractive to him. The Flat Demon City's strength was only SOSO. No matter how grand the auction was, what could it possibly sell? Even if it was a high-grade immortal artifact, a secret art, or a powerful immortal treasure, it wouldn't mean much to Qin Shao. He didn't lack these things at all. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Qin Shao and Lin Xian were blocked by a figure. The person glared at Qin Shao angrily, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The person who blocked Qin Shao and Lin Xian was none other than the shop owner who tried to cheat Qin Shao when they first entered the city. Then, Qin Shao turned the tables on him and earned him 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. Although the shop owner was in the wrong in this matter, he had suffered such a big loss. The shop owner had always been brooding over it. Now that they happened to meet here, he naturally came up to block their way angrily. "You brat, you're good. You've made me fail miserably. I never thought I'd fall into the hands of a brat like you. You've ruined my reputation. You cheated me of 2,000 Chaos Source Stones last time. How do you want me to pay you back?" The shop owner said angrily. Qin Shao smiled faintly and casually tossed a space ring back to the shop owner. He said, "You cheated us first and I cheated you back. So we're even now. As for the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones, I never planned to take them from you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Since you've come to talk about this, I'll return the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones to you. We're even now. How about that?" Qin Shao had never planned to take the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones from the start. The 2,000 Chaos Source Stones were nothing to him. He just wanted to teach the shop owner a lesson. Since the shop owner had come to ask for them, Qin Shao would just return them to him. He didn't want to cause any more trouble for such a small matter. Although the shop owner was very detestable, Qin Shao knew that he was just a pawn who obeyed and did things for others. So, Qin Shao didn't hold it against him too much. The shop owner checked the space ring that Qin Shao had handed to him. There were indeed 2,000 Chaos Source Stones in it. He had a lot to say, but now he realized that he couldn't say a single word. He didn't know how to continue. This brat didn't play by the rules at all. What should he do now? If he continued to pester him, it would really make him look like a jerk. They had cheated each other once, and the shop owner had returned the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones to him. They should be even now. "If there's nothing else, we'll go in first," Qin Shao said again. Only then did the shop owner realize what was going on and hurriedly said, "Wait, you're still not done?" Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and said coldly. If the shop owner still refused to let it go, Qin Shao wouldn't hold back anymore. The shop owner said, "No, brother, you've misunderstood. It's like this. Let's just treat the unpleasantness between us as a misunderstanding. Since you've returned the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones to me, I have no reason to continue. I think you're going to the auction too, right? Coincidentally, I'm going to the auction too. I'm a senior VIP here, so I booked a private room in advance. I'm alone. If the two of you don't mind, why don't you join me? You won't be disturbed by others if you watch the auction in the private room. Wouldn't it be nice to drink together?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "Boss, do you businessmen like to hide things when you do things? We're all smart people. If there's anything, just say it." Chapter 2138. Qin Shao could tell that the shop owner had invited them on purpose. The person behind him must have instructed him to do so. It seemed like they couldn't avoid this matter even if they wanted to. Since they were already here, why not have a private room to sit in? Since they couldn't avoid it, they might as well solve it. The three of them followed the shop owner into the auction venue and sat in a private room. A private room could only be reserved by someone of a certain status. Furthermore, the price of a private room during such a grand event was very expensive. Furthermore, the private room was suspended in mid-air and could overlook the entire auction venue. The view was very good. The auction venue was very large and there were many seats below. There were probably about 1 million seats. As for the private rooms, there weren't that many people. There were only about 1,000 of them. It was precisely because there were so few of them that they appeared especially noble. After taking their seats in the private room, the shop owner looked at Qin Shao with a half-smile and said, "Young man, you've been in the limelight in Flat Demon City these days. First, you made an experienced person like me fail miserably. Then, you bought a rare treasure in the black market for only 20 Primal Chaos Origin Stones. You even scared off the stall owners. It seems like you're quite capable. It's rare to see someone so young with so many tricks up their sleeves. To be honest, I'm starting to admire you." Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. He looked at the shop owner and said, "Are you praising me? Ha, what do you think?" The shop owner smiled meaningfully as he replied. Qin Shao shrugged and said, "I'll take it as a compliment then. However, there's a hidden meaning in your words. Why don't you just tell me who wants to see me? I like to be straightforward. I don't like to beat around the bush. The fact that I agreed to sit in your private room means that I know what you're trying to do. The fact that I returned the 2000 Primal Chaos Origin Stones to you means that I know that you're working for someone. Therefore, I'm not too calculative with you." The shop owner was slightly taken aback and looked at Qin Shao. However, he soon felt relieved. That's right, this young man in front of him was a smart person. This kind of thing naturally couldn't be hidden from him. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. Anyway, he had already made preparations. "You'll know later. Don't worry, they should be here soon," the shop owner said. Naturally, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He sat there leisurely and casually looked down. At this moment, the auction venue was filled with people, and the bustling crowd quickly filled up the entire venue. Just the ticket sales alone would bring in a sky-high amount of income from this auction. At the very least, it would be worth millions of Chaos Source Stones. Just the thought of it was shocking. Even if the auction itself did not bring in much profit, just the entrance fee alone was enough for the city lord's mansion to make a huge profit. Lin Xian had never encountered such a situation before. She thought that the person behind the shop owner should be the same person behind the city gate guards. Thinking about it, he must be an important figure in the city lord's mansion. This was a real big shot. Was there going to be a big shot coming soon? Qin Shao was not worried, but he could not help but feel nervous. It was not a good thing to offend a big shot. "Big brother Qin, will there be any problem? Why do I feel that the shop owner deliberately came here to catch us?" Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao, a little worried. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Even if it does, I'll be there to hold it up. There won't be any trouble." Hearing Qin Shao's confident and powerful words, Lin Xian was shocked. She looked at Qin Shao in a daze. These words were simply filled with heroic spirit. Too domineering. To be able to say such heroic words in front of the city lord's mansion, could it be that Big Brother Qin's background was even more powerful? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. Thinking back, she also felt that this possibility was very high. If he did not have a big background, how could he throw out 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones so casually? How could he scare off so many stall owners with just one sentence? She had always believed that Qin Zhao's background was not simple. Now, it seemed that it might be even more complicated than she had imagined. A powerful aura suddenly descended, filling the entire private room in an instant. It was obvious that the owner of the aura was deliberately releasing his powerful immortal aura to suppress the area. "He's here." Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at the door. Sure enough, a middle-aged man in brocade robes walked in immediately. Judging from his aura, he was a third-step heavenly venerable great immortal. His eyes were like peerless sharp knives, extremely aggressive. The moment he entered, he locked his gaze on Qin Shao. He was like a wolf that had spotted its prey. Qin Shao met the man's eyes and did not show any signs of weakness. His aura did not lose to the other party at all. A third-step heavenly venerable great immortal could not gain the upper hand in front of Qin Shao. This made the great immortal who had just entered frown. He was surprised. This kid is only a second-step heavenly venerable. How can he not show any signs of weakness under my aura? What about him? I deliberately released my aura, but he can still contend with me? This kid is indeed not simple. No wonder he can cause so much trouble in Flat Demon City. How could there be such a young talent in a small town? Shouldn't such a person have made a name for himself long ago? It didn't make sense. The man was also puzzled. He realized that he could not see through the young man in front of him. This kid did not look like someone who had walked out of a small town at all. He looked more like a genius with some background. "Greetings, great immortal Eli." The stall owner immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Seeing a great immortal, Lin Xian could not help but stand up as well, her face full of respect. A great immortal, in the territory of Flat Demon City, was definitely a powerhouse who stood at the top. No matter where he went, he should be respected. Not to mention the territory of Flat Demon City, even in the entire 9 states of Huaxia, great immortals were qualified to roam the world. Wherever they went, they would be respected. Qin Shao remained seated, calmly looking at exalted immortal Eli. He had no intention of rising, nor did he show any respect. Such an action was simply an act of provocation. However, even in the face of such provocation, great immortal Hunting did not flare up. Instead, he asked, "I don't think you're from High Mountain Town. You shouldn't be a second-step Empyrean, right? Who are you? Where do you come from?" Qin Shao naturally knew that great immortal Eli was probing him. He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm not from High Mountain Town. As for what realm I am and where I come from, that's a private matter. There's no need to tell you, is there? Go ahead and guess. If you want to bully someone, do you have to know their background first? If that's the case, I think you're a little weak. There's something wrong with the way you're bullying someone. If you want to bully someone, shouldn't you come straight to the point? Is there a need to ask so many questions? Even if I say I'm a descendant of a great family, you'd have to believe me, right? In the 9 states of Huaxia, there were hundreds of great families and hundreds of great families. In each land, there were hundreds of great families. Therefore, in the entire 9 states of Huaxia, there was a saying: the 100 schools of thought, the 10,000 families. The 100 schools of thought were the fixed 100 great families. They were ancient and powerful. Every surname represented a powerful force that ruled over a territory. They were the true overlords of a region. As for the Wan clan, it referred to the fact that each territory had about 100 or so powerful surnames. Combined together, it was a powerful wind of Wan clans standing in great numbers. The 5 great families, the 100 schools and the 10,000 families, formed the power system of the entire 9 states of Huaxia. In front of this 3-tiered force, the other forces appeared to be very insignificant. Great immortal Eli's expression turned ugly at Qin Zhao's retort. He glowered at Qin Shao. "You're Qin Shao, right? Although I don't know where you're from, it's not important. As you said, I don't need to know where you're from to find you. Let's get to the point. I'm here to talk to you on the orders of His Highness. His Highness is sitting in the private room over there." Qin Shao glanced over there, but he didn't see where the Highness Eli was talking about was. He couldn't see the situation in the other private rooms either. However, he was sure that the Highness Eli was talking about was also here. Which Highness? There should be many Highnesses in the Demon Flattening City Lord's mansion, right? Qin Shao curled his lips. In fact, he had already guessed that it was a Highness in the Demon Flattening City Lord's mansion. The descendants of the Demon Flattening City Lord could all be called Highness. Therefore, he didn't know who the Highness was at all. Eli snorted and said, "You don't need to ask so clearly. In short, you just need to know that it's a Highness. This time, you've offended His Highness and ruined his plans. How do you want to settle this account?" At this point, it was already very clear that the matter of the city gate guards collecting the entrance fee was planned by this Highness. Abusing his power for personal gain was simply too audacious. His Highness had obviously instructed the shopkeeper to rip off the customer. Now, His Highness had actually come to settle the account in person. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders and casually said, "How you want to settle the score depends on how you want to settle it. You want me to settle the account? Then I'll tell you to get lost and stop bothering me, okay?" "Humph." Eli snorted again and said angrily, "Young man, are you dreaming? You're still so stubborn at this time? You still refuse to lower your head?" "Humph, to be honest, sometimes I really admire you young people. Young and frivolous, supercilious and fearless. You can do all kinds of crazy things regardless of the consequences. I really don't understand. Is a life so worthless to you? I don't care where you come from, but this is the Demon Flattening City. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. If His Highness wants to kill you, he has thousands of ways to do so. His Highness just wants to give you a chance. That's why he hasn't decided to kill you yet. It's up to you whether you cherish this opportunity tomorrow night. Whether you live or die is in your hands. If you want to die, it's easy. We'll fulfill your wish. If you still want to live, then be sensible and admit your mistakes obediently. There's only one chance. It'll be too late if you miss it. Chapter 2139. Qin Shao couldn't help but sneer at Grand Immortal Eli's arrogant words. Yes, you're right. There's no medicine for regret in this world. That's why I'll give you one more chance. Go back and tell your master not to provoke me. I can pretend that nothing happened. It's all in the past anyway, I won't care too much about it. But if he bothers me again, I'll teach him the meaning of regret. Now, can you scram? Qin Shao didn't hold back and gave him a heavy blow. This heavy blow almost made Great Immortal Eli spit out blood in anger. How arrogant! Kid, you've got guts. Qin Zhao's words did sound arrogant to the extreme. Was there anyone in Flaming Demon City who dared to be so disrespectful to His Highness? And to threaten His Highness? Wasn't he just courting death? This was Flaming Demon City. The City Lord's estate had the power to decide life and death. Who gave him the courage to look down on the City Lord's estate? Qin Shao chuckled. I wouldn't dare call myself gutsy. I'm just protecting my own dignity. I don't offend those who don't bully me. If someone bullies me, I'll fight back with all my might to defend my dignity. No matter who it is, we'll have to see if they have the ability to step on my head. I don't care who your master is, but you want to bully me? Let him measure his own capabilities first. How arrogant! How bold, how bold, how bold! How could there be someone so arrogant and ignorant? Great Immortal Eli was so angry that his entire body trembled. His anger surged, and he was almost unable to suppress it, about to gush out. But this was an auction after all. He couldn't do anything here no matter how angry he was. Great Immortal Hunting was incomparably sinister, glaring coldly at Qin Shao with overflowing anger. Are you sure you want to do this, to become enemies with my Highness? Young man, I hope you can do things calmly. Being blindly impulsive will only harm you. While it is inconvenient for me to attack you here, it does not mean that I cannot attack you in the future. As long as you're still in Flat Demon City, you won't be able to escape from His Highness. If His Highness really wants to punish you, don't think that the rules of Demon Suppression City can save you. You have to understand that His Highness is the descendant of the City Lord. Even if he does something out of line, the City Lord will not punish him. Therefore, I advise you to think clearly. Don't forget that you still have those friends. Even if you're not afraid of death, don't implicate your friends. Great Immortal Hunting's words were clearly directed at Lin Xian and the others, and there was a hint of threat in them. In fact, Lin Xian had already started to think of a plan in her heart and was extremely worried. However, he couldn't persuade Qin Shao about this matter. Moreover, he knew that once Qin Shao made up her mind, no one could persuade her otherwise. Therefore, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't say anything at this time. He could only watch the situation develop and pray in his heart. What else could he do? Threaten? Qin Shao sneered in his heart. What he hated the most in his life was being threatened by others. To be honest, Qin Shao really didn't care about the City Lord of Demon Suppression City. Qin Shao really didn't want to provoke too much trouble. He didn't care, but he could implicate Lin Xian and the others, or even the entire high mountain town. After all, Qin Shao would definitely leave after this matter was over, but Lin Xian and the others' roots were here. They couldn't leave. Qin Shao looked coldly at Great Immortal Hunting. Then tell me, what does His Highness want? This matter isn't my fault. It's that blind guard captain's fault. If he hadn't gone overboard, I wouldn't have bothered to do anything. Great Immortal E. Hunting waved his hand. It's meaningless to talk about right and wrong now. What's done is done. We just need to find a way to resolve it. His Highness is a magnanimous person. You've caused him great losses this time, so you must compensate. But His Highness understands that you don't have much money, so he doesn't ask for too much. He just wants you to hand over the Buddhist item you bought from the black market. Hand over the Buddhist item, and this matter will be written off. You can also continue to participate in the big market in Demon Suppression City with peace of mind. These conditions are considered benevolent enough, aren't they? Benevolent enough? Qin Shao sneered and snorted disdainfully. You call this benevolence? This was clearly a despicable act of plundering by force. What wrong had Qin Shao done in this matter from beginning to end? Now, he actually came to ask for a large amount of compensation in the form of a punitive expedition. He even shouted that he was benevolent enough. How could he be so shameless? Do you want to scram yourself, or do you want someone to send you off? Qin Shao said coldly. What? Great Immortal E. Hunting thought he'd heard wrong. This kid dared to be so arrogant? He wanted him to scram? Damn it, damn it. Great Immortal E. Hunting also understood that there wouldn't be any results today. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more words. You're courting death. Great Immortal E. Hunting was thoroughly enraged. His powerful immortal aura furiously pressed down on Qin Shao, transforming into sharp swords that stabbed viciously at Qin Shao. Scram! In the face of Great Immortal E. Hunting's aura, Qin Shao roared, Scram! Of course, Qin Shao also unleashed a heart force attack at the same time, piercing E. Hunting Immortal's soul intent with incomparable sharpness. Thud, thud, thud. Terrified by Qin Zhao's powerful heart force attack, Great Immortal E. Hunting couldn't help but take a few steps back. The terrifying attack on his soul caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He used all of his strength to deal with this attack, but he still found it very taxing. What frightening heart force! Is this an 8th level heart force cultivator? Could this kid be a powerful heart force cultivator? He's not a simple second step celestial? His immortal Tao is only at the second step of the Empyrean realm. Could it be that the immortal Tao is just a cover? Many thoughts flashed through Great Immortal E. Hunting's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a bit more fear towards Qin Shao. Judging from this heart force attack alone, he knew full well that he was far from being a match for the young man in front of him. He was a third-step celestial, but even he wasn't a match for this young man. Just who was this kid? No wonder he dared act so arrogantly, belittle even His Highness, and act so wantonly in Flaming Demon City. He had strength to back him up. What now? What else could he do? He wasn't as strong as this kid, so how could he dare say anything more? Thus, Great Immortal E. Hunting could only scurry away with a cold face. A third-step Heavenly Venerate was actually forced to retreat by Qin Shao just like that. It was exactly the same as the situation in the black market previously. Lin Xian was once again astonished by this scene. His heart had been in his throat, almost jumping out of his chest. When Great Immortal E. Hunting had attacked, he'd really thought he was done for. His mind had gone blank. But he'd never imagined that Qin Shao would once again display a divine skill. Just the word scram had easily forced Great Immortal E. Hunting to retreat. However, Lin Xian also knew very well that this wasn't something that could force a third-step celestial to retreat with a single shout. There had to be some sort of powerful technique involved, but he just didn't know what it was. What he was certain of now was that Qin Shao was very, very strong, far stronger than he'd imagined. This gave him a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Qin Shao would really be able to resolve this matter very well. The shopkeeper at the side was also dumbfounded. His mouth was agape and his eyes were wide open. His expression was extremely exaggerated. It was as if he'd been frozen in time, unable to say a word. He was just a small character. Even great immortal Hunting had been forced back by Qin Shao. What else did he dare to say? I suddenly got up and have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Take this private room as a treat. Goodbye. After being stunned for a while, the shop owner didn't dare to stay here any longer. He casually found an excuse and left. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to care about him. It was good that he'd earned a private room. On the other side, in a private room, bang! A handsome man slammed his palm on the table, directly smashing the table into pieces. It could be seen how angry he was. This man was none other than His Highness the Eighth Prince. Hunting stood in front of His Highness, an ugly expression on his face. He was both furious and ashamed. He was a grand third step celestial exalt, but a young man had forced him to retreat with a single get lost. This was a great humiliation to him. What an arrogant brat! How dare he? How dare he act so brazenly in Flat Demon City? How dare he disregard this prince? His Highness was furious. He was the Grand Eighth Prince of Flat Demon City. Who in the city would dare disobey him like this? He wanted to kill someone. He really wanted to kill someone. Your Highness, if we don't kill this brat, what face will you have left? Great immortal Hunting gnashed his teeth in fury. His Highness's eyes were sinister. How could I not want to kill this brat? But this kid is mysterious, unfathomable, and extremely powerful. He's also a heart force cultivator. Do you have a good plan to kill him? With just the two of us, I'm afraid it's far from enough. Mobilizing too many third-step celestial exalts isn't something that can be done quickly. If we make too much of a ruckus and my forefather learns of this, I'm afraid I'll be punished. Moreover, a battle of this scale cannot be fought in Flat Demon City. We'll have to wait until the market is over before making other plans. That's why we need to take our time and think things through. Great Immortal Hunting thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Your Highness is right. We need to take our time and come up with a good plan. However, this grudge must be avenged. This brat must be killed as well, or your Highness's hatred will not be quenched. This subordinate will think of other methods and see if there are any better ones. There was another private room on the other side, in which sat an extremely beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothing. The beautiful woman was beside him, and there was also a maid serving her. The servant girl radiated the aura of a second-step celestial exalt, and it was very powerful. She was no ordinary second-step celestial exalt. To have a second-step celestial exalt as a servant girl was enough to show that this woman's background was not simple at all. Who's that person over there? He actually scared off Great Immortal Hunting and angered my eighth brother quite a bit. Someone who dared to offend a royal highness in the Flat Demon City was definitely not an ordinary person. Who was this divine being? Interesting. The beautiful woman glanced at Qin Shao. She spoke to her servant girl in her private room. Chapter 2140. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the auction finally began. Lin Xian also adjusted her mood and began to watch the auction excitedly. Big brother Qin, have you seen an auction before? This is my first time attending an auction. Haha, I'm a little excited, Lin Xian asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, You've attended quite a few. Just watch. It's no big deal. Lin Xian scratched her head awkwardly and said, I rarely travel outside, and my strength is also relatively weak. Moreover, in this territory, the only place I can wander around is Flat Demon City. There's nowhere else I can go. Therefore, I'm really lacking in experience. I'm not like you, Big Brother Qin. You can travel everywhere and travel the world. How heroic and happy is that? Even in my dreams, I want to be like you, Big Brother Qin. I want to travel the world and broaden my horizons. Only in this way can my path of cultivation be smoother, and I can go further. I'm not willing to stop at the second step, celestial venerable realm. I want to cultivate to the third step, celestial venerable realm, or even the fourth step, celestial venerable realm. I want to stand at a really high position. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Seeing Qin Zhao's smile, Lin Xian asked in confusion, "Big brother Qin, did I say something wrong?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "No, it's not that you said anything wrong. Most people probably have the same idea as you. There's nothing new about it. However, I feel that you're very confused. There are many things that you don't understand. You don't really understand. Perhaps you're just hot-blooded and spoke of everyone's instincts. But in fact, you don't understand the true meaning of cultivation." The true meaning of cultivation? Lin Xian was stunned and looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. He was really confused and did not understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Wasn't the true meaning of cultivation to make oneself stronger? I'm afraid that all cultivators of my generation want to become stronger, right? This is the meaning of life. It's the mission of all cultivators. Which cultivator doesn't want to become stronger? What about those who don't want to stand at a high position? Wasn't this the true meaning of cultivation? But at this moment, Lin Xian felt that this explanation was a little too superficial, a little too natural, and a little too common. That was what most people thought. However, most people were weak and could not go far on the path of cultivation. Those who could truly go far on the path of cultivation were few and far between. Those who could reach the fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm were even rarer. There were probably only one or two fourth step heavenly venerates in the entire demon-suppressing city's territory, right? This probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian believed that Qin Xiao was a powerhouse and a peerless genius. What he said should be reasonable, so she listened carefully to Qin Zhao's next words at this moment. Qin Xiao continued, "Then let me ask you first. What do you think is the most important thing in cultivation?" What was the most important thing? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "It should be innate comprehension, right?" Qin Xiao shook her head. "Wasn't it?" Lin Xian was stunned and said, "Could it be the resources and environment for cultivation?" Qin Xiao shook his head again. "Wasn't it again? Then what was it?" Lin Xian did not continue to answer. She looked at Qin Xiao in confusion and waited for Qin Xiao to show her the way. "It's the heart," Qin Xiao answered. "The heart." Lin Xian still did not understand. Why was it the heart? Shouldn't innate comprehension be the most important thing in cultivation? Therefore, there were geniuses and trash in this world. Some people were born geniuses and were born with better comprehension than others. They would be able to achieve 100 times the result with half the effort in cultivation. They would be able to understand with just a little bit of enlightenment and break through. Wasn't this the most important thing in cultivation? The environment and resources for cultivation were also very important. No matter how good one's innate comprehension was, if one was not given a cultivation method, resources, or any guidance, it would be very difficult for one's innate comprehension to grow. Even if one could grow, the amount of effort and time required would be hundreds or thousands of times more than others. Why was the heart the most important thing? Lin Xian really couldn't understand this. The path of cultivation is extremely long and difficult. It is a path that defies the heavens, a path of no return. Everything depends on the heart. The power of the heart is the rock that determines everything. Why is it the heart? There are indeed differences in innate comprehension. Some people are born geniuses and some are born trash. But in this world, there is another path called defying the heavens and changing one's fate. As long as your power of the heart is strong enough, even if you are born trash, you can slowly change yourself. If you work hard in cultivation, you can slowly transform and become a genius step by step. And if a genius is extremely arrogant, his glory will only be temporary. A genius who cannot grow is not a genius. This world has never lacked geniuses, but not all geniuses can grow. In this world, the majority of people with ordinary innate comprehension are the people. But many strong people come from these unremarkable people. And what do they rely on to defy the heavens and change their fate? They rely on a strong belief, a belief that becomes strong and resolute. Perhaps you will feel that you also have a very strong belief, and your power of the heart is also very strong. Then I can only tell you that your understanding of belief is too poor. A truly strong power of the heart is unimaginable. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Lin Xian understood a little. Indeed, she felt that it made some sense and understood a lot of things all of a sudden. Now that he said it, it was indeed so. However, Lin Xian still had some things that she did not understand. Big brother Qin, then how can I make my power of the heart become stronger? How can I have a strong heart? My innate comprehension is also very ordinary. In fact, I also know that I don't have innate comprehension, and I also don't have cultivation resources. With my conditions, it is actually a little whimsical to want to cultivate to the third or fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm. But after listening to Big Brother Qin, I feel that there is still a way to go. I hope Big Brother Qin can show me the way. In fact, Qin Shao also saw this point in Lin Xian, so at this time, he also wanted to give her some pointers. It could also be considered as leaving a good relationship with her. However, how much Lin Xian could comprehend would depend on her own luck. Qin Shao would not give her too much. The most important thing in cultivation was still to rely on oneself. Giving too much might not necessarily be a good thing. Lin Xian was alright in all aspects. Although she was not very outstanding, she was almost there. Her background was a little poor, and her innate comprehension was also a little poor. Under normal circumstances, unless she could obtain a great immortal opportunity, it was indeed impossible for her to become a fourth step heavenly venerate realm upper immortal. Being able to cultivate to the third step heavenly venerate realm was probably a great fortune. However, the path of cultivation was also a path full of magical colors. It could defy the heavens and change one's fate. Let me ask you again. Why do you want to become strong? Why do you want to cultivate? Qin Shao asked again. Lin Xian thought about it seriously, then said with a serious expression, Big Brother Qin, to be honest, I want to become strong for two reasons. First, it is for myself. After all, which cultivator doesn't want to become strong? Second, it is for my family. Although my family has some prestige in Gaoshan town as a whole, our strength is actually not very strong. Of course, everyone in Gaoshan town gets along very well, but it may not be a long-term peace. I want to become strong to bring honor to my family and to protect them so that they will not be bullied by outsiders. Third, it is for Gaoshan town. Gaoshan town is often bullied by outsiders. I want to become strong and become the guardian of Gaoshan town. I want Gaoshan town to never be bullied again. Qin Shao nodded and said, It's not bad that you have such conviction. However, I feel that your beliefs are not strong enough. Your thoughts are very good, and they will also become your motivation to continue cultivating. But how strong this motivation is depends on how strong your power of belief is. It's proportional. What you need to do now is to turn the thoughts in your heart into a resolute belief, and increase the power of your belief as much as possible. Only in this way can you possess a strong heart. Only then can your path of cultivation be smoother. Only then can you defy the heavens and change. However, such a path will definitely be even more difficult for you. Moreover, it will definitely take a long time to hone. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Time will make you suffer, and the pain will wear down your will. Your will then affect your belief. This is a cycle. The further you walk down this path, the more you have to endure. You have to constantly endure all the pain. It's an endless cycle, a cycle with no end in sight, a cycle with no hope in sight. Either you can continue to persevere, and you will definitely see the light, or you will be defeated and live a mediocre life. Cultivation and belief aren't just a momentary decision. Instead, it's a very long process. You may have to persevere for millions of years, millions of epochs, or even many epochs of the universe. Not everyone can endure such a long period of pain. This test is far too difficult. You must be mentally prepared. Lin Xian fell silent. He had not thought so much before. Now that he heard Qin Zhao's words, he realized how difficult, painful, and torturous it was to go up. Just by thinking about it, he could already imagine how difficult it would be to walk this path. However, at this moment, his conviction was incomparably resolute. He clenched his fists tightly and cheered himself on. Many thanks for Big Brother Qin's guidance. I will work hard. I will adhere to this resolute conviction. I will use Big Brother Qin as a model and as a goal. I will work hard and fight for my life. I will adhere to my beliefs and make myself stronger. No matter how painful this path will be in the future, I must walk it to the end. I will never back down. I believe that I will be able to do it. I will definitely be able to do it. Qin Shao only patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and nodded slightly as encouragement. Qin Shao certainly hoped that Lin Xian could do it. However, whether this kind of thing could really go far was another matter. Everyone wanted to become a powerhouse. Everyone worked very hard at the beginning but eventually gave up. Qin Shao did not think very highly of Lin Xian in all aspects. His temperament was not very good. He could only be said to be average in all aspects. Therefore, if he really wanted to persevere, the effort he would have to put in would be terrifying and unimaginable. If he could really persevere, it would be very difficult. Chapter 2141. Qin Shao was naturally not interested in such an auction. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was a little excited because it was her first time attending an auction. However, Lin Xian was very tight on money, so she naturally did not have the spare money to bid for things. To Qin Shao, the items being auctioned here were nothing in the eyes of Qin Shao. For example, there were middle-grade immortal weapons, strange immortal treasures, rare materials, and some strange objects. For ordinary people, these things were already very attractive. Finally, when it was time for the auction, the host said that a heavyweight treasure was going to be auctioned after an impassioned speech. The host knew how to control the atmosphere of the scene. He completely aroused everyone's passion and curiosity, making everyone extremely excited and looking forward to it. What kind of treasure was the peerless treasure that the host had boasted about? Those who still had a lot of money were already rubbing their hands in anticipation. Those who did not have the Chaos Source Stone were also waiting to broaden their horizons. Qin Shao was still not very interested in the peerless treasure that the host had boasted about. What kind of treasure could be auctioned here that even he was interested in? Soon, the two maids pushed out the so-called precious treasure. However, it was temporarily covered by something, so no one could see what was inside clearly. The host seemed to be continuing to whet everyone's appetite. He was not in a hurry to remove the thing that covered the precious treasure. A sense of mystery was also a very powerful force. After the so-called precious treasure was pushed out, a voice suddenly came from the depths of Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. Qin Shao, my young friend. Qin Shao was almost startled when he heard the sudden voice. Fortunately, he had a strong and firm mind, so he did not have any reaction and calmed down immediately. In fact, Qin Shao had always felt that there was a force hidden in his body. Although he had not been able to detect it, that force had saved him once in the Ghost Valley, so Qin Shao was very sure about it. However, he had never been able to detect where that power was hidden, so he didn't pursue this matter too much. It had been more than 6 million years since the incident at the departed Spirit Valley, and nothing else had happened. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't think about it anymore. But now, a voice suddenly came out, and this time, it was communicating with him. "Senior, how should I address you? Holy Sage Meng Xiai?" Qin Shao asked tentatively. In the beginning, when he triggered the restriction in the ancient divine relic, he vaguely felt a voice in his mind. Qin Shao could not remember anything else, but he vaguely remembered the words, Holy Sage Meng Xia. After Qin Shao confirmed that there was a powerful consciousness hidden in the depths of his sea of consciousness, Qin Zhao's mind, Holy Sage Meng Xiai. The Holy Sage Meng Xi's name's ancient sage. Qin Shao did not find it strange that it was an ancient sage Meng Xiai. If it was not an ancient sage, it would not have been able to hide in his sea of consciousness for so long. If it was not an ancient sage, it would not have been able to rescue them from the Ghost Valley so easily. Yes, I am Holy Sage Meng Xiai, a person who should have been dead for countless years. I am just struggling at death's door and still have a trace of consciousness left. The voice in his sea of consciousness sounded again. It sounded very old and filled with endless sorrow. This sorrow could even infect Qin Shao. How could a holy sage be so sorrowful? Qin Shao was also puzzled. It seemed like Holy Sage Meng Xiai had a lot of stories. "Senior, why do you say that?" Qin Shao asked. Holy Sage Meng Xiai sighed and said, Forget it. Let's not talk about the sad past. I am only a remnant soul now. My sacred body is not present, my soul is not complete, and my consciousness has not fully recovered. Only a remnant soul? Qin Shao was relieved. No wonder he could not find the whereabouts of Holy Sage Meng Xiai. He could only feel that he was there, but he could not find him. How could a holy sage be reduced to such a tragic state where he was only left with a remnant soul? Moreover, it was only a remnant soul, but it was able to push back the endless white bones in the Ghost Valley. What level was Holy Sage Meng Xiai at? He did not feel like a first step ancient sage. He should be at a higher level. Second step ancient sage? Third step ancient sage? Could it be that he was a four-step ancient sage? Such a powerful existence, who was it that caused him to be in such a miserable state? Why was he so sorrowful? There must be a lot of things behind this. However, Qin Shao couldn't figure out these things, and it was even more inappropriate for him to ask anything. Therefore, he decided not to think too much about it. Is there anything that I can do for you, Holy Sage Meng Xiai, to come out so suddenly? If so, please feel free to tell me. As long as it is something that I can do, I will definitely do it. Earlier in the departed Spirit Valley, it was fortunate that Senior and I Tong came to our rescue. Otherwise, my friend and I would have died there. I will always remember Holy Sage Meng Xi's kindness in saving my life. Qin Shao said seriously. Holy Sage Meng Xiai should not have come out to talk to him for no reason. If Holy Sage Meng Xiai wanted to talk to him, he would not have hidden in his sea of consciousness for more than 6 million years before speaking to him. Clearly, Holy Sage Meng Xiai did not want him to know about his existence, so he had been hiding very deeply. Now that he had suddenly appeared, there must be something wrong. Something must have happened. Holy Sage Meng Xiai said, Yes, little Qin Shao, you are indeed very smart. You can understand anything. Yes, that's right. I came out to talk to you because I have something very important that I need you to do for me. The item that is being auctioned now contains a fragment of my natal saint weapon. It will be very useful to me. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help. You must get that item. Only that auction item? That was a simple matter. Qin Shao did not think too much about it. He immediately nodded and agreed. Yes, Holy Sage Meng Xiai. This is not a problem at all. I promise you that I will definitely obtain this auction artifact. Qin Shao still had 5 million Chaos Source Stones with him. He did not believe that the item that was being auctioned here would be worth more than that. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones were enough to buy a superior grade immortal weapon. 5,000,000 Chaos Source Stones were enough to buy a lot of things. It was even enough to buy an extremely dangerous secret technique. With the financial support, Qin Shao was very confident. Originally, Qin Shao was not interested in the auction at all. Now, his interest was piqued. He stared at the treasure. Qin Shao did not believe that the auctioneer had exaggerated the item. Now, Qin Shao believed that it was a treasure. After all, it contained a fragment of a saint weapon. A saint weapon? Qin Shao had never seen a saint weapon before. Just how powerful would the might of a saint artifact be? Little Qin Shao, I might need your help in the future, Holy Sage Meng Xiai said. Then, Holy Sage Meng Xiai immediately added, Of course, I will repay you for your help. I won't let you help me for nothing. However, I am only a remnant soul now. I don't have much ability to help you. But I will be grateful to you and repay you in the future. How wonderful would it be to be able to obtain the gratitude of a saint venerable? How wonderful was that? However, Qin Shao did not care too much about this. He smiled and said, Senior Meng Xiai, you are too kind. You have saved my life once, so I, Qin Shao, will do everything for you. Therefore, Senior Meng Xiai, you don't have to be so polite with me. No matter what you need me to do in the future, just say the word. Regardless of whether I can do it or not, I will do my best to do it. I will do my best to fulfill Senior Meng Xi's order. Holy Sage Meng Xiai was stunned. After a while, he said, Little Qin Shao, it seems that I was right about you. I have been sealed in that ancient godly relic for countless years. I don't know how long it has been. I don't know if it has been tens of thousands of universe eras, millions of universe eras, or even longer. I can't remember. There have been countless intruders over the endless years, but none of them could make me feel at ease. It was only when I met you, little Qin Shao, that I saw my last hope. If you didn't appear, Qin Shao, I might have to leave this world with regrets. I'm not willing to do that. Qin Shao couldn't help but rub his nose as he thought to himself, It seems that I'm really a lucky person. For him to encounter such a good thing, perhaps this was luck. Back then, I was a bit of a prophet and knew that a great disaster was coming, so I secretly made some preparations. Although I only have a strand of soul left, my immortal body still exists. However, I stored the immortal physique in my natal saint artifact, then broke it into 9 fragments and scattered them to various parts of the great thousand world. Right now, the most urgent thing for me to do is to gather all 9 fragments and let my sacred weapon see the light of day once more. That way, my immortal body can return and I can be resurrected. However, I only have a strand of soul left, so I can't do anything. I can only hide in your body. I can only ask you to search for the fragments of my natal saint artifact. I can sense it as soon as I get close to it. However, the great thousand realms is vast and boundless, and so much time has passed, so it's really difficult to find the 9 fragments now. Moreover, it's not something that can be done overnight. I'm afraid it'll be a very long process. Therefore, I know that this is very difficult for you, but I have no other choice now. I can only choose you and trust you. If you have any conditions, you can state them. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Qin Shao finally understood what Senior Lacey wanted him to do. Qin Shao smiled and said, Senior Lacey, you're being too serious. I'll say it again. Senior Sovereign Wan Tong, you're my savior. I should be the one repaying you. Therefore, no matter what you want, just say the word. Whether or not I can do it, I, Qin Shao, will do my best. Chapter 2142. Qin Shao had indeed sensed a powerful force hidden in his body, but he didn't expect it to be the remnant soul of an ancient saint. The fact that a remnant soul could live for so many years showed how powerful Holy Sovereign Nun Tong was. Qin Shao couldn't help but think of his master, Elder Luha. Elder Luha was also a one-step ancient saint, but he didn't leave behind a remnant soul before he died. He only asked Jing Yang to escape into the endless cosmic ocean with some things. Holy Sovereign Nun Tong not only survived with a remnant soul, but also his saint body. Once he found a saint body, he could be resurrected. Such a method was truly unimaginably powerful. However, regardless of how far away a sacred venerate was, this was still a great opportunity for Luo Yunyang. He had to get the auction treasure no matter what. However, he had to handle it carefully. Whoosh! After a series of announcements, the host finally unveiled the mysterious veil and presented the peerless treasure. As soon as the treasure was taken out, a powerful immortal pressure gushed out. It descended majestically and instantly shrouded the entire auction venue. Everyone was enveloped by this powerful immortal pressure. When such a powerful immortal pressure appeared, it caused everyone to be greatly shocked. They immediately felt deep veneration for this peerless treasure, knowing that it was not an ordinary item. The treasure shone with immortal light. It was a sword with a strange shape. A high-grade immortal sword? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown at the sight of the treasure. Didn't Holy Sovereign Nun Tong say it was a fragment of his natal saint weapon? However, what he saw was a complete sword. What was going on? Something wasn't right. Qin Shao soon realized something was wrong with the sword. Holy Sovereign Nun Tong said, "The fragment is hidden in the sword. That's why the sword's immortal aura is so strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary high-grade immortal weapon. This sword forger is quite smart. He actually placed the fragment of a sacred artifact into the sword to improve it considerably. It was originally just a very ordinary immortal artifact, but now it has become an extremely formidable high-grade immortal artifact." Qin Shao was completely relieved after hearing Holy Sovereign Nun Tong's words. So that's what was going on. The host gave another impassioned speech, praising the sword as if it was a high-grade immortal artifact. However, an excellent high-grade immortal artifact was definitely not cheap. Thanks to the host's glib tongue, the high-grade immortal weapon had become a half-saint weapon, and its value had increased by a lot. However, there was a fragment of a saint weapon in the high-grade immortal weapon, so it did emit a trace of saint aura that could be deceived. Because of this, it made people think that the high-grade immortal weapon was a peerless divine weapon. It was most likely a half-saint weapon. A half-saint artifact. Even a fourth-step heavenly venerable would be tempted by it, wouldn't they? However, there weren't many people present who could bid for it. Qin Shao was secretly surprised as well. To think that there would be such an immortal weapon up for auction. Who in the entire Demon Flat City could afford it? Apart from a few people in the City Lord's mansion, no one else could afford it. Finally, the host announced the starting price. It was 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, which was quite shocking. How many people dared to bid at such a starting price? As expected, no one bid for it after a long time. 1,010,000. After a while, a voice rang out. Finally, someone made a bid. Everyone looked around when they heard the bid. Finally, their eyes fell on the private room of the Eighth Highness. The voice came from there, and many people knew that the Eighth Highness was sitting there. Apart from the Eighth Highness, no one else dared to bid. Or rather, no one else could afford to bid. Such a situation made the auction a little awkward. People couldn't help but wonder if the high-grade immortal weapon was specially made for the Eighth Highness. It was only through the auction process, which was also possible. Otherwise, who would be able to afford a high-grade celestial artifact in Demon Flat City? The Eighth Highness was full of confidence. He calmly made a bid. Moreover, he only increased it by 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. After the Eighth Highness made his bid, the host didn't hesitate. He looked around and asked if anyone else wanted to bid higher. However, He didn't encourage anyone else, nor did he hesitate. Just as he was about to shout, just when everyone thought that the high-grade immortal weapon was definitely going to be the Eighth Highness's, another voice rang out. 1,010,000. 1,010,000? Who made the bid? Who dared to compete with the Eighth Highness for this high-grade immortal weapon? Everyone was stunned when they heard that someone dared to make a bid. Then, they quickly looked around to see who dared to make a bid at this time. Even the host was stunned. He didn't expect someone else to make a bid. To put it bluntly, this auction item was only brought out to broaden everyone's horizons and build up the momentum. He didn't expect that someone would be able to bid for it. The Eighth Highness's bid was merely an empty bid. After all, the auction belonged to the City Lord Mansion. The person who made the bid was naturally Qin Shao. At this moment, countless gazes landed on Qin Shao and stared at him. Who is this person? What's his background? I don't know. Judging from his aura, he's only a second step heavenly venerate. What background could he have? Isn't that fella? That brother who made a name for himself in the black market previously? Yes. It's him. I was in the black market back then. I recognized him. This brother seems to be quite capable. However, he doesn't seem to have any background. He's really gutsy to dare to go against the Eighth Highness. Perhaps he's just a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. He'll probably start crying very rhythmically later. Isn't that right? It's not a good thing to be in the limelight in the Flat Demon City. Many heated discussions rang out. At this moment, the most furious and displeased person was the Eighth Highness. Your Highness, this brat is determined to fight you to the end. He's really despicable. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Great Immortal Eli said furiously. The Eighth Highness's expression was extremely gloomy. He wants to play? Then this Highness will play with him properly. This Highness will definitely not let anyone who dares to make a scene in the Flat Demon City leave this place peacefully. There will be a time for him to cry. Great Immortal Eli nodded immediately and said, Yes. Your Highness is extremely right. This is the Flat Demon City. Anyone who dares to make a scene here will definitely not have a good time. This brat thinks that he can look down on everyone just because he has some strength. He's simply arrogant and ignorant. Your Highness has plenty of ways to kill him. It's just that we're in the middle of the Flat Demon City's big event right now. That's why Your Highness is tolerating him. Otherwise, how could this kid still have the life to jump around here? On the other side, Lin Xian was shocked when she heard Qin Zhao's bid. She looked at Qin Zhao in astonishment. It was a price of 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. How terrifyingly wealthy was Big Brother Qin. He had also thrown in 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones in the black market. Was he going to compete with the Eighth Highness for this upper-grade immortal weapon? The target of this competition was the Eighth Highness. He had already offended the Eighth Highness. Was he going to continue to offend him? This made Lin Xian break out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. After all, this was the Flat Demon City. If this matter really blew up, it wouldn't be good for Qin Shao. After all, no matter how fair and just the Flat Demon City Lord was, he would definitely side with his descendants. When the time came, he could just pin a crime on Qin Shao. 2 million. The Eighth Highness also started to bid. After bidding, he looked at Qin Shao provocatively as if to say, continue bidding if you have the ability. Qin Shao could no longer measure the value of this item in terms of price. After all, it was something that Holy Sage Wantong wanted. He had to get his hands on it. Even if he had to pay a huge price, Qin Shao wouldn't hesitate. However, it was clear that he couldn't be too blindly bidding at this time. There had to be some tactical strategy. His Highness the Eighth Prince harbored a grudge against him, and at this moment, he wanted to compete with him. Under such circumstances, it was easy for the price to go up. No matter what, the Eighth Highness was from the Flat Demon City Lord's residence. It wouldn't matter even if the price was a little higher. In the end, there would still be room for negotiation. However, Qin Shao was different. Therefore, if he wanted to compete with the Eighth Highness, he had to have a strategy. After His Highness the Eighth Prince made this bid, Qin Shao did not anxiously continue to make a bid. Instead, his face darkened and he had a serious expression on his face. It was as if he was seriously considering it. At this moment, many people were looking at Qin Shao to see if Qin Shao dared to continue bidding. On the other side, the Eighth Highness saw that Qin Shao seemed to be shocked by his price and couldn't help feeling proud. Eighth Highness, this kid definitely doesn't have many Chaos Source Rock. How dare he compete with you? That's a fool's dream, Great Immortal E-Hunting said. The Eighth Highness sneered and said, the price of this upper-grade immortal weapon is more than 2 million. It can even be worth 2 million. This kid knows the value of this upper-grade immortal weapon. He just wants to try and see if he can pick up a treasure. That's right. He wants to pick up a treasure? Humph! How can we let an outsider pick up the treasure of our demon-suppressing City Lord mansion? 2 million and he doesn't dare to continue bidding. It seems like that's his limit. Look at this kid. He wants to bid but doesn't dare to. He's probably still a little unwilling in his heart. Eighth Highness, why don't you take this opportunity to step on him? Great Immortal Eli said in agreement. The Eighth Highness's dark and deep eyes flickered with a strange luster. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't bid for a long time, the auctioneer was about to call the hammer. At this moment, Qin Shao bid again. 3 million. Another 100,000 more than the Eighth Highness. As soon as this bid was made, many people who were waiting for a long time breathed a sigh of relief. There was an uproar. Originally, many people thought that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to bid again. They didn't expect him to really dare. This showed that he was going to go against the Eighth Highness and not give him any face at all. Such a move couldn't be said to not be bold. What kind of background did this brat have? What kind of person was he? How could he be so daring? Humph, kid, you really dare to continue playing. Fine, fine, fine. 1,300,000. It's already so hard for you to return. Let's see how much more foundation you have. If you want to play, then play harder. Chapter 2143. The fact that he'd bid 1.5 million meant that he was determined to win. In terms of aura, he was very confident and didn't hesitate at all when bidding. Hearing this price, Qin Shao looked deeply at His Highness the Eighth Prince, and his expression became even more hesitant. Many people looked at Qin Shao again to see if Qin Shao dared to continue bidding. Would he still dare to continue when he'd already bid at this level? Qin Shao suddenly stood up and looked in the Eighth Prince's direction. His lips curled into a sly smile. Your Highness, it's just the two of us now. Why don't we stop being so stingy? We all know the value of this high-grade immortal weapon. It's meaningless to bid 1 or 200,000 each. Why don't we all just be straightforward? I'll bid 2 million. Your Highness, it's your turn. With that, Qin Shao gestured for the Eighth Prince to go ahead. He was actually taking a gamble. On the other side, the Eighth Prince sneered at the provocation. You want to play with me? You're not qualified at all. Wait, Your Highness, Great Immortal Eli called out when he saw the Eighth Prince about to bid. The Eighth Prince was just about to bid when his heart skipped a beat and he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. No. The Eighth Prince's expression shifted and his heart skipped a beat. No, no. I almost fell for this kid's trick. The Eighth Prince sneered. Great Immortal Eli immediately agreed. That's right, Your Highness. He's obviously trying to provoke you into bidding higher. 2 million is more or less the right price for this high-grade immortal weapon. He added 500,000 Chaos Source Stones in one go. He's obviously trying to provoke you into bidding as well. If your highness adds another 500,000 Chaos Source Stones, the price will exceed the value of the high-grade immortal artifact. What if the kid doesn't increase the price? Doesn't bid? The eighth prince snorted. If he doesn't bid, doesn't that mean he's admitting defeat? That's not right either. If he didn't raise the price, he would have admitted defeat. But at the same time, he would have successfully tricked me. He added 500,000, forcing me to add 500,000 as well. In the end, even if I win, the price I have to pay will exceed the actual value. Although it looks like this prince has won, in reality, this prince was tricked by him and suffered a hidden loss. Great Immortal Eli nodded and said, "Yes, Eighth Highness, that's what I meant. If your highness bids too, 5 million and that kid doesn't bid again, then even if your highness wins the auction, you'll be secretly tricked. I really feel like I don't want to try." The eighth prince's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Then what do you think is the best way for this prince to deal with this? We can't just raise the price and let that kid get it, right? If that's the case, I'll still lose and lose face." What they were fighting for now was nothing more than face and a breath of air. How could they be fighting for some immortal artifact? Great Immortal Hunting continued, "That's not true, Eighth Majesty. This kid has made a vicious move, so why don't we make a surprise move?" Surprise move? The eighth prince's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood what Great Immortal Eli meant. "You mean to say that I won't raise the price this time, and let him win at 2 million Chaos Source Stones?" Great Immortal Eli nodded and said, "Yes, Eighth Majesty. That's the best plan for now. I don't believe that kid can really take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. His actions earlier were clearly a bluff. He was deliberately trying to infuriate your highness the eighth prince. The purpose of this action is self-evident. Therefore, I'm certain that he won't be able to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. If he can't take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones to buy the next item, then it'll be considered a malicious bid and he'll definitely be punished for disrupting the auction. That way, the city lord won't let him off even if your highness doesn't do anything. Once that happens, won't your highness be able to avenge your highness? Isn't that even better?" His Highness the Eighth Prince pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's right, that's what I think as well. Even I can't take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. I don't believe that kid can take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones either. An ordinary fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, wouldn't be able to take out so many Chaos Source Stones casually. How can a second step, Heavenly Venerate kid take out so many Chaos Source Stones? Even if he's only a third step Heavenly Venerate, how capable can he be?" With that thought in mind, Eighth Highness made his decision. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're quite good at provoking me. Are you trying to trick me? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Do you think I'll fall for your tricks so easily? 2 million is already the limit. Wouldn't it be foolish for me to raise the price by another 500,000? Therefore, as you wish, I won't raise the price any further. However, kid, you'd better be able to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. If you can't, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the eighth prince wasn't going to raise the price. It seemed like it was as he'd expected. The eighth prince had fallen for his trick. Qin Shao didn't want the eighth prince to raise the price any further. That was why he'd deliberately done that. He knew that by provoking the eighth prince wouldn't raise the price by another 500,000. Logically speaking, 2 million Chaos Source Stones was already the limit for a high-grade immortal artifact. If he raised the price any further, he'd be buying it at a discounted price. Of course, for Qin Shao, he'd buy it even if it was 5 million Chaos Source Stones, let alone 2.5 million Chaos Source Stones. However, the situation was different for the eighth prince. Qin Shao knew that the 8th prince would definitely suspect that he was trying to trick him. Therefore, he wouldn't raise the price any further and was certain that he wouldn't be able to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Everything was going according to Qin Zhao's plan. Things were developing exactly as Qin Shao had expected. However, Qin Shao didn't rejoice too early. When he heard the 8th prince's words, he pretended to look gloomy. The more he looked, the more convinced the 8th prince was that he'd won. After all, the hammer hadn't been struck yet. Therefore, the item wasn't in his hands yet. The auctioneer was in a difficult position now that the 8th prince was on vacation. Originally, this high-grade immortal artifact was only going to be put up for auction. It wasn't really going to be auctioned off. After all, it belonged to Flat Demon City and was a true treasure. However, now that the 8th prince wasn't bidding for it, Qin Shao would win the auction. There was a possibility that this high-grade immortal artifact would fall into the hands of an outsider. Under such circumstances, the auctioneer naturally couldn't handle it. He looked at the 8th prince and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he could only drop the hammer. No matter what, the rules of the auction couldn't be broken. That would destroy the reputation of the auction. Once the reputation was destroyed, it would be difficult to repair it. This was a big deal. In the end, the auctioneer dropped the hammer and announced that Qin Shao had won the high-grade immortal artifact at the astronomical price of 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Humph. As you wish, right? How is it? Are you satisfied now? The 8th prince sneered. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Qin Shao looked at the 8th prince with a gloomy expression and sat down without replying. In the 8th prince's opinion, Qin Zhao's action meant that he wouldn't be able to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. There were many heated discussions among the others as well. Is this fella's brain flooded with water? Going against the 8th prince in Flat Demon City? Isn't that just asking for trouble? That's right. Great. He's digging his own grave now. Is it even possible for him to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones? If he can't take it out in the end, he'll be severely punished. It feels good to pretend for a while, but in the end, he'll just have to wait and cry in the crematorium. Although it feels good to do this, it's a pity that he didn't succeed. I sympathize with this fella. He's courageous, but he didn't use the right method. In the private room, Qin Shao looked depressed on the surface, but he was actually very happy on the inside. To be able to win the high-grade immortal artifact for 2 million Chaos Source Stones was already a huge profit. Big brother Qin, Lin Xian, looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Shao knew what Lin Xian wanted to say. He only sent her a voice transmission, "Don't say anything now and don't ask anything. You'll understand when this is over. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Everything is under my control." Lin Xian was stunned when she heard Qin Zhao's voice transmission. Everything was under Big Brother Qin's control? If that was the case, then Big Brother Qin was a god. She admired him. However, since Qin Shao said so, he must be very confident. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. The auction continued. After a long auction, it was finally nearing its end. It was time for the final auction item. The final auction item was a little novel. The 2 items up for auction were 2 stunningly beautiful women. They were so beautiful that they took one's breath away. They were the kind of women who were born with natural charm. She was afraid that most men would be attracted to her at first glance. This kind of absolute beauty was probably extremely tempting to most men. Therefore, when the 2 items were put up for auction, it immediately caused an uproar. There was a huge commotion. Ice orphan girls? After hearing the host's introduction, Qin Shao learned that the 2 women were ice orphans. Legend had it that ice orphans didn't belong to the human race. In the mouth of the host, the ice orphan girl was naturally exaggerated to the point that she was priceless. Qin Shao didn't know much about ice orphans. This was the first time he heard about them. Lin Xian, Do you know about ice orphans? Qin Shao asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said, Big brother Qin, I've heard about the legend of ice orphans from the old people in town. However, it's just a rumor. I can't guarantee whether it's true or not. After hearing the host's exaggerated description and thinking about the legend I heard from the old people in town, I think it's quite true. Or, to a certain extent, the possibility is very high. It's said that ice orphans are natural playthings for men. A man only needs to mate with an ice orphan to completely absorb the power of the ice orphan. Therefore, obtaining an ice orphan can help a man make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This time, we are auctioning 2 second step, Heavenly Venerate Ice Orphan Girls. If an experienced second step, Heavenly Venerate obtains them, they can use the power of the Ice Orphan Girls to break through to the 3rd step, Heavenly Venerate realm. I can't say that he's 100% sure, but at least he'll have a much better chance of improving his cultivation. This kind of opportunity is worth spending a lot of money to obtain the Ice Orphan Girls. Moreover, there are 2 of them at once. Chapter 2144. There's such a strange thing. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Shao also clicked his tongue and sighed. It was indeed a very magical feeling. There were indeed all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. It was really a magical thing to be able to directly absorb the power of the Ice Orphan Girl through sexual intercourse. Of course, on the other hand, this kind of thing was also very domineering. There would always be one party who would have to pay the price for this kind of absorption. The one who would suffer would definitely be the Ice Orphan Girl. Once the energy was completely absorbed, she would probably die. Therefore, it was rumored that some people specially raised Ice Orphan Girls and slowly absorbed their power to slowly strengthen their own strength. This speed might be a little slow, but it would always increase their strength. As long as one's financial resources were strong enough to keep the Ice Orphan Girl and ensure that the Ice Orphan Girl's power could recover, this method could continue. This kind of thing was still something that many people were willing to do tirelessly. After all, many people's cultivation path would be difficult to move forward at the end. Their cultivation path would slowly be cut off, and they would no longer be able to move forward. Therefore, this was also a good way. The energy that was forcefully absorbed could be used to improve oneself. There was no need for one to cultivate. This could be considered a shortcut. Big brother Qin, I heard from the old people in town that there was even an Ice Orphan Girl at the 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm who was raised by someone and then helped that person break through to the Ancient Sage Realm. I don't know if it's true or not, Lin Xian added. There's such a thing? Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. An Ice Orphan Girl at the 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm could be raised by someone? Wasn't this too inconceivable? A 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm. In the entire Celestial Realm, no matter where one went, one should be an extremely powerful existence. A 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm was already standing among the powerhouses of the great wide world. It was at the top of the food chain. When did a 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm become so worthless? How arrogant was a 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm? It should rather die than submit. How could it be raised by someone else? Such a situation really made people unable to figure it out. Moreover, being able to rely on an Ice Orphan Girl at the 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm to break through to the Ancient Sage Realm sounded a little impossible, right? However, since there was such a legend, it might not be false. After thinking about it carefully, there was indeed a sliver of possibility that he could absorb it without limit. Qin Shao was a little surprised. Were all ice orphans so easy to raise? He saw that the 2 ice orphans on the stage were like very docile cats, very obedient. They followed the host's instructions and made all kinds of movements, showing their full range to everyone present. Many people were staring so hard that their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Their saliva was also flowing all over the ground. Naturally, many people flocked to the legendary Ice Orphan Girl like a flock of ducks, yearning for her incomparably. However, how could anyone obtain such a rare item just because they wanted it? As for the finale items, unless they were really rich, most of them would still fall into the hands of the City Lord Mansion's people. There were probably a few majesties here today, as well as some of the important figures of Flat Demon City. The final battle would probably be between these people. Countless people wanted to have the Ice Orphan Girl, but they could only yearn for it but not obtain it. Big Brother Chin, it is said that the Ice Orphan Girl is born with a docile personality and easily submits to a master. She is extremely loyal and is willing to sacrifice everything for her master. There is even a saying that the Ice Orphan Girl is a life that is born to be played with and is a gift from nature. However, I only heard this from the elders in our town. I'm not too sure if this is the case specifically, Lin Xian added. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Although the specific situation might not necessarily be exactly like this, it was probably close. At least, based on the current situation, it was close. This kind of life was indeed strange. However, it was not a big deal. After all, the vast Thousand Realms was full of strange things. What he had seen now was probably not even the tip of the iceberg. If one did not travel outside, step onto a bigger stage, and see how big this world was, one would never know how many strange things there were in this world. The Ice Orphan Girl, there are actually 2 second step, Heavenly Venerates auctioning the Ice Orphan Girl. This auction is really full of surprises. In the private room, His Highness the 8th Prince was also a little excited. He had only heard of the Ice Orphan Girl's name and had never seen her in person. This was the first time he had seen the Ice Orphan Girl. He had long heard some rumors about the Ice Orphan Girl. This time, he had seen the Ice Orphan Girl with his own eyes. Haha, congratulations, Your Highness the 8th Prince. This is an excellent opportunity. Although they are only second step Heavenly Venerates, it is good that there are 2 of them. If you keep them for a long time, it will be of great benefit to Your Highness the 8th Prince's strength. Great Immortal E-Hunting had always been following His Highness the 8th Prince, so he naturally knew what His Highness the 8th Prince was thinking. His Highness the 8th Prince said, "Don't be happy too early. The reason why no one fought with me for the upper grade immortal artifact earlier was because everyone knew about it. I just came out to shout. However, the Ice Orphan Girl's price is not that high. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting with me over it. This Highness is already a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. 2 second step Heavenly Venerables won't have much of an effect on this Highness' strength. However, the Ice Orphan Girl is a natural beauty. Being able to obtain 2 of such stunning Ice Orphan Girls is enough for me to have some fun. This is the most important thing. I think those people are already getting restless. I'm afraid they are going to fight with me. This time, they are going to fight with real swords and spears. I won't be able to take out more than 1 million. The auction for the last item was about to begin. The starting price was 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. 110,000. I bid 120,000. 150,000. No one is going to fight with me today. The bidding was very intense as soon as the auction began. Many people started to bid. There were many people who could afford the price of 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Many 3rd step Heavenly Venerates could afford it. Big Brother Qin, don't tell me you want to bid for it too? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Not interested. I don't like this kind of thing. If a person has to rely on such despicable means to raise his cultivation level, I think it's a very sad thing. I find such means very shameless." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, I also think that such means are a little too cruel. It's equivalent to sacrificing the ice orphan girls for personal gain. Yes, but I still have to call out the price, Qin Xiao suddenly said, and a strange smile slid across the corners of her mouth. Lin Xian was stunned. She looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. Didn't he say he didn't want to bid? Why was he bidding again? Could it be Lin Xian was also a smart person? She immediately understood Qin Xiao's intentions. The bidding was already very intense. Soon, the price reached 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, the price of the Ice Orphan Girls, who were second-step Heavenly Venerates, would definitely be higher than this. Hence, the price would definitely continue to rise. His Highness the Eighth Prince wasn't in a hurry to bid. Most of the people who had bid earlier were just there to join in the fun and didn't have much wealth. Hence, the number of people bidding decreased as time went on. I bid 300,000. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice resounded, and immediately suppressed all the voices in the room. It wasn't His Highness the Eighth Prince who had bid. His Highness the Eighth Prince looked over and frowned slightly. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Why? Are you interested in the Ice Orphan Girls too? You have the same interests as me." His Highness the Eighth Prince wanted to tell the other party that he had taken a liking to the Ice Orphan Girls. However, the other party obviously had some background. He smiled and said, "Oh, Your Highness the Eighth Prince, it seems like great minds think alike." "Ha ha ha. I didn't know that Your Highness the Eighth Prince had taken a liking to her first. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have bid. However, since I've already bid, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face if I were to stop now? So, Your Highness the Eighth Prince, do you think you can fulfill my wish for once?" The meaning behind his words was very clear. He wouldn't back down easily and wanted to compete with His Highness the Eighth Prince. His Highness the Eighth Prince was a little angry. He pointed at the other party's nose and said, "Fang Luo, do you really want to compete with me? Do you think you have the ability to compete with me?" The person called Fang Luo was also a third-step Heavenly Venerate. He didn't show any signs of weakness in the face of His Highness the Eighth Prince's angry accusations. Instead, he said, "Your Highness the Eighth Prince, you don't have to be so angry. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll only know after we compete. It's rare for something to catch my eye. If I don't even compete for it, wouldn't I be too weak? Humph. Then let's see if you have the ability. I bid 500,000. His Highness the Eighth Prince was completely furious. Eli felt indignant for His Highness the Eighth Prince and said, "This Fang Luo is really bold. Isn't he just relying on his relationship with the eldest prince? He doesn't even care about His Highness the Eighth Prince." 600,000. Fang Luo didn't show any signs of weakness and bid again. 700,000, 800,000. 1,000,000. Fang Luo, come on, bid again. In the end, His Highness the Eighth Prince raised the bid to 1,000,000 in a fit of anger. This was all the primal Chaos Source Stones he could take out for the time being. It could be considered that he had used up all his assets for this gamble. In fact, His Highness the Eighth Prince had estimated that he would be able to obtain about 600,000 to 800,000 primal Chaos Source Stones. He hadn't expected that the bid would reach 1,000,000 now. All of this was because of Fang Luo, who had actually gone against him. It was really abominable. 1,000,000. This was His Highness the Eighth Prince's last gamble out of anger. If Fang Luo continued to bid, he would have to think twice. Eighth Prince, is it worth it for the sake of 2 second-step Heavenly Venerates? You actually bid a sky-high 1,000,000 primal Chaos Source Stones. You're really generous. Forget it, forget it. This price has exceeded my limit. I have the heart but not the strength. There's no way for me to continue competing with His Highness the Eighth Prince. I admit defeat. The Ice Orphan Girls belong to His Highness the Eighth Prince. Fang Luo shook his head. He had the heart but not the strength. He couldn't afford a price of 1,000,000 primal chaos source stones. Hence, he could only admit defeat. Humph! You're overestimating yourself. Who gave you such courage? How dare you compete with me? His Highness the Eighth Prince's mood instantly lightened up when he heard that Fong Luo had admitted defeat. Sometimes people just wanted to fight for their dignity. Chapter 2145. Who would dare to compete with the price of 1,000,000? Even if they wanted to compete, they were not as wealthy as this person. His Highness the Eighth Prince had shown off in the auction venue today, showing off his wealth. In the previous competition with Qin Shao, he had pushed the price to the sky-high price of 2,000,000. This time, he had bid a sky-high price of 1,000,000, taking the lead. How generous was he? His Highness the Eighth Prince looked rather smug at this time. He was waiting for the auctioneer to drop the hammer and take the two lonely girls to his house. Although the price was indeed painful, it was worth it to spend a few 100,000 chaos source stones to win back his pride. I bid 1,200,000. But just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes looked over and soon gathered on Qin Shao. That's right, the bidder this time was none other than Qin Shao. At the crucial moment, Qin Shao came out again to show off his edge. In the previous competition with His Highness the Eighth Prince, he had forced His Highness to give up bidding. In the end, Qin Shao won the upper-grade immortal weapon, the most valuable treasure in this auction. It could be said that he had stolen the limelight and was in the limelight for a while. And now, Qin Shao was playing the same trick as before. Such a situation made His Highness the Eighth Prince's expression suddenly turn from sunny to gloomy. In an instant, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was covered with haze. His anger burned in an instant and was incomparably turbulent. If Fong Luo had continued to compete with him, he would not have been so angry. But he was incomparably angry with Qin Shao. Previously, Qin Shao had ruined the matter of the city gate collecting the entrance fee. Just now, during the auction of the upper-grade immortal weapon, he had been outbid by Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao wanted to ruin his plans for the two lonely girls that he was determined to win. How could he not be angry? His Highness the Eighth Prince's eyes flickered with malice as he looked at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and a thick murderous intent surged out without any concealment. You want to play with me again? Very well, this Highness will play with you this time. Let's see how capable you are. His Highness the Eighth Prince gritted his teeth fiercely. 1,500,000. Qin Shao bid 120, but His Highness the Eighth Prince directly raised the price to 1,500,000. This price had already exceeded its original value by 2 times. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones was enough to make the Eighth Highness feel the pinch. Now that the bid had reached 1,500,000, he didn't have that many Chaos Source Stones on him. However, he still made a bid to prove himself. Of course, His Highness the Eighth Prince also had some plans there. However, this time, he was destined to miscalculate again, because Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled. He spread out his hands and said, "Well, Your Highness, you are indeed wealthy. I have to admire you." "Haha, in that case, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. Thinking about it, Your Highness the Eighth Prince is really wealthy. You spent 1,500,000 Chaos Source Stones to bid for 2 second step Heavenly Venerate. Because of Your Highness the Eighth Prince's generosity, the value of the Heavenly Venerates has increased tremendously. However, actually, I was just casually bidding for fun. I was scared to death just now. I didn't expect Your Highness the Eighth Prince to fall for it and actually bid." The corners of His Highness the Eighth Prince's mouth twitched when he heard Qin Zhao's mocking words. He finally understood that Qin Shao had done it on purpose to provoke him into bidding more Chaos Source Stones. This move was really vicious. In that case, His Highness the Eighth Prince would have to pay an additional 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. That was 500,000 Chaos Origin Stones they were talking about. That was a huge sum of money. Just the thought of it gave the Eighth Highness the urge to kill Qin Shao. Despicable, really despicable. His Highness the Eighth Prince's hatred for Qin Shao had already seeped deep into his bones and was burning mercilessly along with the anger in his heart. His fists were already clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He really wanted to make a move right now and kill Qin Shao for good. However, he also knew that he and Eli might not be able to do anything to Qin Shao given their strength. Therefore, he could only bear with it for the time being and make plans in the future. On the other hand, Qin Shao was in a good mood after tricking His Highness the Eighth Prince. This move had really made His Highness the Eighth Prince bleed. The others were dumbfounded. How could there be such a vicious move? Many people indeed felt incomparable admiration for Qin Shao in their hearts. Of course, they also sympathized with him. It would be very difficult for him to walk out of Flat Demon City after offending His Highness the Eighth Prince. His Highness the Eighth Prince's status in the Flat Demon City Governor's mansion was extremely high. Ordinary princes could not compare to him. "Princess, may I know who this young man is? He is really bold to be able to mess with His Highness the Eighth Prince like this," the maidservant said to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman had also been sizing up Qin Shao just now, and her eyes flashed with a lot of curiosity. Women were born with a strong sense of curiosity. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "That's right. You are indeed very bold and heroic. You are a real man." His heroic spirit is indeed not something that ordinary men can compare to. I sensed a very special aura from him. He must have a powerful background. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so wantonly in Flat Demon City. However, it seems that he does not have a powerful background. No matter where he is from, he looks very ordinary. Strange, it is indeed a little strange. However, I do admire his personality in all aspects. The maidservant nodded and said, "Yes, Princess, I also feel that this man is rather special. How should I put it? It can be said that he is very good. At least, in the eyes of women, that is the case. He is a hero and a man. He is also very heroic. In all aspects, he is not bad and he is also very handsome. His character should be righteous and noble. No matter how I look at it, I feel that he is an excellent candidate." "Candidate? Who is it?" the princess asked. The maidservant snickered and winked at the princess, saying, "Princess, you know what I am talking about." Of course, the princess knew. She just wanted to ask to confirm. After confirming, the princess gave the maidservant a coquettish glare and said, "Who asked you to talk so much? Be careful that I don't cut your tongue off. How can such an important matter be taken lightly?" Yes. You are absolutely right, Princess. I have said too much." The maidservant immediately admitted her mistake. The princess added, "However, we can consider it." In the end, the 2 ice orphan girls were bought by the 8th prince at the high price of $1 million. The auction came to an end. The auction this time was worthy of praise. With the 2 battles between Qin Shao and His Highness the 8th Prince, it had undoubtedly added a lot of color to this auction. After the auction ended, everyone left one after another. Those who had won the auction stayed behind to pay for the items they had won. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He was still sitting in the private room, waiting for others to go first. The 8th Prince did not get up, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Shao, as if he was afraid that Qin Shao would run away. Qin Shao simply drank wine, looking very leisurely. Suddenly, 2 beautiful figures walked over. The woman in the lead was noble and gorgeous. She had a stunning appearance and an incomparably noble temperament. She was so stunning that it was somewhat suffocating. It was also the first time that Lin Xian had seen such a beautiful woman with such a noble temperament. Her eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Qin Shao sized up the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived walked straight into their private room. He didn't seem to be polite at all. He didn't even ask for Qin Zhao's permission before he directly entered their private room. Because of the entrance of these two beautiful women, the small private room seemed to radiate light in all directions. Suddenly it felt a lot brighter. A third step, heavenly venerate, with a second step, heavenly venerate maidservant. Her status is definitely not ordinary. In Demon Suppression City, I'm afraid that only the princess of the city governor's mansion receives such treatment. She has an extraordinary temperament and is very noble. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a princess. After sizing her up, Qin Shao had a plan in her mind. She said, "May I know why the princess has graced us with her presence?" "Princess?" Only then did Lin Xian react. She hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Greetings, princess." The beautiful princess looked at Qin Shao with some interest. She said, "Oh, how did you know that I'm a princess?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "This shouldn't be difficult at all, right? It's easy to guess. From her temperament, maidservant, and strength, I'm sure there's no one else other than the princess of the city governor's mansion." The beautiful princess smiled and said, "You're really smart. My name is Lan Xian. What about you? Shall we get to know each other?" Qin Shao did not care at all about who she was and what her name was. Qin Shao had never been interested in beautiful women. In terms of beauty, both Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Yuexin were far superior to Princess Lan Xian. Moreover, Princess Lan Xian had an air of arrogance that Qin Shao did not like. Therefore, Qin Shao was even less interested in Princess Lan Xian. Qin Shao looked at Princess Lan Xian and said, "Then how do you want to get to know me, Princess Lan Xian? If you just want to know my name, I don't think there's a need for me to introduce myself, right? Princess Lan Xian is so smart, it's impossible that you don't know my name. If you want to get to know someone else, I don't think there's a need. Flat Demon City is just a place I'm passing by. I'm just a passerby who will leave Flat Demon City soon. I don't want to claim this honor." In other words, he rejected her. Qin Zhao's rejection naturally caused Princess Lanxin to reveal a look of displeasure. Perhaps it was because she did not expect that there would be someone who would refuse to get to know her. Princess Lan Xian's maidservant said indignantly, "Hey, Qin Shao, what do you mean? My princess admires you and wants to get to know you. Maybe we can become friends. What are you thinking? You don't think that my princess has taken a fancy to you, do you? Are you that narcissistic? The number of people who want to woo my princess can form a circle around the entire Flat Demon City. Where can you be in the line? My princess wants to get to know you because she thinks highly of you. You're still pretending. Don't you think too highly of yourself?" Qin Shao disliked this maidservant even more. However, like master, like servant, this was a very normal thing. Qin Shao could not be bothered to argue with this maidservant. He replied calmly, "I don't think too highly of myself. That's why I don't dare to claim connections." Chapter 2146. You. Princess Lan Xian was so angry that her nose was crooked. How could there be someone in Demon Suppression City who dared to reject her in such an untactful manner? Since when had she ever been rejected in such a manner? There were so many men who pursued her. Even if they were not countless, they were not far off. She, Lan Xian, was the favorite princess of Demon Suppression City. She could even be said to be second to none. Be it in terms of looks, talent, or strength, Lan Xian was definitely one of the most outstanding women in Demon Suppression City. Therefore, she, Lan Xian, had always been held in high regard. She had always been held in high regard and looked down on the world with disdain. No one had ever made her feel the slightest bit aggrieved. However, this time, she actually took the initiative to get to know a man but was directly rejected. Yes, there was no room for negotiation. He did not even try to be tactful. It was a blatant rejection. This made Lan Xian feel as if she had been given an invisible slap in the face. It was extremely loud and stinging. How could she not be angry? She widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Qin Shao. Then, she left in a huff. Qin Shao, you really don't know what's good for you. You're too full of yourself. Humph. The maidservant looked even angrier and felt indignant on behalf of her princess. She glared angrily at Qin Shao and said, "No one has ever dared to provoke our princess. You're the first. You'd better be careful." After sending the two maidservants off, Qin Shao did not take it to heart. He did not take such a small matter to heart. Women were all petty. Qin Shao knew that. Brother Qin, Lin Xian opened her mouth in shock and stared blankly at Qin Shao. She stuttered, "You've angered Princess Lan Xian." "Yes. You've angered Princess Lan Xian." Lin Xian's voice rose an octave. "Yes, I know." However, Qin Zhao's reply was still very calm. It was as if nothing had happened to him, and he did not care. "This is Princess Lanxin we're talking about," Lin Xian couldn't help but say. Qin Shao pursed her lips and said, "You've already said it 3 times. I've already offended His Highness the 8th Prince, so what's one more Princess Lan Xian? Either way, it doesn't matter if it's your Highness or Princess." Lin Xian was completely convinced. Big Brother Qin's generosity was something that he could never learn. "Big Brother Qin, will something happen?" Lin Xian couldn't help but worry. Naturally, he had heard of Princess Lan Xian's reputation long ago. Moreover, women were obviously more stingy than men. Once a woman went crazy, it was very scary. He was also worried about offending His Highness the 8th Prince, but the more he worried, the more numb he became. Now that he had offended Princess Lanxin, Lin Xian naturally began to worry again. However, there was no point in worrying. "Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Calm down. There will definitely be troubles, but it doesn't matter. I don't need this kind of trouble," Qin Shao said casually. Qin Shao would definitely not lower his voice to curry favor with others. It didn't matter. He really didn't care more. On the other hand, Princess Lan Xian was very angry. She felt that she had never been so angry before. Hateful guy, self-righteous guy, narcissistic guy. What is he thinking? Xiaolan, do you think he thinks that I've taken a liking to him? Princess Lan Xian became angrier the more she thought about it. To other men, she only needed to hook her little finger gently, and they would kneel down to curry favor with her. This Qin Shao, on the other hand, didn't care about her at all. Xiaolan was naturally very indignant and said angrily, "Yes, Princess, this guy is too hateful. He's very annoying. I think he's just a guy who doesn't know his place and thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that he can be arrogant just because he has a little talent, a little strength, and maybe a little background. Previously I thought that he was very brave and heroic. Now it seems that he's too arrogant. He doesn't even know who he is. How dare he be so presumptuous in our flat demon city and go against His Highness the 8th Prince? He's very stubborn. Princess, why don't we join forces with His Highness the 8th Prince and think of a way to teach him a lesson?" "No," Princess Lan Xian's sudden question made Xiaolan look at Princess Lan Xian in confusion. Princess Lan Xian thought for a moment and said, "Just teaching him a lesson is too easy for him. Wasn't he disdainful of this princess? Then this princess will make him obediently listen to this princess, and obediently bow his head to this princess. So, I've decided to choose a prince consort." Hearing Princess Lan Xian's words, Xiaolan was dumbfounded. She looked at Princess Lan Xian in a daze and said after a while, Princess, are you sure you're not wrong? You want to choose a prince consort? You want to make that guy your prince consort? Isn't that too easy for that guy? Princess Lan Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. She laughed coldly and said, "You're wrong, Xiaolan. Think about it, that guy doesn't even care about His Highness the Eighth Prince. Furthermore, great immortal Eli has fought with him before and suffered a great loss. Even His Highness the Eighth Prince doesn't dare to casually fight with him. It's clear that he's very powerful. At the very least, he's not someone an ordinary third-step heavenly venerate can deal with. So, if I attack him directly, I'm afraid I don't have the power to do so. If I join forces with His Highness the Eighth Prince, firstly, I don't want to owe him a favor. Secondly, I have different goals from His Highness the Eighth Prince. It's inevitable that we'll have some differences. That's why I'll take care of this matter alone. However, I'm not powerful enough. Naturally, I'll have to think of another way. If I ask the ancestor to help me find a prince consort, he'll definitely agree. As long as the ancestor gives the order, do you think Qin Shao will dare to resist? Wouldn't he have to obediently agree and become my prince consort? Then, wouldn't I be able to make him listen to me obediently? After torturing and humiliating him, I'll divorce him and let him lose all his dignity. Wouldn't that be great? Ahem. Hearing Princess Lan Xian's plan, Xiao Lan coughed dryly. Why did he feel that this plan was a little strange? This game seemed to be a little too big. Would something happen to him? Was there a need to make such a big fuss just to punish Qin Shao? Xiao Lan really didn't understand what Princess Lan Xian was thinking at this time. In fact, it wasn't just Xiao Lan. After Princess Lan Xian finished talking about this plan, her face turned a little red. What's wrong with me? Why would I think of such a plan? Is it worth it to punish Qin Shao at the cost of choosing a prince consort? Princess Lan Xian asked herself in her heart. Was it worth it? She couldn't give an answer to this question. But that was the truest thought in her heart just now. Didn't you, Qin Shao, disdain this princess? Didn't you think that I've taken a fancy to you? Didn't you look down on me? Are you so unwilling to even get to know me? Fine, then I'll make you take a fancy to me. I'll make you cherish me. Therefore, she, Princess Lan Xian, came up with this plan to choose a prince consort. According to this plan, she could completely control Qin Shao in the palm of her hand and play with him until he died. Of course, she would also have to pay a price. However, she didn't care so much. Let's do it first. After Princess Lan Xian left, His Highness the Eighth Prince came again with immortal Eli. His Highness the Eighth Prince now saw Qin Shao as his enemy. Naturally, he felt a sense of extreme jealousy when he saw his enemy, and it seemed like he would fight at any moment. Humph, why are you still hiding here and don't want to leave? You can't hide. Since you've already bid for that high-grade immortal weapon, don't even think about escaping. There are many pairs of eyes watching you. You can't escape. His Highness the Eighth Prince sneered. He still firmly believed that Qin Shao couldn't come up with 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Therefore, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Qin Shao later. Who said I wanted to hide? I just want to drink more wine. What's the rush? Not everyone has left. Qin Shao pretended to be tough, but his tone was a little uncertain. In His Highness the Eighth Prince's eyes, he was obviously bluffing. He was still so stubborn even in the face of death. Since that's the case, then come with me. However, you'd better be able to come up with 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. His Highness the Eighth Prince sneered. Thinking that he would be able to teach Qin Shao a lesson soon, he couldn't help but feel very happy. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll drink a little more, Qin Shao said again. Qin Zhao's actions made His Highness the Eighth Prince believe that Qin Shao was scared and cowardly. That was why he didn't dare to claim the auction item. His Highness the Eighth Prince looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, "Are you sure you're still in the mood to drink?" Qin Shao looked at His Highness the Eighth Prince and said pretentiously, "Your Highness the Eighth Prince, how about I give you the high-grade immortal weapon? I'll pay you the original price. 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones." Ah! His Highness the Eighth Prince laughed heartily when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He was very happy and in a good mood. If he were to show weakness like this, it would be even more obvious. However, His Highness the Eighth Prince wouldn't let Qin Shao off so easily. "I can't afford that price." "Ah? You can't afford it either? Then what should I do? How about I'll take a loss and give you one. 8,000,000 Chaos Source Stones?" Qin Shao said again. However, His Highness the Eighth Prince still shook his head. This put Qin Shao in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you really can't do it, how about 5,000,000 Chaos Source Stones? You're the one who made the bid. I'll pay you the price you quoted. You should be able to afford it, right? Look, I've already lost 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. That should be enough, right? Even if I don't want it, according to the rules, I should only have to pay this much, right? Lose 500,000 Chaos Source Stones?" His Highness the Eighth Prince laughed loudly and said, "Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, do you really think there's such a good deal in the world for you? You broke the rules of the auction. Do you think 500,000 Chaos Source Stones is enough to let you off? If you want to pay, you'll have to pay until you go bankrupt. You'll have to pay everything you have. Not only that, but if that's not enough, there will be other punishments. The rules are the rules. No one is allowed to break them. Otherwise, once your reputation is tarnished, no amount of Chaos Source Stones will be able to make up for it. Therefore, I don't think you should think about such a good deal. You'd better be honest and come with me obediently." Ah! Qin Shao looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. What should he do? His Highness the Eighth Prince was even more pleased with himself. He had already started to think about how to deal with Qin Shao. He had already come up with many plans. This time, he had to properly deal with this kid. Chapter 2147. Sigh, forget it. If I have to die, so be it. Qin Shao had no choice but to shake his head. He looked like he was ready to die. His Highness the Eighth Prince looked at Qin Shao with a smile and made a gesture of invitation. He wanted to invite Qin Shao into his trap. The four of them soon arrived at the main hall backstage. A stooped old man stood there with a few men behind him. The auctioneer from before was among them. This stooped old man exuded a powerful aura. He was serious in speech and manner, and there was also a sense of supreme majesty. Judging from his aura, he was a third-step heavenly venerate who was very close to becoming a fourth-step heavenly venerate. His aura was so powerful that no one dared to act rashly in front of him. Clearly, this old man was the person in charge of the auction. Qin Shao glanced around and saw two familiar figures standing not far away. They were Princess Lan Xian and her husband. This woman must be bearing a grudge against him. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. Forget about it. If she bears a grudge, so be it. Qin Shao, come on. Hurry up and take out your 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. His Highness Eighth smiled playfully at Qin Shao as he spoke. The stooped old man looked at Qin Shao with a dignified expression. Although he did not say a word, an invisible pressure was exerting on him. His intention was to tell Qin Shao to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Eighth Prince crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was watching a good show. He was waiting to see Qin Shao fail to take out the Chaos Source Stones. When that happened, he would not have to worry about not having a way to deal with Qin Shao. Eighth Prince was very proud of himself. When he saw that Qin Shao did not respond, he sneered and said, "If you can't take out 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, you'd better take out everything you have. Perhaps it can even save your life." If you don't know what's good for you and continue to be arrogant, you'd better think carefully. How dare you challenge the supreme power of the City Lord Mansion? I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and sighed. Forget it. I didn't really want to buy it. I was just venting my anger. Since Your Highness the Eighth Prince has said so, then I will buy it without any difficulty. Not bad, not bad. It's only 2 million Chaos Source Stones. I can still afford it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shao waved his hand, and a spatial ring fell into the old man's hand. He said to the old man, Senior, take a look. Is it really 2 million Chaos Origin Stones? What? Seeing Qin Zhao's actions at this time, the Eighth Highness suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot and looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded face. What was going on? Wasn't this guy unable to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones? The stooped old man looked at Qin Shao in surprise. After checking the interspatial ring and confirming that there were 2 million Chaos Source Stones, he nodded and said, That's right. It's 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao smiled and extended his hand to the stooped old man. Can I have that? The stooped old man nodded and tossed an interspatial ring to Qin Shao. Naturally, it contained the high-grade immortal artifact sword. Qin Shao checked the interspatial ring and confirmed that there were no mistakes. Then, he kept the item. He had finally obtained it. With the item in his hands, he could finally be at ease. This was an item that he was determined to obtain. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to obtain it. I've been played. Seeing this, how could the Eighth Highness not know that he had been ruthlessly played by Qin Shao? This guy had been pretending that he couldn't take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. He didn't expect him to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones so easily. At this moment, Eighth Highness finally understood. He had fallen for Qin Zhao's trick from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Qin Shao had not been making a false offer. He had already set his sights on snatching the high-grade immortal artifact. He had done that on purpose to make Eighth Prince think that he was making false bids and didn't dare to continue bidding. In the end, Qin Shao had taken advantage of him. Earlier, he had pretended to be in a difficult position and led Eighth Prince to victory step by step. Despicable, truly despicable. What kind of blow was the greatest? It was to give you hope step by step, to make you believe that you had won and that you had the other party in your hand. However, Eighth Prince suddenly realized that it wasn't the case at all. Turned out that he was the one being played. Thus, His Highness the Eighth Prince's anger had reached an extremely deep level. How dare you play with me? Eighth Prince looked at Qin Shao furiously. His eyes were red and he looked as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. He looked like he was going to kill someone. He thought that he had trampled on Qin Shao ruthlessly this time. However, the result wasn't like that. How could he bear it? At this moment, he really had a very strong impulse to kill Qin Shao at all costs. Only by doing so would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. You're the one who sent yourself to me for a fool. What can I do? Don't blame others for your own stupidity. Therefore, I can only say that you deserve it. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Deserve it? He actually dared to say that he deserved it? The anger in the Eighth Highness' chest was completely ignited. It was like a volcano erupting and roaring wildly in the sky. You're courting death. Eighth Prince's words were as sharp as a knife and as cold as frost. His aura surged out and he looked like he was about to attack. Qin Shao glanced sideways at the Eighth Highness and said without showing any weakness, What? Eighth Prince, do you want to fight here? I don't have any objections. Even if there are rules in Demon Suppression City, if you attack first, the responsibility is not on me. If you want to fight, I, Qin Shao, will accompany you at any time. I've already said that I won't provoke anyone, but no one should provoke me. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. As long as you provoke me, unless you're strong enough to suppress me to the point that I don't even dare to breathe. Otherwise, I will fight back with all my might and won't back down. So what if you're 8th Prince? So what if you're the descendant of the Demon Suppression City Lord? So what if you have a high status? You have the strength to bully me and even humiliate me. That's your ability. If I'm not as good as you, then I admit defeat. However, if you don't have the strength, then I'd advise you to be more honest. Otherwise, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Don't use the governor's palace to suppress me. I've never provoked the governor's palace. It's you, 8th Prince, who's been trying to bully and humiliate me. I'm only fighting back. Enough. If the governor's palace is going to be so unreasonable, then I, Qin Shao, will fight with my life. It's no big deal. You 8th Prince's face was as white as a sheet. It was an ugly sight to behold. What a detestable brat. Even at a time like this, he still had the audacity to speak with such arrogance. Does he really have no respect for the Demon Suppression City? However, no matter how angry or hateful 8th Prince was, there was nothing he could do. He was only a prince after all and could not represent the entire Demon Suppression City. He did not have the face to ask the governor for help over a small matter like this. The stooped old man sized up Qin Shao with his deep eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The fact that this brat dared to say such arrogant words showed that he did not have any respect for the Demon Suppression City. How could he feel good about this? However, it was not appropriate for him to intervene at this moment. Hence, he merely looked coldly at Qin Shao. All right, brat, let's wait and see. I'd like to see how capable you are. 8th Prince gritted his teeth and said angrily. After saying this, he waved his hand and left. After sending 8th Prince off, Qin Shao did not stay any longer. He had obtained the item, and it was time for him to leave. Princess Lan Xian, who was watching the battle from the side, could not stop her eyes from flickering. Shao Lan, don't you think that this brat is actually not that detestable? Princess Lan Xian suddenly asked her maidservant beside her. Shao Lan looked strangely at Princess Lan Xian, as if she did not recognize her own princess. She said, Princess, he's not detestable? He thinks too highly of himself. He's simply condescending. I've never seen such an arrogant person. This is the Demon Suppression City. He's just an outsider. How can he be so arrogant in the presence of the Demon Suppression City? Princess, why do you still think that he's not detestable? He doesn't have any respect for 8th Prince and his words are full of disrespect and humiliation. He doesn't have any respect for you and his words were also very unkind. He doesn't even have any respect for the Demon Suppression City Governor's mansion. Isn't he too condescending? He's so arrogant. I feel that he'll die with a sense of rhythm. I wonder if His Highness the 8th Prince will deal with him? Princess Lan Xian shook her head and laughed. She said, Shao Lan, you've overestimated 8th Prince. If he's really that capable, he wouldn't have been so tolerant. His power in the city governor's mansion is not bad. However, he clearly doesn't have the ability to deal with that brat. That brat has a lot of experience, and he's also very arrogant and full of confidence. 8th Prince wouldn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swallowed his pride. Furthermore, I won't let 8th Prince deal with him. Qin Shao belongs to me. No one is allowed to touch him. Huh? Shao Lan looked at Princess Lan Xian in astonishment. How did Qin Shao suddenly become hers? It can't be? Could it be that the Princess Lan Xian could tell what Shao Lan was thinking? She glared at Shao Lan and said angrily, What are you thinking about? Why would I fall in love with such a self-righteous egomaniac? I should be the one to deal with him. After leaving the auction venue, there were still some people who hadn't left. When they saw Qin Shao, many people turned to look at him. When they saw Qin Shao, discussions broke out again. Some of the braver people even came over to greet Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to these people. Instead, he quickly left with Lin Xian. It wasn't until they reached a quieter place that their footsteps slowed down a little. Big brother Qin, are you really not worried? Why don't you leave Flat Demon City as soon as possible? After hesitating for a while, Lin Xian couldn't help but say this. This was also done out of good intentions. Qin Shao naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Why should I leave Flat Demon City as soon as possible? I just arrived and haven't even seen the excitement. How can I leave so soon? There's nothing to worry about. Actually, no matter what happens, whether you're worried or not, what's going to happen will happen. What's not going to happen won't happen. There's no point in worrying. Even if you don't worry, the outcome will still be the same. Everything depends on your heart. Let nature take its course. There's nothing to worry about. Didn't I just offend 8th Prince and Princess Lan Xian? It's nothing. How could this be nothing? Chapter 2148. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the Grand Bazaar finally began. Meanwhile, the 8th Prince, who had been clamoring for Qin Shao to wait and see, did not make any move. He seemed to have settled down completely. However, whether or not His Highness the 8th Prince had really settled down was definitely a big question mark. This kind of person was very likely to be holding back some big move. Anything was possible. However, Qin Shao did not take this matter to heart. To Qin Shao, this was just a small matter. Regardless of whether it was wind or rain, as long as it dared to come, Qin Shao would dare to accept it. With certainty in his heart, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian and the others were busy with the Grand Bazaar, and naturally did not spend much time with Qin Shao. Qin Shao only went to the Grand Bazaar to join in the fun and left alone. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to leave Demon Suppression City. No matter what, he had to wait for the Grand Bazaar to end and for Lin Xian and the others to leave Demon Suppression City safely. Only then would Qin Shao feel at ease and leave. If he left early, who knew what kind of tricks the 8th Prince would play on Lin Xian and the others? Qin Shao did not want to implicate innocent people. On this day, Qin Shao was leisurely drinking wine in a small restaurant. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and attracted Qin Shao's attention. It was probably because the subject of the discussion was related to him. Hey, I just saw the Demon Suppression City Governor's office make an announcement to the world that they have recruited a prince consort for Princess Lan Xian. What? Recruited a prince consort for Princess Lan Xian? Who is so lucky to be Princess Lan Xian's prince consort? Haha, I'm afraid you won't be able to guess that the prince consort is someone called Qin Shao. What? Qin Shao? The person who has been in the limelight recently? The person who bought a high-grade immortal weapon at the auction for a sky-high price of 2 million? The person who openly challenged the 8th Prince? Yes, it's him. Other than him, who else is called Qin Shao? That's impossible, right? Why would Princess Lan Xian choose him when she was looking for a prince consort? I heard that he's not from our Demon Suppression City. He's an outsider. In Demon Suppressing Town, there were many suitors for Princess Lanxin, and there were even a few candidates for the title of prince consort. Who was this Qin Shao? How could he be so lucky as to become Princess Lan Xian's husband? Brother, are you mistaken? There's absolutely no mistake. We've already announced it to the entire city. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. The news will spread soon. Sure enough, my original body also saw the notice. It is indeed that person called Qin Shao. Hearing these discussions, Qin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed. What's going on? That Princess Lanxin has taken a liking to me. Without asking for my permission, You directly announced to the world that you want me to be your son-in-law? Don't tell me that I, Qin Shao, have no sense of existence? Is the demon-suppressing city lord always so overbearing? You didn't even ask for my opinion on such a matter, and you directly announced that you want me to be the prince consort? Does he really think that I'm a pushover? Seems like Princess Lan Xian is really favored by the demon-suppressing city lord. The fact that the demon-suppressing city lord agreed to such a thing is indeed not simple. But why would I agree to such a thing? This must be Princess Lanxin's scheme. She just wants to take revenge on me. However, I can't help but admire her methods. She's so ruthless that she even dares to put herself in the picture. She's really ruthless. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold and he was a little angry. This kind of thing could be considered a rare occurrence. Forced marriages were indeed very common. However, it was rare to see someone forced to the extent that they didn't even inform him. Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of Princess Lanxin to begin with. Now, he was even more disgusted with her. Princess Lanxin, 8th Highness, Demon Suppression City Lord, you'd better not go overboard and bully me. Otherwise, when my anger really comes out, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Qin Shao laughed coldly in his heart. If they really angered him, Qin Shao wouldn't be polite either. Qin Shao had been in Demon Suppression City for some time now. He had a basic understanding of the situation in Demon Suppression City. According to Qin Zhao's understanding, there were only 2 4th-step exalted immortals in Demon Suppression City. There were probably only a few hundred 3rd-step exalted immortals. With all these forces added together, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. If they really forced him into a corner, he would just go on a killing spree. A remote place like Demon Suppression City was not much different from the situation in the southern wilderness. It couldn't intimidate Qin Shao at all. Qin Shao had thought that everything was peaceful and no more trouble would come knocking on his door. However, before he could rejoice, something like this happened. It really made him speechless. Look, isn't that Qin Shao over there? Suddenly, a voice exclaimed. Qin Shao immediately felt many gazes looking at him. Sure enough, many people looked in his direction and recognized him. Yes, it's Qin Shao. I've seen him once. There's no mistake. It really is Qin Shao. Haha, my idol. I admire him so much. I think you'd better not admire him. Who knows, he might be in trouble. After being recognized by many people, Qin Shao didn't want to stay here any longer. He got up and left. However, as soon as he walked out of the restaurant, he was blocked by a man. The man looked very angry and glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at the man. He was only a 1st-step heavenly venerable. His courage was commendable. He actually dared to block his way? Why did you take away our goddess? What right do you have to be the prince consort of Princess Lan Xian? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. The 1st-step heavenly venerable pointed at Qin Shao and said. His face was red from holding back his anger. Qin Shao was speechless. Snatch my ass. He was the one who was snatched away, okay? He wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to say that he was wronged. He wanted to ask what was going on. He didn't want to be the prince consort of Princess Lan Xian. Actually, I don't want to be the prince consort of Princess Lan Xian. Qin Shao smacked his lips and said. But as soon as his voice fell, the man immediately scolded angrily. Bah, you shameless person. You took advantage of me and you still want to pretend to be innocent. Do you have any shame? Why don't you try being shameless again? I think you're already overjoyed, right? Why are you still pretending? That's right. You're a hypocrite. I don't believe that there's anyone who doesn't want to be the prince consort of Princess Lan Xian. Princess Lan Xian is our goddess. You're not allowed to blaspheme her. I want to fight it out with you. Brothers, do you want to join us? Let's teach this arrogant brat a lesson. That's right. How dare he blaspheme our goddess? This is intolerable. It's time for all of us to stand up. He's very powerful. Let's join forces. Yes, I'll stand up too. Instantly, many people stood up and stood in front of Qin Shao. They looked aggressive and wanted to fight Qin Shao. Most of the people who stood up were First Step Heavenly Venerables. Seeing how indignant these First Step Heavenly Venerables were, Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, these people only liked Princess Lanxin for her beauty and were not her true admirers. To put it bluntly, they didn't have the right to pursue Princess Lan Xian. Hence, Qin Shao felt helpless when he saw these people. He couldn't possibly fight with them, right? They were only First Step Heavenly Venerables. If he fought with them, he would be bullying them. There was no point. However, looking at these people, it didn't seem so easy for him to leave this place safely. He was having a headache. There's no need for that, right? I'm also a victim, okay? If I said that I didn't know anything about it, would you believe me? Qin Shao added. Pfft, I wouldn't believe you. Do you think I'm stupid? That's right. How can you say such nonsense? Where's your shame? Where's your shame? You're really shameless. Try saying that again. I'll fight it out with you. You've already gotten our goddess and yet you're still saying such sarcastic words. How can you let our goddess down? Brothers, for the sake of our goddess, I've decided to fight Qin Shao to the death. Is there anyone who's with me? I'm with you. It's just one life. I can afford to fight for it. Yes, I can too. Qin Shao really wanted to cry. What was this? He was the real victim, okay? Why were they all against him? What kind of logic was this? Most importantly, what was he going to do about these First Step Heavenly Venerables? He couldn't really fight, right? Hence, he could only deal with these people gently. Qin Shao didn't want to hurt the innocent. Although these people seemed a little crazy, their intentions weren't bad. They didn't deliberately come for Qin Shao either. They were just blindly idolizing him. There were indeed a few crazy people who were ready to fight with their lives on the line. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Everyone, I swear that I really won't marry Princess Lan Xian, okay? I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry, I'm more anxious than you guys. I'm also confused about being recruited as the prince consort out of the blue, okay? Do you really think that I'm willing? So, everyone, don't be like this. Don't hurt each other. I don't want to hurt you guys either, so don't hit me. Otherwise, if you really force me to do it, the consequences won't be good. Qin Zhao's words made everyone look at each other in dismay, and they were quite stunned. Was that really the case? Why did his words sound so strange? No, you still want to blaspheme Princess Lan Xian? If this can be tolerated, what can't? You won't marry Princess Lan Xian, so do you mean that you despise Princess Lan Xian? What do you have to be worthy of Princess Lan Xian? This is the good fortune that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. How dare you say that? Kid, you're so arrogant. Did you suffer a huge loss? Do you think you're worthy of our Princess Lan Xian? Humph, how dare you? I'll fight it out with you. Qin Shao immediately gestured for them to stop. Aren't you guys being too unreasonable? Are you saying that it's useless for me to say anything now? That's right, stop talking. Prepare to die. Brothers, let's attack together and fight it out with him. Attack. Those people really made a move without hesitation. They were really not careless at all. Seeing that these people were really crazy to the point of attacking, Qin Shao was speechless. He could only retreat as the best strategy. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly entered the void. He used the Mirage meditation technique, and these First Step Heavenly Venerables couldn't detect Qin Zhao's figure. Hence, Qin Shao quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. There was no trace of him. Where did he go? Where did he run off to? Don't let him escape. Search the entire city. We must find him. Chapter 2149. What the hell is this? If it weren't for the mirage meditation technique, it wouldn't have been easy for him to escape so easily. After getting rid of those people, Qin Shao found a quiet place to rest. He was speechless. It was said that it was better to provoke a villain than a woman. This was the truth. Women really should not be provoked. Even Qin Shao had to admit that Princess Lanxin's move was indeed ruthless. She had practically pushed herself into an awkward situation that would incur the wrath of both humans and gods. Qin Shao was not a domineering person who liked to kill people. He did not want to hurt the innocent. Hence, when faced with those ordinary first-step heavenly venerables who were fanatical fans of Princess Lan Xian, Qin Shao could only feel helpless. "Humph, Princess Lan Xian, you want to use this method to force me to submit obediently? That's not so easy. Do you think I will be easily manipulated by you? You want to manipulate me? Unfortunately, you've found the wrong person. I, Qin Shao, am definitely not someone you can manipulate. Really, don't provoke me. Otherwise, you will be embarrassed. I have never liked to deal with women, but your behavior really annoys me." Qin Shao was very sure that Princess Lan Xian did not say that she liked him and wanted to make him her son-in-law. It was purely a desire for revenge. Furthermore, it was a desire for revenge that was somewhat extreme. This kind of desire was actually quite terrifying. "Humph, you want to hide? Let's see where you can hide." At this moment, another cold snort descended from the sky. Following that, a figure quickly arrived and landed in front of Qin Shao. Following that figure was a powerful aura that formed a domain and sealed the area. It was as if it was going to trap Qin Shao within it. This kind of sealing technique might be useful against some third-step heavenly venerables, but it was obviously useless against Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at the newcomer and found him somewhat familiar. It was the man named Fong Luo whom he had met at the auction. Qin Shao still remembered that this guy had competed with His Highness the 8th Prince for the Ice Orphan Girl during the auction, but he lost in the end. It just so happened that he took the lead and raised the price of the Icy Orphan Girl to 1 million. Then, Qin Shao came out and stabbed His Highness the 8th Prince, causing him to suffer a great loss. He did not expect immortal Fong Luo to fancy Princess Lanxin. He was probably one of the candidates for Princess Lanxin's fiancé. "Hide?" Qin Shao shook her head and curled her lips. "Why should I hide? I just don't want to kill the innocent." Great immortal Fong Luo pointed at Qin Shao's nose and shouted angrily, "Arrogant brat, no matter what time it is, your tone is always so arrogant." From his expression and gaze, one could tell how much he hated Qin Shao. He, Fong Luo, was originally one of Princess Lanxin's most ardent admirers and one of the most powerful contenders. He had also been working very hard to win Princess Lanxin's heart. He wanted to climb up the social ladder and officially become a member of the Demon Suppression City Lord's faction. From then on, he would have a meteoric rise. He was ambitious and had lofty ideals and aspirations. He had always thought that he had the greatest chance of becoming Princess Lanxin's fiancé. Among the contenders, he felt that he had a certain advantage in all aspects. However, he did not expect that a notice would completely stun him. Princess Lanxin actually directly announced that her fiancé would be Qin Shao. This was a fact that was set in stone. Who was this Qin Shao? What did he do to deserve this? He was just a passerby who had come from another place to attend the big market. His background was unknown and his strength was not clear either. Most importantly, this guy had just arrived in Demon Suppression City not long ago. Moreover, he should have only met Princess Lanxin once at the auction venue. How could he have won Princess Lanxin's heart if he had only met her once? Therefore, the great immortal Fong Luo naturally could not accept such a situation and was in disbelief. He was so angry that he went to the entire city to look for Qin Shao. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "It's up to you if you want to think so. It doesn't matter, it's not important. There's no need to fight with you. If you like Princess Longsheen and want to become her fiancé, please do me a favor. Then I beg of you, please go and deal with that Princess Longsheen. I will thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Qin Shao was speaking the truth, but to the great immortal Fong Luo, it was not the truth. His words naturally angered the great immortal Fong Luo. How could he not want to win over Princess Longsheen? He had been wooing Princess Longsheen for more than a day or two. In fact, he had been wooing her for a few eras, but what was the use? He had used all sorts of methods, but he still could not win over Princess Longsheen's heart. Therefore, when he heard Qin Zhao's words at this time, it deeply stimulated his most sensitive nerve, making him unable to restrain his anger. Bastard, you're taking advantage of me for granted. You're shameless, despicable, and hateful. What kind of bewitching potion did you feed Princess Longsheen? Otherwise, how could you have attracted Princess Longsheen with your qualities? You must have used some despicable, shameless, and despicable method to cheat Princess Longsheen. It must be you. You're a despicable, despicable person. Today, I'm going to expose your ugly face. I won't let you hurt Princess Longsheen in the slightest. You'd better know your place. Get lost and leave Demon Suppression City. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Qin Shao was very displeased by the insults and threats that came out of his mouth. Why was he being impolite to him? What's wrong with my qualities? Am I not as good as you, great immortal Fong Luo? Qin Shao did not have a good impression of Fong Luo to begin with. Now that he was full of insults right from the start, Qin Shao was even more displeased. Qin Shao was already very depressed by the matter with Princess Longsheen. Now that he was being insulted and threatened by great immortal Fong Luo, Qin Shao was furious. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be bothered to be polite. He said directly, "You've wooed Princess Longsheen for so long, but you still can't win her favor. What about me? I've only met Princess Longsheen once, but I can make her fall head over heels for me. Why is that so? I think you should first look at yourself to find the reason. Maybe it's because you're ugly, maybe it's because you're not talented enough, maybe it's because you're not strong enough, or maybe it's because your character is not good enough, and so on. There's always a reason. Liking a person or hating a person, there must be some factors involved. It won't happen for no reason. If you think so, then I can only say that you're deceiving yourself. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Why can I win the princess's favor? Is there a need to ask such an obvious question? Because I'm handsome, because I'm very charming, and because I have a heroic spirit. So, it's not strange at all that Princess Lon Xian likes me. You're indignant because of the jealousy in your heart. You're still not convinced? Facts speak louder than words. Even if you're not convinced, it's useless and laughable. You. Qin Zhao's continuous bombardment caused Fong Luo to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything for a while. This round of insults was simply too incisive. The killing power was absolutely sufficient. What? You can't even speak properly? Did I hit a sore spot? But it's not your fault. After all, there are some things that you can't change, so it's fine. Firstly, I didn't provoke you, and secondly, I didn't snatch anything from you. So, don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to come looking for trouble with me? It's also a little ridiculous. If you're upset, I think you should go look for Princess Longsheen and ask her why she chose me instead of you. Actually, I'm also very depressed, okay? I'm also a victim. Can you understand how I feel when I'm suddenly announced to the world that I've become the prince consort of Princess Longsheen? No, you don't. It's hard to understand if you haven't experienced it yourself. So, you don't understand how I feel at this moment. If you understood how I feel, you wouldn't be looking for trouble with me. Instead, you would be comforting me and sympathizing with me. But it's not your fault. After all, we're on different paths and we don't know each other well. So, I don't need your sympathy. But even if you don't sympathize, you can't hit me when I'm down, right? You've gone overboard. Fang Luo was stunned by Qin Zhao's words. Then, he became even angrier. Bastard, you're still humiliating me. It's really the first time I've seen someone who's still pretending to be innocent after gaining an advantage. Humph, you're indeed a sharp-tongued person. No wonder you could deceive Princess Lanxin. I don't care so much. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Great Immortal Fang Luo's aura was really not going to let this go easily. He had to make a move. Make a move? Qin Shao was really disdainful. Fang Luo was just a third-step heavenly venerate. Even if his strength was not bad, he could not withstand a single blow from Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not willing to fight with a first-step heavenly venerate because the disparity in strength was too great. It was indeed beneath his dignity to bully others. But if Great Immortal Fang Luo wanted to make a move, Qin Shao would definitely not be polite. He would definitely teach Great Immortal Fang Luo a lesson. At this moment, a few more figures descended, exuding the aura of third-step heavenly venerates. It was actually a few more third-step heavenly venerates. Soon, a few more third-step heavenly venerates arrived. So, in a short while, there were as many as 11 third-step heavenly venerates surrounding Qin Shao. All of them were aggressive and looked at Qin Shao angrily. They hated Qin Shao very much. One look at their aura and Qin Shao understood that they were all love rivals. So, when they saw him, they were especially jealous. The hatred of a love rival was also a great enemy. Although Qin Shao did not want to be these people's love rivals, they had already pinned Qin Shao in the position of love rivals. 11 third-step heavenly venerates surrounded Qin Shao with powerful auras. This was not a simple formation. Qin Shao, don't even think about leaving here today. Qin Shao, you despicable liar. Hurry up and tell us, how did you deceive Princess Lan Xian? We've pursued Princess Lan Xian for so many years, but she was actually won by an outsider. He must have used some despicable and shameless method. Since everyone is here, let's put aside our past grudges and fight against this guy together. Yes, let's attack together and kill him. Let's see how he can still jump around. Chapter 2150. Seeing the formation of these people, Qin Shao knew that it seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. Since there was no way to avoid it, it could only be a battle. Qin Shao was not worried about dealing with Fang Luo and the rest. He was very confident. The atmosphere had already reached a state of mutual hostility. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, a silvery voice was heard. Stop! As soon as the voice fell, two figures quickly came over and landed. The two people were none other than Princess Lanxin and her servant, Xiaolan. With Princess Lan Xian's shout, the battle was broken in an instant. Fang Luo and the rest were Princess Lanxin's passionate pursuers. They naturally did not dare to disobey Princess Lanxin's orders. Fang Luo and the rest's gazes fell on Princess Lanxin. They had pursued Princess Lanxin so passionately for so long, but to no avail. Seeing that the main character had arrived, Qin Shao glared at Princess Lanxin in displeasure. This woman must have eaten too much and had nothing better to do. Why did she have to create such a scene? Seeing Princess Lanxin, Qin Shao was angry. If the other party was a man, Qin Shao would have slapped him. Which one of you dares to touch my husband? Princess Lanxin glanced at Fang Luo and the rest and said domineeringly. Fang Luo and the rest could not help but look a little sullen. If Princess Lanxin interfered in this matter, what should they do? Would they really dare to lay a hand on Princess Lanxin? It was not that they were definitely not as powerful as Princess Lanxin, but they could not bear to lay a hand on Princess Lanxin. If they really hurt Princess Lanxin, wouldn't it be a heinous crime? Princess Lanxin had personally stepped out to defend Qin Shao and stand up for Qin Shao. This made Feng Luo and the rest even more jealous. They were jealous, envious, and even more resentful. This made them even more determined to kill Qin Shao. After intimidating Feng Luo and the rest, Princess Lanxin smiled meaningfully and looked at Qin Shao. Her face was like a blooming lotus. "My husband, why didn't you obediently stay at your place and wait for me to marry you in the 9 Dragons Phoenix carriage? What are you doing here? You saw it. There are many people who are jealous of you. However, they are just jealous of you, so you don't have to care about them. The more jealous they are, the more it means that you are very popular now. Be good, let them be jealous." Hearing these words, Qin Shao felt like cursing. "What do you mean, marry me? How did this sound like something a woman would say to a man? It should be something a man would say to a woman." This made Qin Shao feel as if he was completely under the control of Princess Lan Xian. "My prince consort, since this princess is here, I won't let anyone bully you in the slightest. Bullying you is the same as bullying me. So don't be afraid. With me protecting you, no one will be able to bully you. My husband, come here obediently. I will take you to the city lord's mansion. I will dote on you." Princess Lanxin continued. Her words made Qin Shao feel so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Feng Luo and the rest were envious and jealous. They also felt like vomiting. It was a very strong feeling. However, behind this strong feeling, they hated Qin Shao even more. They all looked at Qin Shao with bloodshot eyes. They all wanted to kill Qin Shao, wear his skin, and bleed Qin Shao. How could the goddess in their hearts treat Qin Shao like this? This was something that they yearned for even in their dreams. Princess Lanxin. Qin Shao looked at Princess Lanxin with a serious expression. Hearing Qin Zhao's voice, Princess Lanxin nodded and looked over. However, there was obviously a strange signal in her expression. "If I've offended you in any way, I'll apologize to you. I'm sorry. If you are still unhappy about anything, we should have other ways to solve it. There is no need to do this, right? Qin Shao, don't think that I'm that charming to be able to attract Princess Lan Xian's favor." Qin Zhao's words sounded like he was admitting defeat. It could also be seen as a sign of weakness. Qin Shao did not want to be entangled with Princess Lanxin on this matter. A good man did not fight with a woman. Since Princess Lanxin insisted, Qin Shao would admit defeat. It was not a big deal. It was just a matter of bowing his head. On account of the fact that the other party was a woman, he would forget it and not bicker with her. So much. If bowing his head could solve the matter perfectly, it would be fine. However, the reality was obviously not going to develop in the way Qin Shao had imagined. Princess Lanxin smiled meaningfully and looked at Qin Shao. She said telepathically, "You're admitting defeat? You're admitting defeat so quickly? Why do I feel that this is not your style? You shouldn't admit defeat so easily. If you admit defeat so quickly, it won't be too fun, will it? I've just started playing. If it ends so quickly, how sad will I be? Besides, I've made such a big move this time that my ancestor has already announced it to the world. So, you're making it impossible for me to clean up the mess now. Otherwise, wouldn't this princess lose all her face? How will I survive in Demon Suppression City in the future? So, I think you'd better obey me obediently. In the future, listen to me and maybe I can save your life. If you resist now, firstly, I won't agree to it. Secondly, you'll be challenging my ancestors' authority. No matter what, you won't have an easy time if you choose this path. I'm not threatening you. This is the truth." Qin Shao had to admit that this was indeed the case. Judging from the current situation, no matter what choice Qin Shao made, it was obviously not good. It was obviously impossible for him to accept. Qin Shao would rather die than submit. It was absolutely impossible for him to suffer such a big loss. What do you want? Qin Shao asked coldly. He was really angry. Haha, what do I want? Princess Lanxin smiled proudly. I'm also thinking about what I want. I can't think of anything better for now. So, I'll marry you first. As long as I marry you, I can do whatever I want to you in the future. Won't I be able to do anything to you? Qin Shao was speechless at her idiotic words. How could there be such a person? Was it necessary? Was it worth it? In order to deal with him, Princess Lanxin was really unscrupulous. She even used such a dirty trick like marrying a prince consort. She was willing to sacrifice her body and reputation to do this. This idea was simply too crazy. How could it be? Do you really hate me that much? Qin Shao asked coldly. Qin Shao really couldn't understand. How much hatred did Princess Lanxin have for him to do such a crazy thing? Thinking about it, it was a little scary. It was very scary. Princess Lanxin thought for a while and said, I don't know how much I hate you and how much I hate you. I don't need to know these. If I want to deal with you, I'll deal with you. I don't need so many reasons. Idiot. Qin Shao couldn't help but scold. Princess Lanxin was really an idiot. Just because of such a small matter, he actually went crazy to such an extent. What exactly was the meaning of this? Was she crazy? It was easy to say an apology, but it was obviously not easy to settle this matter. What did you say? Princess Lanxin also noticed Qin Zhao's anger, but she wanted to control Qin Shao. Obviously, she didn't take Qin Shao seriously. I said you're an idiot. What do you mean by idiot? It means a fool. Do you understand now? It's said that women are brainless. But I don't think your thing is big at all. How can you be so brainless? There's a saying that brains are good things. I hope you have them. If you really don't have them, it's better to keep a low profile. Qin Shao was still very courteous as he continued to mock and ridicule him. Qin Shao was really angry with Princess Lanxin, so he didn't bother to be polite with her. If he was unhappy, he could just scold her directly. At this point, Qin Shao didn't expect Princess Lanxin to take back her words. As she said, she had already announced it to the world. Naturally, there was no possibility of taking it back. Humph, Qin Shao, you're a good Qin Shao. Bastard Qin Shao. You're really bold and arrogant. It's no wonder that even an arrogant and despotic person like His Highness the Eighth Prince suffered a big loss in your hands. Now it seems that I've underestimated you. You're really capable, but I don't know how capable you are. Is it possible to prevent all 11 third-step Empyrean geniuses from retreating? These words were full of threats, but they didn't threaten Qin Shao at all. Instead, they angered Qin Shao even more. Do you think you can do anything to me, Qin Shao, with just these small potatoes and rotten tomatoes? Princess Lanxin, don't talk so much nonsense. Attack together with them. 12 of you against 1 of me. To you, this should be considered fair, right? I'm not taking advantage of you too much, right? The most fatal flaw of a woman is that she's evil, followed by her stupidity. However, stupid women aren't annoying. Women who are stupid while doing evil can only be sneered at. Okay, I can't be bothered to say anything to a woman like you. Attack. I'm also thinking of a good solution. Qin Zhao's fearless and arrogant words made Princess Lanxin very angry. He deliberately rushed over because he wanted to use Fang Luo and the others to put pressure on Qin Shao so that Qin Shao would obediently submit and listen to his orders. Recruiting Qin Shao as the emperor's son-in-law was indeed a stupid move. However, for women, many women liked to use stupid moves when they were crazy and didn't care so much. They acted according to their nature and used whatever method they felt was good. Recruiting Qin Shao as the emperor's son-in-law was obviously the product of an idea. Qin Shao, provocation won't work on me. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to obey me or not? You should think about the consequences. If you don't obey me, you'll have to face many enemies. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just these people in front of you are all crazy suitors of mine. As long as I give the order, everyone will listen to me. When the time comes and we join forces, do you really think you have a chance of winning, Qin Xiao? Qin Zhao's face darkened slightly. Okay, I know. I'm not good enough for you. So, you should take it back. I'm not good enough for you, and I don't dare to. Not good enough? It sounded like a good idea, but Princess Lanxin was not satisfied with it. Chapter 2151. Princess Lan Xian waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I know you're not good enough for me, but I've taken a fancy to you. Consider it your good fortune. It's not a big deal to try to climb up the social ladder. As long as you nod your head, it will be fine. As for the rest, I will take care of it. You should be able to see my sincerity. I believe you're a smart man and should know what to do." A smart man? Qin Xiao touched his nose and sneered in his heart. Is your so-called sincerity a threat? To be honest, I really don't like this method, Qin Xiao said coldly. Throughout his journey, he had indeed been threatened by many people, and he had also been threatened by women. However, this was the first time he was threatened by a woman who wanted to recruit a prince consort. What was this? If Princess Lan Xian was sincere, Qin Xiao would not do anything to her. However, Qin Xiao knew very well that Princess Lan Xian was not sincere at all. She just wanted to use the prince consort to deal with her. She wanted to control her, hold her in the palm of her hand, and then ravage her to her heart's content. This woman's heart could not be said to not be poisonous. She was extremely vengeful. However, Qin Xiao could not understand her method. She could have used any other method. Why did she want to recruit a prince consort? Sometimes there was really no way to understand a woman's thoughts. She simply wanted to take revenge on him, but what kind of trick was this to implicate him? Or could it be that there was some other purpose hidden in this? Qin Xiao had thought of this before, but he could not think of any other possibilities. Therefore, he could only be confused by this woman. You mean, let's take it as a yes. It depends on how you interpret it. I don't care about these. I just want the result, Princess Lan Xian said. She looked at Qin Xiao with a confident look and waited for Qin Xiao to nod. Fang Luo and the others hated Qin Xiao so much that it was like a burning flame, but there was nothing they could do. If Princess Lan Xian wanted to protect Qin Xiao, then they could only watch helplessly. But if Qin Xiao didn't know what was good for him, then they would have a reason to attack him. Their eyes were all red as they stared at Qin Xiao, ready to attack at any time. They were all waiting in anger. Are you going to comply or not? Princess Lan Xian stared at Qin Xiao with a domineering aura, as though she was a queen descending upon her. Such an imposing manner was nothing more than suppressing Qin Xiao and forcing Qin Xiao to submit obediently. With such an imposing manner, even an experienced third-step heavenly venerate would have to submit. After all, this was Flat Demon City, the territory of Princess Lanxin's family. One side of the world had a master, and one side was in charge of a person. In the Flat Demon City, if one didn't have super strong strength, they would have to bow their heads. That was the law. Qin Xiao shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to resolve today's situation peacefully. He had to show some strength. Since that was the case, then come at me. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and laughed softly. Princess Lan Xian, I think you're mistaken. Don't you understand sarcasm? If you want me to be more straightforward, then I'll be more straightforward. Actually, what I want to say is that you're worthy of me. Do you understand? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was undoubtedly like 5 bolts of lightning had struck their heads, exploding in their hearts. What did he mean? How dare he say that Princess Lan Xian wasn't worthy of him? The blood of Fang Luo and the others swelled to the extreme in an instant. Their hot blood was about to burst out of their bodies. They couldn't help but want to attack Qin Shao. They wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. Detestable, detestable, extremely detestable person. How dare he blaspheme their goddess? He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Princess Lan Xian was also stunned. She stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly at Qin Shao. For a moment she thought that she had heard wrongly. Qin Shao actually dared to say that Princess Lan Xian wasn't worthy of him? Where did he get the courage to say such things? She had always been the one to say such things to others. No one had ever said such things to her. But today someone actually dared to say such things to her. It was simply a great humiliation to her. You don't understand? Qin Shao continued. Then I'll make it clearer. Listen carefully. In terms of talent and potential, you're too far away from me. You're not even on the same level as me. In terms of strength, I'm not afraid to exaggerate. I'm not targeting only you, Princess Lan Xian. I'm targeting all of you here. In my eyes, you're all trash. Your strength is far from enough for me. Even if all of you come at me together, to be honest, you are far from being my match. Your so-called status and background are completely worthless to me. You're just the daughter of a lowly fourth-step, heavenly venerate city lord. How dare you dream of making me the prince consort? Do you know that there are ancient sages who wanted to take me in as a disciple but were rejected by me? In terms of beauty, although you're a little bit better, you're far inferior to the other women who like me. Qin Shao was speaking the truth. In terms of beauty, Princess Lan Xian was indeed inferior to Princess Xiaoyu. Of course, in Qin Zhao's heart, she was also inferior to Gu Lingyue and Yao Xuelian. Any one of them was better than Princess Lan Xian. More importantly, Qin Shao didn't like Princess Lan Xian's character. Therefore, his words were naturally a little harsh. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to Princess Lan Xian. Every word was as sharp as a knife and as sharp as a killing machine. It was incomparably ruthless. Under such a sharp light, Princess Lanxin's face turned extremely ugly. She was filled with hatred and anger, and her delicate body trembled violently. Her beautiful face was also covered in a layer of haze, filled with a baleful aura. Whoever can kill him will be my prince consort. Filled with hatred, Princess Lan Xian became incomparably crazy. Her voice was as cold as ice as she spat out a few words. Hearing Princess Lan Xian's words, Fang Luo and the others all became incomparably crazy. Their blood was boiling madly. This was a great temptation. Moreover, they hated Qin Shao to the core. Therefore, when they heard Princess Lan Xian's words, all of them instantly charged towards Qin Shao as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. More than a dozen third-step, heavenly venerate great immortals charged over in a fit of extreme anger and desperation. Their aura was still quite imposing. Naturally, once they attacked, they did not hold back. All of them attacked with all their might, wanting to be the first to kill Qin Shao. To be able to become Princess Lan Xian's prince consort was something that they had always dreamed of. This was something that they had always been fighting for, both openly and covertly. This was an excellent opportunity for them. It was probably the only time that they had a definite chance of becoming Princess Lan Xian's prince consort. With such an opportunity before them, how could they not fight with all their might? When everyone attacked together, their killing power was indeed very strong. An ordinary fourth-step, heavenly venerate would probably have to be careful when dealing with them. However, this did not pose much of a threat to Qin Shao. It was not enough to make him feel threatened. Since he had already come this far, he had no choice but to make a move. "Humph, all of you, get out of my way!" Qin Shao shouted sternly. His heart force was pushed to the limit as he unleashed his full strength. No matter how crazy Fang Luo and the others were, under the powerful attack of Qin Zhao's heart force, they were all forced to retreat. Heart force was a formless attack that was very difficult to defend against. Fang Luo and the other great immortals were completely unprepared. Therefore, under the full force of Qin Zhao's heart force attack, they were all at a disadvantage. Everyone was beaten back by Qin Zhao. Under the influence of his heart force, they all hugged their heads in agony as they resisted the heart force attack with all their might. They looked very wretched. Heart force technique? You're also a heart force cultivator? Princess Lan Xian looked at Qin Zhao coldly when she saw this scene. Fang Luo and the other great immortals were all third-step heavenly venerate. They were all stunned by Qin Zhao's shout. What kind of technique was this? Princess Lan Xian was stunned by Fang Luo's actions. She thought that with the combined strength of Fang Luo and the others, they would be able to deal with Qin Zhao without any problems. But he didn't expect that he would be shocked by Qin Zhao. How could this be? What should she do now? After stunning Fang Luo and the others, Qin Zhao looked at Princess Lan Xian. His indifference seemed to carry a supreme sense of contempt, making Princess Lan Xian feel very uncomfortable. This feeling was like an ant being looked down upon by a giant dragon. You saw it. I said that you're not good enough for me. Do you believe me now? Qin Zhao said again. Princess Lan Xian's expression was extremely ugly. She looked at Qin Zhao with a pale face, her hands clenched so tightly that her fingers dug into her flesh. Humiliation, he was humiliating her again. How was she not good enough for Qin Zhao? She had to admit that she had underestimated Qin Zhao, but it was not to the extent that she was not good enough for him, was it? Was there such a huge difference? Although her strength and talent were indeed inferior to Qin Zhao's, she was after all the descendant of the demon-suppressing city lord, and was his most beloved princess. With such a status, how could she not be good enough for Qin Zhao? How could she make Qin Zhao feel aggrieved? She was indignant. Princess Lan Xian gritted her teeth and said, Qin Zhao, don't be so arrogant. Don't be so smug. I won't let you off easily for humiliating me like this. I'll definitely make you regret it. I'll definitely make you kneel in front of me and beg me. I definitely will. Qin Zhao shook his head. Princess Lan Xian was still so stubborn even at this point. She did not deserve any sympathy. However, on account of the fact that she was a woman, Qin Zhao could not be bothered to argue with her. He said, Forget it, a good man does not fight with a woman. You don't have to play such petty tricks with me. I'll be leaving Demon Suppressing City very soon. As long as you take back this notice, I won't argue with you. Let me give you a word of advice. Not everyone is willing to suck up to you, and not everyone is willing to be manipulated by you. It's best not to go overboard. However, Qin Zhao's words did not deter Princess Lan Xian. Instead, they angered her even more. You're not going to fight with me? I'm the one who won't let you off. Do you think you've won? Aren't you being a little too delusional? This is Demon Suppressing City, do you understand? As expected, as soon as Princess Lan Xian finished speaking, Qin Zhao felt a powerful aura descend. An old man appeared in front of Qin Zhao. His powerful aura pressed down on Qin Zhao, trying to suppress him. His unparalleled majesty, immortal power, and aura pressed down heavily on Qin Zhao. Clearly, this was a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Chapter 2152. The old man who came had a solemn and dignified look on his face. His eyes were like sharp knives as he stared at Qin Zhao. The old man is not the city lord. How can we let the city lord deal with such a small matter? Does this mean that there are at least 2 fourth-step heavenly venerables in Demon Suppression City? However, based on the information that Qin Zhao had received, there were indeed 2 fourth-step heavenly venerables in Demon Suppression City. However, this was not important to Qin Zhao. He was not concerned about this. Instead, he looked at the old man calmly and said, Senior, what do you want to do? Do you want to stand up for Princess Lan Xian? Young man, it sounds like you're quite arrogant, the old man said coldly. He looked stern and angry. This also showed that he was here to stand up for Princess Lan Xian. It seemed that Princess Lan Xian was really doted on by the city lord of Demon Suppression City. Otherwise, she would not have dared to act so rashly. Qin Shao said coldly, I'm not arrogant. I just don't want to be bullied. I have some backbone and pride. Senior, just tell me what you want to do. These people can't do anything to me. I'm sure you know that I, Qin Shao, am not a young chick who can be bullied by others. The meaning behind Qin Zhao's words was to remind the old man in front of him that if this matter were to stop here, the matter would be resolved. However, if the old man still wanted to pursue the matter, Qin Shao was not to be trifled with. He had made his intentions clear. The rest was up to the old man. You humiliated my Lan Xian. What do you think the old man will do? Naturally, Princess Lan Xian will be the one to deal with him, the old man said. Qin Shao looked at Lan Xian. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Princess Lan Xian's anger and hatred had yet to subside. At this moment, she naturally would not be courteous to Qin Shao. If you want to appease my anger, I'll give you two choices. You can either become my son-in-law obediently and do whatever I want. If you make me happy, maybe I'll give you some benefits in the future. The second choice is that I'll capture you and torture you to death. If you anger me, you won't have a good ending. Humph. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. What a vicious woman. How did I provoke her? She actually wants to deal with me like this. She's even willing to sacrifice me to deal with me. Such a woman was really crazy. Qin Shao did not like her madness. But I think I still have a lot of choices. For example, I can beat all of you up and then leave in a carefree manner. Or for example, if I kill you directly, everything will be fine. I don't like killing, and I don't have the habit of killing women. However, this is only under normal circumstances. There will always be times when people are forced into a corner. At this time, it's a different story. Qin Shao said coldly. His face was still as calm as ever. He did not have any awareness that he was in danger at all. How arrogant! How dare he say such big words in front of a fourth step, heavenly venerate? This was extremely arrogant and provocative. Young man, you're a little too arrogant. The fourth step, heavenly venerate elder was also furious. A third step, heavenly venerate kid dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He was simply courting death. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he did not say anything else and directly attacked. A wild power gushed out from his hand like a dragon soaring out of the sea. It carried a roaring power that could destroy the heavens. The attack of a fourth step, heavenly venerate, was naturally extraordinary. It could trigger the anger of the heavens and earth, and command the might of the heavens. Under such power, it felt as if the heavens and earth were about to be broken. The heavens and earth were suddenly plunged into darkness. A ray of light could swallow the light of the sun and the moon. A ray of light could break the firmness of the 9 heavens. The elder clearly knew Qin Zhao's strength and knew that he was not an ordinary person. Therefore, he did not hold back and attacked with all his might. A fourth step, heavenly venerate exalted immortal's control of the laws had reached a very high level. He could mobilize the power of the laws in the heavens and was extremely powerful. Moreover, the elder had also used a prominent celestial art. His technique was not bad. However, the elder had not cultivated the prominent celestial art to its peak, so its power was still somewhat lacking. However, against Qin Shao, it was useless even if he had cultivated the prominent celestial art to its peak. After all, Qin Shao had cultivated as many as 4 secret techniques to their peak, and each of them was no less powerful than a prominent celestial art. Qin Shao had also cultivated a few prominent celestial art. However, due to his low cultivation level, he had not cultivated them to their peak. Therefore, Qin Shao rarely used celestial arts in battle. He mostly used secret techniques. The elder was only an ordinary fourth step, heavenly venerate. His strength was not worth mentioning in Qin Zhao's eyes. Qin Shao had many methods to deal with the elder. Any one of them would be enough. Humph, Qin Shao, I'd like to see how long you can be so arrogant. I, Patriarch Mingyang, have already made my move. Why don't you obediently surrender? You're courting death, Princess Lan Xian snorted coldly. She had already imagined Qin Shao kneeling and begging for mercy in her mind. And this was exactly what she needed. If she did not ruthlessly torture Qin Shao, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in her heart. However, before she could rejoice, the situation suddenly changed. You back off as well. In the face of old ancestor Bright Sun's attack, Qin Shao shouted in response. Qin Shao had used his heart force to repel Fang Luo and the others. Now, he was using his heart force again. With a shout, he attacked Patriarch Mingyang with all his might. Qin Zhao's heart force, amplified by the heart force stone, could threaten a fourth step heavenly venerate. Qin Shao also used the berserk technique at the same time, which increased Qin Zhao's heart force by several times. Although the berserk technique mainly applied to immortal Dao power, it also had a considerable amplification effect on heart force. Although the effect was not as great as immortal Dao power, it could still increase heart force by 2 or 3 times. Such an increase would have a great effect on his heart force. Heart force was like a sharp knife that attacked Patriarch Mingyang invisibly. Patriarch Mingyang knew that Qin Shao was a heart force cultivator and knew that Qin Zhao's heart force was not weak, so he had long been prepared. However, he had still underestimated Qin Shao. He had not expected Qin Zhao's heart force to be so strong. What a powerful heart force! How can it be so strong? Could it be that this kid has already cultivated his heart force to the 9th level? How can this be? This kid doesn't look very old. He seems to have lived for more than 10 million years. How could such a young brat have trained his heart force to the terrifying 9th level? This is the immortal region, not the heart force saint realm. To be able to reach such a terrifying level at such a young age, I'm afraid that even in the heart force saint realm, he would be in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, right? What kind of divine being is this kid? To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, I'm afraid that even in the entire 9 states of Huaxia, he wouldn't be too far off, right? Even in the 100 schools of thought, he would definitely be a peerless genius. I'm afraid that only a few peerless geniuses from the 5 great clans would be able to compare to him. This kid is not simple at all. No wonder he has the confidence to act so wantonly and arrogantly here. It seems that he really does have some ability. This kid, it's best not to provoke him. Patriarch Mingyang was inwardly shocked. Under Qin Zhao's heart force attack, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had to do his best to block it, but he still felt very uncomfortable. However, it was also very uncomfortable. If the battle continued, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. Thus, he was already thinking of retreating. Although he also wanted to join forces with the demon-flattening city lord, and there was indeed a possibility that they could take down Qin Shao, he was very hesitant in his heart. He increasingly felt that Qin Zhao's background was very big, and it was best not to provoke this kid. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. But how should he deal with the current situation? Should he admit defeat and bow his head now? He was a 4th step exalted celestial. Should he bow his head to a 3rd step exalted celestial? Wouldn't that be a disgrace? Moreover, he had just boasted. Now that things had turned out this way, how could he say it again? If he didn't admit defeat, what else could he do? Should he really fight to the end? The consequences would be very unfavorable for the demon-flattening city. Seeing that Patriarch Mingyang had suffered a little at Qin Zhao's hands, Fong Luo and the others were all petrified on the spot. They stared at Qin Shao, flabbergasted. Just now, they were extremely angry and resentful towards Qin Shao. Their blood surged, and they wanted to kill Qin Shao first and then be happy. But now, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. It was probably because Qin Shao was too strong. So strong that they didn't dare to resist. He was so strong that they were in awe. How could they dare to be angry or resentful? Patriarch, Princess Lan Xian was also completely dumbfounded. She was crazy, but she wasn't stupid. How could she not see the situation now? How could she not understand that she might have gotten herself into big trouble this time? Demon Flattening City was the supreme overlord of this territory. They controlled and ruled over a territory and could be considered a local tyrant. But in the context of the entire 9 states of Huaxia, Demon Flattening City was pitifully weak. It wasn't even worth mentioning. She knew now that she had kicked a hard board this time. She had provoked someone she couldn't afford to offend. If she didn't handle this matter well, it was very likely that disaster would befall Demon Flattening City. There were countless people and factions in Huaxia who could easily destroy Demon Flattening City. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Princess Lan Xian was truly afraid now. She regretted her actions. She really shouldn't have provoked Qin Shao. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. What was done was done. There was nothing she could do to change it. The only thing she could do now was to deal with this matter properly so that Demon Flattening City wouldn't be implicated. This was indeed not child's play. It was something that could happen. Qin Shao looked coldly at Patriarch Mingyang and Princess Lan Xian. His eyes flickered as he watched their expressions change. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to speak or make a move. If he didn't have to, Qin Shao naturally didn't want to make a move. If he really did make a move, it would probably be a massacre. This wasn't something Qin Shao liked to do. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others were still in Demon Flattening City. Qin Shao didn't want to do that either. I'm sorry, young Master Qin Shao. It's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. I hope that young Master Qin Shao can be magnanimous and forgive me. I sincerely apologize to you. Princess Lan Xian finally lowered her noble head and apologized to Qin Shao. She was a smart woman. She knew that this was the time for her to bow down. Chapter 2153. Your apology is not sincere at all. You've caused such a ruckus. I've tolerated and advised you time and time again, but to no avail. Now that I'm angry, do you think that you can completely extinguish the anger in my heart with just these 2 sentences and your mouth? You women all think so highly of yourselves? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? Do you really think that as long as you're willing to, everyone will revolve around you? You're only relying on the protection of the City Lord of Demon Suppression City. Without that, what are you? Qin Shao was naturally dissatisfied with Princess Lan Xian's casual apology. If he let her off just like that, he would be letting her off too easily. Since he had already made a move, he would teach her a lesson. A woman like her indeed needed to be taught a lesson. Princess Lan Xian's expression was extremely ugly. She was as pale as a sheet of white paper, without a trace of blood. When had she ever had her face trampled on the ground in such a humiliating manner? This was simply a blatant insult to her. All of her arrogance had been completely crushed. Moreover, she had been ruthlessly stomped on the ground. But what could she do? Could she resist? No, in the face of absolute power, she had no power to resist at all. That's right, what was she relying on? It was nothing more than the Demon Suppression City Lord. Without the protection of the Demon Suppression City, what was she? What were Fong Luo and the others chasing after her so crazily? Could it be that they were after her beauty? There were definitely some factors in this, but more importantly, it should be the Demon Suppression City Lord's doting, right? Was it because of her noble status as Princess Lan Xian? Then what do you want? Princess Lanxin bit her red lips so hard that her lips started to bleed. Patriarch Ming Yang's expression was also very ugly. Now, the best solution was for Princess Lan Xian to lower her head and admit her mistake. Otherwise, this matter would really be difficult to resolve. He had no other choice. He really had no other choice. Although he did not know exactly how powerful Qin Shao was, perhaps he and the Demon Suppression City Lord could join forces to suppress this young man in front of him. Or perhaps they could not suppress him. Although there were many things that he could not be sure of, one thing was for sure. If he really fell out with this young man in front of him, the Demon Suppression City would definitely not be able to gain any benefit. It might even be destroyed. Under such circumstances, Patriarch Ming Yang had no choice but to consider carefully. He had also discussed this matter with the Demon Suppression City Lord. In the end, the two of them could only wait and see what Qin Shao wanted to do. Qin Shao laughed coldly and glanced at Princess Lan Xen. What I want, this all started because of you. Since you've planted the seeds, you should be the one to reap the fruit. The reason for all of this is because of you. Thus, if you want to resolve this matter, it'll depend on how you're going to appease my anger. If you can't appease my anger, then do you think that today's matter can be settled with just a word of apology? I, Qin Shao, am indeed not the kind of person who is difficult to talk to. I don't like to cause trouble, but I have never been afraid of trouble. When trouble comes, I usually like to get rid of it completely. Princess Lan Xian, you forced me to make a move today. Since my anger has already been ignited, it will not be extinguished so easily. Qin Zhao's words were like sharp knives. Every word ruthlessly twisted Princess Lan Xian's heart. In fact, she also knew that it was not very realistic to want to settle this matter with just an apology. However, she had always been arrogant and had never bowed her head to anyone before. It was indeed very difficult for her to bow her head today. It was often easier to do things according to instructions than to take the initiative to do them. If Qin Shao made a request, she would grit her teeth and do it. Then, this matter would be over. But if she did it herself, she did not know how to satisfy Qin Shao. If she did not satisfy Qin Shao, she would feel that she had been humiliated. Secondly, she would be even angrier and find it unbearable. These two feelings were definitely different. In Princess Lan Xian's heart, she was also wondering if Qin Shao would take the opportunity to humiliate her again and again. No matter what she did, she would not be able to satisfy Qin Shao. Thinking about these problems, Princess Lan Xian was very conflicted. What exactly did she want? How low did he have to go in order to do that? After thinking for a while, Princess Lan Xian gritted her teeth and used a ruthless move. If young Master Qin's anger cannot be appeased, then I will compensate you with my life. I think that will at least be able to appease your anger, right? I have offended you and I admit it. I will compensate you with my life. If young Master Qin is still not satisfied with my sincerity, then I have a way. Life? Qin Shao laughed faintly and looked at Princess Lan Xian with a playful look. He said, "The life you are talking about is only your avatar, right? A clone is indeed a great loss to anyone, not a small one at all. However, it is not a big deal. Therefore, it can't be said that I'm using your life as compensation. I'm just using one of your clones." What did he mean? Princess Lan Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Did this mean that even her original body would die? The loss of one avatar was already very, very great. This was also the limit of what she, Princess Lan Xian, could accept. What else did he want her to do? Die with her original body? How could that be? Once the clone of the original body died, it meant that the original body would lose its life as well. It would be completely dead. Her ancestor was not an ancient sage, but there was no way to revive her. If she died, she would really die. She did not want to die. This time, she admitted her mistake. She knew that she had to pay a certain price to resolve this matter, but if the price was her life, wouldn't that be too great? She did not do anything to Qin Shao, did she? Did he really want to force her into such a desperate situation? Ancestor Ming Yang's expression was also extremely cold. How ruthless of him to want Lan Xian's life. Lan Xian was deeply doted on by the demon-pacifying city lord. Wasn't it equivalent to slapping the demon-pacifying city lord in the face by taking her life? But what could he do? He did not dare to really fall out with Qin Shao, so this time, even if he really had to sacrifice Lan Xian, there was no other way. Otherwise, it might bring disaster to the demon-pacifying city. Both were harmful, so he had to choose the lesser. Princess Lan Xian looked at Ancestor Ming Yang. At this moment, Princess Lan Xian was helpless and pale. She had never felt so weak before. She even felt a trace of despair. In fact, she knew in her heart that if Qin Shao really wanted her life, then given Qin Zhao's strength, her two ancestors might not be able to save her life. Losing her umbrella was like a snail losing its shell. Ancestor Ming Yang sighed and shook his head at Princess Lan Xian, expressing his helplessness in this matter. Princess Lan Xian had actually already expected such an outcome, but in the face of death, she still had a trace of fantasy in her heart. But now, Ancestor Ming Yang had completely crushed her fantasy. It seemed that she could only despair. Okay, if my life can settle all of this, I'm willing. I also hope that young Master Qin can keep his word and settle this matter. Don't implicate the others in the demon-pacifying city. Princess Lan Xian gritted her teeth and said expressionlessly. How could her words be so desolate? Qin Shao suddenly laughed and waved his hand. Forget it, I don't really want to kill you. Killing you won't do me any good. It's just to vent my anger. I'm not so vengeful and won't be too ruthless. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Princess Lan Xian thought that she had heard wrongly. Not kill her? She was really prepared to die. She had already made up her mind and was already in despair. But now, Qin Shao actually said that he would not kill her? What was going on? Was it true or not? Old Ancestor Bright's son also looked at Qin Shao in surprise. For a moment, he was shocked. He also thought that Lan Xian was going to die this time. This was something that couldn't be helped. If Lan Xian's death was the only way to settle this matter, then this was the only way. But now, Qin Shao said that he would not kill her? Qin Shao continued, Don't be happy too early. I only said that I would not kill you, but I didn't say that I would not punish you. Of course, it's impossible for me to not teach you a profound lesson for such a matter. I can also give up the life of your doppelganger. However, I want you to do a few things. First, apologize to me publicly and explain the announcement clearly. Second, reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors for thousands of years. Just these two requests. Is there a problem? Hearing Qin Zhao's two requests, Princess Lan Xian was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask, That's it? That's all? Of course, if you want more, I can also satisfy you. Qin Shao said. Princess Lan Xian immediately said, Okay, I completely agree with these two requests. I will definitely do as you say and handle it well. Thank you for not killing me, young Master Qin. This matter is my fault. I sincerely apologize to you. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said indifferently, No need. I don't care about things that are not sincere. Even if you are sincere, it's nothing to me. I don't care about these things. Anyway, I will not have any interaction with you in the future. You are just a passerby. Princess Lan Xian's face stiffened. His face was burning and there was a faint pain. Unknowingly, she felt as if she had been slapped a few times. However, it was a great blessing for the matter to be resolved in such a way. It was something that she did not expect. Although she did have some hatred for Qin Shao, she had to admit that Qin Shao was really magnanimous. For such a matter to be resolved in such a small way, she really wanted to thank Qin Shao properly. Beside her, Patriarch Mingyang was also a little excited. It was the best thing that could be resolved in such a way. It was an outcome that he did not expect. It was indeed great. Demon Suppressing Citadel Lord, you have been watching the show for so long. As the Lord of Demon Suppressing Citadel, aren't you going to come out? Qin Shao suddenly looked in a direction and asked. As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a figure walked out. It was a man in golden robes. He was wearing a luxurious crown and had a golden dragon and a jade phoenix on him. He looked especially majestic and imposing. He had the demeanor of a king. As the lord of a city, the ruler of a territory, and the supreme overlord, it was very normal for the Lord of Demon Suppressing Citadel to have such a domineering aura. Chapter 2154. The Demon Flattening City Lord had been hiding in the dark all this time, but he had never shown himself. At this time, the Demon Flattening City Lord also showed some goodwill. Obviously, he didn't want to fall out with Qin Shao. Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, for not bickering with my little girl. I admire your magnanimity. The Demon Flattening City Lord walked up to Qin Shao and cupped his fists, showing goodwill again. Although these words were a little hypocritical, they more or less showed the Demon Flattening City Lord's attitude. This attitude was good. Qin Shao didn't want anything else, just a little bit of attitude. If the Demon Flattening City Lord wanted to fall out with him, then Qin Shao definitely wouldn't be polite to him. He could be both warm and fiery, kind and evil. The Demon Flattening City Lord thinks too highly of me. I'm just a passerby. I just happened to pass by your Demon Flattening City and hit it off with some people, so I came to take a look around. But now it seems that the Demon Flattening City doesn't welcome me. I don't want to stay any longer, so I'll take my leave. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. Although it was a plain statement, there was a lot of meaning in it. Qin Shao didn't have anything else to visit in the Demon Flattening City, so he was already prepared to leave. However, Qin Shao was still a little worried about Lin Xian and the others, so he reminded the Demon Flattening City Lord at this time. Or, it could also be said that he was secretly warning the Demon Flattening City Lord not to make things difficult for Lin Xian and the others. The Demon Flattening City Lord was naturally a smart person. Of course, he understood the meaning in Qin Zhao's words. He immediately said, I wanted to invite fellow Taoist Qin Shao to my residence so that I can prepare some wine to entertain you. Since fellow Taoist Qin Shao has important matters to attend to, I won't stay any longer. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, please don't worry. I will take care of those people. I won't let them suffer any grievances in my Demon Flattening City. Qin Shao nodded slightly. Since the Demon Flattening City Lord said so himself, he could rest assured. Now that the matter was settled, Qin Shao prepared to leave immediately. But just as Qin Shao was about to leave, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly surged from the horizon, like a surging flood, rapidly approaching the city. The moment this torrential demonic qi descended, it was as though a gigantic dark cloud was descending upon the Demon Suppression City. It was vast and mighty, blotting out the entire Demon Suppression City, as though it was going to devour the sun and moon and cover the entire heaven and earth. What a powerful demonic aura! The Demon Flattening City Lord and Ancestor Bright Sun immediately frowned deeply. Their faces turned serious as they looked into the distance. How could there be such a powerful demon coming this way? Moreover, the monstrous demonic aura clearly contained fury. It was clearly directed at them. The Demon Flattening City's City Lord and Demon Flattening City's Flattening City Lord exchanged glances. Clearly, they didn't understand what was going on. Their demon-flattening city and the demon clan had always minded their own business. Everything had been peaceful all these years. Why would a powerful demon come knocking on their door? The demon-flattening city's city lord and demon-flattening city's flattening city lord immediately perked up and prepared to take action. Qin Shao also frowned slightly. He recalled that he had killed a lot of demon clan members to save Lin Xian and the others. At this moment, a powerful demon beast was coming towards them aggressively. Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if it was coming for him. The incoming demon was clearly a fourth-step, heavenly venerate demon king. Its strength shouldn't be that simple. However, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. As long as it wasn't a top-tier fourth-step heavenly venerate, or to be more arrogant, as long as it wasn't a half-step saint, Qin Shao still had some confidence. The monstrous demonic aura descended. It swept across the sky and bore down on the demon-flattening city like Mount Tai. Its aura was extremely turbulent. The entire demon-flattening city instantly fell into a state of panic. Screams rang out everywhere. The people in the city didn't know what was going on. They all looked at the sky in horror. "Let's go." The demon-flattening city's city lord and demon-flattening city lord exchanged glances. Their figures immediately moved in the direction of the demonic aura. They wanted to keep the demon king outside the city and prevent it from affecting the innocent and destroying the stability of the city. After Qin Shao glanced at him, he also followed him. If the demon king was targeting him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Even if it wasn't, he wanted to see if the demon-flattening city would be destroyed by him. Qin Shao didn't care about the demon-flattening city at all. It had nothing to do with him. However, Lin Xian and the others were still in the demon-flattening city. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to protect their lives. Soon, a man with monstrous demonic aura came riding on a giant black dragon. His monstrous aura seemed to want to trample the entire world under his feet. The supreme demonic aura swept across the sky and swallowed the sun, moon, and stars. This black dragon was incomparably ferocious. Its entire body was covered with a demonic aura. This was a demonic dragon from hell. However, the giant black dragon was clearly transformed from energy. It wasn't a real hell demonic dragon. Roar! The hell demonic dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. It shook the entire land. It was obvious how powerful it was. The demon king hovered in the sky, looking down at Qin Shao and the others. He looked down on the entire world. This supreme immortal aura was indeed extremely prominent. It was especially powerful and domineering. Demon King Ming Radish, why have you suddenly come to my demon-flattening city? The demon-flattening city lord asked. Demon King Ming Radish's gaze swept across the demon-flattening city lord and forefather Bright Sunday. He didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, his gaze landed on Qin Shao. Dense killing intent surged from his eyes. Demon King Ming Radish's actions stunned the demon-flattening city lord and forefather Bright Sunday. They were quite shocked. Only then did they understand that Demon King Ming Radish wasn't here for the demon-flattening city. He was here for Qin Shao. They didn't understand. They had always been at peace with Demon King Ming Radish. Why would Demon King Ming Radish suddenly attack them? They were still wondering if someone in the demon-flattening city lord's mansion had offended Demon King Ming Radish. Now, it seemed like it had something to do with Qin Shao. If that was the case, it had nothing to do with them. Is he one of your people? Demon King Ming Radish asked the demon-flattening city lord. The demon-flattening city lord glanced at Qin Shao and replied straightforwardly, "This is the first time I've met fellow Taoist Qin Shao. We don't know each other." Demon King Ming Radish said, "That's good. Since he's not from your demon-flattening city, then this matter has nothing to do with your city. So, you should retreat to the side first. I don't want you to be implicated." Hearing this, the demon-flattening city lord and forefather Bright Sun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Demon King Ming Radish wasn't here for the demon flattening city. To be honest, they were really worried and nervous just now. After all, if they really fought with strength, they might not be able to win even if the two of them worked together. Most importantly, this was the demon flattening city. If they really fought here, they would definitely have some reservations. Even if they could force Demon King Ming Radish back in the end, the demon flattening city would probably be destroyed beyond recognition. At that time, there would definitely be countless casualties and heavy losses. So even if they really wanted to fight, they didn't want to do it in the demon flattening city. That would make them feel very uncomfortable. Demon King Ming Radish looked coldly at Qin Shao. One could see the flames of anger burning in her eyes. Qin Shao, how dare you kill so many of my subordinates? Do you know your crime? Demon King Ming Radish directly denounced Qin Shao and wanted to punish him. Facing the powerful Demon King Ming Radish, Qin Shao sneered and retorted sarcastically, I wonder what crime I, Qin Shao, have committed? Is it because I killed your men? Oh no, I can't say that I killed your people. To be more precise, I killed your demons. I naturally killed them for a reason. They provoked me, so they deserved to die. Naturally, I killed them. Demon King Ming Radish, isn't it a little unnecessary for you to denounce me now? If you're unhappy, just kill me. Why do you need to denounce me with the attitude of a superior? To be honest, you, Demon Monarch Ming Radish, a mere fourth-step Heavenly Venerate Demon Monarch, do not have the qualifications to question me. What did he mean by a mere fourth-step Heavenly Venerate Demon King? Since when did a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate become so insignificant? This kid was really arrogant. Such an arrogant act naturally provoked Demon King Ming Radish even more, causing him to fly into a rage. His hatred soared to the heavens. How dare you? What a sharp-tongued brat. But you're right. Why should I denounce you? I'll just kill you directly. I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. With that, Demon King Ming Radish was about to attack. Demon King Ming Radish. Just as Demon King Ming Radish was about to attack, the Demon Flattening City Lord suddenly said, Are you planning to attack here? If you attack right beside my Demon Flattening City, I'm afraid the city will be severely damaged. Right now, they were at the edge of the flat demon city. They were less than 1,000 miles away from the city. One could almost say that they were in the city itself. Therefore, once they started fighting, the destructive power would be shocking. After all, Demon King Ming Radish was a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate. As for Qin Shao, although he didn't know how strong he was, he should be equivalent to a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate. If two fourth-step Heavenly Venerates battled, it would definitely cause the sky to darken, the earth to crumble, and the four seas to wail in grief. Demon Flattening City's great defensive array couldn't withstand the attack of a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate. Therefore, the Demon Flattening City Lord was naturally very worried. What? Don't tell me that this Demon King has to pick a good place to kill people and invite them there? What does it have to do with this king, whether or not your Demon Flattening City is destroyed? I haven't settled the score with you yet. This kid is in your Demon Flattening City, and you were with him just now. Don't tell me you have nothing to do with him. If you say any more, I'll really start a massacre in your Demon Flattening City today. Let's see what you can do to me. Demon King Ming Radish's anger had reached its peak, so she ignored the Demon Flattening City Lord's words and wanted to start a fight. His words caused the Demon Flattening City Lord's face to turn green and white. It was a very ugly sight. This was a blatant insult to him. He did not place him in his eyes at all and was trampling on his dignity. But what could the Demon Flattening City Lord do? He didn't dare to offend Demon King Ming Radish unless he had no other choice. Since this matter had nothing to do with his Demon Flattening City, why should he get involved? Chapter 2155. Demon King Ming Radish no longer paid any attention to the demon flattening city lord. It could be seen that Demon King Ming Radish did not place him in his eyes at all. After dealing with the demon flattening city lord, Demon King Ming Radish looked at Qin Shao with the attitude of a judge. It was as if he was going to judge him at the end of the world. This was the attitude of a supreme superior. He looked down on everything, above the universe, and stepped on the 9 heavens. In terms of aura, the demon-flattening city lord was indeed very powerful. If an ordinary third-step heavenly venerate was under such pressure, they would probably tremble in fear. Powerful people used their aura to suppress others. Demon King Ming Radish was clearly an extremely powerful person. Such people were usually very domineering in their actions. Qin Shao never liked people with such an attitude. He liked to be low-key and calm. The gloomy aura was extremely turbulent, turning into countless sharp swords that surged towards Qin Shao like a flood of fierce beasts. Demonic winds blew. Dark clouds covered the sky. Sand and stones rolled. Light surged wildly. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Demon King Ming Radish's stance was also extraordinary. It was as if a king of the underworld had descended. He wanted to turn this place into the underworld hell. He wanted to destroy and obliterate everything. All power seemed to be unstoppable. Qin Zhao's flowing light wings turned into a protective umbrella that enveloped Qin Shao. It completely blocked all of Demon King Ming Radish's attacks. However, Demon King Ming Radish was only using his aura to suppress Qin Shao. He did not actually attack. He used the power of immortal aura law to suppress Qin Shao. This supreme immortal aura was enough to suppress a third-step heavenly venerate. Demon King Ming Radish's domineering aura wanted to suppress Qin Shao. However, he immediately realized that he could not suppress Qin Shao at all. The flowing light wings were extremely powerful defensive high-grade immortal equipment. It could easily block the attacks of an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate, let alone Demon King Ming Radish's aura. Therefore, Qin Shao stood there casually, using an invisible edge to target Demon King Ming Radish. High-grade defensive immortal artifact? Demon King Ming Radish's brows furrowed slightly. A mere third-step heavenly venerate actually possessed a high-grade defensive immortal artifact. Such a thing was indeed extremely rare. Generally speaking, unless one was a youth with a great background, it would be impossible for one to possess such a treasure. The demon Tranquil City Lord and Ancestor Bright Sun couldn't help exchanging glances. They were also surprised. They didn't expect Qin Shao to possess a high-grade defensive immortal artifact. None of them had such an immortal artifact. High-grade defensive immortal artifacts were extremely rare to begin with. Moreover, they were very expensive and hard to come by. Therefore, they were even more certain that Qin Shao must have a powerful background. It was impossible for a third-step heavenly venerate to possess a high-grade defensive immortal artifact if he did not have a great background. After all, it was very difficult for a fourth-step heavenly venerable to possess a defensive high-grade celestial artifact. It seems like you have some background. However, since you've provoked this Demon King, I'll kill you today no matter what your background is. Demon King Ming Radish snorted coldly. Her attacks became even more powerful. This was a battle for dignity. She had to fight without regard for anything else. Facing the powerful Demon King Ming Radish, Qin Shao remained unmoved. With the protection of the flowing light wings, it was impossible for Demon King Ming Radish to do anything to Qin Shao before she used her true abilities. Underworld Dragon Baleful Sky, go! Demon King Ming Radish suddenly shouted. With a wave of her hand, a huge underworld dragon roared and charged towards Qin Shao. This huge underworld dragon was more than 10,000 feet long. Its huge mouth was like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. The underworld dragon brought with it the power to destroy everything and devour everything. The terrifying devouring power formed a huge whirlpool that rushed towards Qin Shao and directly swallowed Qin Shao. The destructive power came from all directions and crazily attacked the flowing light wings, wanting to destroy the flowing light wings. Qin Shao could clearly feel the incomparably powerful power bombarding him. A lot of power landed on Qin Zhao's body. Although Qin Zhao's immortal body was strong enough, under the powerful bombardment, it still felt waves of pain. Moreover, this power was still increasing. Hence, if this continued, it would sooner or later pose a threat to Qin Zhao's immortal body. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to make a move. Qin Shao was completely confident in dealing with Demon King Ming Radish. At this moment, he could be considered to be daring. As Demon King Ming Radish's power continued to increase, Qin Shao quickly felt threatened. Internal world, domain, form. With a thought, Qin Shao fully unleashed the power of his internal world, forming a world domain that enveloped the entire area. A powerful force crushed everything in its path, instantly suppressing Demon King Ming Radish's attack. Under the suppression of the huge underworld dragon's domain, the power of the attack dropped sharply. It felt like it was being restrained. The underworld dragon roared and wanted to struggle out, but it was firmly suppressed by Qin Shao. Demon King Ming Radish was slightly surprised and became even colder. What kind of power is this? Secret technique domain? It feels like the power of his internal world. But that's not very likely. He's only a third step heavenly venerate. How big is his internal world? The power of his internal world should not be so strong. Secret technique? High-grade defensive immortal weapon? Heart force? Who exactly is this kid? A mere third step heavenly venerate can actually block this king's attack. It seems like I underestimated him. However, since I'm here, I can't care so much. I must kill this guy. No matter how strong he is, no matter how many tricks he has, he's only a third step heavenly venerate. I don't believe that he can defy the heavens. Demon King Ming Radish's eyes were vicious and sinister to the extreme. Qin Shao looked coldly at Demon King Ming Radish and said, Demon King Ming Radish, the human race and the demon race have always minded our own business. You acted recklessly and ordered your subordinates to kill the human race. Since I've encountered such a thing, I naturally won't sit idly by and do nothing. I'll kill all your subordinates. I spoiled your plans, Demon King Ming Radish. You want to kill me? What a tyrannical style. You did something wrong and still act like a victim. What right do you have? He. Demon King Ming Radish wasn't angry but laughed instead. What right do I have? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. There's only power. What right do you have? Don't tell me you don't even understand this simple logic? Qin Shao said, what you're trying to say is that power decides everything. Only the fist has the power to speak. This is the law of survival in this world. The weak are prey to the strong, the survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected. Everyone understands this logic. This is the law. This is a fact that no one can change. However, I prefer to use peaceful means before resorting to force. I like to talk reason before talking with my fists. Since you don't want to talk reason, then forget it. Let's talk with our fists. Ha ha ha. Demon King Ming Radish laughed loudly as though he'd heard the funniest joke in the world after hearing Qin Zhao's words. Kid, where do you get your confidence from? You want to talk with your fists? Do you think you have the qualifications to spar with this Demon King? Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you have a bit of talent. The difference between realms is an insurmountable gap. Do you understand? Qin Shao curled his lips and replied indifferently, nothing is absolute in this world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any so-called miracles in this world. Miracles are always created by people. I think it's better to not talk big. You think I'm talking big, but maybe you're the one who's talking big? Demon King Ming Radish snorted disdainfully and said playfully, Kid, you're really sharp-tongued. However, just having a sharp mouth was of no use. Power can't be depended on your mouth. I want to see where you get your confidence from. As soon as Demon King Ming Radish finished speaking, she charged towards Qin Shao with the power of laws. With a flip of his hand, a high-grade immortal tool demon sword appeared in his hand. The power of laws shot out from the sword like bolts of lightning, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Unparalleled immortal power descended from the sky and slashed at Qin Shao. The moment the sword was unleashed, the entire world was plunged into complete darkness. With this sword, tens of thousands of feet of sword energy shot out, cutting through heaven and earth. With the sword, the power of laws followed. The power of laws destroyed everything. What a powerful sword! It seems that Demon King Ming Radish's control of laws is not bad. His demonic power is monstrous and his sword technique is also very powerful. The power of this sword actually makes one's heart tremble. The power of my internal world domain can't even block this sword light. Above this supreme sharpness, the inner world domain is also being sliced apart and destroyed. Just the power of my internal world domain and the flowing light wings is already very difficult to block Demon King Ming Radish's attack. If that's the case, then there's no need to drag this out. Let's end this quickly. Qin Shao thought for a while and immediately made a decision. Whoosh! Qin Shao activated the flowing light wings with all his might and instantly turned into a ray of light that shot towards Demon King Ming Radish. Arrogant brat who overestimates himself. Demon King Ming Radish snorted when he saw Qin Shao charging at him instead of retreating. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, then just die. But just as Qin Shao arrived in front of Demon Monarch Ming Radish, he suddenly shook his body and transformed into a massive dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. A true dragon. Once the dragonization art was used, the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. In front of a true giant dragon, the infernal nether dragon was naturally weaker. In terms of aura, it was also overwhelming. What secret technique is this? What a powerful secret technique. I can clearly feel that its power is much stronger than my infernal nether dragon. This brat is only a 3rd step heavenly venerable. To be able to cultivate such a powerful secret technique to perfection, he's really monstrous. Is he really a 3rd step heavenly venerable? Is he really not a 4th step heavenly venerable? But this was just the beginning. Since Qin Shao had decided to end the battle quickly, how could his methods be limited to this? While Shi Dian was using the dragonization art, he also activated his heart force. At the same time, he held the Berserker sword in his hand and charged forward. He wanted to suppress and kill Demon King Ming Radish in one fell swoop, not giving him a chance to resist. Chapter 2156. Heart force again? Why is this kid's heart force so strong? Is he already a 9th level heart force master? No, this kid isn't a 3rd step Empyrean Exalt at all. He's a 9th level heart force master, a 4th step Empyrean Exalt. Judging from the traces of time on his body, he should be at most 20 million years old, right? How could he have grown to such a terrifying level in such a short time? Could it be that he's a genius from the 100 schools of philosophers? As far as I know, only the geniuses of the 100 schools of thought could be this monstrous. If this kid really is a genius from the 100 schools of thought. When she considered this possibility, Demon King Ming Luo's heart couldn't help but turn solemn. Wasn't killing a genius from the 100 schools of thought the kid was just courting death? The 100 schools of thought was a powerful faction that a mere monster king like him couldn't afford to offend. However, no matter how she looked at it, Qin Shao didn't seem like a disciple of the 100 schools of thought at all. He didn't have the temperament that a disciple of the 100 schools of thought should have. Moreover, the cultivation methods he'd used didn't belong to the 100 schools of thought either. Generally speaking, the most direct way to determine a person's background was through their cultivation method. The 100 schools of thought all had their own unique immortal arts and secret arts that were highly distinguishable. It's too late to back down now. Judging from this kid's momentum, even if I'm willing to stop now, he might not be willing to do so. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since I've already come this far, I might as well follow this path to the end. I can only gamble on the fact that he isn't a disciple of the 100 schools of thought. If he really is, I'll just hide in the monster spirit world. It's just a clone anyway. Even if he is a disciple of the 100 schools of thought, they wouldn't dare pursue me all the way to the monster spirit world. With this thought, Demon King Ming Luo became even more determined to kill Qin Shao. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. Qin Shao had already arrived in front of Demon Monarch Ming Radish. The numerous attacks made Demon Monarch Ming Radish feel a sense of danger. Demon Queen Ming Radish shook her body and turned into a 30,000-foot-long Hell Nether Dragon. This was a real Hell Nether Dragon. It wasn't an illusion of energy. Two gigantic dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long roared as they faced off against each other. Their powers were in opposition, and their laws were in harmony. So your true form is an evil dragon, a nether dragon from hell. No wonder you dare to commit such crimes and kill our human race. Then today I will slaughter you, evil dragon. Qin Shao said coldly. The dragon transformation art was an extremely dangerous secret technique. At this moment, Qin Shao was using 3 different methods at the same time. The power of his inner world transformed into a domain that suppressed Demon King Ming Radish. His heart force invisibly attacked Demon King Ming Radish. At the same time, the dragon transformation art attacked Demon King Ming Radish. Using 3 different methods at the same time, the lethality of the 3 methods had indeed reached an extremely terrifying level. Under Qin Zhao's powerful attacks, Demon King Ming Radish was indeed at a disadvantage. He was crushed by Qin Shao. Time and time again, he was sent flying by Qin Shao. Every time, he roared in anger and pain. Demon King Ming Radish revealed his true form. This was already his strongest form. However, even in his strongest form, he was still being crushed by Qin Shao. How could he describe this feeling? It was like an adult being beaten by a 5 or 6-year-old child. How humiliating and humiliating it was. What was going on? Demon King Ming Radish was incomparably domineering and arrogant from the start. He didn't care about the overlord of Demon Flattening City at all. He originally thought that no matter how much of a genius Qin Shao was and how strong he was, he would at most be able to touch the threshold of the 4th step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. That would already be very heaven-defying. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to be so terrifyingly strong. It was simply terrifying. Fortunately, Demon King Ming Radish's innate defense was extremely strong. Therefore, even under Qin Zhao's violent attacks, he didn't suffer many injuries. He didn't look like he was going to be defeated immediately. The demon race and the beast race had many advantages over the human race in terms of physical strength. Demon King Ming Radish was an underworld dragon from hell. He was an evil dragon. Although the dragon bloodline in his body was extremely thin, being able to be related to a dragon meant that he wasn't weak. A dragon suppressing a dragon. He could suppress Demon King Ming Radish, but it was still very difficult to kill him. Qin Shao didn't want to leave such an evil dragon alive. How can he be so strong? Where did this kid come from? He's not simple. He's definitely not simple. How can I be so unlucky? Why did I have to step on a hardboard? Despicable, despicable, truly despicable. Demon King Ming Radish roared in her heart. She had never expected to encounter such a monstrous talent in such a desolate place. Now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't get off. There was no way to end this properly. He could only continue fighting. However, Demon King Ming Radish knew very well that if he continued fighting, he would be the one at a disadvantage. He might even lose his life here. This was something Demon King Ming Radish wasn't willing to accept. What should he do? Demon King Ming Radish's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the Demon Flattening City Lord and Patriarch Bright Sunday. Although these two weren't very strong, they were still fourth step Heavenly Venerate. If these two were willing to lend him a hand, then even if he couldn't kill Qin Shao, he could at least easily. He was repelled. Detestable Qin Shao, you actually managed to force this Demon King to such an extent. Demon King Ming Radish roared in his heart. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the Demon Flattening City Lord and Patriarch Bright Sunday. Demon Flattening City Lord, Patriarch Bright Sun, please lend me a hand and repel this kid. I, Demon King Ming Radish, will definitely thank you and owe you a big favor. The Demon Flattening City Lord and Patriarch Bright Sun were already dumbfounded by the battle before them. This was something they hadn't expected. They knew that Qin Shao wasn't weak. In fact, he should be slightly stronger than them. However, they hadn't expected Qin Shao to be so strong that he could suppress Demon King Ming Radish. They knew that Demon King Ming Radish was very strong. However, in front of Qin Shao, he was clearly a little weak. Was he really a third-step Heavenly Venerate? No, he didn't look like one at all. The Demon Flattening City Lord didn't hesitate to reject Demon King Ming Radish's request for help. I'm sorry, Demon King Ming Radish. We can't interfere in this matter. This matter has nothing to do with my flat demon city from the beginning to the end. We have always minded our own business with you, Demon Monarch Ming Radish, and lived in harmony. This is a personal grudge between the two of you. I won't stand on either side. I won't offend either of you. Offending either of you isn't a good thing for me. Therefore, Demon King Ming Radish, you're making things difficult for me. Forgive me for not being able to help you. Demon King Ming Radish, I don't have the fortune to receive your favor. How could the Demon Flattening City Lord agree to such a thing so easily? How could he dare to involve himself in this? This was a matter of life and death. A matter that concerned the fate of the Demon Flattening City. He naturally had to be extremely cautious. Not helping either side was the best choice. On this point, he was very wise. Demon Flattening City Lord, this kid is just an outsider. You and I have always been neighbors. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant neighbor. I think a favor from me should be worth something. Why don't you name a price, and I'll try my best to satisfy it? Demon King Ming Radish said again. However, he had a favor to ask of the Demon Flattening City Lord this time. Naturally, his attitude was very humble. If it was in the past, how could such a situation occur? To be honest, it was impossible to say that he wasn't tempted. The Demon Flattening City Lord was indeed tempted. However, no matter how tempted he was, he couldn't do it. He had already carefully weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He didn't want to offend Demon King Ming Radish. However, it was just that he didn't want to. It didn't mean that he couldn't offend or touch him. He was clearly weaker in front of Demon King Ming Radish. However, if he really went all out, he wouldn't be afraid. He could still give it a try. If his Demon Flattening City Lord's strength was too far apart from Demon King Ming Radish's, then his Demon Flattening City Lord wouldn't be able to survive here. Not wanting to offend him didn't mean that he didn't dare to. It was just that he saw the extent of the situation. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a man. However, how should he describe Qin Shao? Until now, the Demon Flattening City Lord still felt that he had no way of understanding Qin Shao. He didn't know who he was or what his background was. However, the Demon Flattening City Lord knew that it was best not to offend Qin Shao. This kid's background was definitely not small. Not to mention his background, his strength was definitely unfathomable. Perhaps he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Furthermore, Qin Shao was definitely a monstrous and heaven-defying genius. Such a person had unlimited potential. He might not be especially strong now, but if he was given time to grow, he would definitely reach a terrifying level in the future. This was a genius with huge potential. How could he dare to offend such a person? Right now, he might be able to suppress Qin Shao with the help of Demon King Mingyang. However, they might not be able to kill him. Even if they could kill him, there was still his main body. The Demon Flattening City Lord wasn't stupid. He naturally wouldn't offend such a troublesome person. I'm sorry, Demon King Ming Radish. We won't participate in this matter, no matter how many benefits there are. I think Demon King Ming Radish should think of a solution on your own. Some things, taking a step back might be the end of it. The Demon Flattening City Lord said. He didn't give Demon King Ming Radish any room for negotiation. Demon King Ming Radish was gritting his teeth in anger. However, he couldn't do anything. This was his last hope to turn the tables. If he couldn't get the help of the Demon Flattening City Lord, he wouldn't be able to deal with Qin Shao. Anger. Hatred. Demon Flattening City Lord, if you don't help me force Qin Shao back today, I'll definitely hold this grudge against your Demon Flattening City Lord. Even if this Demon King isn't a match for this kid, I won't lose my life. This Demon King doesn't ask for much. I just need to force this kid back. I don't need to do anything to him. If you don't help, I, Demon King Ming Radish, swear that I'll raze your Demon Flattening City to the ground. I'll do what I say. Demon Flattening City Lord, you should know this Demon King's temper. I'll definitely do what I say. You should also know that this Demon King has the ability and courage to do so. In the worst-case scenario, I'll just use up all the resources that I've accumulated over countless years. I won't hesitate to fight you to the death. This Demon King can't tolerate today's situation. I definitely can't. Demon King Ming Radish became incomparably crazy. The Demon Flattening City Lord's expression also became extremely ugly. Chapter 2157. The Demon Flattening City Lord and Forefather Bright Sun's expressions turned extremely ugly and cold. Demon King Ming Radish had shamelessly threatened them. He was practically kidnapping them. How could they not be angry? They couldn't wait to kill Demon King Ming Radish. However, they had to carefully consider this issue. The Flattening Demon City was something that they had painstakingly built. They had expended countless amounts of energy and time, slowly accumulating and working hard to create the current Flattening Demon City. If Demon King Ming Radish really went crazy, he could indeed destroy Demon Flattening City. Even if it wasn't razed to the ground, it would probably be riddled with holes and ruined beyond recognition. It would be too difficult to recover from such a huge blow. Furthermore, the Demon Flattening City Lord and Forefather Bright Sun didn't know exactly how strong Demon King Ming Radish was. Therefore, they were still somewhat fearful. They were also very clear about Demon King Ming Radish's character. He was definitely a crazy person who didn't care about his own life. When he went crazy, he would indeed disregard everything. City Lord, what should we do now? Demon King Ming Radish is holding a knife to our neck. Forefather Bright Sun transmitted his voice to the Demon Flattening City Lord. His voice was filled with anger. The Demon Flattening City Lord was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth and replied, "What else can we do?" Looking at Taoist Qin Zhao's stance, it seems like he's going to kill Demon King Ming Radish today. If Qin Shao really kills Demon King Ming Radish here, I'm afraid our Demon Flattening City won't have any peace in the future. This Demon King Ming Radish has always been an unreasonable and shameless person. He's extremely domineering. Furthermore, He just swore an oath and showed his determination. If we really sit back and do nothing today, I'm afraid our demon-flattening city will really suffer. Forefather Bright's son continued, but City Lord, if we interfere, I'm afraid we'll offend Qin Xiao to death. We don't know Qin Xiao's background at all. He's hidden deeply and isn't simple. If we don't handle this properly, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to our Flat Demon City. The Flat Demon City Lord nodded in response. I've considered that as well. However, in comparison, fellow Taoist Qin Xiao's personality isn't all that intense. He's not as tyrannical and unreasonable as he is. Both are harmful, so we can only choose the lesser. We have been forced to this point, and there is nothing we can do. However, try not to make a big deal out of your relationship with Qin Xiao. If you can solve it properly, do it properly. Such a matter was indeed a headache. However, no matter how much of a headache it was, it still had to be resolved. Old Ancestor Brightson secretly shook his head. There was indeed no other way. This was the only way. Having made his decision, the demon-suppressing city lord did not hesitate any longer. He stepped forward and said, "Lord Qin Xiao, may I ask if we can stop here?" When he heard the demon-suppressing city lord's voice, and saw the two of them step forward, Qin Xiao raised his brows and glanced over. Demon Monarch Ming Radish was being suppressed by him and didn't have much of a chance to turn the tables. Qin Xiao had also expected that Demon Monarch Ming Radish would resort to all sorts of means and come up with a solution. Sure enough, he had secretly invited the demon-suppressing city lord to help. Qin Xiao said coldly and rudely, "What, does the demon-suppressing city lord want to get involved in this matter? This matter has nothing to do with your demon-suppressing city, right?" The demon-suppressing city lord said, "Lord Qin Xiao, it can't be considered as getting involved. It's just that this matter happened in my demon-suppressing city after all, and I'm still considered the host. Therefore, I can't say that this matter has nothing to do with me. When the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. My small demon-suppressing city can't withstand the two of you tormenting and destroying it. An ancient foundation that can be destroyed in a single day, I have to consider this carefully. Therefore, I just want to have a good talk with you, Lord Qin Xiao, to see if we can stop here and bury the hatchet? Humph, turning hostility into friendship?" Qin Xiao sneered and snorted disdainfully in his heart. How could he not know what the demon-suppressing city lord meant? Qin Xiao didn't like to beat around the bush and replied bluntly, "Demon-suppressing city lord, I, Qin Xiao, am neither stupid nor stupid. Why don't you be direct with me? If you want to get involved in this matter and side with Demon Monarch Ming Radish, that's your business. You have your rights, I won't say anything. Although today's matter happened in your demon-suppressing city, it's also between me and Demon Monarch Ming Radish. It doesn't involve your demon-suppressing city. If you want to help Demon Monarch Ming Radish, then just step forward. There's no need to be so reserved and ask. As for your question, I only have a few words to answer. There's no room for discussion. Today, I must kill Demon Monarch Ming Radish. If you want to make a move, then do it. There's no need to say anything else." When he heard Qin Xiao's words, the demon-suppressing city lord's face quickly darkened and turned extremely ugly. He originally wanted to have a good talk with Qin Xiao, but now it seemed like there was no room for negotiation. Qin Xiao didn't want to talk to him at all. The demon-suppressing city lord had no choice. He didn't want to offend Qin Xiao either, but what could he do? Therefore, he could only brace himself and say again, "Lord Qin Xiao, I think you're a little too agitated. I really want to be a peacemaker and mediate this matter. Firstly, I really don't want this to happen in my demon-suppressing city. Secondly, I also think that there's no need to fight to the death. Besides, this isn't a big deal. That's just how Demon Monarch Ming Radish is. Perhaps she was a little too impulsive just now, so the situation got a little out of hand. If you, Lord Qin Shao, are willing to give me some face, then there's no harm in having a good talk. I think that no matter what it is, we can have a good talk. There's no need to make a big fuss, is there? Humph. However, as soon as the demon-flattening city lord's words fell, Qin Zhao's reply was a cold laugh. A cold laugh with a very deep meaning. Demon-suppressing city lord, I've already made myself clear. There's no need to beat around the bush and talk nonsense. If you want to help Demon Monarch Ming Radish, then just do it. If you don't want to help Demon Monarch Ming Radish, then shut up and step aside. It's that simple. There's no need to say anything else. The demon-suppressing city lord's sinister face was as cold as the grim reapers from hell. It seemed like there was no other way but to fight. Then he had to fight. Qin Shao, don't force us. If the three of us join forces, do you really think you can still stand here and talk? Why do you have to escalate the situation to such a state? As the saying goes, take a step back and you'll have a better view. Forgive and forget. If the three of us really join forces and fight with our lives on the line, what do you think your chances of winning are? The demon-suppressing city lord gritted his teeth and stared coldly at Qin Shao. He was still making his final gamble. It was obvious that he really didn't want to fight. Fighting was the last option. However, Qin Shao clearly wouldn't give him any other options. He would only give him the option to fight. If he had to fight, then so be it. Qin Zhao's tone was incomparably resolute. His gaze was cold and resolute. There are some things that can be spared by taking a step back. However, there are some things that can't be retreated or spared. There are some things that we should adhere to as humans. They are the foundation of our conscience and the red line of our morals. The demon King Ming Luo acted recklessly and wantonly. He massacred the human race without restraint. His crimes are monstrous. He deserves to die. He even tried to denounce me and kill me. That's even more unforgivable. If I let go of such an evil person, how can I be called a man? Qin Zhao's words were sonorous and forceful. Every word was like thunder that shook one's soul. After speaking, Qin Shao immediately changed the topic. He stared coldly at the demon-suppressing city lord and continued, "And you, demon-suppressing city lord." The change in topic was clearly directed at the demon-suppressing city lord. The demon-suppressing city lord immediately frowned deeply. "You are the demon-suppressing city lord." As the lord of a city and the supreme ruler of this territory, you are the faith of the human race in this territory. But what did you do to the demon-suppressing city lord? What have you done to deserve the faith of the people? Countless humans have been kidnapped and killed by the demon King Ming Luo's subordinates in your territory. The demon King Ming Luo did whatever he wanted in your city and committed heinous crimes. But what about you, demon-suppressing city lord? Not only did you not do anything to the demon King Ming Luo, you even showed him such weakness and tried to curry favor with him. Don't you feel ashamed? As a human fourth step exalted celestial of the human race, as an exalted celestial, a position above all others, what have you done? You allowed the demon King Ming Luo to do whatever he wanted in your city. He burned, killed, robbed, and did anything. Now you want to stand up for him? Don't you think you're laughable, pathetic, and shameless? As a fourth step exalted celestial of the human race, don't you have any self-respect? Don't you have any shame? You're helping the evildoer, you know. Do you really want to do this? Qin Zhao's barrage of words caused the demon-flattening city lord's face to turn green and white. It was a very interesting and ugly sight to behold. This was indeed a humiliation for him, the flat demon city master. But he had no choice. He didn't dare to fight it out with the demon King Ming Luo. He didn't dare to offend him. Therefore, he could only show weakness. He didn't want to do this either, but from his point of view, this was the only thing he could do. You're not me. How would you know why I'm doing this? Everything I do is centered around Flat Demon City. It's all for the good of Flat Demon City. Qin Shao, since you're so unreasonable, so be it. You're the one who forced me. I've already told you, but you refuse to listen. Then let's fight. You have no chance of winning against the three of us. You don't have a single chance. So, let me give you one last piece of advice. It's better to take a step back. If you take a step back now, everyone will be safe and the world will be at peace. Isn't that a good thing? If we really fight, I'm afraid you won't have it easy. Don't blame us for being rude when the time comes. The demon flattening city lord was already prepared to make his move. Old ancestor Bright Sun was also ready to make his move. The two of them were determined to get involved in this. Even so, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. So what if he joined them again? So what if it was 1 against 3? Qin Shao wasn't afraid of these things at all. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. What was there to be afraid of? Alright, let's fight then. If you have the strength to kill me, then I, Qin Shao, will not blame anyone. I can only blame myself for not being as strong as you. Serves me right. In this world, strength is everything. Everything else is meaningless. There's no need to talk so much. Chapter 2158. Patriarch Bright Sun glanced at the demon pacifying city lord, who gritted his teeth helplessly. Let's fight. How dare you be so arrogant when it's 3 against 1? Let's see how capable you are. With the demon pacifying city lord and Patriarch Bright Sun's support, Demon King Ming Radish naturally felt confident and wanted to kill Qin Shao quickly. Attack! With the demon pacifying city lord and Patriarch Bright Sun's participation, the situation naturally changed drastically. The 3/4 step Heavenly Venerates attacked at the same time. Immediately, a mighty immortal pressure surged out and golden light poured down like a cauldron, smashing onto Qin Zhao's body and enveloping the entire space. Immortal pressure, power of law, and power of immortal techniques surged out together. The 3 of them each held one side, each controlling a part of the world. With the combined might of the 3 of them, the supreme power was enough to suppress the heavens and earth. Under such a monstrous suppression, Qin Shao indeed felt like he was trapped in a terrifying cage of death. Streaks of terrifying power smashed down like falling stars. The combined power of 3/4 step Heavenly Venerates was indeed not to be underestimated. Even with the protection of the flowing light wings, it was clearly not enough. Even though the dragon transformation skill had transformed into its dragon form, it was still trapped and beaten by this powerful and incomparably turbulent energy. Under the bombardment of the golden light, the power of the dragon transformation skill was on the verge of dissipating. Demon King Ming Radish's evil dragon roared to the 9 heavens. The deathly aura of hell turned into endless darkness that devoured this part of the world. The demon pacifying city lord and Patriarch Bright Sun's golden light shone brightly. Immortal pressure surged, and the power of law poured down like a heavenly river. The roars of 10,000 dragons and tigers rushed and trampled in this golden light. Streaks of light were like lightning in the middle of the night, slicing through this part of the world again and again, as if they were going to cut this part of the world into pieces. It was so fierce and domineering. The combined power of the 3 of them was indeed not to be underestimated. Looks like I have to use the berserk art. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Qin Shao was not afraid. Everything was already under his control. So what if the 3 of them joined forces? Qin Shao didn't care too much. He was completely confident that he could deal with this situation. Just the dragon transformation art and flowing light wings were not enough to stop the attacks of Demon King Ming Radish and the other 2. However, even though the 3 of them tried their best to kill Qin Shao, it was not that easy. The three of them were also going all out, going all out, going all out in a battle of attrition. As soon as the Berserker technique burst out, it was as if the source of power had been opened. Qin Shao immediately felt a supreme power surging out from the depths of his body. A powerful feeling instantly filled his body. The Berserk technique had a berserk effect on all forms of energy. It could instantly increase one's strength by several times, causing one's blood to boil. The power suddenly became incomparably violent, burning with scorching heat. It was as if a frail person had suddenly become Hercules. This was also the first time Qin Shao had used the berserk skill in battle. The feeling of becoming stronger in an instant was really wonderful. Under such a wild roaring power, Qin Shao was naturally even more confident. Roar! The giant dragon roared, as if an ancient divine dragon had awakened. Golden light radiated from his body, shocking the 9 heavens. It poured over the entire world, as if it was going to pour the entire world into a lump of gold. Within the golden light, there was an unparalleled and terrifying power. This was a divine power. The divine power of the secret technique seemed to have been completely stimulated. It was incomparably powerful in the turbulence. The power of gold poured out, and the power of laws surged out, turning into streaks of sharp light. Qin Shao finally made his move. Originally, the dragon transformation art was already powerful enough. This was an extremely dangerous secret technique. Under Qin Zhao's full power, it was indeed very powerful. Although Demon King Ming Radish and the other two were fourth-step heavenly venerables, they weren't very strong. Therefore, even if the three of them joined forces, they weren't that strong. Their strength wasn't very strong, so Qin Shao had already grasped this battle in his heart. Once the berserk skill was used, his strength increased by more than a few times. At the same time, he used the dragon transformation art and his heart force. The 2 streaks of sharp light could naturally kill everything in this world, cutting down all obstructions under his sword. Qin Zhao's dragon transformation art and heart force were already very strong. With the addition of his heart force, the 2-pronged attack was naturally terrifying. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase by so much? How can this be? How did he suddenly become so much stronger? Oh no, we're in danger. As soon as the berserk skill was used, the situation naturally changed drastically, and the tables were turned. Such a situation naturally shocked the demon flattening city lord and the other two. Their expressions became extremely interesting. Their combined strength was instantly shattered by Qin Shao. Their strength collapsed, and the golden light that was like pouring water into a cauldron was also smashed into smithereens. The power of immortal pressure and the power of law seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Qin Zhao's strength. The situation clearly tilted in Qin Zhao's favor. Very quickly, Qin Shao completely grasped the situation in his hands and took control of the entire situation. Demon King Ming Radish, you've really gotten us into trouble. The demon flattening city lord's expression turned extremely sinister and ugly. He gnashed his teeth viciously. His hatred for Demon King Ming Radish made his teeth itch. If Demon King Ming Radish hadn't forced his hand, he wouldn't have gotten involved. He'd originally wanted to stay out of this, but now things had changed. Demon King Ming Radish only glared coldly at the demon flattening city lord. How could he have known this would happen? This was something he hadn't expected at all. However, even if he'd known this would happen, he didn't regret his previous actions. No matter what, it was a good thing for him to be able to pull the demon-suppressing city lord and the demon-suppressing city lord in. Demon flattening city lord, there's no point in saying all this now. Things have already come to this, so there's no point in saying anything more. Why don't we think of a way to resolve this matter together? We can only put our lives on the line now, Demon King Ming Radish said through gritted teeth. The demon flattening city lord was so angry that he wanted to curse at Demon King Ming Radish, putting their lives on the line? But they had to have the strength to do so. Putting one's life on the line without strength? That was throwing one's life away. The current situation was purely throwing one's life away. The demon flattening city lord didn't want to throw his life away, but he'd already been dragged into a trap by Demon King Ming Radish. It was impossible to back down now. A ray of light suddenly flashed past. It was like a stream of light in the middle of the night. It wasn't very bright, but it was enough to shock the entire night sky and cut through the firmament. No, this peerless ray of light directly cut through Demon King Ming Radish's body. The supreme sharpness cut through everything and reaped Demon King Ming Radish's life. In his final despair, Demon King Ming Radish stared at himself in disbelief. He was going to die. He was the great Demon King Ming Radish, a fourth step heavenly venerate. How could he die just like that? Chapter 21:59. Sometimes, life was like a speck of light that fell from the darkness and quickly dissipated from the world. Demon King Ming Radish's life was instantly devoured by a monstrous wave. A demon king, like the setting sun, turned from a dazzling radiance to a dim light. Boom! Demon King Ming Radish's body fell straight to the ground. His vitality was completely drained, bringing with it immense hatred. Life and death were decided in an instant. Demon King Ming Radish did not even have time to react before his life was extinguished. There was no warning, and he had no chance to resist. Demon King Ming Radish did not even understand what had happened in the end before he died under Qin Zhao's sword. That last ray of light was like the might of the great Tao that descended from the heavens. It could cut through everything. Demon King Ming Radish is actually dead? The demon flattening city lord and patriarch Bright Sun were stunned. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Qin Zhao in shock. Inexplicable fear welled up in their hearts. This was a demon king, a powerful fourth step heavenly venerate. He had actually died under Qin Zhao's sword just like that. Wasn't that sword strike just now a little too powerful? Who exactly was this Qin Zhao? Just how strong was his strength? This kind of strength really made them afraid. It was a feeling of weakness that they could not defeat. In front of Qin Zhao, they felt how small and weak they were. It was as if they were facing the god of death. They felt that they had no power to resist, and that their lives were already in Qin Zhao's hand. Their lives and deaths were now in Qin Zhao's hands. When they looked at Qin Zhao again, they naturally felt a sense of reverence. The demon flattening city lord and patriarch Bright Sun could not help but feel regret. They should not have joined Demon King Ming Radish's camp to deal with Qin Zhao. They were in big trouble now. However, they were indeed helpless in the situation just now. They had no other choice. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being too unlucky. They didn't expect the outcome to be like this. After killing demon monarch Ming Radish, Qin Zhao shook her body and transformed into her human form. She withdrew her heart force, but she didn't withdraw the power of her internal world domain. The power of the domain suppressed the Demon Suppression City Lord and the Demon Suppression City Lord, seemingly trapping them. Dong! Qin Zhao's gaze swept over them, and the Demon Suppressing City Lord and the Demon Suppressing City Lord felt their hearts skip a beat. This feeling was like a child facing his father's stern gaze after doing something wrong. The Demon Suppressing City Lord and the Demon Suppressing City Lord could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Under Qin Zhao's current aura, the two of them no longer had the aura of a fourth step ascendant immortal. Under this sharpness, they all felt that they were going to suffer a great calamity this time. They were going to die. I should have killed you all. After glancing at the two of them, Qin Zhao finally spoke. These words made the Demon Suppressing City Lord and the Demon Suppression City Lord somewhat happy. This meant that Qin Shao did not have the intention to kill them. They really thought that they were going to die just now. Qin Shao would definitely not let them off for something like this. But now it seemed that there was still a chance. Qin Shao continued, "You are the rulers of Demon Suppression City, the ones who control life and death, the gods that everyone believes in. However, your light did not protect them. Instead, it aided the evildoers in their evil deeds. You should be ashamed of yourself for bowing to the evil forces. You are their faith, their guardian gods. You should have a sacred mission and responsibility. You should shoulder everything. If a person does not have a big heart and a big picture, then even if he becomes an expert, he will not become the faith of others and become the gods in their hearts. To ordinary people, there are gods 3 feet above their head. If you were only rogue cultivators, it would not be a big deal. However, since you established Demon Suppression City, you should have this responsibility. You should be the gods of Demon Suppression City. Use your divine light to illuminate all living things in Demon Suppression City. If you have a big heart and a big picture, then I believe that you will definitely be able to go further on the path of cultivation." Qin Zhao's words were like sharp needles that pierced into the depths of their hearts. They were deeply hurt. Yes, why did they compromise with Demon King Ming Radish? Wasn't it because they wanted to protect Demon Suppression City? As the city lord and patriarch of Demon Suppression City, they naturally had to protect the city. They should shoulder the responsibility. However, they did not shoulder this responsibility well. They had actually colluded with the evildoers who had killed countless citizens of Demon Suppression City. Wasn't this a very laughable thing? This was indeed a very shameful thing. The city lord lowered his head slightly towards Qin Shao in shame. He said, "Young Master Qin Zhao's words have indeed been a great wake-up call for us, ringing our alarm bells. It has indeed moved us deeply. We are greatly shocked and ashamed. As the rulers of Demon Suppression City, we have not been able to bring good fortune to the city. This is indeed a dereliction of our duty. We have aided the evildoers and aided Demon King Ming Radish. Indeed, we do not have the heart to defend our dignity. If we think too much and worry too much about our gains and losses, we will be led by the nose by others. This has taught us a very deep lesson. The warning bell this time will also remind us of what we should do in the future." Lord Qin Shao, thank you for enlightening us today. You have taught us how to be a city lord and how to play the role of a ruler. I believe that we will definitely be able to rule Demon Suppression City well in the future. Today, I am also very grateful for your kindness in not killing us. Your character, your strength, your talent, and your potential are all worthy of respect. You have a big heart and a big plan. I have seen it all in you. Your light will illuminate our path forward. Regarding the demon flattening city lord's attitude, Qin Shao was still very much in agreement. Although he did not know whether they were speaking the truth, Qin Shao did not have the energy to pursue this matter. He had already said what he needed to say. The rest was up to the city lord and the city lord. Good and evil were only separated by a single thought. Qin Shao left. He did not linger in Demon Suppression City, nor did he bid farewell to Lin Xian and the others. There was no need for that. He believed that no matter how incompetent the city lord was, he would not harm Lin Xian and the others. Therefore, Qin Shao had nothing to worry about, as long as the city lord was not an idiot or a lunatic. To Qin Shao, Demon Suppression City was only the first corner of his journey into the 9 provinces world. This was only the border, a desolate place where the light of the 9 provinces Huaxia could hardly shine. It was a buffer zone. Only after passing through the border area and completely entering the 9 continents of Huaxia could people truly feel the vast land and abundant resources of the 9 continents of Huaxia. It was full of vitality, rich spiritual energy, and everything was flourishing. Everywhere one went, there was a sea of flowers. The first territory Qin Shao entered was the Hao territory. When he thought of the Hu territory, Qin Shao could not help but think of a few people. The two brothers, Yun Lu Shangfeng and Yun Lu Shangqi, were from the Hu territory's Yun Lu clan. The first territory he entered was the Hu territory. The Yun Lu clan could definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the Hu territory's many factions. They could definitely be considered a major faction. Although he had offended the Yun Lu Shangfeng brothers, Qin Shao was not too worried. If it was a blessing, it would not be a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he was already here, what was there to worry about? He could not possibly take a detour, right? That was not Qin Zhao's character. After entering the Hu territory, one could clearly feel the extreme prosperity of the 9 provinces Huaxia. Cities were everywhere, as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Moreover, each city was built very majestically, as if it was a large city that ruled over a region. However, such cities could be seen everywhere, and there were countless of them. Basically, they were all based on cities. Towns, villages, tribes, and the like were almost nowhere to be seen. They were just cities, standing tall in all parts of the Hu territory. After flying in the Hu territory for thousands of years, Qin Shao could not remember how many cities he had seen. The population of the Hu territory's cities was a bit like those of the tribes in the southern wilderness. The cities of the Star Luo clan were scattered all over the place, forming an incomparably magnificent picture, describing the extreme prosperity of the 9 provinces Huaxia. Once he arrived at a city called Huaqing, Qin Shao stopped and entered the city to enjoy the scenery. Although it was a very inconspicuous city in the Hu territory, its degree of prosperity was not inferior to Linfu City in the slightest. Moreover, there was no lack of experts in this city. Third and third step celestial venerables could be seen everywhere. Celestial venerables seemed so worthless and inconspicuous here. In the restaurant, drinking wine and listening to the conversations of the people around him was also a very interesting thing for Qin Shao. Tea-houses and taverns were always the places where news spread the fastest, especially gossip. 9 out of 10 of them were probably spread from places like tea-houses and taverns. Qin Shao had just arrived in the 9 provinces Huaxia, so he knew very little about the 9 provinces Huaxia. Therefore, he needed to know more about it. Gossip from tea-houses and taverns was naturally his first choice. After entering a place, he had to understand it first. Hey, have you heard? In the competition for the Wind Cloud Academy's Wind Cloud list that ended not long ago, an unknown person actually won the first place. I heard a long time ago. How could I not have heard of such a big matter? It's that young Master Baichuan or something, right? What's the background of this young Master Baichuan? I wonder what his background is. Many people said that this young Master Baichuan is just a lowly life that ascended, but he's so monstrous that he's so heaven-defying. It's too scary. TSK. The Wind Cloud Academy's Wind Cloud list has always been in the Hu clan's pocket. How many years has it been that the first place has been a member of the Hu clan? I didn't expect such a big dark horse to appear this time. It's really a novel thing. Yeah, no matter how strong the Wind Cloud Academy is, it's still an academy established by the Hu clan. They still have to listen to the Hu clan's orders. This young Master Baichuan is too sharp this time. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Young Master Baichuan? A lowly life that ascended? Dark horse? Listening to these people's conversations, Qin Shao also caught a few words that made his heart tremble. He had obtained very important information. Putting these pieces of information together, Qin Shao immediately thought of a person, Baichuan Fu Su. Could it be that the person these people are talking about is Big Brother Baichuan Fu Su? all the information matches up for now. The possibility is indeed very high. And Big Brother Baichuan Fu Su's talent and potential is indeed very strong. It's very possible for him to have such a shocking performance. It seems like this city of flowers has given me a big surprise. I must get to the bottom of this matter. Chapter 2160. TSK Wind Cloud Academy, the top academy of our Huling region. Without exceptional talent, it's impossible to enter the Wind Cloud Academy, even if you have connections. That's right, even the Hu clan's disciples need exceptional talent to enter the Wind Cloud Academy. It's because of the fairness of the Wind Cloud Academy that it can attract the outstanding disciples of the Huling region. Regardless of birth, only talent matters. Sigh, even in my dreams, I want to become a student of the Wind Cloud Academy, but my talent is too weak. Forget it, we don't need to think about such things. Wind Cloud Academy, how can it be something we can enter? Not to mention the Wind Cloud Academy, even if we can enter a small sect, we'd be lucky. This is something impossible. Cough, I'm just saying it casually. Forget it, let's not talk about drinking. Let's just drink. Comparisons are odious. As the three men were discussing, a figure suddenly walked over. The sudden appearance of this figure gave the three of them a big fright, and they subconsciously shut their mouths. After all, some things could not be discussed carelessly. The calamity of words was a common thing. Fellow Taoists, I heard you discussing the Wind Cloud Academy and the Wind Cloud list. I wonder if I can sit down and listen? Qin Shao cupped his fists and said to the three of them, showing his friendliness. The three of them were only first step heavenly venerables. In Flower City they were a very ordinary group of people. The three of them looked at Qin Shao with some vigilance. They were very wary of him. Oh right, I want to treat the three of you to a few drinks. How about this? This table will be on me. What do the three of you think? Qin Shao said again. Qin Zhao's friendliness also lowered the guard of the three of them. A man in gray made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao and said, It's fate that we met. Sit down and have a few drinks. However, we only heard some rumors and casually talked about it. Don't take it seriously. Qin Shao smiled and sat down without hesitation. He said, This is my first time in the Huling region, so I don't know much about your Huling region. I'm also curious, especially when it comes to the matters of the Wind Cloud Academy. So, you guys can chat as you wish. I'll just listen. At first, the three of them were indeed on guard. However, after drinking and chatting, they let go of their guard. Discussing the matters of the Wind Cloud Academy wasn't taboo, nor was it something that couldn't be discussed. After getting to know him better, Qin Shao asked, Who is this young Master Baichuan? What's his name? The gray-robed man shook his head and said, We really don't know young Master Baichuan's name. After all, this place is too far away from the Wind Cloud Academy. Moreover, we have only heard of him through hearsay. It is also said that this young Master Baichuan is rather mysterious. Very few people know his real name. However, it seems that he also has a brother called Young Master Yu. Young Master Yu is also an elite disciple of the Wind Cloud Academy. Although he's not as brilliant as young Master Baichuan, he's still a monstrous genius. Young Master Baichuan, young Master Yu, hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel excited. His blood vessels swelled. He was basically certain that these two people must be Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a coincidence. After knowing the news of Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu, Qin Shao naturally wanted to find the two of them immediately. Therefore, he didn't stay for long. Instead, he left behind a space ring, said his thanks, and quickly left. Qin Zhao's actions were naturally very strange to the three of them. They looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with this person? Could it be that he thinks that he can also become a student of the Wind Cloud Academy? Yes, look at his impatient look. I really don't know what he's going to do. Just now, he said that he wanted to treat us to a drink. In the blink of an eye, he ran away. This. The gray-robed man picked up the space ring that Qin Shao left behind and took a look. With one look, his eyes widened and his face was filled with astonishment. The other two looked at the gray-robed man in confusion. What was he looking at that made him so surprised? 3,000 Chaos Source Stones. That person just now actually gave us 3,000 Chaos Source Stones, the gray-robed man said in a daze. In such a situation, the other two naturally didn't believe it. Don't joke around. 3,000 Chaos Source Stones, how is that possible? The three of us together don't even have 300 Chaos Source Stones, right? The gray-robed man directly showed the space ring to the other two to let them have a look. Only then did the other two believe that the gray-robed man was telling the truth. There really were 3,000 Chaos Source Stones. Gosh! That person just now, who exactly was he? Wasn't he too extravagant with his actions? The three of them were stunned. They looked at each other and couldn't say a word for a long time. There were no more surprises in life than this. Sometimes one would be struck by luck for no reason. Originally, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to travel. He was going to travel slowly. His initial goal was by Meng territory. He would first look for Meng Dali, then look for Wufeng City. Traveling slowly was also a kind of cultivation. Now Qin Shao had to hurry. He wanted to see Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu as soon as possible. Hence, once he left Flower City, Qin Shao used his heaven-flying device. This place is very far from the Wind Cloud Academy's territory. I'm afraid that even if I use this middle-grade heaven-flying device to travel at full speed, it would still take me 1,000 years. Moreover, it's such a long journey. I don't know what will happen along the way. I can't be careless. Qin Shao hurried on with his fastest speed. However, along the way, Qin Shao was also very cautious, carefully guarding against any unexpected situations. Luckily, nothing happened along the way. Although 1,000 years wasn't a long time, under the mood of rushing, it naturally felt very long. After 1,000 years, he finally entered the Wind Cloud Academy's territory. Qin Shao also stopped and flew in the air. The Wind Cloud Academy was Hu Ling's holy land. Random people were not allowed to enter. No matter how anxious Qin Shao was, he wouldn't recklessly barge into the Wind Cloud Academy. If he couldn't enter the Wind Cloud Academy, then what was the fastest way to find Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu? At the border of the Wind Cloud Academy's territory, there is a Wind Cloud City, named after the Wind Cloud Academy. It is said that in the beginning, it was built according to the Wind Cloud Academy. It was a city built to complement the Wind Cloud Academy. It was also a city built by the Hu clan. The Hu clan's territory was originally not far from the Wind Cloud Academy. The Wind Cloud City was built to make it convenient for the students of the Wind Cloud Academy to interact with the outside world. Because of the existence of the Wind Cloud Academy, after countless years of development, the Wind Cloud City became one of the most famous cities in the Hu Ling. Together with Hu City and Tai City, it is known as the Hu Ling's three great cities. The Wind Cloud City is the closest to the Wind Cloud Academy. It is the place where the students of the Wind Cloud Academy appear the most frequently. Hu City is the Hu clan's territory city. It is the core of the Hu Ling, the center of power and economy. Tai City is the most ancient city. It has an incomparably deep heritage and is a very special city. After analyzing for a while, Qin Shao headed in the direction of the Wind Cloud City. After arriving at the Wind Cloud City, Qin Shao realized that it wasn't that easy to enter the Wind Cloud City. In order to enter the Wind Cloud City, one had to fulfill certain conditions, and this condition wasn't something that could be fulfilled just by having the primal chaos source rock. Just with the primal chaos source rock, one wouldn't be able to enter the Wind Cloud City. This was an interesting matter. Many cities were easy to enter. Most of them could be entered directly. Only a few of them had to pay an entrance fee. Along the way, Qin Shao had encountered countless cities and entered many of them. All of them could be directly entered. However, it was impossible to enter the Wind Cloud City. In order to enter the Wind Cloud City, one had to fulfill certain conditions. If one couldn't fulfill these conditions, no matter how many primal chaos source rocks one offered, one would be refused entry. Firstly, if one's surname or force was able to enter the Wind Cloud City and become a force in the Wind Cloud City, then the person with this surname or force would be able to enter the city with an identity token. Secondly, the students of the Wind Cloud Academy could bring people into the Wind Cloud City. Even the students' servants could enter the Wind Cloud City with an identity token. Thirdly, if one had no connections, there were ways to enter the Wind Cloud City. As long as one completed the tests given by the Wind Cloud City, one would be able to enter the Wind Cloud City. The third method was the one that was used the most. After all, how many students could there be in the Wind Cloud Academy? How many surname forces could there be in the Wind Cloud City? There were only a few hundred of them. It was pitifully small. In the Hu territory, if one wasn't a powerful surname force, one wouldn't be able to establish themselves in the Wind Cloud City. Being able to enter the city was a symbol of one's strength. In Qin Zhao's situation, it was obvious that he could only use the third method. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the Wind Cloud City. If Qin Shao wanted to find Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu, then the first step was to enter the Wind Cloud City. As long as he completed the first step, he could think of other things. Outside the Wind Cloud City, it was quite lively. Many people stayed there. There were also many buildings around the mountains and rivers. Without even entering the city, one could already feel the prosperity. Such a situation wouldn't be seen in other cities. And this prosperity was obviously because of some organizations that served the purpose of entering the Wind Cloud City. A shifty-eyed old man pulled Qin Shao back. He gave Qin Shao a look that said, "You know what to do." Qin Shao looked at the shifty-eyed old man. He could roughly guess what he wanted to do. However, Qin Shao didn't say anything. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't say anything, the shifty-eyed old man finally opened his mouth. He raised his chin at Qin Shao and said, "Little brother, you want to enter the Wind Cloud City, right? Wasn't this nonsense?" If he didn't want to enter the Wind Cloud City, then why was he still here? Qin Shao muttered in his heart. However, he still nodded his head to express his agreement. Hee. The shifty-eyed old man laughed and said, "You don't have any other way, right?" Of course, there was no other way. If there was a way to enter the city, then why was he still here? Wasn't this obvious? The shifty-eyed old man continued, "You don't have any other way, but this old man has plenty of ways. This old man is in this business. My belief is that as long as the money is paid, there's nothing this old man can't do. I have launched various packages for entering the city. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested? This old man has been running this business for tens of thousands of eras. I have a lot of credibility. If it's fake, I'll compensate you 100 times. I'll definitely be able to fulfill your wish." Chapter 2161. Naturally, it was normal for Granny Wang to boast about her own achievements. Qin Shao wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. Of course, he wouldn't be intimidated by this shifty-eyed old man's boasting. However, Qin Shao could tell that this shifty-eyed old man was rather capable. There were plenty of people like him who were trying to pull in customers. It wasn't hard to imagine that because of the conditions to enter Wind Cloud City, a special business had arisen. However, Qin Shao didn't need to care so much. As long as he could enter the city, it didn't matter what kind of business it was. The shifty-eyed old man sensed Qin Zhao's thoughts and continued, "Hee, little brother, you look very familiar. Today, this old man will give you a special discount. Originally, the ticket to enter the city was 2,998 Chaos Source Stones. Today, I will give you a huge discount. You will only need 1,988 Chaos Source Stones to enter Wind Cloud City. How about that? You can go and ask around. It's definitely the lowest price that anyone can offer. You only need 1,988 Chaos Source Stones to enter Wind Cloud City. You only need to pay. Leave the rest to this old man. I guarantee that you won't have to worry about anything. You can swagger into Wind Cloud City comfortably. I guarantee my credibility. You are worth it." Upon hearing this price, Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. So expensive? 1,988 Chaos Source Stones were required just to enter the lower city? This price wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. One could only imagine how great the benefits would be. Wind Cloud City didn't collect entry fees. It was just that one had to meet the conditions to enter the city. The value of this condition had already reached such a high level. Just thinking about it was a little scary. This price is still expensive? The shifty-eyed old man blew his beard and pulled Qin Shao with a bitter smile. "Little brother, you might be completely unaware of the situation in Wind Cloud City. That's why you think that my price is expensive. This is really the lowest price. This old man has never given such a low price since I started doing business here. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. If someone offers a price lower than 2,000, this old man will bring you into the city for free. It's not that easy to enter Wind Cloud City. This old man had to borrow the hands of Tong Tian in order to get you in, little brother. Moreover, this old man can only earn a little bit of the money you gave me for my hard work. I still have to hand over the majority of the money. It's really not easy to run a small business like this. If it weren't for the fact that I'm forced by life, how would this old man be able to survive the storm here? My lips are already sore from all the talking. Sometimes, it's hard to even get a single business in a million years." Qin Shao laughed in her heart. Was there anyone who was easy these days? Look at how easy it was for this old man to earn money. Qin Shao didn't completely believe the old man's words, but it seemed that the market price here was really that high. 1,988 Chaos Source Rocks wasn't much to Qin Shao. As long as he could enter Wind Cloud City, Qin Shao wouldn't hesitate to pay such a small price. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He still hadn't figured out the situation, so he naturally couldn't agree so easily. Once he agreed, he would be in a passive position. It wasn't that easy to enter Wind Cloud City. Even if he paid the money, it wouldn't be that smooth. He definitely had to do something. Therefore, Qin Shao definitely had to figure out everything before making a decision. If he asked directly, it wouldn't be very effective. "Let me take a look," Qin Shao said to the shifty-eyed old man. One look and one could tell that this old man was as smart as a ghost. His words couldn't be trusted too much. Seeing that the fish he had caught was about to escape, how could the shifty-eyed old man let it go so easily? He immediately came up and pulled Qin Shao, saying, "Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As for the price, we can still negotiate a little. If you don't trust me, I can swear on the heavenly Tao that I will definitely keep my word and guarantee that you can enter the city." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Old senior, you misunderstood. I don't want to enter the city for the time being. Besides, it's not easy to take out so many Chaos Source Rock. Let me think about it." "What's there to think about? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. There won't be such a discounted price in the future. Little brother, how about this? I'll give you the lowest price. 1,888 Chaos Source Rock. This price is really the lowest price in history. I won't give you any more. Look at this old man. I'm also enduring the pain and vomiting blood. This is a sky-high price, the shifty-eyed old man said. However, Qin Shao wasn't that gullible. He continued to ignore him and said, I know your price is low enough, but it's useless no matter how low it is. I don't need it for the time being. I'll look for you again when I need it, old senior. When I don't need it, I won't be willing even if you only charge me 1 Chaos Source Rock. After saying that, Qin Shao ignored the old man and left quickly. The shifty-eyed old man could tell that Qin Shao wasn't someone who could be easily fooled, so he had no choice but to give up for the time being. Although the fish was delicious, not every fish would take the bait so easily. There were indeed quite a number of people soliciting customers here. Not long after, more people came up to solicit customers. Their methods were similar to the shifty-eyed old man just now. They all offered a price of about 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. Their lines were also similar. There were all kinds of exaggerations in them. However, most businesses were like this, so there wasn't much to say. Qin Shao didn't take it to heart. After making a round, there were no less than 5 people who came to solicit Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao remained unmoved. He was as firm as a rock and didn't give in. After making a round, Qin Shao also discovered some things. If he wanted to enter Wind Cloud City, the fastest way was to find these people and spend some money. However, Qin Shao also believed that there were definitely gains and losses in this matter. This path had its advantages, but it also had its disadvantages. Spending money didn't mean that he would be completely fine. He definitely wouldn't be able to enter the city comfortably. If that was the case, then these people wouldn't have to work so hard. Each of them was trying their best to sell their mouths and think of ways to solicit customers. Moreover, the competition could be said to be very intense. There were probably no less than 100 people soliciting customers here. There was another method that was more suitable for the masses, and that was to complete the missions given by Wind Cloud City. There was a huge stone tablet outside the city gates, and on the stone tablet there were all sorts of missions. There were tens of thousands of missions written on it. As long as one completed one of the missions, they would be able to enter Wind Cloud City. And each mission could only be completed by 3 people at most. After completing the mission, one wouldn't need to pay any more Chaos Source Stones to enter Wind Cloud City. To many people, this was the best method. After all, 2,000 Chaos Source Stones wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. However, to complete the missions given by Wind Cloud City, it would take a lot of time. Time wasn't worth much to many people. However, to Qin Shao, it was very valuable. Firstly, he didn't want to waste so much time. Secondly, he wanted to see Baichuan Fusu and Mr. Yu as soon as possible. It had been almost 20 million years since they parted. Naturally, his mood was somewhat urgent. 2 youths walked towards Qin Shao. Both of them were handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Although their clothes weren't as extravagant, one could tell that they had some background. However, in Huaxia of the 9 prefectures, people with some background could be seen everywhere. It wasn't a big deal. A youth in golden clothes and a youth in blue clothes. The youth in golden clothes had a tinge of arrogance between his brows. However, this arrogance wasn't overbearing. It didn't give people a feeling of oppression. It was the arrogance that a genius should have. The other youth in blue clothes gave people a feeling of gentleness. He had a natural smile on his face. His round face gave people a feeling of cuteness. The youth in golden clothes was like a treasured sword hidden in a scabbard. He had a hidden sharpness. As for the youth in blue clothes, he was like a piece of jade. He was gentle and elegant. All in all, the feelings that these 2 gave people weren't bad. At least, Qin Shao didn't dislike them. Some people could make people dislike them just from their aura. Qin Shao would never look twice at such people. He wouldn't have any interactions with them. The youth in golden clothes cupped his fists towards Qin Shao. He said in a friendly manner, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? My name is Gong Li. This is my good friend, Mo Nong." Qin Shao had already sized up the two. They were both second-step Empyrean worldly immortals. Qin Shao also concealed his aura. Therefore, he also gave people the impression that he was a second-step Empyrean. They came to find him because their strength was similar. Qin Shao could also guess the purpose of these two people. They definitely wanted to invite him to join their team. Although Qin Shao didn't have the intention to team up with others, he didn't know much about the situation here. Therefore, there was no harm in chatting with them. Perhaps he could learn more about the situation here from them. Moreover, since the other party came to him in a friendly manner, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't slap a smiling face. He said, "Just call me Qin Shao. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I believe the two fellow Taoists are looking for me for something? If there's anything, there's no harm in saying it directly." The youth in golden clothes, Gong Li, nodded and said, "Yes, fellow Taoist Qin Shao. The two of us indeed have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Qin Shao. Just now we noticed fellow Taoist Qin Shao. 5 people tried to invite you, but you rejected them one by one. Therefore, from this point, fellow Taoist Qin Shao is still very calm and steady. You also have your own opinions when handling matters. You have an extraordinary aura and are calm and indifferent. From this, we can see that fellow Taoist Qin Shao's strength is definitely not ordinary. Therefore, the two of us wanted to invite fellow Taoist Qin Shao to team up with us. The 3 of us will go on a mission together. As long as we can complete the mission, we will be able to enter Wind Cloud City. If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist Qin Shao definitely wants to enter Wind Cloud City, right? The 2 of us also want to enter Wind Cloud City, so we decided to go on a mission. It was just as Qin Shao thought. The 2 of them really wanted him to go on a mission. Qin Shao pursed his lips and laughed faintly. "Fellow Taoist Gong Li, I don't think the 2 of you are unable to take out 2,000 Chaos Source Stones, right? If you want to enter Wind Cloud City so much, why not fork out some money? Going on a mission isn't an easy task. Firstly, the mission is filled with danger. Secondly, it requires a large amount of time. This isn't something that ordinary people can complete." Chapter 2162. Ha ha ha! Gong Li laughed and said, "Taoist Qin Shao is right. We are indeed able to fork out 2,000 Chaos Source Stones, even though it's a bit of a loss. But, how should I put it? We don't want to choose this path. This path is more convenient and faster, but we have to pay the Chaos Source Stones as well as some other things." After hearing Gong Li's words, Qin Shao felt relieved. He had already thought of such a possibility. If it was simply a matter of paying 2,000 Chaos Source Stones, he believed that many people would choose this path. At least, he would choose it. Hence, the specifics would depend on the additional conditions other than the Chaos Source Stones. Gong Li continued, "If we let those people help us enter the city, we have to disguise ourselves as slaves or servants and follow the group that is allowed to enter the city. Only those large factions are qualified to enter the city. Hence, only those large factions can receive us. Otherwise, we can be the servants of Wind Cloud Academy's students, but we also have to receive others. And the conditions can only be in the form of slaves or servants, unless it's a Tao partner. This is a special case. Merely disguising as slaves or servants. It didn't sound like it was completely unacceptable, right? However, it shouldn't be that simple." Sure enough, after listening to Gong Li's explanation, Qin Shao understood the additional conditions in this. The management of Wind Cloud City had always been very strict. If there were many people taking such a shortcut, the checks would naturally be stricter as well. If it wasn't strictly controlled, then just entering Wind Cloud City alone would bring endless wealth to those powers. It was like a treasure mine, endless and unending. There would be a constant influx of wealth. Hence, those factions would bring people into the city, but they would control the number of people they brought. At most, they would bring 1 or 2 people at a time. Furthermore, there would definitely be checks when entering the city. Hence, they had to cooperate fully during the check. Although it was a disguise, it had to be very convincing. The checks had to be done so that the checks wouldn't be able to detect anything. Furthermore, the people who were interrogating him were as smart as ghosts. Whenever there were any clues, they would be able to detect them. Hence, before entering the city, they had to undergo a rigorous training. To humans, this was a form of torture and humiliation. For someone as arrogant as Qin Shao, it was naturally hard for her to accept it. Therefore, Gong Li and the others flatly refused. Qin Shao didn't quite understand the situation before, so she didn't agree easily. That shifty-eyed old man wouldn't say much about this. If he agreed, then he would be in trouble. Some people might agree in a muddle-headed manner, but there was no way to go back on their word. They could only bite the bullet and do it. Qin Shao would definitely not take this path. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, that's why we're looking for you. We are all prideful people. Naturally, we won't suffer such humiliation. Therefore, we definitely won't take this path. If that's the case, then we can only go and complete the quest. This is our only way to enter the city. Each quest can allow up to 3 people to enter the city. So we can form a 3-person team and do a quest together. Gong Li said decisively. Qin Shao nodded and said, of course. I had the same intention as well. I'm indebted to fellow Taoists for thinking highly of me. But I don't know much about the situation here. I see that you've already made some preparations. Do you have any good plans? After getting Qin Zhao's consent, Gong Li and Mo Nong both showed a few smiles on their faces. Gong Li continued, the quests are actually more or less the same. There are tens of thousands of quests. They're all about the same. It just depends on how you choose. I've discussed with Mo Nong for a long time. In the end, we chose 2 quests. These 2 are similar. Relatively speaking, I think we'll be more confident if we do it. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, listen to it first. If you think it's not good, we can go and choose something else. Qin Shao didn't care too much. He waved his hand and said, it's fine. You can decide. I won't be picky. I believe that you've definitely thought it through carefully. Haha, not being picky means that fellow Taoist Qin Shao is full of confidence and ambition. This is a symbol of strength. Gong Li joked. Qin Shao smiled back and didn't explain anything. But speaking of which, it was true. Only with strength would one have such confidence. This was definitely proportional. Of course, with Qin Zhao's character, even if he didn't have that strength, he definitely wouldn't be weak. Doing quests, relying on the information provided was definitely far from enough. The real situation was probably still changeable. Gong Li told Qin Shao about the 2 quests they chose in detail. The first quest was to go to the Hidden Dragon secret place to find the Lost Academy emblem. The so-called Lost Academy emblem was lost 10 million years ago when a student of the Wind Cloud Academy walked in the Hidden Dragon secret place. The Academy emblem of the Wind Cloud Academy was very precious and represented the identity of the Wind Cloud Academy's student. Generally speaking, each student could only have 1 Academy emblem. If it was lost, it would be more troublesome. If another Academy emblem was made, the student would have to bear the high cost. Therefore, the Wind Cloud Academy had always attached great importance to the Lost Academy emblem. They would try their best to find it so that it wouldn't fall into the hands of others who would use the Academy emblem to do things that would damage the reputation of the Wind Cloud Academy. Such a thing had happened before in history. This quest seemed to be quite simple. Although the Hidden Dragon secret place was a dangerous secret place, it wasn't a particularly dangerous place for Hu Ling. Moreover, the place where the Academy emblem was lost was considered the outer area of the Hidden Dragon secret place, so it wasn't particularly dangerous. Generally speaking, the test to enter the secret place wouldn't be particularly dangerous. After all, if it was too dangerous, not many people would be able to enter the secret place. Generally speaking, second step Heavenly Venerables would be able to complete the quest. They could even choose some simpler quests that were suitable for first step Heavenly Venerables. Of course, such a simple quest would take a lot of time. If it took too long, many people wouldn't be able to wait. The reason why Gong Li and Mo Nong chose this quest was because the Hidden Dragon secret place was relatively close to the Wind Cloud Academy. It would be more convenient to go from here. Therefore, it should be completed faster and the risk wasn't high. It was considered a relatively good quest. As for the second mission, it was relatively more interesting. The second quest was to hunt down a person called the Jade-Faced Man. According to the latest information, the Jade-Faced Man had appeared in Muta City, which wasn't too far from here. The Jade-Faced Man was an extremely treacherous and cunning person. He was also very vicious. He specialized in hunting handsome men and sucking their yang qi dry. The Jade-Faced Man cultivated a very sinister secret technique. He was also a man, but he was skilled in disguise. He dressed himself up as a beautiful woman, and then came to attract the men's gazes, and then attracted them. It was extremely vicious. Once he sucked them, they would become a dried corpse. Using such a method, the number of men who died in the hands of the Jade-Faced Man was already in the tens of thousands. However, the Jade-Faced Man's strength wasn't very strong. He was only a second step Heavenly Venerate. What was good about him was his disguise method. He was very good at manipulating men. Just listening to such a person was enough to give people goosebumps. If a woman did this, it would be barely acceptable. However, the Jade-Faced Man was a man and sucked men's yang qi. Moreover, this method of sucking men's yang qi was imaginable. Fellow Qin Shao, which of these two quests do you prefer? Gong Li asked. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, If I have to choose, I'm more inclined to the second one. Although it feels like the first one is a little easier, it's also a little too boring. It's just looking for an academy emblem. It can't be said to be very challenging. If it's the second one, it can be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. Moreover, it can also be a battle of wits and courage. It will give us some space to display our abilities. It's more interesting. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. It's better to follow your lead. I actually don't care. No matter which one it is, it's fine. After all, our goal is only to enter Wind Cloud City. Everything else is incidental and isn't that important. Ha ha! Gong Li laughed and said, Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, great minds think alike. Actually, Mo Nong and I are also more inclined to the second one. Our thoughts are the same as yours. We also feel that the second one is a little more challenging and interesting. It will give us space to display our abilities. The first one is too rigid and meaningless. Since you think so too, then let's choose the second one. Such an extremely evil person is detestable just talking about it. We can be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. If we can kill this person, it's also a good thing. We're not great, but if we see injustice on the road, shouldn't we stand up and shout out? Qin Shao nodded. He also had a new understanding of Gong Li and Mo Nong. He admired their character very much. He also felt that this was how a person should be. If they had to do something, then they should stand up and do it. Therefore, the three of them quickly reached a consensus and decided on the second path. Since they had already decided, the three of them did not hesitate and immediately set off for Wood Pagoda City. Although the journey to Wood Pagoda City was not very far, after all, the Hu Ling was too big. It would take a long time to reach it. Gong Li took out a low-grade flying device and said, "If we travel at full speed, we can reach Wood Pagoda City in about 1,000 years. Fellow Qin Shao, quickly come up." 1,000 years? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Gong Li, there's no need for yours. Let's use mine." After saying that, Qin Shao waved his hand and took out his mid-grade flying device. Seeing Qin Shao casually take out a mid-grade flying device, Gong Li and Mo Nong's eyes suddenly widened. They looked at Qin Shao with slight surprise. "Rich brother Qin Shao, you even have a mid-grade flying device. TSK, you're not an ordinary rich man. We're drooling," Gong Li said with an envious look. Mo Nong also said with an envious look, "Isn't that so? We've always wanted a mid-grade flying device. This is a good treasure, it's very valuable. We're not that rich." "Haha, if we have a mid-grade flying device, then we only need a few decades to reach Wood Pagoda City. Our speed will be more than 10 times faster." Chapter 2163. Indeed, the value of a mid-grade flying tool was almost equivalent to a high-grade immortal tool. It was indeed not something an ordinary person could afford. On the way, Gong Li and Mo Nong also joked with Qin Shao, asking about Qin Zhao's background. However, they were wrong. Qin Shao did not have any background. He was just a cultivator from the southern wasteland. Now that Qin Shao had left Fu Yu Immortal Palace, he was no longer a disciple of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. This meant that Qin Shao was now a rogue cultivator without any background. Moreover, even if he did not leave Fu Yu Immortal Palace, he was not considered to have any background. After all, a small immortal sect like Fu Yu Immortal Palace was nothing in the 9 provinces of Huaxia. Any random force here would be much stronger than the Fuda Immortal Palace. After knowing that Qin Shao was just a cultivator from the southern wasteland and did not have any background, Gong Li and Mo Nong felt very strange. He had a mid-grade flying tool, and his speech was also extraordinary. It seemed like he had some background. They did not expect that his background was far inferior to theirs. However, the two did not dwell on this question. They chatted casually along the way. Several decades passed quickly, and the three of them successfully arrived at Muta City. Entering Muta City was obviously very easy. They just went in directly. Although Muta City was just a small city in Hu Ling's eyes, and was far from the prosperity and majesty of Wind Cloud City, it was not inferior to a city like Lin Fu City. It was even better than Lin Fu City. Such an inconspicuous little city was even more prosperous than Lin Fu City. The southern wasteland was indeed a barren and desolate place. After entering Muta City, the three of them began to discuss how to find the jade-faced man. This was not an easy task. The information given to us only said that the jade-faced man appeared in Muta City 1,000 years ago. According to the jade-faced man's past behavior and habits, he would usually stay in a city for a period of time. At least 1,000 years, and at most 10,000 years. It's only been 1,000 years since the jade-faced man appeared in Muta City, so it's very likely that the jade-faced man is still in Muta City. However, the information they provided us was also very limited. They only said that someone had appeared in Muta City and gave us some characteristic. But with just these characteristics, it will be very difficult for us to find the jade-faced man. The jade-faced man is very good at disguising himself. We have never seen the jade-faced man, so we don't know his aura. We can't judge him from his aura. Therefore, if we want to find the jade-faced man, we need to have a good discussion and see if there are any good countermeasures. If we search blindly like this, we definitely won't find it. Gong Li said seriously, discussing this matter with Qin Shao and Mo Nong. On the way here, Qin Shao had been thinking about this matter. The information was limited. If he wanted to find someone, he could only think of a way by himself. This mission was a test of strength and wisdom. Qin Shao said, "The point we can attack is the jade-faced man. As long as he is in Muta City, he will definitely commit a crime. As long as he is still in Muta City, it will be easy to handle. He will definitely make a move on a handsome man. We only need to start from this aspect, and we can definitely find some clues. I'm afraid that the jade-faced man has already left Muta City. However, even if the jade-faced man left Muta City, we can still investigate. He stayed in Muta City, so he must have committed some crimes. There must be some traces left behind. We only need to trace the traces. Therefore, after figuring out these things, we know that the first thing we need to do is to start from the victims. And I think that the jade-faced man's strength is not strong, so he shouldn't dare to touch people with backgrounds. The people he dares to make a move on should be people with no backgrounds. Therefore, a lot of information probably won't be spread. Right now, we need to find out more information." Gong Li and Wei Nong nodded. They thought so too. The first step was to start from this aspect. They had to find out some information first and get some useful information before making other plans. This matter had to be done step by step. Without accurate information, they could only follow the vine to get to the melon. There was no other way. Muta City was not small. Wanting to find a person was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, this kind of thing obviously could not be done with great fanfare. It could only be investigated secretly. Otherwise, once they alerted the enemy, they would definitely not be able to find the jade-faced man. After all, the jade-faced man was good at disguising. If he changed his appearance, Qin Shao and the other two would not be able to recognize him even if they stood in front of him. After all, the three of them had never seen the jade-faced man before, so they naturally could not recognize his aura. Aura was the best standard to judge a person. Appearance, these were all impossible. They could be changed at will. Brother Qin Shao, the jade-faced man, is very shrewd. The fact that he can live freely for so many years shows that he is very smart and resourceful. Once there's any disturbance, he'll definitely shrink back. So when we inquire about information, we also need to be careful. Don't let others know that we are investigating this matter. Gong Li reminded Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded to show that he understood. Qin Shao also knew without his reminder. This matter naturally had to be handled with extreme caution. Don't be an outsider. I think it's better for us to act separately. In this way, the more people there are, the more strength there is. If we investigate in 3 directions, the efficiency will obviously be much better. 8,000 years have passed. Perhaps the jade-faced man will soon leave Muta City, so time waits for no one. We can't investigate slowly. We can't waste any more time. We must find the jade-faced man's whereabouts as soon as possible. Qin Shao was about to say this suggestion, but Gong Li said it first. Of course, it was necessary to divide into 3 directions. This was definitely the best way. After deciding to divide into 3 directions, the 3 of them also discussed the areas that they would be responsible for investigating. If there was any situation, they would communicate with each other through voice transmission. If they found the jade-faced man, they would not be in a hurry to take action. Gong Li and Mo Nong quickly left. Qin Shao also walked towards the area that he was responsible for. When it came to inquiring about information, the first place that Qin Shao thought of was the tea houses and restaurants. Therefore, Qin Shao directly used the mirage meditation technique to hide his physical and mental aura. He turned into the air and went to the restaurants and tea houses to listen to the conversations of the customers before their meals. Here, everyone could speak freely. After drinking tea, they liked to discuss some new things, some things that they usually did not dare to talk about. Many gossips were quickly spread through such places. However, after listening to a few conversations, Qin Shao still did not hear any useful information. Finally, in the sixth restaurant, Qin Shao heard a useful conversation. Four men sat there drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, they began to chat about Hua Tianhai. Hey brothers, there's a courtesan who came to the Joyful Spring brothel recently. That woman looks really good. TSK, her seduction technique is full. TSK, that appearance, that coquettishness, she's the best of the best. She's definitely a man's stunner. I heard that every day, there are many people lining up to go to Yichun brothel to order that woman. A small brothel like Yichun brothel, because of that woman, business is booming. Every day, there is an endless stream of customers. It's full every day. If you go a bit late, you won't even be able to drink a mouthful of wine. Haha, I also heard about this. That courtesan seems to have come to Yichun brothel in the last 100 years. She made an unremarkable brothel's business suddenly flourish. At least, it's several times better than before. I heard that courtesan is very capable. Moreover, it's not the customers who choose her, but she who chooses the customers. Even if you give her more money, if she doesn't like it, it's useless. If she likes it, you have to give her money. That's the only way. TSK, even in my dreams, I want to go there and have fun. Unfortunately, I don't have any money. I think that's enough. Even if you have money, with your appearance, she won't like you. You can't choose her just because you have money. Hey, I'm puzzled. What's wrong with my appearance? Isn't it good? If you say I don't have money, I'll accept it. But if you say I don't have looks, I can't bear it. Her standards are very high. She has to be handsome. Ordinary people can't enter her eyes. Don't embarrass yourself. But brothers, I've heard some gossip. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that the men who were chosen by the courtesan were all dispirited after coming out, as if their vitality had been greatly damaged. Could it be that they used too much strength when doing things? That they used too much energy? Isn't that too crazy? Doing this kind of thing can consume energy to the point of damaging one's vitality? Listening to the discussion of these 4 people, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. From these discussions, Qin Shao analyzed the situation. It was a bit like the behavior of the jade-faced man. The jade-faced man was very good at disguising. She had always pretended to be a great beauty to capture the hearts of men. She liked handsome men, and after being chosen by her, they would be greatly damaged. This was very consistent. The jade-faced man sucked the yang energy of men. Gradually, she learned to be smart. Sometimes she would only suck a little, but not all of it. After all, once she sucked all of it, the man would certainly die. If she only sucked a little, it wouldn't take his life. Once he took his life, it would definitely cause some trouble. For example, if she took the life of the clone, the real body would certainly know. Therefore, in the end, there weren't many cases of killing people. All of these situations were very consistent. After listening for a while, Qin Shao decided to go to the Harmonious Spring brothel to see what was going on. After arriving at the Harmonious Spring brothel, Qin Shao didn't use the mirage meditation technique again. If he kept using it, it would consume a lot of energy. For the time being, there was no need. His goal was clear. As soon as he arrived at the Harmonious Spring brothel, he could feel that the business here was booming. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out. It was very lively and the noise was very loud. It showed that the Harmonious Spring brothel was extremely lively and prosperous. Coming to a place like this, sure enough, the atmosphere was very different. The style of the buildings was also quite exquisite. At the entrance, there were many boldly dressed, well-endowed, and even some coquettish women. They waved their handkerchiefs, beckoning passers-by. Such a scene was enough to attract the souls of many passers-by. Chapter 2164. Qin Shao had always been respectful and fearful of brothels. Although many men liked them, Qin Shao really couldn't arouse the slightest bit of interest. If it weren't for something important, Qin Shao really wouldn't be willing to come to this kind of place. "Oh, young master, please come in. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time coming to our Harmony brothel?" Qin Shao stood there for less than a breath of time before a very coquettish woman in bold clothes came forward and boldly wrapped her arms around Qin Zhao's arm, a charming expression on her face. She rubbed her body against his. Intentionally or unintentionally, she would make people feel her charm and allure. The women of this brothel were all skilled in the art of controlling men and were able to serve men comfortably. Every frown, every smile, and every small action would unintentionally stir the flames in the depths of a man's heart. What these women wanted was to release the fire in a man's heart, so that the man would want to find happiness from them and explore different mysteries. Living in seclusion was a kind of cultivation, but so was living in the world. An ordinary man would have long since been aroused by such teasing. Qin Shao actually didn't like the feeling of being teased. It wasn't that he was eager to make a move, but that he didn't like the feeling of being teased by others. For the sake of the mission, he could only endure. "Young master, what kind of woman do you like? Our Harmony brothel can satisfy all kinds of taste. It doesn't matter if you like old or young, thin or fat, tall or short, beautiful or ugly. As long as you like her, young master, please feel free to make any request. Harmony brothel will do its best to satisfy young master. Guests are gods. In our Harmony brothel, they can enjoy supreme power. Young master, from the looks of it, you should like the kind of beautiful woman with a graceful figure, right? Our Harmony brothel has the most of this kind. Young master, what do you think of this servant? Although this servant's appearance isn't particularly outstanding, my skill in serving men is quite good. This servant promises to serve young master well. I definitely won't disappoint you." As the coquettish woman spoke, her body intentionally or unintentionally rubbed against Qin Shao again and again. Moreover, her voice had a kind of seductive power that could disturb people's hearts. It wasn't the first time that Qin Shao had come to this kind of brothel, but in the face of such teasing, he was really itching. Fortunately, his willpower was incomparably firm, and he was able to withstand it. If he were to relax even a little bit, he would have been captured. After all, it was a matter between men and women. How should one put it? It could be said that it was the most magical and wonderful thing that the Creator had bestowed upon life. It was also something that many men would never tire of and regard as the happiest thing in life. Indeed, some people who had stopped cultivating would willfully indulge themselves in pleasure. Most of a man's enjoyment would be used on a woman. This was a kind of nature that came with being born. Women in brothels were good at reading people's expressions. The coquettish woman noticed Qin Zhao's dissatisfied expression. She immediately said, "Young master, you don't like girls? We have all kinds of girls here, too. They are all very obedient and know how to play." "You don't like girls either? What do you like, young master? The Fox clan? The White Snow clan? The Snow Farmer clan?" Ahem. Qin Zhao's face was about to turn red. He could only shake his head and say, "Actually, I'm here to look for the courtesan." "Courtesan?" The coquettish woman was slightly surprised, but quickly recovered. "Ha, you're looking for the courtesan. Our courtesan looks for at least 800 people every day, if not 1,000. It's not easy to find our courtesan. Moreover, our courtesan only receives customers once a year. Every time, the competition is very fierce. Not only must he be rich, but he must also be handsome. Only if he has both can he be favored by our courtesan and become the courtesan." Listening to the coquettish woman's tone, it seemed that she was looking down on him. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't say anything more. "Let's wait and see." If I can't get her, I'll just force it. It's not a big deal. The Yichun brothel didn't have a strong background. Even if they forced it, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. As for Mutacity, he hadn't heard of the existence of an ancient saint. As long as there was no ancient saint, Qin Shao really didn't fear anything. It was just that Qin Shao didn't want to go through so much trouble and didn't want to make things too big. This time, he was only here to do a small task. It wasn't a big deal. After the coquettish woman invited Qin Shao into the Yichun brothel, she didn't pay any more attention to him. He wasn't her guest, so she naturally wouldn't serve him. However, this gave Qin Shaoluo some peace and quiet. He sat in a large courtyard. At this time, there were many people sitting in the courtyard. Some of them were drinking wine in groups of 2 or 3. They were chatting with each other and laughing. Or they would sit alone at a table, drinking wine without saying a word. Some were even served by a few servants. It seemed that they were quite arrogant. Qin Shao didn't need to ask to guess that these people were waiting for the courtesan bell. They wanted to win the courtesan bell. Just now, Qin Shao also learned some things from the coquettish woman. Every year, the courtesan bell would only receive one guest. So every time, there would be a fierce competition to compete for the courtesan bell. Now, everyone was waiting for a new round of competition. At this time, there were indeed 700 or 800 people here. This number was indeed quite a lot. So many people just to compete for the courtesan bell. This was a man's nature. Qin Shao also found a table and sat down. This position was quite good, and it was also closer to the front. As soon as Qin Shao sat down, he felt that there were many strange eyes looking at him. These eyes didn't seem to be looking at a strange newcomer. It wasn't curiosity, but an indescribable feeling. It was surprise, admiration, and sympathy. There were many kinds of feelings mixed together. The situation was not quite right. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Obviously, there was something wrong. Otherwise, these people wouldn't look at him like this. What was going on at this table? Sure enough, he immediately heard some people whispering. Is this person stupid? How dare he sit in that seat? He's a newcomer. It's normal that he doesn't know the rules. Look at him. He looks dignified and strange. It's obvious that he's here for the first time. That's right. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to sit there. Such a good seat is empty. Anyone with a little brain can figure out that he can't sit there casually. Sure enough, in fact, Qin Shao just found it a little strange. It didn't make sense that such a good seat was empty. Therefore, Qin Shao also thought that this seat might be reserved by a young master with some background. Other people didn't dare to touch it. But Qin Shao was too lazy to care so much. Since he had already sat there, so be it. Since he had already sat down, there was no reason to regret. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better if you don't sit on this seat. A man next to him kindly reminded him. Qin Shao smiled faintly at the man and said, Thank you, fellow cultivator. I know it's not easy to sit here, but I'm not going to get up. It's quite comfortable to sit here. Since it's empty, I'll sit there. There's no reason for air to occupy the seat. Hearing Qin Shao's words, the man who advised him was slightly stunned. After giving Qin Shao a strange look, he didn't say anything more. After all, this was other people's business. He couldn't say too much. However, he saw a sense of confidence in Qin Shao. How could a person who dared to be so confident not have any background? This person didn't look like a madman or a fool. However, he also didn't look like someone with any background. Moreover, he was only a second-step celestial venerable. How could he be so powerful? Because Qin Shao concealed his aura in other people's eyes, he was only a second-step celestial venerable. Many people snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao's unyielding way of doing things. Many people had already revealed sympathetic gazes. He was courting death. However, there was never a lack of people courting death. Many people courted death in various ways. It wasn't rare to see any kind of people. It was also very normal for a few people who thought they were infallible to emerge. A waiter wearing a waiter's uniform came over, bowed to Qin Shao and said, "Young master, this seat belongs to young master Yao. Young master, please get up and go to another table. Young master, look, there are many tables over there. Why don't you move over there?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Although your tone is pleasant, I don't intend to listen to your suggestion. I'll sit here and not go anywhere. You said there are many tables over there. When that young master Yao comes, let him sit over there. Isn't that good enough? Your Harmony brothel is open for business. Can you not follow the rules at all? I'm a guest. No one sat here before, so I sat down. Are you going to drive me away? That doesn't make sense, does it?" The waiter smiled bitterly and said, "No, no. Young master, you misunderstood. How could this lowly one dare to drive you away? Everyone who comes is a guest. Our Harmony brothel will naturally treat you well." However, Qin Shao didn't intend to give the waiter a chance to be long-winded. Qin Shao also knew what the waiter wanted to say. He directly waved his hand and interrupted the waiter, saying, "There's no however. Since you know that I'm a guest, you know that you have to treat me well. That's enough. I'm fine sitting here. If you want to drive me away, then you're asking me to leave. Alright, give me some good wine and dishes." After saying that, Qin Shao casually threw 100 Chaos Source rocks to the waiter. He was quite generous with his money. Qin Shao casually tossed out 100 Primal Chaos Source rock. His extravagance caused many people to widen their eyes and look in his direction. Some people had already guessed that Qin Shao might have come to the right place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do so. Judging from the current situation, this was indeed a possibility. The waiter was also a sharp-eyed person. He was able to detect all kinds of people. Experience told him that the young master in front of him had some background. He couldn't afford to provoke him. However, the waiter was really in a difficult position. It wasn't good to take the money, but it also wasn't good to not take it. If he took it, he would have to follow the young master's wishes. That would inevitably offend young master Yao. If he didn't take it, it would obviously be driving him away. That wouldn't be good either. It would have a bad impact on the Harmony brothel. Humph. Which blind fellow dares to behave atrociously here? How dare you fight over this young master's seat? You must be tired of living, right? Just as the waiter was in a dilemma, a voice came and saved him. Chapter 2165. A luxuriously dressed young master, flanked by two beautiful maids, strode over in large strides. His chin was slightly raised, and his nostrils were pointed to the sky. Wherever he went, everyone consciously opened up a wide path for him. From the crowd's reaction, it could be seen that everyone was very respectful towards this young master Yao, and did not dare to provoke him. Qin Shao had just arrived at Mu Pagoda City, so he naturally did not know much about the city's situation. He also did not know the background of this young master Yao. However, looking at his incomparably arrogant and insufferably arrogant appearance, he knew that he must have some background. However, for a person with such a temperament, even if he had some background, he might not have a great background. A young master with a great background would not act in such a lowly manner. Young Master Yao's behavior was simply a frivolous second generation, full of the air of a hedonist. There was a good show to watch. Everyone's gaze followed young Master Yao's footsteps, and quickly gathered on Qin Zhao's body. Some were rejoicing in his misfortune, some were playful, and quite a few were sympathetic. That waiter could only retreat to the side. This kind of scene was not something he could participate in. Before the person arrived, his aura had already pressured down. The sharp aura was like a blade, whistling towards Qin Shao, and stirring up a few gusts of wind. However, facing such pressure from young Master Yao, Qin Shao was still as calm as water. He sat there like an ancient well without ripples, and his face was calm. It was as if he had turned a deaf ear to young Master Yao's arrival. Such an attitude was simply disregarding young Master Yao. This was the greatest provocation and humiliation to young Master Yao. Such a situation naturally made young Master Yao even more furious. He glared at Qin Shao in anger, and his expression was cold. Soon, young Master Yao arrived in front of Qin Shao, and his eyes were like blades as he glared at Qin Shao. He was also very depressed in his heart. With such pressure from his aura, this brat actually did not have any reaction at all? It seemed that this brat had some ability. However, it was also true. There were not many true fools these days. If he did not have some strength, he would not dare to be so arrogant. However, this was Mupagoda City. As long as it wasn't the young masters of those few powers, who would dare to challenge young Master Yao here? In a large place, he, young Master Yao, didn't dare to be insufferably arrogant. But in this small harmonious spring brothel, he still had plenty of confidence. He had been running amok here for 10,000 years, and no one dared to provoke him. This seat had always been occupied by him. Although it was just a position and not a big deal, it was a symbol of authority. This position represented young Master Yao's standing and prestige. Anyone who dared to sit on this seat would be looking down on young Master Yao, challenging his dignity and humiliating him. Thus, he, young Master Yao, had to establish his might in this matter. How long do you think this guy can last? Looking at him, I can tell that he's putting up a strong front. If he's putting up a strong front, he'll definitely end up in a miserable state. I'm guessing that once we get serious, he'll definitely piss his pants and beg for mercy. I've seen many people who like to put up a front. In the end, they all have to pay the price. This guy is definitely no exception. This kind of person isn't worthy of sympathy. If he wants to be in the limelight, shouldn't he at least open his eyes a little? Hearing those discussions, Qin Shao smiled inwardly. He had never liked to be in the limelight. Today, because he had already sat down, there was no reason for him to step aside. Furthermore, if he really made some sort of show here, it might not be a bad thing. Perhaps he might even be chosen by the top courtesan because of this. That would save him a lot of trouble. Brat, you've got guts. You're the first in 10,000 years to dare to steal my position. Young Master Yao looked at Qin Shao with a look of condemnation. At this moment, he was like a venomous snake, looking like he would bite Qin Shao to death at any time. Hearing young Master Yao's condemnation, Qin Shao smiled indifferently and replied, "If that's the case, then it seems that it's my honor. I actually accidentally became number one. It's still okay. No matter what number one it is, it's still number one." Number one? Honor? Hearing Qin Zhao's mocking words, young Master Yao felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped. This was a blatant slap to his face. You think I'm praising you? Young Master Yao's face turned completely gloomy. Qin Shao said, "It should be. In any case, I think it's a compliment. Isn't it?" PFFF. Many people wanted to spit at Qin Shao. They had never seen such a shameless person. He was clearly condemning him. Even if there was something wrong with their brain, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a compliment. If he didn't say it like that, how shameless was this behavior? How provocative and humiliating was this behavior of young Master Yao? One had to admit that such a method could produce unexpected results. If Qin Shao had only replied with a sarcastic retort, it would only be a tit for tat. There wouldn't be much of an effect. But this way the effect was completely different. Using another method to increase the strength of the counterattack was simply a bit of a formless killing. What are you pretending to be confused for? This young master is scolding you. I'm condemning you. Young Master Yao was unable to restrain his anger. His face had turned green. He was so serious, so overbearing, and so condemning, but what he got in return was humiliation and provocation. He simply couldn't tolerate it. Oh! Qin Shao nodded thoughtfully. Then, he said, so you're condemning me. No wonder I didn't hear enough sincerity. But I feel that your words aren't domineering at all. You should walk over, put your hands on your hips, and boast to me, brat, you're sitting on my seat. This young master is now going to judge you. You can resist, but it's all useless. If you obediently kneel down and beg this young master, perhaps this young master can be a bit merciful. I'll spare your life. Brat, you're the first person to be judged by this young master in the past 10,000 years. You should feel honored. See, this way, doesn't it make you look domineering? If you want to step on someone, you should step on them fiercely. You should step on them directly without any hesitation or foreshadowing. In front of a fist, everything is pale and powerless. This foreplay of yours is a bit too much. Most importantly, it's a bit weak. Even I can't help but want to give you some pointers. Young Master Yao was dumbfounded. Am I not domineering enough? Am I foreshadowing? Of course not. Didn't I condemn him directly the moment I came up? How is that not domineering enough? But thinking about it, it seems, this brat's words are indeed much more domineering. Could it be that my way of doing things is indeed a bit weak? It wasn't only young Master Yao. At this moment, many people were carefully pondering over Qin Zhao's words. They indeed felt that it was very reasonable. It was the kind of words that inexplicably made sense. Young Master Yao, do you want to know what domineering is? Qin Shao suddenly asked. Young Master Yao still hadn't completely recovered from his shock. When he heard Qin Zhao's question, he subconsciously nodded his head. Qin Shao suddenly stood up. With his hands behind his back, he tilted his head and looked at young Master Yao from the corner of his eyes. From his actions to his gaze to his aura, everything was natural and smooth. His aura was completely different. The aura of an expert was formed in an instant, and it was revealed. Moreover, Qin Shao also released a somewhat domineering aura. So, when he made his move, the entire place was instantly silenced. Everyone's gazes involuntarily gathered on Qin Zhao's body, staring at Qin Shao in a daze. Under such an imposing aura, the way everyone looked at Qin Shao changed. Even young Master Yao himself was violently shocked. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze, stunned on the spot. What a powerful aura! How can you interfere with the position that I, Qin Shao, want to sit in? What qualifications do you have to dare to fight with me for this position? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? It was a simple word, but it was incomparably rude and also incomparably powerful. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck young Master Yao's soul, ruthlessly striking down. Dang, 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 dang. Young Master Yao was so shocked that he involuntarily retreated a few steps. Qin Zhao's aura was simply too powerful. That sharp edge was like an unsheathed sword, ruthlessly stabbing into young Master Yao's soul. Under such an attack, how could young Master Yao possibly withstand it? He repeatedly retreated, looking somewhat miserable. This was another humiliation. Young Master Yao's face completely darkened. The successive humiliations had already swept his face to the ground. The surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded. They never expected the situation to develop to such a state. They originally thought that Qin Shao was going to be unlucky. But who would have thought that the one to suffer and be humiliated would actually be young Master Yao? In the harmonious spring brothel, young Master Yao was an absolute tyrant. Anyone who mentioned him would be filled with reverence. For 10,000 years, he could be considered all-powerful here, calling the wind and summoning the rain. He was very popular and had never suffered a loss. But today, his face had been ruthlessly trampled on the ground. Those who sneered at Qin Shao just now were all dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. "All right, you can scram now. I'll treat it as if nothing happened. Don't spoil my mood." Qin Shao took advantage of the situation and said to young Master Yao, as if he was swatting away a fly. Young Master Yao was indeed stunned by Qin Shao. He subconsciously turned around and wanted to leave. But just as he took a step out, he suddenly came to his senses. That's not right. He should be the one to denounce them. He should be the main character of this show. How could someone else take over the role of the main character? Leaving just like that? Then how could he, young Master Yao, still have the face to continue staying here? Arrogant fool, you're courting death. Mupagoda City is not a place where you can behave atrociously. I don't care where you come from, but this is Mupagoda City. Even if you're a dragon crossing the river, you'll still have to lie down here. Young Master Yao gritted his teeth in extreme anger. Even his expression became distorted. He turned around and charged at Qin Shao. In his anger, he was about to make a move. Young Master Yao made a move. Perhaps only young Master Yao would dare to make a move in this place. The others quickly retreated, leaving the empty space to avoid being implicated. Facing young Master Yao's crazy attack, Qin Shao was calm and collected. His hands were still behind his back, showing the demeanor of an expert. A ferocious dragon will not cross the river. So what if you're a local snake? The reason why a ferocious dragon doesn't provoke a local snake isn't because he's afraid of you, but because he doesn't want to dirty himself. However, if the local tyrant doesn't know what's good for him and wants to bite the ferocious dragon that crossed the river, then he's definitely courting death. Right now, you're also courting death. Chapter 2166. Of course, Qin Zhao's shout wasn't just a simple shout. It was a shout infused with heart force. Under the effect of the powerful heart force, a powerful force directly attacked young Master Yao's soul and will, instantly giving him a heavy blow. Under this heavy blow, young Master Yao was forced to take a few steps back. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and he almost knelt down. His complexion instantly became incomparably pale. His heart was filled with fear, and his morale was instantly depleted. In young Master Yao's heart, fear towards Qin Shao also appeared in his heart. Just this blow alone had completely destroyed his confidence. How could he still have the courage to fight with Qin Shao? Young Master Yao was very clear in his heart that he had kicked a hard board today. If he didn't tactfully continue to fight, then the one who would suffer would definitely be him. So, how could young Master Yao still have any fighting spirit left? With a pale complexion, young Master Yao didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, turned around, and quickly left with the two maids. He was scared, really scared. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This was the first time he had felt such fear. In that instant, he really felt as if he was facing the Grim Reaper. It was too terrifying. Just thinking about it made him feel a lingering fear. Young Master Yao left dejectedly, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Everyone looked at each other, completely clueless about the situation. Young Master Yao was also a young master with a powerful background. His strength and background weren't ordinary. He had run rampant in the Harmony brothel for 10,000 years, and no one dared to provoke him. Even the owner of the Harmony brothel had to carefully serve him, afraid that he would provoke this second-generation young master. But who would have thought that he would obediently run away today because of Qin Zhao's words? What was going on? Many people's gazes towards Qin Shao changed again. This person was definitely not simple. But there were also people who began to discuss. Young Master Yao can't be admitting defeat just like that, right? This doesn't seem like his style of doing things. Yeah, young Master Yao's family can be considered a major power in our Mupagoda city, right? It's enough to be ranked in the top 20, right? Didn't you say that even if young Master Yao could tolerate such a matter, he would still have to consider the prestige of his clan? Why do I feel like young Master Yao has gone to get reinforcements? Indeed. I also think that young Master Yao has gone to get reinforcement. There will definitely be a good show to watch later. This brother is clearly an outsider. It won't be so easy for him to behave atrociously in Mupagoda City. Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to these discussions and did not pay any attention to them. Pa. At this moment, a soft clapping sound rang out. It was crisp and soft. Judging by the strength of the sound, it was obvious that the person who clapped was a woman. Following the clapping sound, a strange fragrance drifted over. It was said that one could recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Once they smelled this fragrance, many people's eyes immediately widened. They knew who had come. As expected, an incomparably beautiful figure walked out. She had a peerlessly beautiful appearance and was incomparably bewitching. In her bones there was an extremely charming aura. Every movement, every frown, and every smile was extremely charming. Such a woman was born to be a stunner. She was the best in the world and deeply loved by men. She could be said to be extremely lethal to men. Needless to say, the person who had come was Hua Kuei. The moment she appeared, she was like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Her beauty filled the entire space, causing everyone to be intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. What a powerful charm! Is this the art of seduction? Or should I say that she was born with a seduction goo? That's why she has such an effect. However, compared to Princess Xiaoyu's seduction, she is far from being as seductive as you. I can even withstand Princess Xiaoyu's charm. How can I not withstand this? Qin Shao secretly pondered in his heart. He was completely able to withstand this kind of seduction. Therefore, while others were immersed in their intoxication, Qin Shao was not much affected. He was still calm and composed. As the saying goes, if one were to die under a peony, one would still be a romantic ghost. In front of a beautiful woman, a man's ability to resist was often zero. Every single one of the men present had come here for this bit of romance. It was likely that every single one of them had been soaked in the brothel before. Qin Shao formed a sharp contrast with these people. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He could be recognized at a glance. He was so different from the rest. Hua Kuei had originally clapped for Qin Shao. At this time, her gaze naturally fell on Qin Shao. A strange look flickered in her quick-witted eyes. Perhaps, in her opinion, she had never seen a man who could be so calm in front of her. She really had never seen a man who could not be seduced by her charm. The men who came here were just thinking about those things. All of them had gone from romance to romance, from drinking to intercourse, from sensual pleasures to love. How could she not know about the things in a man's belly? However, this man was very special. Not only was he calm, but he was also as calm as water. He was very calm. Moreover, there was not a trace of ripple in his eyes. They were still so clear, as if there was not a trace of distracting thoughts. Such a situation was undoubtedly a blow to Hua Kuei. It was even a kind of humiliation. If a man could remain so calm in front of her, it meant that she wasn't charming enough. This was a blow to her. Hua Kuei's gaze fell on Qin Shao. She was sizing up Qin Shao. She was also thinking about who this young master was and what kind of background he had. First, he chased young Master Yao away. Now, he was acting like this. It was really hard to figure him out. People who could not figure him out often gave people the feeling that he was an extremely dangerous existence. He was like a time bomb that could explode with amazing power at any time. It was best not to provoke such a person. However, Hua Kuei would not provoke anyone. What she wanted to do was to please others. This is the jade-faced man? Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on Hua Kuei. He sized her up carefully and analyzed. But why did he feel that this Hua Kuei did not look like the jade-faced man? How could he determine if he was the jade-faced man? The appraisal method given by Wind Cloud City was as follows. Firstly, the jade-faced man was not of the human race. He was a life form called the double-faced race. The so-called double-faced race was that they could be both male and female. Men could also disguise as women. However, there was a limit to this disguise. It could not be a perfect disguise. However, the double-faced race was different. They could achieve a perfect disguise. To put it bluntly, the double-faced race was a double life form. They could be both male and female. Therefore, they could be men and women. They could also be women and be pampered by men. They could even reproduce their own offspring. This first point was also the most important condition of the jade-faced man. Secondly, the jade-faced man had many things on him that could prove his identity. There were also unique cultivation techniques and so on. However, the second point was not unique. Therefore, the first point would still be the main point. The second point could be used as an initial judgment. The final judgment would still depend on the first point. No matter what, the jade-faced man was not of the human race. Although the aura of many races was not much different from the human race, it was indeed difficult to distinguish. However, it was just that there was not much difference. It did not mean that there was no difference at all. There was definitely a difference, but it was just subtle. Qin Shao had always been very sharp. His perception was very strong. In addition, Qin Zhao's strength was there. Naturally, his insight into the Hua Kuei was also very strong. There were many things that others could not see. However, Qin Shao could see some clues. Therefore, intuition told Qin Shao that the Hua Kuei in front of him should be of the human race. She might have just cultivated some pernicious charm technique. Although she was also of the second step Celestial Master realm, her aura was relatively weak. This point did not seem like the jade-faced man. Although the jade-faced man's strength was not particularly strong, he would not be weak either. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to live until now. This was not particularly strong. It was just relatively speaking. The jade-faced man was definitely a very pernicious second-step Celestial Master. These factors added up made Qin Shao feel that the possibility of the Hua Kuei in front of him being the jade-faced man was not high. However, according to some of the information he had learned previously, the Hua Kuei's behavior was somewhat similar to that of the jade-faced man. Therefore, Qin Shao also thought that even if the Hua Kuei was not the jade-faced man, she might have some relationship with the jade-faced man. Therefore, since he was here, he might as well check it out. Maybe there would be some gains. Doing the same thing, it was very likely that there was some internal connection between them. Thinking of this, Qin Shao began to have some plans in his mind. The Hua Kuei walked straight towards Qin Shao. Such a move made the onlookers envious. Many of the onlookers had been waiting here for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to be chosen by the Hua Kuei. However, after waiting for so long, the result was that the Hua Kuei had found another person to favor. Seeing the Hua Kuei's move, many people already knew that the Hua Kuei would probably choose this outsider called Qin Shao this time. However, thinking about it, Qin Zhao's performance just now was indeed domineering enough. He was able to make young Master Yao retreat. He could be considered a capable person. It was very normal for such a person to be favored by the Hua Kuei. There were some things that could not be envied. "Greetings, Lord Qin Shao." The Hua Kuei bowed slightly to Qin Shao. Her voice seemed to have magical power. It could attract people and make them feel numb and soft. "Greetings," Qin Shao replied. The Hua Kuei smiled charmingly and said, Lord Qin Shao, would you like to have a few drinks with me and talk about romance? Of course not. Qin Shao could not help but reply in his heart. However, he still said against his will, Of course I'm willing. Otherwise, why would I come here? Of course I'm here for you, Hua Kuei. Why would I be unwilling to do something that I couldn't ask for? I know the market. How many Chaos Source Stones do you want? Name a price. The Hua Kuei smiled even more charmingly and said, Ha ha ha, name a price? It seems that the Lord Qin Shao is very generous. How can I name a price when you're so generous? I'm thinking that since the Lord Qin Shao is so generous, wouldn't it be an insult to the Lord Qin Shao if the price is too low? If the price is too high, you'll feel embarrassed. That's why you're putting me in a difficult position. How about you give it to me, Lord Qin Shao? How much I can give depends on how much I'm worth in your heart, Lord Qin Shao. How much was she worth? Not even a single penny. Chapter 2167. How about, I let you insult me? Hua Kuei kicked the ball to Qin Shao, but to her surprise, Qin Shao replied shamelessly. Ha ha ha! This shameless reply sounded especially funny when it came from Qin Zhao's mouth. Hua Kuei was also amused and laughed. She was charming and enchanting. Unfortunately, Qin Shao was firm and unmoved. There was some restlessness in his heart, but Qin Shao quickly suppressed it. Qin Shao naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. After laughing, Hua Kuei flicked her sleeves at Qin Shao and said, All right, since you want to be insulted by me so much, I'll fulfill your wish. I charge 1,000 Chaos Source Stones for others. Today I'll give it to you for free. How about that? What? For free? Upon hearing this, not to mention the others, even Qin Shao was slightly shocked. This made him secretly narcissistic. Could it be that his manly charm was already so strong? Even Hua Kuei wanted to serve him for free? This was something that went against the rules. There were rules in every profession. Women in brothels also had dignity and rules. Once they entered this profession, they naturally had to abide by the rules. Not accepting money was definitely an exception. Putting aside the fact that there had never been a courtesan belle before, it was definitely an extremely rare occurrence. Hundreds of men were waiting here. All of them were rubbing their palms, ready to fight for the primal chaos source rock. However, they didn't expect Qin Shao to benefit from it so easily. Therefore, as soon as these words were spoken, it naturally caused the others to look at Qin Shao with envy and jealousy. It seems that the limelight just now was worth it. Qin Shao smiled secretly. This matter must have something to do with the limelight just now. In fact, Qin Shao also had this thought in mind when he ordered young Master Yao to retreat. However, he didn't have much confidence and was just following his heart. Qin Shao himself didn't care so much. If the soft approach didn't work, then he would use the hard approach. After all, she was just a courtesan. Qin Shao still had full confidence that he could handle her. This insult of yours is a little too thorough. Although I'm somewhat mentally prepared, it's still hard to accept that I've reached the bottom all of a sudden. Therefore, I've decided not to accept your humiliation. I'll give you a market price. 1,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. He was not greedy for this kind of advantage. Being greedy was definitely not a good thing. Although 1,000 Chaos Source Stones wasn't a small sum, it was still acceptable to Qin Shao. Haha, if that's the case, then this little girl thanks you. Hua Kuei smiled sweetly and didn't stand on ceremony. Qin Shao gave Hua Kuei 1,000 Chaos Source Stones and Hua Kuei invited Qin Shao away, leaving behind a sea of envious gazes. Soon, Hua Kuei brought Qin Shao to her boudoir. There were tall mountains and flowing rivers here. It was fresh and elegant. It was filled with a very ambiguous atmosphere. Entering this place would make one feel as if they had entered a gentle hometown. "Young master, please have a seat and have a few drinks. I'll present you with a few dances." Hua Kuei invited Qin Shao to sit down. The table was already filled with exquisite wine and delicacies. Qin Shao was here on official business, not to enjoy the pleasures of the wind and moon. Therefore, he naturally didn't sit down. Instead, with a thought, the surrounding walls drilled out from the ground and quickly combined. Very soon, they tightly encircled this place, forming a small independent space. This was the mechanical armor technique. Qin Shao first imprisoned and sealed this place to ensure that Hua Kuei had no way to leave this place and had no way to inform others. Seeing Qin Zhao's actions, Hua Kuei was slightly startled. However, she didn't fully realize what was going on. She smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Young master, don't worry. It's very quiet here. No one will disturb you. You don't have to be so careful. There's no need to dance. Why don't we sit down and have a few drinks and chat?" Qin Shao looked at Hua Kuei with a faint smile and said. Although Qin Zhao's tone was very calm, Hua Kuei understood some of the meaning. It seemed that the situation wasn't as simple as she thought. After thinking for a while, Hua Kuei still sat down. After pouring a cup of wine for Qin Shao, she carefully said, "I don't know how this servant has offended the young master. I hope that the young master can explain. I've always been working in Spring Harmony Brothel. I don't think I've offended anyone. I don't know why you've come here today. I'm ignorant. I hope you can tell me." Hua Kuei was obviously a smart person. She immediately guessed the situation. However, she didn't panic. Instead, she asked calmly and bluntly. She really didn't offend anyone, so she wasn't afraid. Qin Shao said coldly, "Doing unrighteous things is intolerable." "Doing unrighteous things?" Hua Kuei frowned and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. She said, "I don't know how I've done unrighteous things. I'm here with a lowly status. I'm just a woman in the mortal world for men to play with. This humble one's abilities are only for pleasing men. However, I have never done anything that offends the heavens and reason. Although I'm lowly, I rely on my own efforts to make a living. I'm selling myself. What's wrong with that? Doing unrighteous things is outrageous. I really don't dare to admit it." According to the information Qin Shao got, Hua Kuei didn't seem to have killed anyone. She just absorbed some men's yang qi. Of course, the premise was that she wasn't a jade-faced person. If she was, she would have a blood debt. Although Qin Shao didn't think it was likely that Hua Kuei was a jade-faced person, he had to find out more before coming to a conclusion. "You absorb men's yang qi. Isn't that an unrighteous thing?" Qin Zhao's voice suddenly became harsher. Hua Kuei was shocked by Qin Zhao's shout. She looked at Qin Shao in a daze. After a long while, she recovered. She looked at Qin Shao and bit her red lips. Then she said, "If you want to say it like that, then it is. Yes, I've absorbed a lot of people's yang qi. However, those people were willing to do it. If those people were not willing, I couldn't take it by force or force them with my humble strength. It's a matter of mutual consent. Even if I were to do something unjust, I wouldn't go so far as to offend the heavens and reason, right? Moreover, people die for wealth and birds die for food. I was born lowly. I don't have any status or background. I was a lowly servant and fell into the world of mortals. If I want to practice, I can only rely on myself. I walk in the world of mortals. How can I have time to practice? Most of the time is used to please men. Therefore, if I want to practice, I naturally have to take some shortcuts and take some crooked paths. However, I have no choice in such a thing. I really have no choice. If there is a better way, why would I do this? The world is fair, but it is also unfair. Each of us has no choice when we are born. Some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths. They are born with inexhaustible cultivation resources. Even if their talent is average, they can be promoted by force. They don't have to worry about cultivation. What about me? I was born lowly. My fate is full of hardships. Every step I take is against the heavens. How difficult is it? If I don't fight, I can only be annihilated in the rolling river. I won't be able to make a single bubble. I was born lowly, and I will die lowly. This is the fate of countless people. I should have accepted my fate. I should have been a lowly woman in the world of mortals. I was born to serve men. But I don't accept my fate. I also yearn for freedom, for the beauty in the sky, for the peak of a giant mountain. I shouldn't just be held up by a group of men in the world of mortals. I should be held up by people in the immortal realm and stand at a high position. Even ants have the ambition to move mountains, let alone humans. After hearing Hua Kuei's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. These words were really touching. Speaking of which, Qin Shao also came from a lowly background. Qin Shao had personally experienced the hardships and helplessness, so when he heard it, he was naturally deeply moved. If Hua Kuei wasn't the jade-faced man, then he really didn't do anything wrong. If she absorbed a man's yang energy, if she didn't do it willingly, then she would definitely kill the man if she forced it, just like the jade-faced man. Hua Kuei didn't seem to have killed anyone in the joyful spring brothel. Moreover, he felt that Hua Kuei didn't seem to be a vicious and merciless person. She seemed to be a kind woman. She was born lowly, but she wanted to go against the heavens and change her fate. She wanted to rely on her own efforts to change everything now. But she also suffered from no other way, so she walked on such an unrighteous path. However, her current actions had not reached the point of harming the heavens and harming the lives of others. So in general, she could still be forgiven. Along the way, Qin Shao had experienced a lot and seen a lot. There were some things that really couldn't be said. He could only say that he was helpless. The heavens were unfair. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, there were endless lives in this world. If the heavens were all fair, then no one knew what the world would be like. It was precisely because the heavens were unfair that the world was so fierce and exciting. That was why there were so many conflicts, mutual deception, intrigue, and wars. So the law of the jungle and the law of survival, where the strong were respected, were born. Qin Shao sympathized with her, but he couldn't do anything about it. You're a human. You have the art of seduction and the method of absorbing a man's yang energy. You can't say that you got these methods by accident, right? Or did you buy them? Qin Shao stared straight at Hua Kuei and asked. Being stared at by Qin Shao like this, Hua Kuei only felt like two sharp knives were fiercely cutting her, so she didn't dare to speak carelessly. It was as if she said something false, she would be exposed by this gaze. Qin Zhao's question made Hua Kuei panic in her heart. She said with a little lack of confidence, "These are my private affairs. I don't think I can tell you, young master." "Young master, if you have any purpose, just say it directly." "Young master, you're neither an official nor a supervisor. I'm just here to serve you. I didn't do anything to offend you. What do you want me to do?" "Young master, do you just want to get rid of evil for the people? If so, I'll say that I'm wronged. I didn't hurt anyone's life. Even if you did something wrong, you don't deserve to die, do you?" Qin Shao shook his head and said in a slightly cold tone, "This is your private affairs, but you'd better tell me." Chapter 2168. Upon hearing this, Hua Kuei's expression finally changed. She knew that she was in a bad situation. However, she also knew that Lord Qin Shao was very strong, far stronger than her. Therefore, she had no power to resist. Since she didn't have the power to resist, She could only be obedient if she wanted to live a good life. People like her, who came from humble origins, didn't even have the ability to cultivate a clone. Although it was said that once one became a celestial venerate, not everyone could cultivate a clone. If he wanted to cultivate a clone, the price he would have to pay would not be small. Some poor people who did not have any background would have to spend countless years to accumulate enough wealth to cultivate a doppelganger. Cultivating a clone required several types of precious materials, all of which were not cheap. All in all, it would take about 1,000 Chaos Source Stones to cultivate an avatar. Therefore, a clone wasn't something that ordinary people could cultivate. Hua Kuei earned a lot of money, but it was all earned for her boss. She received very little of it. Moreover, even if she received the money, she didn't have the freedom to cultivate a clone. Ask away, Lord Qin. Hua Kuei could only brace herself and say, "Who taught you this technique?" Qin Shao asked, staring at Hua Kuei so that she wouldn't dare lie. Hua Kuei hesitated for a moment, then said, "It was an older sister." An older sister? It seemed that he was close to the answer. "Tell me the details." Qin Shao continued asking. Hua Kuei hesitated for a moment before he slowly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that the story started 1,000 years ago. Hua Kuei had been in the Harmony brothel for tens of thousands of years. She hadn't been a courtesan before, but a very ordinary dancer. In addition to dancing, she had to sell her body to customers. Her status in the Harmony brothel wasn't high. She had to do all kinds of work, and she couldn't be picky about her food. If the girls in the Harmony brothel were to be divided into 3 classes, then the first class would definitely be the courtesan who was surrounded by stars. The courtesan was highly sought after by countless men. She was the Harmony brothel's cash cow, and even the boss had to be polite to her. Moreover, there would be servants to serve them. They could be said to be able to call the wind and summon the rain. Every time, there would be a large group of young masters fighting for the position of the top courtesan. Right now, she was the courtesan belle, the only courtesan belle in the joyful spring brothel. She stood at a very high position. Although she was still serving customers, her status was obviously different. The second level was a red card. The bosses also liked those who were good-looking, had a large number of regular customers, and were guaranteed to lose and earn money for Harmony brothel. These girls only did the work of receiving customers. They didn't need to do other menial and tiring work. As for the third type, they would do any kind of work. When a customer picked one, he would accompany the customer. When there were no customers to choose, they would sing, dance, and even serve tea and water. This kind of people had the least status, and their lives were more or less the same as servants. The previous courtesan belle was at the 3rd level, and she had also suffered a lot. Once, a customer deliberately bullied her, and a red card also humiliated her. No matter how she begged for mercy, they didn't let her go. In the end, she was tortured to the point where she wished she was dead. At that time, she felt despair. She didn't want to live anymore, so she thought of suicide. Just as she was about to commit suicide, a beautiful older sister appeared and saved her. She complained to the beautiful older sister, and the beautiful older sister asked her if she wanted to become very beautiful and seductive. Many men liked her. Of course she was willing. She wanted to change her fate, but she had been powerless. She was so lowly, living like an ant. She felt that her life had entered darkness, and she couldn't see a trace of light. However, the beautiful older sister brought her light, and her dead heart was rekindled. The older sister taught her 2 cultivation techniques. One was the art of seduction, and the other was the art of yang absorption. Under the effect of the 2 cultivation techniques, she instantly transformed from an ugly duckling into a white swan. She became extremely beautiful, charming, and beautiful. After these transformations, her entire life was naturally different. From then on, she shone brightly and became the most popular courtesan in the world. As for the beautiful older sister, Courtesan Belle didn't know much. She didn't know much about the beautiful older sister, and only regarded her as a god in her heart. She regarded her as her savior who had given her a new lease of life. Qin Shao asked her more questions, but she didn't get any useful information. She either didn't know anything, or said that it was worthless. In addition, Courtesan Belle was obviously very grateful to the beautiful older sister, so she didn't want to say more. She directly shook her head and refused to say anything. She would rather die than submit. Seeing that, Qin Shao knew that she couldn't ask more questions. If she continued to ask, it would be useless. It would only lead to bad consequences. Sometimes, people's understanding was very limited. In fact, if she put herself in Courtesan Belle's shoes, Qin Shao could understand Courtesan Belle very well. After listening to her so much, Qin Shao was basically sure that the beautiful older sister she mentioned was undoubtedly the jade-faced man. The time also matched. Everything was very consistent. It was normal for Courtesan Belle to protect the jade-faced man. After all, the jade-faced man had only given Courtesan Belle a favor, and it was a favor that changed her fate. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the jade-faced man had saved her life. Therefore, no matter what kind of person the jade-faced man was, Courtesan Belle would definitely choose to protect her, and would even die for her. Courtesan Belle believed that Courtesan Belle could do it. She had such determination. Because of that, Qin Shao didn't dare to ask more questions. It seems that we have underestimated the jade-faced man. He's much more cunning than we thought. Clearly, he did this on purpose. He purposely found a few substitutes in Mutacity to shift the attention of others to substitutes like Hua Kuei. From the looks of it, it is indeed not an easy task to find the jade-faced man. Qin Shao shook his head secretly. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to find him. Since they had chosen this task, they had to complete it no matter what. Well, young Master Qin, you've asked enough questions, and I've told you so much. Don't ask any more questions. Don't make things difficult for me. I won't say anything more, Courtesan Belle said bluntly. Qin Shao understood Courtesan Belle's feelings, so he didn't ask more questions. He nodded and said, "Well, I know. You worry too much, Mississippi. In fact, I think you should feel that I'm not a bad person. There are some things that I may not be able to explain to you, but I, Qin Shao, have always been open and aboveboard. I won't harm people. You're a very kind woman, but also a pitiful one. I sympathize with your experience. I respect your indomitable spirit very much. You have a heart for cultivation, a heart that defies the heavens and changes your fate. This is a good thing. Perseverance is the most important thing. No matter what you do, perseverance is the most important thing. A heart is the most important thing. You have a good heart, so you have the foundation to transform. But there are some things that I may need your help with. If you're willing to help me, I can redeem your freedom and return it to you. In this way, you can cultivate freely and change the trajectory of your life. Perhaps one day you can also become a strong person, stand at a high position, overlook this world, and no longer be controlled by others. You can control a world that belongs to you. Redeem my freedom?" Hearing these two words, Courtesan Belle's heart was obviously moved. This was something that she had always dreamed of. This was indeed a great temptation to her. But, Courtesan Belle's expression quickly dimmed, and she shook her head. No matter how great the temptation was, she couldn't betray her benefactor. "I'm sorry, young Master Qin. I really can't help you. If I make young Master Qin unhappy, I'm willing to accept young Master Qin's punishment," Courtesan Belle said. Qin Shao seemed to have expected Courtesan Belle's rejection, so there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly. "Well, then I won't say anything more. Your way of doing things is worthy of my recognition. You're not afraid of power, you're unyielding to temptation, and you know how to be grateful. You're indeed very different. It's a pity that the heavens treat you unfairly. You didn't have a good birth, a good environment, and even fewer good opportunities, which led to your current life. But the value of people is that they can defy the heavens and change their fate. They can control their own fate in their own hand. If that's the case, then take care of yourself. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Shao really left. He really didn't force Courtesan Belle anymore. After sending off Qin Shao, Courtesan Belle came back to her senses after a while. She looked up at the sky and was lost in thought again. Lord Qin Shao, you're really a very special man. I believe you're really a good person. But, about that matter, I really can't say anything more to you. I also yearn for freedom, but I won't get it by betraying my benefactor. That way, I won't be at ease for the rest of my life. Everyone has their own fate. I've already accepted my fate. I want to defy the heavens and change my fate, but how can the heavens be so easy to defy? I'm lowly. In this vast world, I'm just an insignificant ant. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about this. One day I'll redeem myself. Courtesan Belle shook her head. She also had a direction to work hard for now. She also saw a glimmer of hope, although it was far away. But no matter how far the road was, as long as she worked hard, she would definitely slowly approach it and finally reach it. After leaving Yi Chun brothel, Qin Shao contacted Gong Li and Mo Nong. Interestingly, the two of them also encountered a similar situation as Qin Shao. They also heard from two different brothels that there was someone similar to Courtesan Belle who had sucked men's yang energy. So they also went in separately to investigate this matter. However, the two of them were slower than Qin Shao. They were still in the middle of investigating and asked Qin Shao to wait for a while. Qin Shao patiently waited for the two of them. Finally, after investigating the matter, the three of them gathered together. What a cunning jade-faced man. We've underestimated him too much. The information given by Wind Cloud City clearly underestimated the jade-faced man. At first, I thought this was a relatively simple mission. Now, it seems that it's not that simple. We've been cheated by Wind Cloud City. If we knew earlier, we would have chosen another mission. Maybe we would have already completed it. As soon as they met, Gong Li started to complain. Indeed, the three of them had such a feeling. This jade-faced man was too cunning. He had long expected that someone might find trouble with him, so he had already prepared for it. Such a move completely scattered Qin Shao and the others' attention, and their direction was also disrupted. Chapter 2169. Gong Li and Mo Nong found out that the jade-faced man had left Muta City 500 years ago, and they did not know where he went now. It seems that the jade-faced man has left Muta City. Now that the clues are broken, it will be too difficult for us to find the jade-faced man again. Gong Li shook his head helplessly. Such a situation was indeed unexpected, which was why they were in such a predicament. What should they do now? Mo Nong suggested, why don't we give up on this mission, and take another mission? Gong Li shook his head, that won't do. If we give up on this mission, we won't be able to take another mission for the next 10,000 years. If we want to take another mission, it will be 10,000 years later. 10,000 years is not a long time, but the waiting time is always a little torturous. Wind Cloud City naturally had some restrictions on taking on missions, or else everyone would take on missions casually. Giving up on this mission was also not a good idea. Mo Nong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Gong Li, brother Qin Shao, what do you think we should do now? I feel a headache coming on. The jade-faced man left Muta City 500 years ago, and Wind Cloud City did not give us any more information. Those women in the secular world do not know the situation of the jade-faced man, and do not know where he went. And with the cunning of the jade-faced man, he naturally would not tell them. Even if he did, it may be fake. Now that the clues are completely broken, if we want to find the jade-faced man again, it is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is too difficult. He has been gone for 500 years, and we don't even know where he went. 500 years is enough for the jade-faced man to go to a very far place. Plus the time we have to chase after him, the range is even larger. I have no other way. I think we should just give up, and rather wait for another 10,000 years. If it really doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Gong Li fell silent for a moment. He also did not know what to do. Subconsciously, Gong Li looked at Qin Shao, wanting to see if Qin Shao had a good idea. Qin Shao said, "I think the jade-faced man should still be in Muta City." Hearing Qin Zhao's deduction, Gong Li and Mo Nong looked at Qin Shao with surprise. They wanted to hear Qin Zhao's opinion. Both of them felt that the jade-faced man had left Muta City, but why did Qin Shao feel that the jade-faced man was still there? If the jade-faced man was really still in Muta City, then it would be much easier. Then there would still be a chance to find the jade-faced man. Although it was still difficult, at least there were still many opportunities, so they were willing to give it a try. Qin Shao explained, "Firstly, we got the information from Wind Cloud City decades ago. Think about it, since Wind Cloud City gave out so many missions, they should have investigated every single one of them. I think that Wind Cloud City should have a more experienced divination master who can deduce many things. Since the information we got is that the jade-faced man is in Muta City, although the information says that he arrived in Muta City 1,000 years ago, I think he should not have left. Or rather, he just left recently. Wind Cloud City is not in a hurry to update the information. But if he left 500 years ago, then it is impossible that Wind Cloud City did not know. In that case, the information should have been changed. If there was no change, then to a large extent, it means that the information should still be prepared. This statement did sound very reasonable. But Mo Nong was still a little doubtful. That might not be the case, right? After all, there are so many missions. Wind Cloud City might not follow every single one of them, right? And 500 years is indeed not a long time. It is very normal that they are not in a hurry to update the information. With so many missions, there will always be some areas that are overlooked. Qin Shao continued, "Mo Nong, what you said is possible, but I think it is not very likely. After all, that is Wind Cloud City." Alright, even if we add your possibility, there is still a second point. Secondly, the jade-faced man is an extremely cunning and smart person. Think about it, he spent a lot of effort to leave a few substitutes in Muta City. What is his purpose? Is it just for fun? If he left Muta City immediately after leaving the substitutes, then what is the point? If we analyze this question separately, we will be able to find some problems. What is the purpose of the jade-faced man? If he only left a substitute, then it is possible that he did it according to his heart. But with a few substitutes, it is obviously something that he did deliberately. Why did he do it? What is his purpose? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Gong Li and Mo Nong's hearts were suddenly moved. Their eyes lit up. Yes, why did they not think of this? It was indeed so. Since the jade-faced man spent so much effort to leave a few substitutes, then there must be a purpose. So, do you really think that the jade-faced man left Muta City 500 years ago? If this is the case, then it is meaningless for him to leave a few substitutes. Let's try to think from the perspective of the jade-faced man. What is his purpose for leaving substitutes? Gong Li said, "To divert other people's attention and better hide himself. And to mislead others and make them make a wrong judgment." Mo Nong added. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, if it were us, then our starting point should be the same. With substitutes, then other people's attention will be diverted. Secondly, it will also make people make a wrong judgment. Just like your judgment just now, you all think that the jade-faced man has already left Mutacity. You all believe this. So, you are following the jade-faced man's train of thought. This is also the train of thought that ordinary people should have. But if this is really the case, then it is possible that we have fallen into the jade-faced man's trap. We should not think like this, but should think more and then think backward. If we think backwards, then it is easy to conclude that the jade-faced man should still be in Mutacity. He used a few substitutes to mislead others and make them believe that he has already left Mutacity. But in fact, he is still in Mutacity. He used this to hide himself and protect himself. I have to say, this move is really brilliant. Out of 10 people, I think at least 9 people will be misled. After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Gong Li and Mo Nong also nodded in deep agreement. Thinking carefully, it was indeed so. Some things were extremely frightening when they thought carefully, and they almost fell into a trap. As such, Qin Zhao handled it calmly and saw through the trick, so they did not go down the wrong path. After thinking carefully, the two agreed with Qin Zhao's statement and felt that the jade-faced man should still be in Mutacity. But a new problem arose. Qin Zhao, even if the jade-faced man is still in Mutacity, how can we find him? The jade-faced man is so cunning. Since he has made a few substitutes, then he must be very well hidden. It is definitely not an easy thing to find him. Those women should not know the whereabouts of the jade-faced man. It is useless to force them. We have searched the entire Mutacity, and only found out about the situation of these 3 substitutes. We could not find anything else. Under such circumstances, it is easier said than done to find the jade-faced man. Gong Li shook his head. This problem was indeed very tricky. The jade-faced man was much more difficult to deal with than imagined. This task was definitely very difficult to complete. Mo Nong shook his head, looking like he had a headache. Qin Zhao, I can't think of any way. Do you have any? The only thing we can do now is to find the jade-faced man if we don't do something strange. Moreover, I am worried about a problem. Perhaps the 3 of us have already been exposed, and the jade-faced man already knows about our existence. I am afraid that we have already alerted the enemy, which will make the jade-faced man hide even deeper, and then it will be more difficult for us to find him. Yes. Gong Li also had this concern. The 3 of us have accurately found the substitutes of the jade-faced man and asked them so many questions. Our intentions are very obvious. It is very likely that these women will send messages to the jade-faced man, and it is also very likely that the jade-faced man has placed spies around them. No matter which possibility it is, I feel that the jade-faced man should already know that we are looking for him. Judging from his cunning personality, he will definitely make some preparations. I am a little worried that he will quietly leave Mutacity directly. If he wants to leave, it should be easy for him to leave under our noses at this time. Qin Zhao curled his lips, shook his head and smiled faintly. Indeed, there were all kinds of possibilities. But when doing things, if one always thought of some bad possibilities, it would be very damaging to one's self-confidence. Qin Zhao said, "Don't let your imagination run wild here. Judging from the current behavior of the jade-faced man, I don't think he will quietly leave Mutacity. Judging from his methods and arrangements, the jade-faced man is not only a cunning and careful person, but also a very courageous and arrogant person. From his plan, it can be seen that he plans to stay in Mutacity for a while. That's why he made 3 substitutes. He's so meticulous. Since he plans to stay in Mutacity for a long time, he will not leave easily. With his arrogance, even if he knows that the 3 of us are looking for him, he will not leave easily. Leaving is equivalent to admitting defeat and showing weakness. This is not what a proud person would do. And he should be very confident that it will be difficult for us to find him, so he dares to stay in Muta City. Moreover, the jade-faced man should have been underestimated by us in all aspects, or the intelligence of Fengyun City has underestimated him. The strength of the jade-faced man should also be very good. If he is strong, then he is even more conceited. Do you really think that the jade-faced man will run away because he knows that the three of us are looking for him? That doesn't make sense, does it? Yes, Qin Shao, you are extremely right. If you analyze it this way, it is indeed unlikely that the jade-faced man will quietly leave Muta City. Gong Li nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Qin Zhao's statement. Qin Shao corrected him. It's not that it's unlikely, it's definitely not. Ha, yes, definitely not. Gong Li nodded with a smile. Chapter 2170. Not necessarily, Qin Shao said with a smile. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Gong Li and Mo Nong looked over at the same time. It seemed like there was more to it. Every time they couldn't solve a problem, it seemed to become easier when it came to Qin Shao, and there was a solution. So at this time, Gong Li and Mo Nong actually admired Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been surprising them from the beginning. At first, they wanted Qin Shao to join them because they felt that Qin Shao was not bad in all aspects. He was mature and steady, and was a reliable person. That was it. But in fact, from the beginning, the two of them felt that they would be the core of this mission. But along the way, they realized that the core was Qin Shao. He was the one who had been the key all the way. Imperceptibly, their roles had changed. Of course, they gladly accepted this change. It was just that their view of Qin Shao had changed again and again. Many things can happen if we take a closer look at the whole thing. We have to find the jade-faced man now. It seems like there are no clues, but we can still make some assumptions. What is the jade-faced man doing in Muta City? I think his goal should be very clear. He wants to absorb the yang energy of men. Even if he found a substitute, no matter how well he hides, his goal is there. He will definitely do something, right? And as long as he does something, then we can follow this clue to find the jade-faced man. Sometimes, when a person was in a predicament, it wasn't that the predicament was difficult, but it wasn't at that level. It was like the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. If one's train of thought didn't reach that point, then one naturally wouldn't be able to see through it. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Gong Li and Mo Nong suddenly understood and nodded. Yes. Brother Qin Shao, you are really smart. We didn't think of this, but you thought of it. I admire you. Gong Li nodded and said. Mo Nong also understood and said, Yes, why didn't we think of this? That's right, the jade-faced man's ultimate goal is nothing more than to absorb the yang energy of men. No matter how deeply he hides, his ultimate goal will never change. So, as long as he's still hiding in Muta City, he'll definitely leave behind some clues. The jade-faced man definitely needs a lot of them. Furthermore, those who have been captured by the jade-faced man definitely won't be able to leave. Therefore, I can start by investigating some of the men who have gone missing in Muta City in the past 1,000 years. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Mo Nong, your path is very difficult. Think about it. It's only been 1,000 years. How can you tell if a person has gone missing? 1,000 years is an extremely short period of time for cultivators. It's possible that he's just cultivating in seclusion. Unless it was a situation where his family and friends couldn't contact him. But this kind of situation may be rare. Therefore, it will be more difficult to start from this aspect. Mo Nong frowned. That was true. But if he did not start from this aspect, then where should he start from? Another difficult problem? Gong Li suddenly said, Qin Shao is right. It is more difficult to start from the missing people. Judging from the jade-faced man's mentality, he has made such a meticulous plan. He will definitely go all out and capture many men. Such a commotion will definitely not be small. So I'm thinking that the jade-faced man may have set up some trap to attract people. If he has to capture himself, it will take time and effort, and leave behind many traces. With the jade-faced man's style, he should not do such a thing. Those 3 mortal women should only be substitutes and have no other use. The jade-faced man should not use them to capture men. Also, the jade-faced man will target ordinary men, and not men with any background. Men with some background will usually have clones. Capturing one is just asking for trouble. I think our starting point should be to see if there is any place in the recent 1,000 years that can attract people. And after going there, very few people left. This kind of place is very likely to be the jade-faced man's nest. After saying that, Gong Li subconsciously looked at Qin Shao, wanting to hear Qin Zhao's opinion. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Gong Li, I have the same idea. Therefore, the top priority for the 3 of us is to investigate from this aspect. We should act separately and try to find the jade-faced man's whereabouts as soon as possible to avoid any changes. Gong Li and Mo Nong both nodded, so the 3 of them quickly separated again. The jade-faced man was indeed cunning enough and hid deeply. After going through so many twists and turns, Qin Shao and the other 2 found some information. The 3 of them gathered again and sorted out the information they found. After sorting it out, they all pointed to one place, Benevolence Manor. The name was nice and the name was about the same. It was indeed a place where good deeds gathered. This is really a strange story. Benevolence Manor, a place that specializes in doing good deeds, is actually the jade-faced man's nest? Thinking about it, it's a bit funny. Gong Li shook his head. After Qin Shao and the other 2's investigation, they finally locked on to the Benevolence Manor. This Benevolence Manor just happened to appear 1,000 years ago. When it appeared, it was benevolent and had the heart to help the world. If anyone had any difficulties or troubles, they could go to the Benevolence Manor. The Benevolence Manor would do its best to help them. There were indeed many people who received help from the Benevolence Manor. Therefore, the reputation of the Benevolence Manor spread, and it was highly praised. After the reputation spread, there were naturally more people who went there, and most of them went because of some difficulties. In other words, the people who went to the Benevolence Manor were mostly people of low birth and did not have much strength. This was more in line with the jade-faced man's conditions to capture people. Furthermore, Qin Shao and the others had also found out that in the past 1,000 years, many people had entered Jushan Manor. Some had left, but there were also some who had never left. If they looked at it from the perspective of others, they would feel that it was nothing. It was very normal. Some people might be willing to stay in the Benevolence Manor. However, in the eyes of Qin Shao and the others, this matter was very strange. It was in line with their speculations. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others felt that the jade-faced man's nest was in the Benevolence Manor. Using the name of hypocrisy to do unrighteous things, it was a good trick. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Benevolence Manor. As expected, they saw many people going in and out of the Benevolence Manor. The jade-faced man is very cunning. We should be careful. Qin Shao stopped and said to Gong Li and Mo Nong. Mo Nong said, Brother Qin Shao, we have already arrived at the jade-faced man's nest. What are we worried about? We can just kill our way in and capture the jade-faced man. Then, everything will be fine. No matter how cunning the jade-faced man is, in front of absolute strength, he has nowhere to run. Even if we underestimated the jade-faced man's strength, with the 3 of us combined, I believe we can easily capture him. Therefore, I think we should just kill our way in and capture him. It's simple and crude, but it's the fastest and most effective. At this point, there's no need to play any tricks. Mo Nong's suggestion was rejected by Gong Li. He waved his hand and said, "That's not right, Mo Nong. It's better to be careful when dealing with a cunning person like the jade-faced man. Think about it. Firstly, the jade-faced man might not be in the benevolence manor right now, right? What if the benevolence manor is just one of his chess pieces? He's only using the benevolence manor to capture people. But even if he captures people, he might not put them in the benevolence manor. He might have other hiding places. If we just charge in rashly, what if the jade-faced man is not here? Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Once we alert the enemy, it will be very difficult for us to find the jade-faced man. The jade-faced man will definitely escape." Mo Nong slapped his head and suddenly realized. That's right. He really did not think of this just now. He did not consider the problem thoroughly. There was really a possibility of this, and it was not small. If the jade-faced man was not in the benevolence manor, then acting rashly would definitely end in failure. There might not even be a chance to salvage the situation. Therefore, they could not do that. This method wouldn't work, so what should he do? Gong Li said, "Therefore, I think we should first sneak into the benevolence manor and check the situation before deciding. If we confirm that the jade-faced man is inside, then it won't be too late to make a move. As long as we can confirm that the jade-faced man is here, then we can make a move directly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Of course, we still have to be careful. After all, there are definitely many people in the benevolence manor. Although they might all be first-step heavenly venerables, we cannot underestimate them when there are many of them. Even if they can't do anything to us, they might be able to use their lives to delay us and give the jade-faced man a chance to escape. Therefore, even if we make a move, we still cannot be careless. We still have to be careful. Otherwise, we might just watch the jade-faced man escape. In short, I think this battle will be more difficult. We must be fully alert." Mo Nong nodded in agreement. Qin Shao also nodded in agreement with Gong Li's words. It was indeed so. They had to be careful in this operation. They could not be careless. If they were careless, all their previous efforts might be wasted. Of course, this idea was correct, but Qin Shao didn't need to care so much. As long as they could confirm that the jade-faced man was here, then Qin Shao had full confidence that the jade-faced man would not be able to escape from under his nose. If the jade-faced man could escape from under his nose, then Qin Shao could kill himself. With his strength, such a thing would definitely not happen. He was not worried about this. It was normal for Gong Li and Mo Nong to be worried. After all, the two of them were not very strong. Qin Shao was also hiding his strength in front of them. "Then let's sneak in first," Mo Nong said. After he finished speaking, he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Mo Nong looked at Qin Shao with some confusion. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Why are you always so impatient? Don't tell me you plan to go to the benevolence manor like this?" Yes, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Mo Nong looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. If he didn't sneak in like this, what else could he do? Qin Shao said, "If you go like this, I can guarantee that you will be driven out. They won't let you in." Chapter 2171. Mo Nong didn't believe it and went over to test it. Qin Shao and Gong Li didn't stop him. Gong Li couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Mo Nong's mind is still a bit simple. Sometimes he can't think straight. He is a straightforward person. If he roams the outside world alone, it's very easy for him to be taken advantage of. However, as a friend, Mo Nong really has nothing to say. He is very loyal. When he encounters problems, he dares to fight and won't back down. It's just that sometimes the problem is too simple. Qin Shao smiled and said, maybe he has too little experience. He doesn't seem to have been in the outside world before, so it's normal for him to lack some experience. There are some things that you can only slowly understand after experiencing them. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg of the cruelty of the world. In fact, we are also slowly experiencing it, learning, and increasing our own experience. Gongli nodded and said, yes, it's indeed so. It's also a good thing for Mo Nong to suffer a little. As long as there is pain, he will grow quickly. Sure enough, not long after, Mo Nong walked back gloomily and looked at Qin Shao and Gongli with an awkward expression. How was it? Qin Shao asked. Mo Nong smacked his lips and shook his head with a bitter smile. They said that I'm a second step heavenly venerate and not a difficult person, so they wouldn't let me in no matter what. I didn't dare to make a fuss over there, so I could only retreat first. It seems that the jade-faced man is very careful. He won't let a second step heavenly venerate enter. What should we do? The three of us are second step heavenly venerates, but we can't enter the kindness manor. If it's really not possible, why don't we just force our way in? Mo Nong, you're here again. Didn't I say just now that we can't force our way in? We have to consider this matter at length. Gongli said helplessly. However, this matter was indeed a little tricky. It was very difficult to conceal and change one's aura, so it wasn't so easy for them to sneak into the kindness manor. Gongli thought for a moment and said, otherwise we can think of a way to sneak into Jushan Manor. From the looks of it, this Jushan Manor doesn't seem to be heavily guarded. Even if there is a formation restriction, we can still enter if we are careful. Furthermore, even if there is a spirit formation restriction, the person controlling it should be the jade-faced man. Even if we did trigger it, we would be defenseless. If the jade-faced man is here, we can even force our way in. If the jade-faced man isn't here, there won't be anyone controlling it. Then, even if we trigger the formation, nothing will happen. Wei Nong nodded, expressing his serious agreement with Gong Li's suggestion. It was indeed feasible. Qin Shao also thought this method was feasible. However, he still said, Gong Li, although your method is indeed feasible, it is still not the most reliable method. Wasn't this the safest method? This method was already very reliable, right? Gong Li and Mo Nong looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Could it be that Qin Shao had a better idea? This really made them unable to think of anything else. What method was better than this? Unless they could sneak into the Jushan Manor, but they couldn't hide their aura. How could they sneak in? I can sneak into the Jushan Manor, Qin Shao said with a confident smile on his face. Gong Li and Mo Nong were stunned. Did he really want to sneak into the Jushan Manor? But would this work? How could he hide his aura? The two really couldn't think of any method Qin Shao could use to do this. Of course, the world was indeed full of wonders. There were indeed many methods to hide one's aura, but those things were extremely rare. It was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with. If Qin Shao could really hide his aura and sneak into the Jushan Manor, it would simply be too dangerous. Wait for me here. If there is a situation, I will send a signal to you. Qin Shao left a sentence for the two of them, then quickly left. It wasn't until Qin Shao walked far away that the two of them came back to their senses. They looked at each other for a while. They were indeed very surprised in their hearts. Gong Li, Qin Shao, he wouldn't really have a method to hide his aura, right? Mo Nong said doubtfully. Gong Li shook his head and said, how would I know this? It sounds very unbelievable. A legendary method. If Qin Shao really has it, I feel that we have seriously underestimated his background. Mo Nong, have you noticed that Qin Zhao's performance, no matter if it's in terms of temperament, style of conduct, temperament, etc., all of them give people the feeling that they are far stronger than his own realm? In other words, he is only a second step celestial venerable in front of us. But it feels like he is far from a second step celestial venerable. Did you notice that no matter what happened along the way, he was able to remain calm and deal with it methodically? When we were all helpless and had no solution, he could easily deal with it. He gave us surprises time and time again. There were a few times when I felt that this should not be something that a second step celestial venerable could perform. So, I'm also thinking, could he have been hiding his aura all along? He is actually not a second step celestial venerable at all? Or a third step celestial venerable, or even a fourth step celestial venerable. Just very low-key, deliberately pretending to be a second step celestial venerable. Do you think this is possible? Previously, I didn't dare to think too much. But from the meaning that Qin Shao showed in his words just now, I also can't help but think in this direction. Mo Nong blinked, scratched his head, and started thinking there. It can't be right? After holding it in for a long time, Mo Nong squeezed out 3 words. Gong Li was instantly somewhat speechless. Mo Nong's reaction arc had always been a bit long. Regarding such a complicated matter, it was very difficult for Mo Nong to understand. So, it was also useless to say so much to him. But this was not a bad thing in the end, so Gong Li did not say anything more. On the other side, Qin Shao concealed his aura, disguised as a first-step celestial venerable cultivator, and appeared at the entrance of Kindness Manor. Qin Zhao's clothes had always been very casual, and one could tell at a glance that he came from an ordinary background. Kindness Manor was indeed heavily guarded, and it was not so easy to enter Kindness Manor. Thus, Qin Shao could also be sure that this jade-faced man had recruited some people to work for him as soon as he arrived in Wood Pagoda City. He had set up Kindness Manor here to deceive people, and his method was very clever. Qin Shao was handsome to begin with, and his temperament was very good, so he had quite a bit of manly charm. Therefore, he was naturally very welcomed when he arrived at Kindness Manor. The guards simply interrogated Qin Shao, then let Qin Shao in. A guard led Qin Shao into the depths of Kindness Manor, walking along a long corridor. Qin Shao discovered that this Kindness Manor was also very hidden. The corridor was completely sealed, like an underground passage. Walking in this corridor, one could not see the scenery inside Kindness Manor at all. There were only some forks in the road occasionally, but one could not see the scenery inside Kindness Manor. This place should have been divided into different areas. The different areas were completely isolated and not connected. Clearly, this was done on purpose. This Kindness Manor was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Seeing Qin Shao looking around, the guard immediately shouted with some displeasure, "Don't look, quickly follow me." Under such a shout, most people would probably feel fear in their hearts. Qin Shao no longer looked around, but quietly followed the guard. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at an area. There was a connected courtyard here, with rockery, pavilions, ponds, and lotus flowers. The environment was not bad. Qin Shao also saw some people here. Some were drinking wine in groups of 2 or 3, some were sparring and discussing the Tao, some were singing and reciting poems, some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in meditation, and some were playing with the fishes with nothing to do, looking for their own entertainment. "Alright, you stay here for now. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask them. Stay here and you'll benefit from it." The guard left behind a sentence and left. This area was also isolated, and there was only one exit, and this exit was heavily guarded. The environment inside was not bad, but in fact, it was also a prison. However, those who were locked inside were happy and content, and did not have the slightest awareness. Many people looked over at Qin Zhao's arrival, but most of them quickly withdrew their gazes, and did not pay much attention to him. There were even some who looked at Qin Shao with hostility, and most of them did not pay attention to him. Qin Shao knew that these people probably regarded him as a competitor. Qin Shao looked around, and after sizing up the place, he made some discoveries. The men here were all handsome and had good temperaments. They were definitely not bad among men. And such men were exactly what the jade-faced man liked. Therefore, Qin Shao made some conjectures. These people who were locked up here were probably specially for the jade-faced man to enjoy. However, the people who were locked up here did not know that what awaited them was the jade-faced man to enjoy and absorb their yang qi. Perhaps they were given some beautiful promises, a big piece of cake, so they were filled with longing. It made them view others as competitors, and that was why they behaved like this. It seems that I am getting closer and closer to the jade-faced man. Since that is the case, I might as well spend a little more time. Being able to have the opportunity to see the jade-faced man is the best thing, and also the safest thing. Even if I take action now, I still don't know whether the jade-faced man is in this Jushan manner, so I can't be careless. To deal with such a cunning person, I have to be more cunning than him. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao decided to take things as they came. First, he wanted to see how he could quickly be selected and sent to the jade-faced man to enjoy. In order to do this, he had to first understand the situation here. However, the people here were hostile to him and guarded against him. After Qin Shao glanced around, his eyes finally locked on a young man in a corner. This young man had been sizing up Qin Shao just now, but he seemed to be a little timid. He wanted to come over, but did not dare to. However, he did not avoid Qin Shao's eyes, nor did he feel hostility. It seemed that this was a breakthrough. Chapter 2172. Brother, my name is Qin Shao. How should I address you? Qin Shao took the initiative to introduce himself. The man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Call me Xia Miao." It could be seen that this man was not completely open with Qin Shao. He was still a little wary. How should he put it? Perhaps it was a subconscious precaution. This might have something to do with his experience. Most of the people who came here were suffering. They lived very difficult lives and wanted to seek help here. These people had probably subconsciously formed a habit of being on guard against anyone. Are you all very wary of each other? Qin Shao asked again. Now that Xia Miao was the breakthrough, Qin Shao had to think of a way to establish a certain level of trust with him first. Then, he could learn more about the situation from him so that he could make plans for the next step. Although Xia Miao was still a little wary of him, he was still much better than the others. With Qin Zhao's experience, Xia Miao could still be won over. This kind of person would subconsciously guard against anyone, but at the same time, they longed to be able to communicate with others and become friends with others. This was because they did not have many friends to begin with. They lacked things in this aspect, so they naturally longed for it. Xia Miao looked at Qin Shao but did not answer. He frowned slightly as if he was in a dilemma. It could be seen that he was struggling internally. On one hand, he might feel that Qin Shao was a trustworthy person and that he might be able to communicate with him. But at the same time, something in the depths of his heart tugged at him, as if it was possessed by some supernatural force. Don't be so nervous. We're just chatting casually. I'm new here and don't know anything, so I want to ask you for advice. No matter what, it's a kind of fate to be able to gather here. If you really don't want to say it, then I won't force you. If you're willing, we can talk. Anyway, we have nothing to do. One more friend is one more guarantee, isn't it? Why do you have to keep people 1,000 miles away? We're all strangers who met by chance. At home, we rely on our parents. When we go out, we rely on our friends. Friends, don't we all go from strangers to acquaintances? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xia Miao finally relaxed a little. She was convinced. Only then did he say, "Everyone is on guard against each other. Because there is a competitive relationship between us, everyone wants to be favored as soon as possible and leave this place to be personally taught by the Manor Lord, imparting immortal arts and cultivation methods to greatly improve our cultivation strength. Every 3 years there will only be a single spot. Thus, it appears to be very precious, and the competition for it will naturally be very intense. I've been waiting here for 500 years, and it hasn't been my turn yet. Some even waited for 600 or 700 years. Everyone has been waiting for a long time, and they don't want any new people to come in. If there aren't any newcomers coming in, then even if we slowly line up, we will eventually get a spot. But if there are constantly new people coming in to fill up the queue, who knows how long it will take. It's also because of this that everyone is hostile to the newcomers. That's why everyone didn't like you when you came in just now. Qin Shao nodded. In fact, he had already thought of this. Humans were just like that after all. I see that there are still 100 or 200 people here. If we line up once every 3 years, then we will have to line up for at least 500 or 600 years. The key is that there will be an endless stream of people joining in. Xia Miao, are all of us who have entered here fighting for the personal guidance of the Manor Lord, imparting immortal arts and cultivation methods to us? Qin Shao asked again. Xia Miao nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise, why are we here? Didn't we come to Jushan Manor for this? Aren't you here for this?" Qin Shao smiled and immediately said, "Of course I'm here for this. It's just that, because I have just arrived in Mutacity, I know very little about the situation in Jushan Manor. You can say that I came to Jushan Manor in a daze. That's why I don't know much. I just wanted to ask you." After hearing Qin Zhao's explanation, Xia Miao was relieved and did not pursue the matter. Instead, he said, "We are all born lowly. The path of cultivation is extremely dangerous and difficult. We have to go through many trials and tribulations. It's already very difficult to survive. It's something to be thankful for. But the road ahead is still a vast expanse, and it is difficult to see. For us, if we don't have great luck on the path of cultivation and obtain immortal opportunities, then the possibility of us becoming stronger is infinitely close to zero. Jushan Manor is our benefactor on the path of cultivation. I heard that the Manor Lord is a very capable person and is extremely experienced. It seems that he is a third-step celestial venerable. If we are lucky enough to receive guidance from the Manor Lord, then the benefits will naturally be endless." Qin Shao nodded with a relieved look on his face. Xia Miao and the others' pursuit was indeed very simple. According to what he said, the Manor Lord was equivalent to teaching one person every 3 years. Even if Manor Master Jushan was a third-step heavenly venerate, how much could he have taught him in 3 years? What kind of immortal skills could he teach in 3 years? However, to Xia Miao and the others, it was free anyway. Why not give it a try? Although the time was not long, they might still be able to obtain many benefits. Moreover, it was said that the Manor Lord was a third-step celestial venerable. To be able to meet the celestial venerable and receive some guidance from him was something that they yearned for. It was precisely because of this that Xia Miao and the others were rushing like ducks. "Oh right, Xia Miao, how can we be chosen first? Is there some kind of test or something like that?" Qin Shao asked again. Xia Miao shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know much about it either. It seems that there is always someone secretly monitoring our every move. Then, we will look at our overall performance. There is no test or anything like that. One person will be chosen every 3 years. If there is really some kind of test, then I'm afraid that all of our time will be spent participating in the test. Some people also say that the Manor Lord will randomly choose people based on his preferences. There are many theories, but I'm not too sure about which one it is. Perhaps it's more about luck." Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "If it is really about luck, then there is no need for everyone to be so hostile towards me, right? If it is about luck, everyone's chances are equal." Xia Miao shook his head and said, "You can't say it like that. If there is one more person, there will be one more person to share this opportunity. Then, everyone will naturally get less. Look, you are a newcomer, but your chances are the same as the others. Some people have waited for 600 or 700 years and have the same chances as you. How can they feel balanced? If no one else joins, then everyone's chances will only increase." "Haha, that's true." Qin Shao pretended to smile. In fact, he naturally understood these problems. He just didn't want to appear too smart in front of Xia Miao. He didn't want Xia Miao to be wary of him again. After chatting with Xia Miao for a while and getting some information from him, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the situation here. But if that was the case, then it wouldn't be so easy for him to be chosen. If there was a test, then it would be easy. Qin Shao was completely confident about this. Without a test, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how to be chosen. He chatted with Xia Miao for a long time about this problem. Xia Miao had been here for 500 years and had gone through 100 or 200 selections. There must be a reason why he was still left. No matter how bad a person's luck was, it shouldn't be so bad. Therefore, Qin Shao also summed up some experience and used it to improve his chances. The best-case scenario was to be chosen in the next selection. If he listened to Xia Miao, there would be a new selection soon. There wasn't much time left. How could he stand out now? He still had to make some noise. Otherwise, if he just sat here, he would definitely be inconspicuous and wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, an opportunity came knocking on his door. The three men walked over in a group. The three of them stared at Qin Shao with a sinister look in their eyes. Their faces were filled with ill intent. There was also a strong sense of hostility in their eyes. There was even a hint of viciousness. At one glance, it was obvious that the three of them were here for Qin Shao. And they were very unfriendly. It was obvious that they were looking for trouble. "Haha, it seems that God is really good to me. I was just looking for trouble and someone came knocking on my door. Well, it saves me a lot of trouble. That's pretty good." Qin Shao smiled in his heart and expressed a warm welcome to the three of them. This was the perfect three-man team to send his head to. Seeing the three of them coming over aggressively, the others also quickly gathered their gazes over. They looked over with interest and were waiting to see a good show. Xia Miao was also frightened when he saw the three of them. His face turned pale. Subconsciously, he wanted to distance himself from Qin Shao to show that he wasn't in the same group as Qin Shao. However, his rationality held him back and he didn't retreat. Only his body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that Xia Miao was a little scared. However, he didn't retreat. Perhaps it was because he was embarrassed, or perhaps it was because he was still holding on to something in his heart. But what was the reason? At least he did it. This was something that was hard to come by. Qin Shao was still sitting there. He seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the three of them coming over aggressively. He didn't care at all. In fact, he didn't even lift his eyelids. It was as if he had completely ignored the three of them. Such disregard was obviously a great provocation to the three of them. Such provocation naturally made the three of them very unhappy. The three of them were already very unhappy with Qin Shao. That was why they wanted to come over and teach Qin Shao a lesson so that they could vent their anger. However, they didn't expect Qin Shao to actually dare to welcome them and provoke them in such an arrogant manner. He was simply too bold. The man in black in the middle glared at Xia Miao and said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Why aren't you scramming to the side? Do you still want to stand up for this newcomer?" Xia Miao was already very frightened. Now that he was directly reprimanded, his body trembled even more. Subconsciously, he did want to retreat. However, there was always a force in his heart that was holding him back. Xia Miao, you can retreat to the side first. This has nothing to do with you. I will take care of it. Qin Shao smiled faintly at Xia Miao and said, You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.